Chapter 1. The Dome Continent, Eastern Region, Li Prefecture. The Great Zhou Dynasty, capital city, Fengjing. In the prince's chamber of the reigning dynasty, a young man clad in martial attire was practicing his fist techniques, the sound of dragon roars emanating from time to time. Your Highness, His Majesty has sent someone to inform you to attend today's court meeting. At that moment, a girl bearing twin swords entered, followed by several maids carrying garments. Upon hearing this, the youth paused and strode towards the room. Chiner, prepare for bathing and change. The maid Chiner and the attendants followed suit, respectfully assisting the young man in his ablutions. Your Highness is becoming increasingly handsome, Chiner remarked while adjusting the young man's sleeves. Before long, a dashing young man stood within the chamber. His name was Lin Yu, the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Enough of your idle chatter. Let us proceed, he declared, stepping out of the chamber towards the Golden Lawn Hall. As Lin Yu walked through the palace corridors, a contemplative expression adorned his face. Having traversed from Earth for many years now, he initially believed he had entered a world steeped in ancient charm. Yet, after years of exposure, he discovered that this world was vast and diverse, with numerous dynasties, the Great Zhou Dynasty being comparable in size to an entire tectonic plate from his former life. Moreover, it was a realm where martial prowess reigned supreme, with a strong commanded respect. As the Crown Prince and the most gifted talent of the Great Zhou, he had shown exceptional intelligence and diligence in martial training since childhood. At the age of 18, he had already reached the pinnacle of a grandmaster, just a step away from becoming a grandmaster powerhouse. Though he did not face imminent peril, he could have lived a life free from worry. However, the current Great Zhou Dynasty faced both internal strife and external threats internally. The formidable General Wang Jin, commanding an army of 400,000, harbored ambitions to usurp the throne, while externally, the northern barbarians stirred chaos, with neighboring dynasties eyeing them covetously. Reflecting on his increasingly haggard father, Lin Yu let out a deep sigh. The fact that his father summoned him to the court today likely indicated that he could no longer withstand the pressure from treacherous ministers. Crown Prince, you appear troubled. Did you not rest well yesterday? Lin Yu raised his gaze and found himself standing at the base of the Grand Hall steps. The speaker was a stout, middle-aged general clad in armor, sporting a full beard, who regarded him with an expression that was half smile, half mockery. It was none other than the renowned General Wang Jin of the Great Zhou Dynasty. There is no need for General to concern himself. Rather, should you not worry about your own conduct in attending court armed? His Majesty has not imposed any restrictions. Perhaps the Crown Prince should be more mindful of himself. Wang Jin laughed heartily, prompting the courtiers behind him to join the laughter. Just as Lin Yu was about to retort, the Grand Hall doors swung open, and a palace guard emerged. With a glance at the smug Wang Jin and the tightly clenched Lin Yu, he boomed, "The hour has come, the court meeting begins." Lin Yu clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves and entered the Grand Hall. As he stood in his designated position, he caught a glimpse of Wang Jin and his faction, their faces alight with schadenfreude. His heart raced with trepidation regarding today's court session. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, his face resolute, ascended to the dragon throne. It was none other than the king of Great Zhou, Lin Huang, a powerful figure at the initial stage of the mortal realm. He surveyed the assembly and, upon spotting Lin Yu, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Once the guards confirmed Lin Huang's seated position, they proclaimed, "If you have a matter to present, step forward. If not, the court is dismissed." "I have a matter to present," Lin Yu spoke, absorbing the discussions within the court while pondering the true purpose behind his father's summons. He had heard unsettling reports of unrest in the north. Half an hour passed. "My esteemed ministers, is there any further business?" The entire court fell silent for a moment, and then all eyes subtly turned toward Wang Jin, standing to Lin Yu's right. "Here it comes," Lin Yu thought, instinctively raising his head. Wang Jin stepped forward from the ranks. "Your Majesty, the barbarians have sent an army of 100,000 southward. Having already breached 2 cities, 2 of the 36 cities in the northern frontier have fallen, and the common folk suffer greatly. Regrettably, I recently encountered a mishap during my training and am unable to lead the army." The Crown Prince Lin Yu, possessing exceptional intelligence since childhood and having reached the level of Grandmaster at 18, is well suited to lead the forces to quell the northern turmoil. Lin Huang's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare upon Wang Jin, who remained composed after delivering his proposal. What say you, ministers? The military officials standing behind Wang Jin all clasped their hands in unison. Let the Crown Prince guard the northern front and fend off the external threats. Your Majesty, this is wholly inadvisable. The Crown Prince is still quite young given time. He could become the pillar of our dynasty. Why should he risk himself in such peril? Wang Jin, what are your true intentions? At that moment, an elderly man with a vibrant spirit stepped forward. He was the current Prime Minister, Gu Linru, one of the few loyal ministers left in the Great Zhou. Oh, does the venerable Prime Minister intend to personally lead the troops in a battle? Wang Jin, the leader of the barbarian forces, is none other than the High Priest of the Northern Barbarians, Hu Lian, a peak Grandmaster. Sending the Crown Prince into such danger is tantamount to sending him to his death. Enough. Lin Huang sat firmly upon the dragon throne, the formidable aura of a mortal realm warrior pressing down upon the assembly. Wang Jin remained unfazed in the grand hall, his demeanor unchanged. Lin Huang recognized this as a blatant scheme. If the rebellion was not quelled, the barbarian tribes would converge southward, led by Wang Jin, directly threatening the palace. Whether he took the field himself or sent Lin Yu to quell the rebellion, both father and son would be at the mercy of their adversaries. Since childhood, Yuer had been exceptional. It was inevitable that these treacherous ministers could no longer remain idle. If only my cultivation were a touch stronger, these rebellious ministers would dare not act so brazenly. With such thoughts, Lin Huang glanced at Lin Yu below, his heart swelling with indignation and sorrow. Let it be decreed. 2,000 imperial guards and 10,000 capital defense troops shall be assembled into the Northern Expeditionary Army, led by Crown Prince Lin Yu. To quell the northern conflict, they shall depart immediately. This was nearly all the military power Lin Huang could mobilize. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, standing within the hall, gazing at the man upon the dragon throne, lost in thought. Court dismissed. Ding. Host detected to be on the verge of battle. The conquest of the heaven system is loading. As Lin Yu made his way back to his chamber, he ignored the mocking voices from Wang Jin's faction around him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Lin Huang's helpless gaze and his own impending plans. Suddenly, he recalled the faint hint of a voice in his mind moments ago. System? Welcome to the conquest of the heaven system. Upon hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Lin Yu paused momentarily. This was. He immediately quickened his pace. Some passing ministers looked on with puzzled expressions. Could it be that the Crown Prince had succumbed to the pressure and lost his sanity? Lin Yu hurried back, closing the door behind him. He instructed everyone not to disturb him. The entire palace fell into an eerie silence. In another part of the palace, Lin Huang held a phoenix-shaped jade pendant, gazing out the window. Is the Crown Prince well? A man clad in black robes appeared not far behind him, responding. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has remained in his room since returning. Lin Huang tucked the pendant away. Lin Yi, take 11 shadow guards to follow Lin Yu should any danger arise. Protect him at all costs and ensure his safe return to Fengjing. But, Your Majesty, if you send away the shadow guards, your safety. Wang Jin lacks the courage to act against me. For now, see to it that I shall enter seclusion for a period. Understood. The man in black exited the room. The palace subsequently descended into profound silence. When Lin Yu first traversed into this world, he pondered many times what his golden opportunity would be. Over time, he realized that he possessed only a slight advantage in cultivation. Now, at long last, his true golden opportunity had arrived. Seated in his chamber, Lin Yu focused his consciousness into the system. Ding! Host successfully bound to the conquest of the heaven system. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. The system's voice continued. Congratulations, host, you have received a new user gift pack. Upon activation, you will gain 2 chances to summon from the myriad realms. Lin Yu's expression turned serious. Summoning from a myriad realms. As if reading his thoughts, the system began to elaborate. The host may summon individuals, armies, or items from across the myriad realms through the system. Choose one of 3. The results of the summoning are unpredictable. Currently, failure is a possibility. Characters and armies summoned successfully will never betray and will be utterly loyal. They will also retain memories from their past lives to assist the host in conquering the myriad realms. Lin Yu's eyes lit up at the thought of summoning. Yet, the notion of failure. The system reassured him. Rest assured, the summoning opportunities obtained from the new user gift pack are guaranteed to succeed. Lin Yu's spirits soared given the internal and external troubles plaguing the Great Zhou, and with his father pressuring him to lead the troops to quell the northern conflict. The odds of survival seemed grim as if sleep had met its pillow. The moment he stepped outside, he encountered a clear sky. As the host activated the beginner's gift package, Lin Yu's face was alight with excitement. Activate! Before he could fully comprehend, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into a realm suffused with an aura of the arcane. There were terrifying powers capable of extinguishing stars with but a gesture. There were invincible generals commanding legions into battle. There were formidable armies unafraid of death. As he beheld the myriad scenes of fervor and valor, Lin Yu felt his blood surge with exhilaration. After a swift series of flashes, the imagery crystallized upon a brawny warrior with rosy cheeks and striking azure eyes. Following him was an endless legion of cavalry. Upon observing the summoning information provided by the system, Lin Yu clenched his fists in uncontainable joy. Host, summoning complete, shall it be deployed? Deploy. As his words fell, the space before him shattered instantaneously, revealing a formidable armored man. By drunken light, I gaze upon my sword, dreaming of the horn's call in the camp. The sounds of slaughter resonated within the chamber. Fortunately, the system had shielded them from various anomalies. Exiled, I pay my respects to my lord. The man, aura subdued, clasped his fists in homage to Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me your highness. After calming his emotions, he scrutinized the system information closely. Exiled, Grandmaster Pinnacle sealed. Note, revived posthumously by the system, retaining memories of his past life, he has assimilated the information of the host's realm due to the host's weakness. A portion of his power has been sealed. Flying Tiger Army, 10,000 cavalry at the peak of the innate realm. Note, an elite force commanded by Exiled, optimized by the system into a regiment of 10,000, now stationed 50 miles north of Fongjing City. Upon reading the information displayed by the system, Lin Yu was overjoyed. It turned out that the two summoning opportunities had resulted in the appearance of Exiled and the Flying Tiger Army. In a world where the general martial prowess was that of the acquired realm, having a cavalry of 10,000 at the peak of the innate realm was nothing short of a battlefield weapon. Lin Yu felt a renewed sense of confidence for the impending Northern Expedition. It is worth noting that in the martial hierarchy of the Cheongdong continent, the realms are divided into acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, mortal, earth, and heaven. Each major realm is further subdivided into early, mid, late, and pinnacle stages. The discrepancies between each realm are monumental. With Exiled, a grandmaster pinnacle warrior, he finally felt a semblance of footing in this world. General Exiled, the Flying Tiger Army awaits outside the city. You may proceed ahead. Once I bid farewell to my father, I shall lead the troops to rendezvous with you for our northern march. Understood. Exiled accepted the command and departed the city. Lin Yu watched his departing figure, delving into the intricacies of the system. He discovered that to gain summoning opportunities, one needed conquest points. And conquest points could only be accrued through battles fought by oneself or their affiliated units. Moreover, he could also use conquest points to elevate his own realm. Having gleaned this information, Lin Yu rose, exited his chamber, and resolved to bid farewell to Lin Huang. At that moment, within the palace hall, a youth of about 16 was pacing restlessly. Lin Yu's devoted maid, Qiner, observed the anxious young prince. Second prince, perhaps you should persuade his majesty. Father is being coerced by treacherous individuals. I just returned from his majesty. He has already entered seclusion. He merely entrusted me with the military token to pass on to Prince Huang. The youth's agitation grew as he took a sip from a teacup on the table. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yu stepped inside. Lin Hao, what brings you here? Elder brother, I am beside myself with worry. We must find father. We cannot venture to the northern frontier. The boy, 2 years younger than Lin Yu, was his younger brother, the second prince of the Great Zhou, Lin Hao. Lin Huang had only one woman, their mother. Lin Yu's memories were filled with fragments of Lin Hao's early years. His memories before Lin Hao's birth remained hazy. Whenever the brothers inquired about their mother, Lin Huang remained silent, gazing into the distance. This was also Lin Yu's driving force for diligently honing his martial skills. As a soul transplanted from Earth, he vaguely understood that gaining strength would eventually compel Lin Huang to reveal the truth to them. From a young age, Lin Yu had cared for Lin Hao, who had always idolized him. Their brotherly bond was undoubtedly profound. This visit was spurred by the news from the court that day, prompting Lin Hao to rush over in haste. "Do not worry, this journey shall be a blessing, not a curse." Lin Yu embraced Lin Hao, patting him on the shoulder. Hearing his elder brother, whom he had always unconditionally trusted, say this, Lin Hao's furrowed brow eased somewhat. "Then, elder brother, take every precaution on your journey." He retrieved the military token from his robe and placed it into Lin Yu's hands. "This was entrusted to you by father. He has entered seclusion. The 30,000 troops of the Northern Conquest await orders at the North Gate." Lin Yu grasped the military token, his gaze turning towards the depths of the palace. After a brief moment, he turned around. "Chiner, don your armor and take up your weapon." From time to time, maidservants approached to assist him in donning his gear. Chiner placed the battle helmet upon Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu then took the long spear and stepped out of the door. Outside, a general spotted Lin Yu approaching and immediately brought forth a warhorse. This was the prized steed gifted to him by Lin Huang in his youth. A magnificent creature of pure white, which Lin Yu named Yueying. Lin Yu mounted the horse and rode towards the city gates. Lin Hao and the others within the palace watched Lin Yu's departing figure with expressions of concern. In Fongjing City, at the residence of the Grand General, Wang Jin and his military cohort were engaged in lively toasts. "Grand General, we have received word that Lin Yu has exited the palace and is heading towards the outskirts of the city. Moreover, it is rumored that His Majesty has entered seclusion," a general seated beside Wang Jin reported. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent, and all eyes turned to Wang Jin. "The Great Zhou Dynasty will soon no longer bear the Lin surname," Wang Jin proclaimed, rising with his right foot resting upon the table, exuding arrogance. The hall was soon filled with the clinking of cups and raucous laughter. The northern city gate of Fongjing City. The Expeditionary Army, comprising 20,000 elite guards and an additional 10,000 city defense troops, stood poised outside the city. Lin Yu, astride Yueying, surveyed the resolute faces of the soldiers. The citizens within the city watched with a sense of sorrow for their crown prince. Lin Yu advanced to the front of the ranks, raised his spear, and struck each soldier's battle spear from left to right, producing a series of resonant clangs. He then turned Yueying to face the north. "I shall not return until the enemy is vanquished. Expeditionary Army, onward!" With a roar, the army vanished from the sight of the citizens of Fongjing City, leaving them in awe of their youthful crown prince. 50 miles north of Fongjing City, after receiving Lin Yu's command, Exiled swiftly united with the Flying Tiger Army. Both sides were filled with excitement to reunite with former subordinates. This moment. He was clad in armor and mounted on a warhorse, with 1,000 iron cavalrymen towering behind him, all facing the direction of Fongjing City. Shortly after, a young man on a white horse led a legion of 30,000 infantry into view. "All commanders, follow me to pay our respects to His Highness." Yes, the cavalry unit galloped towards Lin Yu under Exiled's command. "Report. Your Highness, an unidentified cavalry force is approaching from ahead." A middle-aged man approached Lin Yu and cupped his hands in greeting. Han Lin, serving as the vice commander of the Expeditionary Army, was a trusted confidant of Lin Huang and had watched Lin Yu grow up. His expression was one of urgent concern. "Uncle Han, there is no need for worry. They are our own. Please reassure the soldiers," Lin Yu replied, remaining still. Hearing this, Han Lin breathed a sigh of relief that, in this era, the combat effectiveness of cavalry was extraordinary. A palpable aura of menace approached from the distance, and the leader of the cavalry was particularly formidable. Their long-standing presence in the royal city might not withstand repeated assaults. Simultaneously, Han Lin harbored doubts about the origins of this troop. Before he could ponder further, the Flying Tiger Army arrived before him, emanating a chilling aura. Exiled dismounted and knelt on one knee, addressing Lin Yu in unison with the soldiers. "Exiled, flying tiger army. We pay our respects to His Highness." Their fervent gazes were fixed upon Lin Yu, their movements synchronized, their spirits soaring to the heavens, inciting a ripple of excitement among the rear ranks of the Expeditionary Army. Han Lin's expression turned pale. Upon a glance, he saw that all 10,000 soldiers were at the pinnacle of innate mastery. The leader exuded such a powerful aura that it left him breathless. Such a cavalry force was indeed a lethal weapon on the battlefield. Lin Yu helped Exiled to his feet and urged the soldiers to rise, addressing the still-shocked Han Lin. "Uncle Han, this is Exiled that we met during my youthful training. Behind him is the Flying Tiger Army, formed under my command. They're joining the Expeditionary Army to drive back the barbarians." "Understood." Han Lin and Exiled exchanged respectful bows. At that moment, Lin Yu appeared shrouded in a veil of mystery to Han Lin. He could hardly fathom that the prince he had watched grow up had silently attracted such powerful followers. Casting a glance at the perplexed Han Lin, Lin Yu secretly chuckled to himself. "Uncle Han, this northern expedition is likely to overturn your perceptions." Meanwhile, he thought of Lin Huang in the palace, silently vowing, "Father, I shall return victorious." He then appointed Exiled as the vice commander of the Expeditionary Army, and they set forth. 2 days later, in the northern regions of the Zhou Dynasty, at Pingyang City. Intense arguments erupted within the city lord's hall. City Lord Shui Ran furrowed his brow as the commanders of the Pingyang City defense forces and the heads of the 4 great clans engaged in heated debate over a battle map. Ouyang Yi, the head of the Ouyang clan and the spokesperson for the 4 great clans, addressed Shui Ran, "City Lord, the city of Dangyang has fallen. The vanguard of the barbarians will soon arrive at our gates. Please make a prompt decision. You brute, are you not merely seeking to protect your own interests and retreat to safety? Those barbarians slaughter every city they conquer without mercy. Do you have no blood of Zhou man left in you?" The commander of the city defense, Lin Yu, retorted disdainfully. The barbarians were commanded by Hu Laiyan, and the vanguard was led by his son, Hu Biki, who was renowned as the first genius of the northern barbarians. At the peak of master realm cultivation, our side is only 10,000 city defense troops, with merely 2 or 3 masters among them. How can we withstand them? Ouyang, exasperated by Lin Yu's insults, nearly exploded with rage. As Pingyang served as the crucial link to the central plains of the Zhou Dynasty, holding this city was vital to preserving the heartland. "City Lord, I propose we hold our ground at Pingyang. If we lose Pingyang, Fongjing will be in peril. Did not the court relay the message that the Crown Prince is coming to our aid? He should be arriving soon," Lin Yu urged. Shui Ran listened to the 2 sides quarrel. Deep in thought, he was well aware that the Crown Prince was indeed on a mission to assist them. However, the current state of the Zhou Dynasty was precarious, and the Crown Prince's journey was fraught with danger due to Wang Jin's machinations. Anger welled within him. Were it not for Wang Jin, this treasonous scoundrel, discreetly communicating to abandon the city, how could the northern barbarians advance so easily? Just as he was coming to a resolution, a messenger rushed in. "Report, the vanguard of the northern barbarians has reached the city gates." He gasped for breath after delivering the news. "What? How could they arrive so quickly?" Instantly, shock spread across everyone's faces. Without further ado, they hurried towards the city walls. North of Pingyang City, a youth of around 20, wielding a large axe and mounted on horseback, led a force of 20,000 soldiers. It was none other than Hu Biki and his vanguard of northern barbarians. With a bloodthirsty expression, he glared at Pingyang City. "Where is your city, Lord? Come forth and face your death. I give you half an hour. If you do not surrender, I will slaughter the city." A maniacal laughter echoed towards the walls of Pingyang City. Shui Ran had just led his group onto the city walls when he cast a steely gaze at the derisive northern barbarian army. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Yu and Ouyang Yi with determination. "Old Lin, Ouyang, we have fought for over half our lives, and now we are being trampled upon by these barbarians. I cannot forget the trust the Emperor placed in me when he ordered me to guard Pingyang." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu and Ouyang Yi recognized that Shui Ran had made his decision. Ouyang Yi forced a smile. "Old Lin, how long has it been since we fought against the barbarians together?" Lin Yu scoffed. "Ever since you married your wife. All you've thought about is your little estate. You never invite me for a drink." The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter before turning to Shui Ran. "Boss, give the order. In our youth, we fought alongside the king. When have we ever feared death? To kill one is to break even. To kill two is to reap great profits." Shui Ran gazed at his two old friends, as if transported back to the days of following Lin Huang across the battlefield. "The defense forces of Pingyang City, prepare for battle," he commanded resolutely. Instantly, the entire city of Pingyang sprang into action. Some strong and able citizens spontaneously grabbed hoes and headed towards the city walls, while the elderly at home wielded weapons, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. In earlier times, Pingyang was a crucial stronghold on the northern frontier of the Great Zhou, after Lin Huang ascended to power and expanded the territory to the north. Although years had passed without war, many of the city's residents had settled here from the front lines, instilling a fierce spirit among the populace. It was a city of heroes. Outside the city, Hubiki observed the Pingyang troops amassing on the battlements with a cold sneer. What ignorance! On the official road to Fongjing, a group of refugees trudged along with faces ashen and devoid of hope. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. The cavalry unit charged forward with overwhelming momentum, causing the refugee group to panic. Before they could react, the horsemen had already reached them. The leading youth dismounted and approached a frail old man. "Old sir, from where do you hail?" This youth was none other than Lin Yu. Concerned about the battle ahead, he had taken the flying tiger army northward at a swift pace, while Han Lin brought the remaining troops to follow. 5 days later, Lin Yu and his companions were still an hour's journey from Pingyang City. "If only my cultivation were higher. If I could reach the mortal realm, I could fly for a short distance." He lamented. "We come from Dingbei City," the elderly man replied, lowering his head in trepidation. "The barbarians have invaded, the city has fallen, and we have lost our homes, but we can only walk to Fongjing." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression darkened. He turned to a soldier of the Flying Tiger Army and instructed, "Distribute some food to everyone." Soon, everyone held food that had been shared among them. Lin Yu returned to his mount, Su Weiying, and inhaled deeply as he looked at the grateful faces of the refugees. "I am Lin Yu, the Crown Prince. As long as the Great Zhou Dynasty endures, the city will stand, and homes will be restored." He then led the group onward in Pingyang City, atop the northern battlements. Shui Ran gripped his long sword, panting heavily, his face smeared with blood. He could no longer distinguish whether it belonged to the enemy or his own soldiers. Even with his mid-stage master cultivation, he was nearing exhaustion. The relentless onslaught of the barbarians had already claimed over half of the city defense forces within a mere half-hour. Turning to his two old friends, he saw that their conditions were scarcely better than his. Below, Ubiki sneered, his scarred left cheek appearing even more menacing. 3 old dogs, still clinging to life. He spat a mouthful of blood towards the city below and laughed maniacally. "You little brat, once marred by the Crown Prince's spear, no one has dared to claim you in these years." Laughter erupted from the battlements in response. Hubiki, who had always considered himself invincible, had come to challenge Lin Yu at the age of 16, only to be humiliated and left with a lifelong scar. Now, having been taunted by Lin Yu, his defenses crumbled. With a fierce shout, he raised his axe and leaped forward, channeling his spiritual energy as he swung down upon Lin Yu, the force sending 5 soldiers flying before he aimed at Lin Yu again. Lin Yu had been on guard. Yet Hubiki had reached the pinnacle of master level, surpassing him by 2 realms, and with the battle having drained his strength, he was no match. After a clash, Lin Yu spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his internal organs shifting painfully as he staggered back several steps, nearly toppling from the battlements. Shui Ran and Ouyang rushed forward to support him, and Shui Ran produced a healing pill from his pocket to administer to Lin Yu. "Old Lin, can you still hold on?" Lin Yu clutched his chest, blood seeping from his wounds. "This brat indeed possesses some skill. I fear we may not wait for the Crown Prince to not speak." "Just focus on healing," Shui Ran replied, helping Lin Yu to sit upright. Below, a middle-aged man approached Hubiki. "Enough of this. Delay could spell disaster. Launch a full-scale assault on the city. Otherwise, when your father arrives, You will face his wrath. Hubiki glared at the man, his countenance filled with resentment. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, Uncle. He called a halt to the advancing soldiers and tightened his grip on the axe. Striding towards the city gates, musing that he would first cleave down the 3 old dogs atop the battlements, particularly the one whose words had irked him the most, allowing a cruel smile to creep across his face. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the blood-soaked northern gates of Pingyang swung open. Hubiki halted in his tracks, while his uncle furrowed his brow on the battlements. Shui Ran was filled with despair as he bellowed. "Who the hell opened the gates?" A drenched commander rushed up, his face alight with joy. "City Lord, reinforcements have arrived. The Crown Prince leads the troops to aid us. I've opened the gates on his orders to welcome the enemy." It turned out that just as Hubiki had struck Lin Yu had been leading his forces from the southern gate of Pingyang towards the north, witnessing Lin Yu's peril but arriving too late to provide assistance. Upon hearing this, Shui Ran silently retracted his longsword, glancing down at the gates with concern. The barbarian forces were formidable. How could the Crown Prince act so recklessly? He cast a wary eye towards the middle-aged man among the northern barbarian ranks. Outside the city, Hubiki glared fiercely at Lin Yu as he emerged from within. Lin Yu, at the head of the Flying Tiger Army, quickly formed ranks and surveyed the chaotic state of Pingyang City with a cold gaze. Raising his spear, he finally cast a dispassionate glance at Hubiki. "Flying Tiger Army, charge!" With that, he led the charge directly towards Hubiki. Exiled, at the helm of the Flying Tiger Army, seemed to have a tacit understanding with Lin Yu. Maneuvering around the battlefield of Lin Yu and Hubiki to charge towards the 20,000 northern barbarian troops. Upon seeing Lin Yu approaching, Hubiki grinned viciously, raising his battle axe. There was no need for further words. Today, it was a matter of either his death or Lin Yu's .13 spear strikes. Lin Yu summoned all his spiritual energy. This was a technique he had honed for over a decade. As a flurry of spear shadows descended, Hubiki found himself only able to defend against the onslaught. Realizing the strength behind the axe, his expression grew grave. "So you too have reached the pinnacle of master level." Lin Yu's countenance remained icy, offering no reply as each thrust of his spear sought to deliver a fatal blow. That on another front, the Flying Tiger Army surged into the barbarian ranks like wolves among sheep, their charge piercing through the enemy lines and claiming thousands of lives. The barbarian forces descended into chaos, fleeing in terror. Innate, they are all innate. Devils. These Great Zhou people are devils. In the heart of the battlefield, Hubiki's uncle, his right arm rendered useless and blood trickling from his mouth, stared in disbelief at the armored youth standing before him. Surveying his demoralized northern barbarian vanguard, he could only manage a bitter smile. "Pinnacle of Grand Master. Who are you? The Great Zhou has no generals as young as you." Exiled appeared unfazed, facing this mid-stage Grand Master opponent with no sense of pressure. Under the Crown Prince, Exiled. With that, he closed the distance and within a few exchanges, ended the man's life with his blade. The Great Zhou hides its power well, and Lin Yu conceals himself deeply. The middle-aged man murmured in his last moments. After eliminating the enemy's strongest force, Exiled turned his gaze towards Lin Yu, choosing not to intervene, trusting the Crown Prince while recognizing the fury that filled Lin Yu's heart at this moment. Meanwhile, Hubiki, now covered in wounds, gazed in despair at his uncle's lifeless body at Exiled's feet and the frenzied slaughter of the northern barbarian troops by the Flying Tiger Army. At last, Lin Yu spoke. "Wait for your father. He will arrive shortly." Without granting Hubiki a chance to respond, he thrust his spear forward, piercing through Hubiki's heart. Then, raising his gaze towards the nearly annihilated northern barbarian forces, he exhaled a heavy breath. Mounting Su Weiying, he turned back towards the city. Secure the battlefield. Return to the city. Upon the battlements, Shui Ran and the assembled crowd gazed on in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. While some among them swallowed hard, their bodies trembling with excitement. They had witnessed Lin Yu's entire campaign beyond the city gates, a spectacle that resembled nothing short of a one-sided massacre, their hearts aflame with fervor as they beheld the ferocity of the Flying Tiger Army. Shui Ran exchanged a glance with Ouyang Yi, both reflecting incredulity mirrored in each other's eyes. As Lin Yu approached the city, they hastened downstairs to greet him. It was uncertain who initiated the fervent cheers. Your Highness, mighty indeed. Great Zhou, invincible. The sounds of their acclamation reached Lin Yu's ears, prompting a smile to grace his lips. How splendid! In the Lord's Manor of Pingyang City, within the conference hall, Lin Yu sat in the principal seat, his head bowed in contemplation. Exiled occupied a seat beside him. Shortly thereafter, Shui Ran led a contingent of officials from Pingyang City to take their places, occasionally glancing at Exiled, who bore the demeanor of a scholar. They regarded him with profound apprehension, having witnessed this gentleman dispatch a mid-tier grandmaster with just a few strokes of his sword. The assembly remained in a state of agitation. Meanwhile, Exiled maintained an air of calm, his concern solely for Lin Yu's safety, a sentiment that could sway his resolve. As the gathering settled, Lin Yu prepared to speak. Suddenly, Lin Yu's boisterous voice broke through. Your Highness, you cannot imagine, I was nearly cleaved in two by that rascal Hibiki. The man, pale yet unable to conceal his exhilaration, had been supported by two old friends to witness the entire battle from the ramparts. He stole furtive glances at Exiled, even as he spoke. Lin Yu glanced over, his lips twitching slightly. Lin Shu, given your grave injuries, it would be wise to focus on your recovery. Lin Yu was familiar with Lin Zhu and his companions, having forged friendships with them during his childhood. Once Lin Huang ascended to the throne, they had been stationed to guard Pingyang. After voicing his concern, Lin Yu turned to Shui Ran. Shui Shu, upon receiving my father's orders, I hastened here. Have all 6 cities north of Pingyang fallen? Your Highness, the commanders of the 6 cities surrounding Dingbei have all fled, retreating eastward to Wang Jin's territory. Upon hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Shui Ran continued. Now, Hibiki and his 20,000 vanguard troops have been vanquished by your Highness. It is only a matter of time before Hu Laiyan receives the news that in the best-case scenario, the 80,000 northern barbarians will be at our gates by tomorrow, and reports indicate that this northern barbarian army includes an additional 20,000 pinnacle riders. After delivering this information, Shui Ran's expression turned grave. Although Lin Yu and the Flying Tiger army were unparalleled in valor, they were still outnumbered by the northern barbarians, commanded by the peak grandmaster Hu Laiyan, who had 2 other grandmasters in his ranks. Lin Yu, after digesting this intelligence, engaged in deep reflection. He recalled faintly hearing system prompts while battling outside the city, prompts he had chosen to ignore in the heat of combat. Now fully apprised of the situation, he resolved to seek a quiet place for further examination. With this thought, Lin Yu rose and declared, Uncle Han is leading 30,000 troops from the north to our aid and will arrive shortly. Have the soldiers rest and prepare for battle. Shui Shu, please escort me to a room in the manor for a wash. With that, he stepped outside. Shui Ran and the others exchanged glances before promptly arranging for Lin Yu's departure. In a chamber within Pingyang City, Lin Yu connected his consciousness to the system. The system displayed the following. Following the recent battle, you have accrued 20,000 battle points. The points gained from defeating warriors below the Grandmaster level are minimal. The majority stem from dispatching Grandmasters and those of higher rank. It appears that acquiring battle points is predominantly reliant on vanquishing higher-tier warriors. Contemplating the 20,000 battle points, Lin Yu inquired. System, what level can these points elevate me to the initial stage of Grandmaster, and how many summoning opportunities does that afford me? 2 times, Lin Yu swiftly arrived at a resolution. Attaining the initial stage of Grandmaster would not significantly alter the current situation. According to the system's information, each summoning opportunity would require 1,000 battle points. Given the pressing need for manpower, he could proceed with the summoning now and later focus on his own advancement once he had amassed more points. Besides, the odds of both summoning attempts failing seemed unlikely. With determination, Lin Yu commanded System expend the 20,000 battle point for summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned twice. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu exhaled deeply. Excitement surging as he waved his arm. It felt as if fortune was smiling upon him. Once again immersed in the profound scene, Lin Yu felt a sense of The images whirled rapidly before settling on a young, strikingly handsome martial general, exuding an air of majesty. Following him were approximately 10,000 cavalrymen, all mounted on white steeds. Lin Yu scrutinized the summoning details. He clenched his fists in sheer exhilaration. Ding! Host, summoning completed. Shall the troops be deployed? Deploy, deploy. Mask any anomalies. The space before Lin Yu fractured, and from within emerged a young man clad in white battle armor, wielding a gleaming silver spear. Though I may perish, my spirit shall endure, forever grateful for your recognition. The young man regarded Lin Yu, suppressing his aura, and knelt in reverence. Zhao Yun, at your service, my lord. Simultaneously, in another room of the lord's manor, Exiled seemed to sense something. Lifting his gaze toward Lin Yu's quarters with a faint smile, before resuming his writing with a brush in hand. Within Lin Yu's chamber, he hurried forward to assist Zhao Yun to his feet. Please rise. Simply address me as your highness. After circling around Zhao Yun, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of a fan culture from a past life. Rubbing his hands together, he beamed with joy. He had been an admirer of Zhao Yun in his previous existence, and upon acquiring the system, had longed for the day he could summon him. Now, in this lifetime, as he practiced martial arts, especially spear techniques, his excitement was palpable. System, will future summons always be of such legendary martial generals? The system offered no response, and Lin Yu chose not to press further, instead focusing on the information displayed. Zhao Yun, Peak Grandmaster sealed. Note, resurrected by the system post-mortem. Retaining memories of his previous life, he has received information about the host's realm, and, due to the host's current weakness, part of his strength is sealed. White Horse Brotherhood, 10,000 cavalry at the pinnacle of innate ability. Note, an elite unit commanded by Zhao Yun, optimized by the system to form a regiment of 10,000, now deployed not far from the Flying Tiger Army outside Pingyang City. Reflecting on the information provided by the system and the impending Northern Barbarian Army, a cold smirk crept upon Lin Yu's lips. As his thoughts churned, it felt like an eternity had passed. Though only moments had elapsed, he turned to Zhao Yun, who remained standing within the room. Zilong, proceed to the outskirts of the city to command the White Horse Brotherhood. A great battle awaits us tomorrow. Yes, Zhao Yun clasped his hands in salute and exited the chamber, making not a sound to alert anyone. Watching Zhao Yun depart, Lin Yu once again called upon the system. System, how is the sealed strength of the summoned generals calculated? This time, the system provided a response. Host, the strength of summoned characters, once sealed, may only exceed the host by one major realm. Lin Yu, fully aware of his circumstances, now stood at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, allowing him to summon characters of only up to the Grandmaster peak. As he contemplated his present situation, Lin Yu set a goal for himself, to pacify the northern border, eradicate the barbaric tribes, and subsequently amass strength to return to the capital, where he would seek vengeance on the old villain Wang Jin in the city of Pingyang. Within the Lord's manor, Lin Yu and Exiled were en route to the council chamber. Early in the morning, Lin Yu had dispatched messengers to notify Shui Ran and the others. After a day of recuperation, he resolved to take the initiative, with an army of 10,000 Flying Tiger troops and another 10,000 White Horse cavalry charging forward. Victory was assured, not to mention the presence of two formidable generals, Exiled and Zhao Yun. Should two of Hu Lian's warriors appear, they would surely meet their demise on the spot, from the information gathered yesterday. Lin Yu learned that Zhao Yun and Exiled were not merely ordinary grandmasters. They possessed a strength far surpassing that of typical warriors at the same level, rendering them nearly invincible against their peers and capable of battling across realms effortlessly. It was crucial to understand that those not yet in the mortal realm were akin to mere ants. Mortal realm warriors, however, had begun to harness the power of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to fly for brief periods. In the realm of the Zhou and its surroundings, a single mortal realm warrior could easily sway the outcome of a battle, while 10 Grandmaster warriors will be no match for one mortal realm expert. As they journeyed, Exiled spoke up. Your Highness, Vice General Han has already led the Northern Expeditionary Army into the city as of yesterday. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Exiled continued. Furthermore, I have noticed some anomalies within the ranks of the Northern Expeditionary Army. 12 individuals of unknown origin have infiltrated their midst. Point 1 is at the initial stage of Grandmaster, while the remaining 11 are at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. They do not seem to harbor ill intentions towards your highness. Rather, they often appear to be protecting you from the shadows. Lin Yu paused for a moment, gesturing dismissively. They are likely sent by my father. There is no cause for concern. In his childhood, Lin Yu had once stumbled upon a conversation between Lin Huang and a man clad in a black robe. Lin Huang had shown no signs of secrecy, but it seemed that the man was one of the emperor's hidden guards, 12 in total, tasked with safeguarding the emperor from the shadows. Lin Yu surprise. It appeared that Lin Huang had dispatched them all to protect him on this northern expedition. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu quickened his pace, hoping that the old villain Wang Jin would not act in desperation. The news of the battle from the previous day had been sealed off, but it was not a long-term solution. It would inevitably reach Fengjing City. A direct confrontation with Wang Jin and his army of 400,000 would undoubtedly result in a Pyrrhic victory, inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses in return. The newly summoned Flying Tiger troops and White Horse cavalry would likely suffer heavy losses as well. That he needed time, a means to acquire slaughter points through warfare, and the opportunity to enhance his strength before returning to Fengjing. It was imperative to first eliminate the 8,000 northern barbarian troops heading south, thereby severing one of Wang Jin's arms. With a solemn expression, Lin Yu stepped into the council chamber. Shui Ran and the others had been waiting for some time. After a day of rest, even Zhu's complexion had improved somewhat, though a hint of worry lingered on the faces of the gathered individuals. Lin Yu surveyed the room and declared, "This prince has decided to take the initiative and confront the enemy outside the city." The crowd gasped in astonishment and began to dissuade him. "Your Highness, we have 30,000 troops from the Northern Expedition, along with the Flying Tiger Army, led by General Exiled. There is still a chance to defend the city. Launching an attack would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Indeed, Your Highness, think twice. I have made my decision. We shall depart at once, without awaiting further pleas." Lin Yu strode toward the city gate, with Exiled closely following. Zhu spat in frustration, shouting, "If it weren't for His Highness's support, old Zhu, would have perished long ago." The others exchanged glances, gritting their teeth before resolutely following suit. Outside the northern gate of Pingyang City, the Flying Tiger Army stood ready. Soon after, Lin Yu led the people of Pingyang and the Northern Expeditionary Army out of the gates. Shui Ran and the others gazed at the imposing Flying Tiger troops with a sense of reverence. Han Lin was particularly astounded. Upon his arrival the previous day, he had already heard tales of Exiled and the Flying Tiger Army's valiant exploits. Disregarding the astonished expressions of those around him, Lin Yu mounted his horse and issued a direct command. "Let us march." 50 miles away from Pingyang City, Hu Laiyan was hastily advancing his forces toward Pingyang. The scouts had reported the previous day that the 2,000 vanguard troops had been entirely annihilated. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the scouts found no trace of Ubiki's body. Leading Hu Laiyan to erupt in fury, he immediately rallied his troops to march on Pingyang, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. He pondered, with his fellow tribesmen present, could it be that Lin Huang had taken to the field himself? Otherwise, how could the retreat have been so hasty? Perhaps Wang Jin, that old villain, wished to pit him against Lin Huang, hoping to reap the rewards of their mutual destruction. The message sent to Wang Jin had yet to receive a reply. Regardless of who it was, any who dared to harm his son would pay dearly for their transgressions. Suddenly, a scout galloped up to Hu Laiyan. "Great priest, a Dezhou army of approximately 40,000 has appeared ahead." A cold glint flashed in Hu Laiyan's eyes. They dared to take the initiative. He quickly commanded the entire army to prepare for battle. At that moment, Lin Yu and his companions had also spotted the northern barbarian army. The two forces faced off against each other. Hu Laiyan's gaze fell upon the young commander leading the opposing forces, his expression sharpening. Lin Yu, after speaking, he scrutinized the army behind him. His gaze lingered on the calm, young general beside Lin Yu. Feeling a weight of unease, he could not fathom his strength. Upon seeing the Flying Tiger Army, his expression shifted slightly. Sensing their overwhelming bloodlust, he dismissed the 3,000 infantry soldiers, seeing them as inconsequential. Indeed, Lin Yu tightened his grip on the reins. "Your Highness, That person is half a step into the mortal realm, while the two beside him are both at the late stage of Grandmaster. Be cautious, Xianqiji's voice warned from the side. Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Where's my son Hubiki? Hu Laiyan believed that Lin Yu must have captured Hubiki, using him as leverage to force a retreat. Just as Lin Yu was about to respond, a head was hurled from his own ranks. Accompanied by a loud voice, it called out, "Old villain, your son is waiting for you below." I noticed his face was rather asymmetrical, so I gave him a little cut on the right side. What do you think of my handiwork? Zhu spat as laughter erupted from the ranks of the Northern Expeditionary Army. Lin Yu's lips twitched, internally lamenting. Uncle Zhu, having lived this long, you must have taken quite a beating. Hu Lian's eyes blazed with fury, and he wasted no breath on words. Kill the Northern barbarian soldiers, witnessing their fallen comrade Hubiki, were engulfed in rage that he was their greatest talent. Hulian's only son. As the battle commenced, Xianqiji was the first to intercept Hu Laiyan, who charged toward Lin Yu. The Flying Tiger army clashed with the opposing force of 2,000 cavalry. Engaging in a fierce melee, the Northern cavalry was visibly being decimated by the Flying Tiger troops. Despite their numerical advantage, the casualties were alarmingly significant compared to the previous day, placing them in a precarious predicament. The Northern Expeditionary Army, undeterred, faced off against the remaining 6,000 barbarian infantry. 3,000 against 60,000 posed a colossal disadvantage. Yet no one flinched. Zhu cleaved a barbarian soldier in two, bellowing, "One down." Enough to break even, kill. At that moment, Lin Yu was also immersed in the chaos of battle. Around him, Lin Yi and the other 12 formed a protective encirclement, shielding him from harm. The entire battlefield was a blood-soaked frenzy of combat. Yet their eyes frequently darted toward the central arena. They all understood that the outcome of the battle would hinge upon the struggle taking place there, in the heart of the battlefield. Hu Laiyan gripped his weapon, regarding the young commander before him with grave concern. Who are you? Dezhou has no commander as young as you did. In the earlier clash, he had failed to gain the upper hand. Even finding himself at a disadvantage, it was vital to recognize that this youth was merely at the peak of the Grand Master realm. Xianqiji remained unfazed, his sword in hand, under the banner of the Crown Prince. Xianqiji, the last one to ask me that question, is close to reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Hu Laiyan glanced at the battlefield and instructed his tribal brethren beside him. Hu Liehu, go support the Iron Cavalry Brigade. Hu Liexiong, go fetch Lin Yu's head. Then, drawing the battle blade, unleash the full breath of the half-step mortal realm. Channel a portion of the power of heaven and earth towards Xianqiji, given your youth and talents. How about joining me in conquering the world? Lin Yu is about to become a corpse. Xianqiji, rarely serious, blocks a strike. You should be more concerned about your own fate. Outside Pingyang City, the fierce battle rages on. The Flying Tiger Army, with Hu Liehu leading the charge, faces immense pressure. After all, a late-stage Grandmaster might as two great realms above the current Flying Tiger Army. Meanwhile, Hu Liexiong flies swiftly toward Lin Yu. The dark guards surrounding Lin Yu have already sensed the danger. Lin Yi steps forward and says to Lin Yu, "Your Highness, an enemy late-stage Grandmaster approaches. We can hold him off for a moment. You must retreat first." Lin Yu glances at the dark guards, whose faces are marked by despair. After surveying the conditions of several other battlefields, he shakes his head. Lin Yi and the others appear anxious. Lin Yu silently thinks, they are all here. Zilong should arrive soon. It turns out Lin Yu is worried that Hu Laiyan has split his forces, having arranged for the White Horse Tone to linger at another location. If no message arrives within a quarter of an hour, they will charge toward the enemy's position. His thoughts relay. A torrent of white surges down the hillside on the right side of the battlefield, like a sharp sword piercing through 60,000 Northern barbarians' infantry. Where righteousness goes, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness. The white horse stands as proof. Leading the charge is a young man clad in bright silver armor. Wielding a gleaming silver spear, is none other than Zhao Yun. He deftly dispatches the Northern barbarian soldiers in the chaos and races toward Lin Yu in his swift advance. He has already spotted Hu Liexiong, filled with murderous intent, rushing toward Lin Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he draws the long sword hanging at his waist, harnesses the power of heaven and earth that only a mortal realm warrior can utilize, pushes it at the tip of his sword, and shouts, "Thieving general, prepare to die." Hu Liexiong, witnessing the swiftly approaching sword, stares in horror as he is instantly pierced, dying a tragic death. Before his demise, he faintly hears the disbelieving words, "The power of heaven and earth." At this moment, Zhao Yun has reached Lin Yu's side. The white horse Yidong hastens to support the flying tiger army. "We have arrived late. Please punish us, your highness." Lin Yu quickly responds, "No matter, Zilong. Hurry to assist the other battlefields." Zhao Yun, receiving his orders, swiftly departs. Lin Yi and the others exchange worried glances as they watch Zhao Yun charge forward. Previously, upon leaving Fengjing City, witnessing the mysterious cavalry unit under His Highness had left them in awe. Later, hearing of His Highness's exploits in Pingyang City had further shaken their spirits. Now, as they follow His Highness in a battle, they are resolute in their determination to fight to the death. In this critical moment, another powerful general and an invincible cavalry unit emerge. Truly, one wave of excitement follows another, with the arrival of Zhao Yun and the white horse Yitong. The balance of the battlefield is instantly shattered. Hu Liehu meets his end at Zhao Yun's spear, and the northern barbarian cavalry suffers catastrophic losses, facing the unencumbered flying tiger army and white horse Yitong. The remaining northern barbarian infantry are utterly powerless. In the midst of the battlefield, Hu Lieyin stands, despair etched across his face, wounds covering his body. In his recent duel with Exiled, he was completely suppressed. The power of heaven and earth, which only a mortal realm master can command, is fully wielded by his opponent. As a warrior mere steps away from the mortal realm, he can only make limited use of it. It is said that only legendary prodigies can fully master the power of heaven and earth before reaching the mortal realm. Yet this young man before him is merely a peak grandmaster. From a moment the white horse Yitong charged down to Hu Liexiong's death by a single sword strike, he felt the shift. Aware of his own helplessness, he glances at the northern barbarian army. On the verge of annihilation, a grim smile crosses his face as he charges forward. Exiled, observing Hu Lieyin's advance, sweeps his sword. After a prolonged struggle, Hu Lieyin is already at the end of his strength. Now, fueled by a resolve to die, he has no defense left. The high priest of the northern tribe, Hu Lieyin, falls in battle. Before he dies, his gaze turns toward the direction of the Great Zhou Palace. "Lin Huang, you have a fine son." Lin Yu approaches, glancing at Hu Lieyin's corpse, his heart unmoved. The northern barbarians, having long raided southward, burning, killing, and looting without remorse, have made the lives of the northern frontier's populace unbearable. The slaughter of cities has become routine, and the common folk have long suffered. Now, Hu Lieyin's tragic death is merely the beginning. Lin Yu's gaze shifts beyond the northern frontier, where still lie the 18 tribes of the northern barbarians. Hu Lieyin's death has merely dealt a severe blow to their vitality. He intends to crush the northern barbarians, ensuring peace for the people of the northern frontier for generations to come. Scanning the battlefield, the invading northern barbarian army has been completely exterminated. Lin Juezheng, with a war blade in hand, stands atop the corpse of a northern barbarian innate expert, laughing wildly towards the heavens. "I, old Lien, followed the king in my youth to slay the barbarians. Who would have thought I would have the chance to kill so freely today?" Other soldiers weep aloud. "Father, mother, I have avenged you." Some soldiers sit on the ground, cradling the bodies of brothers with whom they shared dreams just yesterday. Across the battlefield, many soldiers share similar fates, looking towards the white horse Yitong and the flying tiger army. The soldiers dismount, silently gathering their fallen comrades' bodies. The burial in horsehide is the best resting place for them. Once the battlefield is cleared, Lin Yu raises his spear, his gaze icy. He bellows, "Great Zhou, glory!" Behind him, Zhao Yun and Exiled follow suit. The soldiers gaze at him, their eyes gradually igniting with fervor. They roar, "Great Zhou, glory! The Crown Prince, glory!" They then lead the army towards Pingyang City. Inside Pingyang City, the citizens frequently glance toward the outside, Early today, the Crown Prince of Great Zhou led the army out, taking the initiative against the northern barbarians down on the city walls. The guarding soldiers are also filled with anxious anticipation. Suddenly, a violent tremor resonates from afar, making the defending soldiers feel as if they are facing a formidable enemy. As the scene draws closer, they see a young general riding a white horse at the forefront. Instantly, the soldiers breathe a sigh of relief and shout, "Quickly open the city gates. The Crown Prince has returned." Hearing the commotion, the citizens turn toward the city gates. The messenger gallops into the city, shouting, "Great victory! Great victory!" The Crown Prince's forces have completely annihilated the northern barbarian army. Hulian has been slain on the spot. The cheers resonate throughout Pingyang City. Glory! Instantly, the streets and alleys are filled with people embracing and celebrating. In. The owner excitedly slams his palm on the table. All your expenses today are on the house. The patrons cheer, drinking heartily, their faces alight with joy. Upon entering the city, Lin Yu and his companions are met with even more fervent cheers in the city lord's residence. The conference hall, Lin Yu sits at the head of the table, while others take their seats on either side. Shui Ran's expression is solemn. "Your Highness, the casualty count has been tallied. The Northern Expeditionary Army suffered 10,000 deaths. As for the Flying Tiger Army in White Horse Etone, they charged through the ranks and, despite facing a momentary suppression by Grand Masters, suffered virtually no fatalities." Lin Yu's expression remains cold as he commands, "Consolation must be provided to the families of the deceased soldiers. Not a single coin less than what is due to a monument for the heroic souls shall be erected. They will not be forgotten." Shui Ran bows in agreement. "Understood." Lin Yu ponders slightly. Today's battle news will surely reach the capital swiftly. Time is of the essence, and he must hasten to initiate the next phase of his plan. A cold glint flashes in his eyes as he issues orders. "Uncle Han, with Lian's tragic demise, the war has temporarily paused. You are to lead 20,000 of the Northern Expedition Army back to Fongjing to protect His Majesty." On the way back, he had already instructed Lin Yi and the others to return to the capital immediately. Given the inscrutable nature of Lin Yu at present, they naturally complied without question. Upon hearing this, Han Lin also refrained from voicing any doubts. He had become numb from the shocks endured along the journey. Although the Northern Expeditionary Army had suffered a loss of 10,000 troops, their combat prowess had geometrically increased following this great battle. After receiving the order, he turned to make the necessary preparations. As he watched Han Lin depart, Lin Yu turned to Shui Ran and said, "Uncle Shui, please provide me with a map of the northern barbarians." Sensing something amiss, Shui Ran gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. Lin Yu then gave further instructions. "Uncle Shui, starting today, open the city to gather the displaced, and subsequently rebuild the 6 cities of the northern frontier." With that, he strode towards the city gates. He had no time for elaborate explanations. He merely required them to act on his commands. Outside Pingyang City, Lin Yu surveyed the crowd within the city. The citizens looked upon their grand prince with expressions of deep reverence, while Shui Ran and the others wore faces filled with concern. After vanquishing a formidable foe, they were to leave without rest. Only they understood that the grand prince's journey might not lead him back to the capital. They harbored speculations that were too frightening to accept. Lin Yu did not linger. He redirected the shadow steed, casting a glance at the generals who had just survived the morning's fierce battle, and led them away at a swift pace. In Fongjing City, at the residence of the Grand General, Wang Jin was troubled today. He summoned a nearby guard and inquired, "Is Lin Huang still in seclusion?" Calling him by name revealed his unmasked ambition. "Your Majesty has remained within the palace, with no news to report." The guard responded respectfully. Wang Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Any word from that rascal, Lin Yu? My subordinate sends people daily to keep watch, but there's been no news," came the reply. Wang Jin frowned. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, "Send someone northward to investigate." The guard accepted the order and departed. Wang Jin lowered his head in contemplation. The Northern Expeditionary Army consisted solely of infantry. While they possessed martial prowess, their levels were not particularly high, and they had likely yet to encounter the northern barbarians. With regard to the collusion with Hulian, he had his own calculations. He intended to use the northern barbarians to probe the Lin family's hidden cards. There had long been rumors within the palace. The previous Great Zhou king, Lin Jianan, a peak martial artist, had been in seclusion within the deep palace. Seeking a breakthrough, he was also the grandfather of Lin Yu and Lin Hao. However, since Lin Hao's birth, he had not made an appearance in any matters of the court for over a decade. With his breakthrough to mid-ordinary realm and the accumulation of 400,000 troops over the years, the position of Grand General no longer sufficed to satisfy his ambitions that he yearned to ascend to the highest throne and behold a different vista. The recent pressures from the court had only solidified his suspicions. Lin Jianan had likely encountered an unforeseen mishap. This time, he would allow Hu Laiyan to test the waters and see what condition the royal Lin family was truly in. Having pondered this, Wang Jin rubbed his temples and returned to his cultivation in Fongjing City at the residence of the second prince. Lin Hao wore a worried expression as he conversed with the young guard. They were also engaged in gathering information about his elder brother, Lin Yu. Before long, the young guard was dispatched by him to leave the city. Lin Hao watched the guard depart before turning to enter his chambers. At that moment, a weathered voice resonated from within him. "Little one, your excessive worry serves no purpose. Diligent cultivation is what will aid your father and elder brother." If Lin Yu were present, he would surely be astonished to discover that Lin Hao had already reached mid-grandmaster level. When Lin Yu departed, Lin Hao had merely been at peak innate level. Having followed Lin Yu since childhood, Lin Hao possessed considerable talent in martial arts. One could say that had it not been for the undercurrents within the Great Zhou, it would have taken them but a few years to dominate a region. Hearing the voice, Lin Hao remained unperturbed. After Lin Yu left the city, Lin Hao prepared to return to his room to cultivate when a beam of golden light shot directly towards him. Within him resided an elderly figure known as Elder. Lin Hao did not know the old man's full name, only that he should refer to him as Elder E, who claimed that the time for certain things had not yet come. Accompanied by a surge of pure spiritual energy, he was pushed into mid-grandmaster level and taught a technique known as the Yuan Chu Divine Formula, which could be cultivated once he reached the ordinary realm. Mastering the technique to its utmost could allow one to extinguish stars with a mere snap of the fingers. Lin Hao often suspected that the old man was a charlatan. After all, he was still far from the ordinary realm and paid him little mind to that moment. Upon hearing the old man's voice, he paused slightly. "Elder, can you hasten my ascent to the ordinary realm?" "No, before reaching the ordinary realm, one must persevere and lay a solid foundation. Your talent is commendable. Simply focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao smirked. "You only spout nonsense in the Great Zhou Dynasty." In the northern frontier at Dingbei City, the most northern city of the Great Zhou, Dingbei City, was currently in ruins. The city walls lay shattered, buildings collapsed, and dismembered limbs were scattered everywhere. The boundary stone outside the city. After a day and night of rapid travel, Lin Yu and his companions arrived at this place. He immediately ordered everyone to set up camp on the spot. In the central tent, Lin Yu meticulously examined the map of the northern barbarians that he had acquired from Shuiran. The map clearly marked the precise locations of the 18 tribes of the northern barbarians. Standing beside him were Zhao Yun and Exiled. Shuiran and the others had surmised correctly. Lin Yu's purpose in this journey was to eradicate the northern barbarians utterly. With Hu Laiyan deceased, the first tribe was no longer a formidable threat. The remaining 17 tribes were scattered across the land. As of now, they had yet to receive news of Hu Laiyan's demise. Lin Yu, wielding 2 invincible cavalry units, was undoubtedly positioned to execute a surprise attack on this territory. The lives of these northern barbarians were inconsequential, and this was a perfect opportunity to harvest slaughter points, which could be used for summoning or to enhance his own cultivation, thereby augmenting his strength. Though he remained unaware of the undercurrents in Fongjing City, he could surmise a general idea. His gaze fell upon the layout of the northern barbarian tribes. Once Zhao Yun and Exiled had taken note, he instructed them to ready their forces. After careful consideration, he noted that evening was approaching and night was imminent. A nighttime assault would catch the barbarians entirely off guard. The first major tribe was indeed the one where Hu Laiyan resided, and with 100,000 troops having set forth southward, they were now fully mobilized. Their tribe occupied a quarter of the entire northern barbarian royal court's military strength. The remaining 17 tribes would face incursions from the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Isong. Over time, it was inevitable that the other tribes would catch wind of the situation. Should they unite, a fierce battle would ensue, and there was the added uncertainty of encountering formidable northern barbarian warriors. While he held no concerns about Zhao Yun and Exiled, the Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Isong, despite their might, were not invulnerable to casualties when facing high-level martial artists. Losing even one soldier could be deeply painful for Lin Yu. Thus, he promptly connected with the system, reviewing the information regarding the battle points. 100,000. Lin Yu was puzzled by this figure. So many. The system replied, hosts need not be perplexed. The higher the realm of the slain, the more slaughter points are accrued. The system's answer aligned with his previous thoughts. High-level warriors provided more battle points. Upon examining the detailed list, he realized that slaying Hu Laiyan, a half-step into the ordinary realm, had yielded over 10,000 battle points, along with 2 grandmasters and several master-level warriors. Lin Yu understood immediately and stated, System, expend 20,000 battle points to elevate my realm to early grandmaster. Ding! Upgrade successful. Suddenly, a tremendous force emanated from Lin Yu's body, swiftly circulating throughout his entire being, clenching his fists with a look of satisfaction. He mused, this is the power of a grandmaster. Indeed, he felt several times stronger than before. After a brief period of acclimatization, he immediately checked the system information, with his cultivation level having ascended to that of a grandmaster. It was certain that Zhao Yun and Exiled powers would also rise accordingly at that moment. Even if they encountered high-ranking warriors from the northern barbarians, they would possess the strength to engage in battle. As Lin Yu's cultivation reached the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm, Zhao Yun and Exiled were in their respective tents, briefing their subordinate commanders on the details of surprise attack. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they heard the sound of shackles breaking within their bodies. An overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the surrounding forces of nature to erupt violently. Their subordinates were flung aside, their faces filled with astonishment. The two immediately suppressed their auras, restoring the natural forces around them, while sensing the slight loosening of their shackles and the information regarding the techniques transmitted by the system. They exchanged glances at Lin Yu's tent. Understanding that their lord must have achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, at this moment, Lin Yu had fully adapted to the sudden surge in his realm, as the system's enhancement bore no adverse effects. A slight movement allowed him to gain mastery over it. He had also sensed the powerful aura that had erupted earlier in the camp. Glancing at the information displayed by the system, he found it confirmed his expectations. Zhao Yun, initial stage of the mortal realm, 20 unsealed. Exiled, initial stage of the mortal realm, 30 unsealed. The system had previously stated that summoned characters would only be one major realm higher than him. Upon discovering the displayed, unsealing percentages of the two generals, it was evident that as their cultivation improved, the characters they summoned were gradually shedding their seals. Focusing his mind, he turned his attention to the remaining 80,000 battle points. Simply advancing to the mortal realm would be insufficient, so he declared, System, use all battle points for summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host. Summoning completed. Successfully summoned twice. Failed twice. Lin Yu looked at the system prompt, bewildered that aren't there 8 summoning opportunities? Why are there only 4? The system responded, host cultivation has risen to the Grandmaster realm. The cost for each summoning opportunity has increased to 20,000 battle points. What a scheming merchant. Lin Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of discontent, before contemplating further. System, are there any other changes? After a considerable wait, the system replied, the battle points gained from slaying martial artists below the Grandmaster realm are halved. Indeed, this treacherous system. Originally, the battle points gained from defeating martial artists below the Grandmaster realm were already pitifully low, and now they would be halved. Thus, there would be hardly any left. The system paid no heed to Lin Yu's inner thoughts. As Lin Yu's consciousness shifted once more, he found himself amidst a vast starry expanse, observing various sights, albeit with slightly more composure this time. The scene crystallized around a pale-skinned, clear-eyed warrior who appeared to be of similar age to Lin Yu. Following him was an endless sea of cavalry, their might surpassing that of the 2 cavalry units Lin Yu currently commanded. Gazing at the summoning information provided by the system, he read, What, Xubing, Initial stage of the mortal realm, 20 unsealed. Note, revived by the system after death, retaining memories of his past life, and has received information regarding the host's current realm. Due to the host's weakness, a portion of his strength is sealed. Dazhou Iron Cavalry, 10,000 cavalry, pinnacle of the innate realm. Note, an elite unit commanded by Hua Tuibing, optimized by the system into a regiment of 10,000 at Lin Yu felt elated. This Dazhou Iron Cavalry was likely adapted to suit the name of the Dazhou Dynasty. From Lin Yu's understanding, it should resemble the renowned Iron Cavalry of the prosperous era from his past life. Hua Tuibing, without a doubt, was the embodiment of every man's ultimate dream, achieving remarkable feats at a shockingly young age. He was akin to the archetype of a favored son of destiny found in novels. However, the only drawback was his untimely demise. Looking at the results of this summoning, Lin Yu's heart soared. He was finally one step closer to realizing his dream of unbridled conquest. Ding! Host, summoning completed. Will you deploy? Deploy. Conceal the phenomena. As Lin Yu commanded, the space before him fractured, and a youth who appeared to be of similar age emerged slowly. Those who dare to challenge me shall meet their demise. Simultaneously, not far from the recently assembled Flying Tiger Army and the White Horse Isong, the air trembled as the sound of hooves echoed. From within emerged 10,000 iron cavalry, brandishing curved sabers, lining up in wait. Fortunately, as all present were warriors summoned by Lin Yu, should someone akin to Han Lin have witnessed this, they might very well have fainted from shock. Zhao Yun and Exiled exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. Another comrade had been revived by their lord. Inside the tent, Lin Yu quickly approached Hua Tuibing. Halting his gesture to kneel, he led him to the map of the northern barbarian territory. Tuibing, examine this map carefully and memorize it before following me out of the camp. By the time Hua Tuibing arrived, the system had already conveyed the current situation to him. Moreover, he had ample confidence regarding the upcoming raid on the grasslands. With a self-assured smile, he replied, I have memorized it. Lin Yu, placing immense trust in him, immediately guided him toward the assembled troops. The boundary stones, 3 cavalry units stood in solemn formation. Lin Yu looked at the 3 generals stationed before their respective troops. Exuding grandeur. Order, Hua Tuibing, lead the 10,000 Dazhou Iron Cavalry from the center route, clearing a path through the northern barbarian tribes and directly assaulting the northern barbarian royal court. Order, Zhao Yun, lead 9,000 White Horse Isong from the left route, sweeping through the northern barbarian tribes before advancing toward the northern barbarian royal court. Order, Exiled, lead 10,000 Flying Tiger Army from the right route, clearing a path through the northern barbarian tribes and then attacking the northern barbarian royal court. This time, he did not intend to accompany the troops, leaving 1,000 White Horse Isong to follow him by the boundary stones. Hua Tuibing, Zhao Yun, and Exiled bowed to Lin Yu. We obey your command. The 3 then exchanged glances, each revealing a competitive spirit. All 3 were top generals in Chinese history, and their pride needed no further elaboration. Lin Yu's arrangements were precisely to their liking. Watching the 3 men, brimming with battle intent, as the 3 cavalry units radiated a fierce aura, Lin Yu turned, raising his spear and pointing toward the land of the northern barbarians, narrowing his eyes as a cold, killing intent emanated from them. Let's march forth. Ha ha! Zilong Yuan, let us see who can slay more barbarians and who reaches the royal court first. Hua Tuibing laughed heartily. Leading the Han Iron Cavalry into a furious charge, Zhao Yun and Exiled, unwilling to lag behind, echoed in unison. That is precisely our intention. The 3 cavalry units raced forth in a flurry, soon dispersing and stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, harboring secret anticipation. After clearing the northern barbarians, he was certain of amassing another wave of slaughter points with his diligent planning. The day of his return to Fongjing was not far off. Afterward, he waved his hand, summoning a young officer from the White Horse Isong. The common people have yet to arrive. You 1,000 shall proceed to reconstruct Dingbei City. The young officer received his orders and departed. Lin Yu retained 1,000 men, both to address any unexpected situations and to receive news promptly. Additionally, when the war-torn populace returned to Dingbei, the city could be completed in its reconstruction. After all, they were all innate warriors, brimming with vitality. Rebuilding a small city would be a simple task for them. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, lamenting the scarcity of capable individuals. Not far from the Dingbei city of Dazhou, in the land of the northern barbarians, a series of structures resembling military tents stood in disarray. This was a medium-sized tribe of the northern barbarians, boasting a population of around 100,000. With 2,000 martial artists at the entrance of the encampment, 2 northern barbarian soldiers yawned as they conversed, occasionally observing passing patrol squads. Amo, the chief priest of the first tribe, has led his troops southward, and it is said that the Dazhou army has abandoned the city and fled. Upon concluding his statement, he seemed to be contemplating delectable delicacies from the southern regions. A cruel smile etched upon his visage. Beside him, a youth brandishing a long knife cast a glance in his direction. Expressing his envy, it was rumored that the warriors accompanying them were indulging in fine wine and succulent meats. Just as he was about to inquire further, a tremendous rumble erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently, accompanied by an intense chill that surged forth. The 2 men immediately turned their gaze forward, their fatigue evaporating in an instant on the expansive, desolate plain ahead. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves resounded, followed by a dark torrent rushing towards them at the forefront. A commander wielding a long spear appeared. Having been distant mere moments ago, now looming ominously close, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The 2 northern barbarian warriors, now fully aware of the dire situation, wore expressions of sheer horror. Enemy attack. No sooner had the words left his lips than Amu felt the world spin around him, witnessing his own upright form, blood gushing from his neck. Huitzubing, catching a glimpse of the barbarian he had just beheaded, enveloped him in his mental presence and, with unyielding momentum, charged towards the heart of the tribe. There he sensed the presence of a mid-level grandmaster and several master-level warriors. Amidst the earlier roar, the entire tribe had descended into chaos, with panicked northern barbarian warriors pouring out from their dwellings. Having been roused from sleep by the violent tremors and the ferocious cries, hastily arming themselves as they emerged in the central dwelling of the tribe, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in meditation, suddenly opening his eyes wide. The full force of his mid-level grandmaster cultivation surged forth, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy as he flickered into existence outside the house. What he beheld was utterly horrifying. A young commander led the charge, his long spear sweeping through the air, severing the heads of numerous northern barbarian warriors. Behind him, countless cavalrymen, radiating a malevolent aura, were ruthlessly reaping lives, resembling a machine of death. The tribe stood no chance of resistance, as innumerable northern barbarian warriors fell beneath their iron hooves in the blink of an eye. Over half of the tribe had succumbed, the ground strewn with dismembered limbs. A fellow clansman, having just stepped out of his dwelling, was caught off guard and swiftly decapitated by a single strike. The middle-aged man prepared to unsheath his weapon to provide assistance, when suddenly, the very forces of nature erupted around him, and he found himself immobilized, suppressed by an overwhelming spiritual pressure. He managed to tilt his head slightly and beheld a man clad in silver armor hovering in midair, radiating a terrifying aura. It was none other than the young commander he had just seen. Huitzubing had already set his sights on him. If he could eliminate the grandmaster-level strongholds within this tribe, the remainder would pose no threat to his iron cavalry. As the middle-aged man prepared to intervene, Huitzubing ascended into the air, summoning the forces of nature to bind him, below the realm of mortals. One is but an insect. Before entering the mortal realm, warriors primarily train their physiques and bolster their vitality to lay a solid foundation for the transition. Upon entering the mortal realm, they could harness the powers of nature for brief flights and weaponized combat. In the eyes of those in the mortal realm, Grandmaster-level warriors were merely slightly larger grasshoppers. I could see that moment. The middle-aged man's complexion turned pale, his body trembling under the immense pressure. He struggled to speak. "Senior, is there some misunderstanding? Why do you slaughter our tribe so mercilessly?" After uttering these words, he cautiously raised his gaze and added, "Our royal court also possesses powerful mortals stationed here." It seemed he intended to threaten Huitzubing with this declaration. Huitzubing's gaze remained cold, and he regarded the middle-aged man's threat with a dismissive smile that I am Huo under the command of the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. I have been ordered to subdue the northern barbarians. The middle-aged man's head snapped up in disbelief. Impossible. His expression twisted into a grimace, his eyes suddenly filled with ferocity. The Great Zhou and the northern barbarians were sworn enemies. For decades, they had been embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Their tribe was the closest to Dingbei City and often engaged in pillaging and destruction. Realizing his imminent demise, he let out a howl. You dare to slaughter my kin. Great Zhou, you will face the wrath of our royal court's powerful warriors. Huo did not respond. He lifted a spear, channeling terrifying energy, and struck downwards. Boom! The surge of spiritual energy reverberated, distorting the space around them. The middle-aged man was instantly obliterated, reduced to a bloody pulp, as the earth fractured beneath him, forming a large crater. Huo glanced down, then surveyed the battlefield. The entire tribe had been decimated by the Iron Cavalry's overwhelming assault. This moment, the soldiers, drenched in blood, gazed at him with fervor. He reigned in his aura, descended from the air, mounted his steed, and without pause, led his troops towards the next tribe. Although his route of attack was straightforward, it was also the most perilous. With a greater number of tribes along the way compared to the other two routes, he needed to seize the advantage of the night from the strong, northern barbarian warriors he had just slain. He had learned that the royal court likely had powerful mortals stationed, and he did not wish to be outpaced by his two comrades. Surely, the other two parties were also on the verge of engaging in battle. The scene shifted. The battlefield of the Great Zhou cavalry moved to the left, revealing a small northern barbarian tribe. In the center of the tribe, a middle-aged northern barbarian man knelt, his heart pierced by a gleaming silver spear. His life force rapidly draining away. He was the chieftain of this tribe. Opposite him stood a youth clad in shining silver armor, his face a mask of murderous intent, emanating a terrifying aura as he yanked the spear from the man's chest with a violent twist. The one who slays you, he declared, is Zhao Yun, under the command of the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his consciousness fading as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Devoid of life, Zhao Yun then mounted his horse, casting a glance to the right before leading the White Horse Brotherhood onward in their relentless charge. Zhao Yun's gaze shifted to the right. It fell upon another small northern barbarian tribe. Exiled stood at its center, sword in hand, amidst a scene reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. Not far from his feet, the chieftain of the tribe lay lifeless. Sensing something, he looked up to the left, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. As the first of the summoned powerful warriors, he was determined not to lag behind. He immediately commanded the fervently eager Flying Tiger army surrounding him. Advance. With that, he led his forces onward. This was the era Exiled had longed for. After the three armies had set forth, on the third day at dawn, Dingbei City bustled with activity. 1,000 members of the White Horse Brotherhood were hard at work, occasionally seen with soldiers hoisting massive stones. Such a formidable cavalry force could only be orchestrated by Lin Yu for the construction of a city. In the Lord's mansion, Lin Yu sat cross-legged in meditation. At such a young age, his impressive cultivation was closely tied to his relentless dedication. As the morning light broke, he opened his eyes, rising from his bed and stepping outside, feeling his cultivation nearing the mid-level Grandmaster realm. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Upon reaching the exterior, he surveyed the city, witnessing the remarkable recovery of the fortifications after a day and night of labor, his smile growing ever brighter. His gaze then drifted beyond the boundary markers, towards the northern barbarian lands. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his gaze, connecting to the system to review his progress, having been preoccupied with training and the reconstruction of Dingbei City over the past 2 days. With each enemy slain, the system would emit notifications of battle points accrued, but he found such interruptions bothersome and had requested the system to silence them. Checking the system information, he noted, battle points, 140. 000. Lin Yu nodded slightly in satisfaction. After all, the points gained from defeating warriors below the master level were halved. The substantial amount he had acquired was due to the numerous master level foes he had vanquished. He scrolled through the list, suddenly pausing as his expression sharpened. No encounters with mortal-level warriors had occurred thus far, yet the system indicated that since the previous night until now, his battle points had remained at 0. Lin Yu raised his head to gaze once more towards the northern barbarians, his eyes gleaming with intensity as if he could pierce through the vast desert to reach the northern barbarian royal court. It seemed that the barbarians had reacted to the onslaught. After a moment's reflection, he surmised that even if the remnants of the northern barbarian army were to regroup, their numbers would be severely diminished. However, considering the myriad rumors and information regarding the northern barbarian royal court, he decided, system, expend 100,000 battle points to initiate a summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host. 3 successful summons and 2 failures. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 Legion Realm enhancement cards, level 1. Upon hearing the alert tone emanating from the system, Lin Yu's expression momentarily shifted to one of astonishment. It was the first time he had summoned and acquired an item, and he steadied his racing thoughts. Lin Yu gazed at the 3 golden cards that materialized within the system space. Legion Realm Enhancement Card, first tier. Note, by utilizing this type of card, the host may designate one of their legions to elevate its martial realm. A first-tier Legion Realm Enhancement card can elevate the cultivation level of legions below the Grandmaster Realm to the early stage of the Grandmaster Realm, disregarding spatial distance. Lin Yu's breath quickened with excitement. He currently commanded 3 legendary cavalry legions, each comprising 10,000 soldiers. Even when faced with formidable opponents at the mid-Grandmaster level on a battlefield, as long as they were not extraordinary prodigies, they could be encircled and defeated. The potential casualties could be substantial, thereby shattering the martial world's understanding within the Cheongding continent. The image of 10,000 Grandmaster cavalry charging forth was too grand for Lin Yu to even contemplate. Since his arrival, he had never heard of any nearby faction possessing such a cavalry legion that it was likely that even those newly entering the mortal realm, despite incurring significant costs, could be drained of their strength and perish. The more Lin Yu pondered, the more exhilarated he became that he promptly commanded, system, utilize the Legion Realm enhancement cards on the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Isong, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Additionally, expend the remaining conquest points to elevate my martial realm. No sooner had he spoken than an immense surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, propelling his martial realm to the late stage of the Grandmaster level. Lin Yu shook his arms and performed a brief warm-up when, suddenly, a massive boulder hurtled towards him. His eyes flickered, and with rapid movements of his fists, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his right fist, accompanied by a dragon's roar, shattering the boulder mid-air. Not far from where Lin Yu stood, a young commander from the White Horse Isong awkwardly scratched his head, his gaze flitting between Lin Yu and the spear he held, the boulder that had once been speared now absent. Your Highness, this is... Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. No harm done. Carry on with your duties. The young commander exhaled in relief and departed. It turned out that just as Lin Yu had activated the Legion Realm enhancement card, the young commander had been precariously balancing the boulder while passing by him. When Lin Yu's realm suddenly surged, the force became uncontrollable, causing the boulder to tumble towards him. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the city, noting similar occurrences in various locations. After all, they were an elite force, and no significant calamity had ensued. Had they inadvertently demolished the nearly completed Dingbei city, he would truly have been at a loss for words. He resolved to exercise more caution when using items in the future, and then glanced at the system information as he made his way indoors. Exiled. Mortal Realm Late Stage. Unlock 40. Zhao Yun. Mortal Realm Late Stage. Unlock 30. Huitsubing. Mortal Realm Late Stage. Unlock 30. Flying Tiger Army. Early Grandmaster White Horse Isong. Early Grandmaster Great Han Iron Cavalry. Early Grandmaster approximately 100 miles from the capital of the Northern Barbarian Kingdom. Baiman City, Huitsubing, Zhao Yun, and Exiled had successfully congregated their respective cavalry legions. Lin Yu's suspicions were confirmed. After a full day and night of leading their troops, the Northern Barbarian Kingdom had finally taken notice. The 3 commanders had pressed forward without pause, raising each tribe in their path with an unstoppable force. In this vast world, The territories were indeed expansive, and the northern barbarian tribes often communicated with one another. During the surprise attacks, a few stragglers were inevitably caught off guard. After the three had each breached 4 tribes, they arrived at their next destination to find it deserted. After a moment of contemplation, they realized their presence had likely been exposed. However, they felt no fear and continued their march towards the northern barbarian kingdom. The 3 legions arrived at the designated location simultaneously at dawn. Upon encountering one another, they exchanged glances, each bearing a faint smile. 4 tribes have been decimated. At the next location, the inhabitants have fled, Huitsubing declared, raising 4 fingers. Indeed, they have fled, Zhao Yun responded. Exiled, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded at the 2, acknowledging the unspoken competition among them. He then turned his gaze towards the direction of the northern barbarian kingdom. They must all be gathered there, that moment. Each of the 3 harbored a sense of affirmation regarding their earlier assumptions. Just as they prepared to lead their armies towards the northern barbarian kingdom, a sudden realization dawned upon them. Crack! Simultaneously, their expressions shifted as they felt the sound of shackles shattering within them. Instantly, the space around them warped slightly, and their martial prowess surged dramatically. Concurrently, the soldiers of the 3 legions behind them exuded formidable energy, their cultivation levels rapidly ascending. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth settled into tranquility. The soldiers of the 3 cavalry legions opened their eyes. Their spirits ignited with fervor, the previously fatigued visages now brimming with excitement. Huitsubing and his companions also engaged in minor stretches, observing the soldiers who had regained control over their newfound power. They exchanged glances filled with exhilaration, their eyes reflecting wonder as they silently acknowledged, His Highness's cultivation has remarkably advanced once again. Moreover, they had simultaneously enhanced the cultivation of their legionnaires. Naturally, they felt an unyielding admiration for Lin Yu, who could revive them and grant such immense power. With that, they led their troops onward, racing towards Baiman City to end Baiman City. Atop the southern battlements, rows of northern barbarian warriors stood vigilant, while within the city, patrolling soldiers were scattered throughout. An oppressive and tense atmosphere enveloped the entire city on the battlements. A middle-aged man wielding a blade gazed sharply outward, his expression grave, bearing a striking resemblance to Hu Laiyan, who had perished under Exiled sword. This man was Hu Laiyan, the Grand Marshal of the Northern Barbarian Kingdom, a mid-mortal realm powerhouse and the elder brother of Hu Laiyan that moment. He stood atop the battlements, his brow furrowed. A day prior, tribesmen from various factions had hurried to Baiman City, urgently seeking to report significant matters to the Northern Barbarian King. Each person emerging from the royal court bore a look of panic and horror. In response, the Northern Barbarian King, Hu Lixia, convened all officials of the royal capital for an urgent discussion, revealing a shocking piece of news. Near the Great Zhou direction, 9 tribes have been decimated by an unknown force. Each site a scene of carnage, with every tribesman struck down in a single blow. According to the images relayed from the scene, despair was etched upon the faces of each fallen tribesman. Instantly, a storm of turmoil swept through the royal court, and Hu Lixia and the others wore expressions of gravity and indignation. However, they refrained from making hasty decisions. The reports indicated that the tribe had offered no resistance whatsoever. They promptly dispatched strong warriors to relocate the populace from the affected tribes and summoned 2 peak mortal realm ancestors who were in seclusion within the royal court's ancestral grounds. Now, the entire military might of the Northern Barbarian Kingdom had congregated in Baiman City. 150,000 Northern Barbarian soldiers, dozens of grandmasters and great grandmasters, and 5 mortal realm experts, including the 2 ancestors. The atmosphere in Baiman City was charged with impending conflict. Hu Laiyan glanced at the time, a glint of icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. Regardless of which faction dared to brazenly slaughter the Northern Barbarians, they would pay a grievous price. With 3 tribes yet to arrive, it was likely that their fate was already sealed. As he contemplated, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, he abruptly raised his head. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent, he swiftly turned to give orders. Notify the king. The enemy approaches. Command all northern barbarian troops to prepare for battle and follow me outside the city, grasping his battle blade. He soared into the air, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, the entire North barbarian city erupted with the thunderous sound of war drums, as 50,000 North barbarian cavalry surged forth from within the city, positioning themselves behind Hu Lai-Xian. Close behind them, 100,000 North barbarian infantry, armed with long spears, stood not far from the cavalry, their faces a mask of bloodlust. They had all heard of the horrific fates that had befallen their tribes in the past 2 days, and their hearts brimmed with righteous indignation. Just as the North barbarian army completed its assembly, the ground trembled violently from afar. In Hu Lai-Xian's line of sight, 2 waves of black torrents and 1 wave of white surged towards them, forming ranks 10 miles outside North barbarian city. Facing the North barbarian army, Hu Lai-Xian's gaze swept from left to right. The commander of the left flank wielded a long sword, his expression calm. The commander of the central army held a black spear, his countenance handsome. The commander of the right flank brandished a gleaming silver spear, exuding an air of authority. The martial prowess of these 3 men remained inscrutable to him. Behind them, their legions were thick with murderous intent, their momentum like a torrential wave. They were none other than Hua Tsubing, Zhao Yun, and Exiled, along with their respective armies. I could see this moment. They too beheld the assembled North barbarian forces and the solemn figure of Hu Lai-Xian. In contrast to Hu Lai-Xian, the 3 maintained a measure of composure, though they couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise at the vast mountain range stretching endlessly behind North barbarian city. Amidst the standoff between the 2 armies, a thunderous roar resounded from North barbarian city. 4 figures, exuding an aura of terror, appeared high above the North barbarian army. Upon recognizing their identities, Hu Lai-Xian offered a slight bow. "Your Majesty," it was none other than the North barbarian king Hu Liyi, accompanied by 2 royal elders and the chancellor, hastily descending from the city. Dressed in a python robe, Hu Liyi's eyes glinted with ferocity as he regarded Hua Tsubing and his companions. A torrent of violent power emanating from his being, pressing down upon them. Simultaneously, Hu Lai-Xian and the others unleashed their martial powers. 2 peak ordinary realm energies and 2 mid-ordinary realm energies, coupled with Hu Liyi's late ordinary realm aura, surged forth in the air. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted violently, shaking the very fabric of space. Hua Tsubing and the others exchanged glances, channeling their energies as they ascended into the air, their auras colliding with one another. Hu Liyi's gaze sharpened. These 3 were unexpectedly peak ordinary realm warriors, and they did not seem to be at a disadvantage in the clash of wills. He spoke forth. "Who are you? Why have you slaughtered my kin?" He had not noticed any banners indicating the allegiance of the cavalry behind the 3 men, from the Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Crown Prince. Hua Tsubing, from the Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Crown Prince Zhao Yun, from the Great Zhou Dynasty, under the command of the Crown Prince Exiled, by the decree of the Crown Prince. We are here to eradicate the barbarian tribes and overthrow the North barbarian court. At these words, Hu Liyi's pupils constricted. Lin Yu, the Great Zhou Crown Prince, had hidden himself well. He had not anticipated that the young man he hadn't seen in over a decade had grown to such prominence. It was laughable that Wang Jin had thought to bribe him with the cession of the northern territories of Great Zhou to ensure his treason would succeed. After a brief pause, Hu Liyi continued. Hu Lai-Yin and the 100,000 warriors of the North barbarian army have surely been annihilated. Indeed, Exiled replied, his expression unchanging. I beheaded him with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai-Xian shot a furious glare at Exiled. This was his own brother, and his talented nephew had likely met a tragic end as well. Ignoring Hu Lai-Xian's ire, Exiled continued, the Crown Prince commands me to convey this. All foreign tribes, all who dare to raise arms shall be executed. Those who dare to infringe upon the majesty of Great Zhou, no matter how distant, shall be hunted down. Any who dare to offend Great Zhou will find their nations obliterated, their lineages extinguished. As Exiled concluded, a profound and mysterious aura surged from the Great Zhou palace, causing his presence to swell significantly. Below, the 3 iron cavalry units looked on with fervent eyes, raising their weapons in a unified roar. In the Great Zhou Palace, Lin Huang, in deep meditation, felt a tremor in his heart. His eyes fluttering, but remaining closed as he continued his cultivation. In the general's mansion, Wang Jin emerged from his quarters, increasingly restless as he gazed toward the palace. In the dinging North City, Lord's residence. Lin Yu stepped to the window, his lips pressed into a thin line, fists clenched, staring toward the North Barbarian court. Above North Barbarian City, Hu Lie's face twisted with rage, mocking laughter escaping his lips. You three peak ordinary realm warriors and your fewer than 30,000 cavalry think to obliterate my people. Such delusion. He raised his massive sword, pointing at Huatsubing and his companions, his face brimming with murderous intent. North Barbarian warriors, kill! Huatsubing, Zhao Yun, and Exiled each raised their weapons, their battle spirits soaring, directed toward the North Barbarian court. For the Crown Prince, for Great Zhou, charge! Outside North Barbarian City, Huatsubing and Zhao Yun acted in unison, harnessing their terrifying auras as they surged towards the two North Barbarian elders. The three had previously conferred in secret. Huatsubing and Zhao Yun would first deal with the two-peak ordinary realm North Barbarian elders, while Exiled would hold off the remaining three, rushing to their aid once the two strongest forces of the North Barbarian were neutralized. Though all three were peak ordinary realm warriors, they were extraordinary prodigies transcending the continent, easily capable of engaging in battles beyond their level. The two North Barbarian elders, one clad in white robes and the other in black, glared at the approaching duo, their fury boiling over. You insolent wretches! Huatsubing and Zhao Yun's expressions turned icy as they simultaneously thrust their long spears toward the two elders. Boom! The forces of heaven and earth erupted. The white-robed elder brandished his warblade, attempting to block Zhao Yun's strike, only to be met with shock as he staggered back several steps, his right hand trembling. Simultaneously, the black-robed elder took Huatsubing's spear head-on, also retreating in surprise. The two exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious. Prodigies? Indeed, they possessed some skill. They immediately engaged in a fierce clash with the two warriors. At this moment, Hu Lie's eyes burned with rage. Charging at Exiled, driven by a desire for vengeance against the brother who had slain his kin. Exiled had long anticipated this, his mission today to restrain the three North Barbarian royals. As Hu Lie charged, Exiled's expression remained cold and composed, his long sword deftly wielded. In an instant, Hu Lie was sent flying by a single strike. Seeing this, the North Barbarian Chancellor rushed to intervene. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunderous sounds, spiritual energy swirling as dark clouds tore apart. Hu Lie had yet to make his move, casting a glance at the entangled three young leaders of Great Zhou, his focus returning to the battlefield below. In the brief moment of confrontation between the peak ordinary realm warriors, the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Etome, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry, three cavalry units that had each shone brightly in their respective dynasties throughout Chinese history, revealed their most ferocious fangs, marking their first campaign of conquest for the Crown Prince. Those who dare to infringe upon the majesty of Great Zhou, no matter how distant, shall be hunted down. As the cavalry units were on the brink of colliding with the North Barbarian forces, they all unleashed their martial realms, their combined might ominously surpassing that of ordinary realm warriors. Kill! Hu Lie, suspended in the air, suddenly changed countenance as he witnessed his prideful North Barbarian cavalry crumble like dust under a mere touch. The three Great Zhou cavalry units pierced through the North Barbarian cavalry like a sharp sword, charging forth like tigers descending a mountain, unrelenting as they surged toward the North Barbarian infantry. Upon breaching the infantry lines, they rampaged through like a tiger among sheep, causing large swathes of North Barbarian infantry to collapse as if cut down like wheat. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with the glint of blades and the stain of blood. Thud! Mastery Realm! All of them were at the Mastery Realm. The North Barbarian Army, under the charge of the three cavalry units, turned pale, trembling as they beheld the straight path of blood carved through their ranks, instilling them with terror. Demons! These people were demons, countless soldiers of the Northern Barbarians, devoid of fighting spirit, hastily discarded their armor and fled towards the northern barbarian city, that moment, hovering in the air. Hu Lixie wore a face of sheer horror as he beheld the formidable Great Zhou cavalry, their murderous aura reaching the heavens, preparing to turn their steeds for a second charge. He could no longer maintain his composure. The 3 battalions of Great Zhou cavalry were all composed of masters at the grandmaster level, an unprecedented sight. The sheer momentum they generated instilled a hint of trepidation even in Hu Lixie, a late-stage martial artist. This invincible cavalry had already slaughtered nearly 50,000 northern barbarian warriors in a single charge. Should they be allowed to charge again, the northern barbarian forces would undoubtedly be annihilated. He immediately swung his weapon downwards in a powerful strike. Boom! Hu Lixie unleashed all his might, causing the space around him to tremble, as the concentrated energy took the form of a colossal golden blade in the air, a terrifying strike from a late-stage martial artist. The soldiers of the 3 cavalry regiments suddenly looked up, their murderous intent coalescing into a faint black spear in the sky. However, the disparity in martial realms was too great. The spear dissipated in the air after countering part of the blade's power. As they gazed at the rapidly descending golden blade, the soldiers gritted their teeth, their faces resolute, none daring to retreat. Exiled, engaged in combat with Hu Lixie, skillfully observed Hu Lixie, and at the moment he struck at the cavalry, he repelled both opponents with a single swing of his sword. He then unleashed another strike, shattering the golden blade, and aimed it at Hu Lixie. "Your opponent is me." Hu Lixie's expression darkened as he was forced into the fray, joining Hu Lixie in a concerted assault against Exiled. The battle raged on, after about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Bang! A tremendous sound emanated from the ground. Hu Lixie turned to look, only to witness a scene that made his heart ache. The southern gate of the northern barbarian city shattered upon impact. The 3 battalions of Great Zhou cavalry were surging into the city. Outside the city, the ground was drenched in blood, littered with the severed limbs of northern barbarian warriors. Oh no! Before he could react, 2 anguished cries rang out from not far above. The 2 ancestral figures of the royal court plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. The white-robed elder had a gleaming silver spear protruding from his heart, while the black-robed elder was pierced by a black spear as well, their life force extinguished. Exiled, seeing Hu Lixie distracted, raised his sword and thrust it towards him, sensing the murderous intent. Hu Lixie instinctively sidestepped. Exile's gaze sharpened. Remarkably, he had evaded the strike, then swiftly thrust his sword upward. Hu Lixie let out a scream as his left arm was severed in an instant. Subsequently, Exiled kicked him, sending him tumbling onto the ramparts of the northern barbarian city. Simultaneously, Hu Lixie and the northern barbarian chancellor were slain by the arriving Zhao Yun. The 3 stood in midair. Gazing down at the northern barbarian city, a disheveled figure rose from the ramparts. Hu Lixie this moment. His hair was disheveled, his python robe in tatters, as he surveyed the entire northern barbarian city. Witnessing the Great Zhou cavalry rampaging within and the northern barbarian populace fleeing in terror, a trace of a bitter smile emerged on his lips. His gaze lingered for a moment on the vast mountain range behind the northern barbarian city. Then he turned, his eyes filled with a fierce glare directed at Hua Xiubing and his companions, declaring fiercely, "Today's South Northern Barbarian Royal Court is tomorrow's Great Zhou. I shall await you below." Ha ha! Having spoken, Hu Lixie raised his weapon and took his own life. Hua Xiubing and his companions glanced at the figure plummeting from the ramparts, their expressions betraying no emotion to the foreign barbarians. Their demise was of little consequence. Thus, the Northern Barbarian Royal Court met its end. As the Northern Barbarian Royal Court fell, in the imperial palace of Fongjing City, Great Zhou Dynasty, the door to the hall where Lin Huang was in seclusion swung open with a resounding crash. Lin Huang stepped out with an air of indifference, emanating a powerful aura. "Summon all officials. A court meeting shall be convened tomorrow." Yes, a nearby guard knelt in acknowledgement. Outside Dingbei City, along the official road. It was now deep into the night. A middle-aged man, his face etched with anxiety, rode his warhorse at breakneck speed towards Dingbei City. He was Lin Yu, the commander of the defense forces of Pingyang City. As he gazed at the faint silhouette of Dingbei City, his expression grew more urgent. On the ramparts of Dingbei City, soldiers of the White Horse Isong were standing guard and soon spotted Lin Yu approaching on horseback. "I have urgent news. I must see His Highness." Upon hearing this, the soldiers wasted no time, immediately leaping down from the ramparts, one on each side of him, hastening towards Lin Yu's residence. Lin Yu was well known to them, having fought alongside them in Pingyang City. Thus they trusted him implicitly. As he was being escorted forward by the two White Horse soldiers, Lin Yu was taken aback, finally raising his head to examine Dingbei City closely. In just a few days, all these soldiers had reached the Grandmaster level. Moreover, when had Dingbei City been constructed so magnificently? At that moment, Lin Yu was seated in the city lord's residence, his consciousness just connecting to the system to investigate matters, when he sensed Lin Yu being hurriedly brought towards him. Startled, he quickly exited the system and walked outside. Lin Yu stood at the entrance of the city lord's residence, looking utterly bewildered. "Uncle Lin, what brings you here at this late hour?" Upon seeing Lin Yu emerge from the residence, Lin Yu quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Your Highness, we have received word that General Wang Jin has assembled an army of 400,000, heading north under the pretext of subjugating the barbarians, passing through Fongjing City." He continued, "Additionally, there have been unusual movement from the Western Liashan dynasty, with signs of troop mobilization." "What? When did this news arrive?" Lin Yu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Wang Jin, the old villain, was finally prepared to tear off the mask of pretense, borrowing a path. Why not say he was taking the entire Great Zhou? This information was relayed by the second prince's messenger, who traveled through the night from Fongjing. Upon receiving the news, I rushed here immediately. Although Lin Hao has yet to contact me, I believe he must have sent word to those he can trust in Pingyang City. Lin Yu pondered quietly, calculating that the 20,000 troops led by Uncle Han should soon return to Fongjing City. However, Wang Jin commanded an army of 400,000. Even if father successfully broke through, he would still be outnumbered. It was rumored that Wang Jin had achieved mid-stage martial cultivation years ago, and no one knew what level he had reached since then. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as he recalled the Liashan dynasty. The old villain Wang Jin had deep schemes, colluding with outsiders, truly a manifestation of insidious intent. Just before, as he connected to the system, he had noticed that his kill value had significantly increased. At this moment, the Northern Barbarian Royal Court should have already fallen. The 3 cavalry regiments should be on their way back as well. Lin Yu had originally planned to lead his troops back to reclaim territory once they returned, deeming Wang Jin's faction no longer a threat. However, plans often change, and he dared not place his father and Lin Hao in such perilous circumstances. Lin Yu glanced at him and continued, "Your Highness, when you departed from Pingyang, you instructed that if any suspicious individuals appeared within the city, we were to seek you in Dingbei City. In the past 2 days, Old Shui and I have indeed noticed many unfamiliar faces entering the city. They dispersed as soon as they arrived, inquiring about you and the Northern Expeditionary Army. Although we have made every effort to control the situation, some information has still managed to leak out." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yu nodded and waved his hand. Uncle Lin, it is of no concern. He had never anticipated that he could indefinitely suppress the flow of information back to Fongjing. He merely needed to leverage the time difference to strengthen his own capabilities. Although his plans have been disrupted, they remained bearable. The march of 400,000 troops from the south to Fongjing would undoubtedly take time. As long as he could return to Fongjing and stall for a while, Zhao Yun and his companions would soon arrive. They were formidable warriors of the mortal realm, leading elite cavalry of the master realm, and would quickly catch up with him. At that point, the tide of the situation would turn, realigning with the original plan. Contemplating this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel relieved, thankful that he had consistently forged ahead. Lin Yu, observing Lin Yu deep in thought again, dared not disturb him, his face reddening with suppressed concern. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yu saw Lin Yu's anxious expression and promptly said, "Uncle Lin, I have made my decision. You should rest for a moment." With that, he strode into the room. Lin Yu watched Lin Yu depart, his expression troubled. He had just realized that the 2 young commanders who had previously accompanied Lin Yu in Pingyang City were absent. Leaving only 1,000 white horse cavalry in the city, Lin Yu walked into the room. He pondered to return to Fongjing and delay the Wang Jin faction. Relying solely on himself and 1,000 white horse volunteers from Dingbei City would not suffice. Thus, he connected to the system. Battle points. 200,000 at IT was still far more effective to eliminate high-ranking warriors to gain slaughter points. System. What realm can I achieve with 200,000 battle points? System. Initial stage of the mortal realm. Lin Yu. He thought about how much battle points it might take to elevate his cultivation to the mortal realm, but he had expected that 200,000 would only suffice for the initial stage. System. Each advancement in the mortal realm requires 100,000 battle points. Lin Yu fell into a quandary and asked again, System. After advancing to the mortal realm, how will the calculation for obtaining battle points and the required points for summoning change? System. After the host reaches the mortal realm, slaying warriors below the Grandmaster realm will yield half the battle points. Each summoning will cost 50,000 battle points. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. System. Consume 20,000 battle points to elevate me to the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Ding. A surge of powerful energy enveloped him. Lin Yu clenched his fists, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Simultaneously, Zhao Yun and his companions, who were racing back, also experienced an elevation in their realms. Xian Qiji. Peak of the Mortal Realm, Unsealed 50. Zhao Yun. Peak of the Mortal Realm, Unsealed 40. Hua Tsubing. Peak of the Mortal Realm, Unsealed 40, as their realms ascended. The unsealing process accelerated. They were not far from completely lifting their seals. Lin Yu retracted his gaze and continued. System. Utilize all remaining battle points for summoning. Ding. Usage successful. Congratulations to the host. 5 successful summons and 4 failed. Indeed, it seemed that the initial phase was not merely due to his luck, but rather the system must have a protective mechanism in place. Now was the time for the correct drop rate. Nonetheless, with 5 successes, Lin Yu was quite content, as this summoning was primarily intended to address the impending crisis, as long as he could delay until Zhao Yun and his 3 iron cavalry arrived. The situation could be reversed. He then glanced at the summoning information. Previously, he had summoned 3 cards for enhancing the Legion's realm. He wondered what he would receive this time. Lin Yu's expression was one of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 5 Zhongguan pills and 3 Legion expansion cards, Stage 1. That a flicker of joy crossed Lin Yu's eyes. New treasures had emerged, simultaneously, in the system space. A pill radiating white light appeared alongside 3 dark cards. Lin Yu examined them with his consciousness. Zhongguan pill note. An exceptional healing elixir, regardless of the severity of the injury, as long as there is a breath of life. Consuming this pill will restore vigor. Legion expansion card, Stage 1. Note. Using this card, the host may designate 1 cavalry legion they possess to be reorganized and expanded to 30,000. Disregarding spatial distance, Lin Yu's face shimmered with delight. The Zhongguan pill was indeed a precious item, akin to an extra life. Though he had no immediate use for it, he would keep it as a backup. After continuous battles, the 3 cavalry units had suffered some losses, and now the 3 Legion expansion cards were perfect for addressing the urgent need, especially since they disregarded spatial distance. System. Apply the Cavalry Legion expansion cards to the Feihu army, the White Horse Volunteers, and the Han Iron Cavalry. Usage successful in the desert. Zhao Yun and his companions, who were hastening back, suddenly noticed spatial rifts appearing behind their respective legions, through which soldiers surged forth. Quickly catching up with the main force, the 3 exchanged glances. Having just unsealed their realms, they knew the prince was breaking through, and witnessing the expanding legions invigorated their spirits further in Dingbei City. Lin Yu wasted no time and exited the system space. He had seemingly caught sight of a character being summoned in the vast starry sky. The scene whirled rapidly, coming to a halt before towering. Fearsome figure, who dares to harm my lord? The brawny man knelt before Lin Yu, wielding dual halberds. Dian Wei, at your service, my prince. An overwhelming sense of security washed over Lin Yu, filling him with joy. He finally had a steadfast protector. He immediately instructed Dian Wei, rise quickly. His gaze fell upon the dual halberds. These weapons could not be carelessly discarded. He would even hold them while sleeping. Dianwei scratched his head in a good-natured manner. Yes, Lin Yu turned to check the system information. Dianwei. Peak of the mortal realm. Unsealed 40. He inquired, Dianwei, are you able to carry me through the skies for an extended duration? Not yet. A period of flight is required before a brief recovery. Dianwei thought for a moment and added, once my cultivation breaks through to the earth realm, I'll be able to carry you, my prince. Lin Yu nodded and summoned a young white horse general. You will wait in Dingbei City for General Zhao and the others' return. Then relay to General Zhao that he must swiftly lead the army to Fengjing. I will depart ahead. Upon hearing this, the young white horse general's expression grew serious, and he immediately cupped his fists. Yes, Lin Yu continued. Additionally, inform Lianzhu that the Northern Barbarians' royal court has been eradicated. Have him convey to Shui Ran to construct a city in the direction of the Northern Barbarians' royal court and relocate the populace. After considering that there seemed to be no other pressing matters, he waved his hand for the young general to withdraw. He then instructed Dianwei, take me swiftly to Fengjing City. Following orders, Dianwei soared into the sky with Lin Yu, heading towards Fengjing City. Lin Yu's gaze glinted with cold determination. Wang Jin, you old scoundrel, I have returned. Since you are so eager, I shall send you on your way in the Dazhou Dynasty, Fengjing City, as dawn broke, before the Imperial Palace's council hall. Officials of the Dazhou Dynasty arrived in succession upon receiving news of Lin Huang's emergence from seclusion. The ministers hastened from various regions to attend the court assembly, not far from the steps. Gu Linru stood with several Dazhou officials. Engaged in hushed whispers, Gu Linru's expression was grave. He sighed inwardly. Wang Jin, disregarding the court, had gathered 400,000 troops to lead an expedition against the barbarians. Passing through Fengjing, and would soon arrive at Fengjing City with no reservations. His wolfish ambitions well known to all. The eldest prince had been forced northward, and no news had returned, though the second prince was competent. He paled in comparison to the eldest, and now he was closely monitored within the palace by Wang Jin's men. The previous Dazhou king, Lin Jinan, had not shown himself for over a decade, and rumors abounded. The current king had stagnated in martial cultivation for more than a decade. Even if he had broken through now, he would likely be unable to stand alone against the tide. The entire Dazhou was now swaying in the winds of adversity, yet the citizens of Fengjing City remained unperturbed, all staying within the city, ready to fight for the final chapter of Dazhou. As the myriad of expressions unfolded at the foot of the steps, the grand hall doors burst open, and guards announced the assembly to commence. Gu Linru gathered his thoughts, his gaze resolute, and walked into the hall. No matter the circumstances, he would fight to the end. The ministers entered the hall in succession, taking their positions before beholding Lin Huang, who sat upon the dragon throne. His gaze was sharp, and an aura of immense power radiated from him. Embodying the mid-stage of the martial realm without reservation, Gu Linru could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, His Majesty was the unparalleled genius of the Great Zhou from over a decade ago, having remained in seclusion for years only to achieve a breakthrough upon his return. Noticing that all present had taken their places, Lin Huang scanned the grand hall, his expression darkening upon realizing the absence of Wang Jin and his military faction. Since his emergence from seclusion, he had heard of Wang Jin assembling an army of 400,000, marching northward to conquer the barbarians, audaciously seeking passage through Fengjing City, a flagrant disregard for authority. Seeing Lin Huang seated silently, Gu Linru could no longer adhere to decorum and promptly spoke up. Your Majesty, General Wang Jin has unilaterally commanded the gathering of 400,000 troops to march north against the barbarians, seeking passage through Fengjing City. Such audacious ambition. Lin Huang nodded slightly, his expression heavy as he inquired, how many troops can be mobilized from Wang City? 20,000, Gu Linru replied immediately. The formation of the Northern Expeditionary Army had already drawn 2,000 elite guards, all military power resting in Wang Jin's hands, and these 20,000 soldiers were the utmost limit. Realizing there was no retreat, Lin Huang glanced at the resolute faces surrounding him. There was no choice but to fight. He issued an immediate command. Prepare the troops for battle. After a brief pause, he thought of Lin Yu and Lin Hao, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. Have Hao sent out of the city overnight. Heading north through the Tianqi Mountains, he is not to return until he has reached the realm of the earth. Should he encounter Yu, take him along. He waved his hand. You may leave. Esculin and the others turned to depart. Resolved in their decision, even if it meant striking a rock with an egg, they would not retreat a single step. Just as Lin Huang was about to rise and leave, a guard rushed in. Excitement illuminating his face, interrupting all actions. Lin Huang frowned slightly, looking at the panting guard. What is it? The guard, not daring to delay, quickly reported. General Han leads the 20,000 Northern Expeditionary troops, victorious in their return. He is currently en route to the royal palace. Buzz. Upon hearing the guard's words, the entire court fell into a momentary silence, followed by a wave of elation among the ministers. Lin Huang's face also brightened with joy, though a thought crossed his mind, causing a hint of tension. Have you seen the Crown Prince? The guard replied. I did not see the Crown Prince's figure. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang sighed in relief, then returned to the dragon throne, awaiting Han Lin's arrival in the Great Zhou Dynasty, Fengjing City. At that moment, the citizens of Fengjing emerged from their homes, proudly gazing at the returning soldiers of the Northern Expeditionary Army. They had just received news of military victory. The Crown Prince led 30,000 troops to a fierce battle against the northern barbarian forces outside Pingyang City, achieving a resounding victory. This news filled the citizens with exhilaration, casting a ray of sunshine upon the otherwise overcast Fengjing City, bringing warmth and confidence on the road leading to the royal palace. Han Lin appeared anxious, hastily making his way to the palace. Paying no heed to the gazes of the surrounding populace, as he neared Fengjing City, he received word that Wang Jin was advancing with 40,000 troops toward the city, and he needed to report to Lin Huang about the northern expedition without delay. In the palace, not long after the guards delivered the news, Lin Huang and the others saw Han Lin rushing in, breathless. Han Lin entered the grand hall, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully clasped his hands before Lin Huang. Your Majesty, we have not failed our mission. The Crown Prince led us out of the city and marched northward, annihilating 100,000 northern barbarian troops outside Pingyang City, with Hu Laiyan perishing on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang's face lit up with uncontainable joy, immediately exclaiming, Excellent! Gu Linru and the others felt a surge of excitement, ready to inquire about the details when Lin Huang preemptively asked, Where is Lin Yu? The Crown Prince ordered me to lead the troops back to Fengjing, stating he would return in a few days. Lin Huang's brow furrowed slightly. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Gu Linru and the others. You shall return and arrange what I mentioned earlier. Han Lin, come with me. Having spoken, Lin Huang proceeded toward the side hall. Within the side hall, Lin Yu awaited Lin Huang's arrival. Upon seeing him accompanied by Han Lin, he quickly bowed. Lin Huang glanced at both of them. Please elaborate on the northern expedition. Lin Yi and Han Lin exchanged glances before recounting the events. Lin Huang's face broke into a smile of gratification upon finishing their account. Lin Yu had never disappointed him, especially upon hearing that 2 pinnacle grandmasters had accompanied them, along with 2 invincible cavalry units. Filled him with astonishment and delight. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Han Lin. Han Lin, I command you to lead the 20,000 Northern Expeditionary troops, ready for battle at any moment. Han Lin's eyes glinted with a hint of fervor upon hearing this. Understood. When he learned of Wang Jin's approaching forces, he had feared that Lin Huang would order him to withdraw. He had harbored a resolute belief of certain death accompanying Lin Yu on their northern expedition. Willing to die for the Great Zhou, Lin Huang was well aware of his intentions. He then gestured for the 2 to withdraw, retrieving a phoenix-shaped jade pendant from his bosom, holding it tightly as he gazed out the window. A flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes before it gradually turned resolute. In Lin Hao's chamber, a young guard fervently tried to persuade him. Lin Hao, with a resolute expression, forcefully ejected him from the room, and then raised his gaze toward the northern barbarian direction. The young guard left in resignation. The following day, at noon at the southern gate of Fengjing City, smoke billowed as Wang Jin led his army of 400,000 at last to arrive. He looked at the tightly shut city gates, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Days prior, in Fongjing, he had been restless, receiving no news since Lin Yu's northern expedition. He had made a decisive choice to march south and rally his forces northward. Indeed, just the previous day, he had received word that Hu Laiyan had met a tragic end, and the 100,000 northern barbarian troops had been completely wiped out, with Lin Yu now missing. He could no longer remain passive. Allowing the Lin family to continue their growth would undoubtedly nurture future threats. Yet he held a significant degree of caution toward Lin Jinan. With this thought, he turned and instructed, "If Lin Jinan appears, you are to take action and eliminate him." Two figures clad in black robes appear beside him. Their expressions indifferent. One of them spoke, their voice hoarse. "Rest assured. Just remember your promise to our sovereign." Wang Jin's gaze darkened as he nodded, then looked toward the walls of Fongjing City, lost in thought. The two black-robed figures observe his lackluster response with disdain before blending into the army and vanishing from sight. In Fongjing City, Lin Huang and the others had already received the news and were heading toward the city walls. Throughout the city, the populace spontaneously armed themselves, their gazes resolute. Lin Huang witnessed this, his lips trembling slightly, and then led his companions up to the city walls, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, his imposing aura radiating outward as he gazed at Wang Jin outside the city. "Wang Jin, upon my emergence from seclusion, I learned of your unilateral decision to lead the army northward. Now your forces have halted at Fongjing. What is the meaning of this?" Wang Jin, upon seeing Lin Huang and the ministers appear on the city wall, maintained his composure and slightly clasped his hands in response. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your significant advancement in cultivation, breaking through to the mid-stage of the mortal realm. I lead my army from south to north, marching against the barbarians, traversing mountains and rivers. I implore Your Majesty to open the city gates, allowing me and the generals to rest momentarily." Lin Huang's gaze bore into him, his expression clouding with darkness. Beside him, Gulinru erupted with fury, directly retorting, "How can this be? The Crown Prince has just achieved a great victory in the north, and you seek to march against the barbarians. Where were you all this time? Furthermore, seeking passage through Fongjing and asking the king to open the gates is utterly shameless." Han Lin, standing nearby, was equally enraged. "Pa, old scoundrel Wang, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. Stop dawdling like a woman. You desire the realm of the Great Zhou, yet wish it to be done under the guise of legitimacy. Truly, you wish to have your cake and eat it too." After Gulinru and Han Lin spoke, the crowd on the city wall unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks toward Wang Jin, the scene unfolding with a beauty surpassing that of a marketplace quarrel. Wang Jin, seething with rage yet smiling mockingly, cast a disdainful glance at them before focusing on Lin Huang. "Is this how Your Majesty treats your ministers?" At this moment, Lin Huang was taken aback by Wang Jin's audacity and chose not to engage in further futile conversation. Observing Lin Huang's silence, Wang Jin tore off his facade, drawing the battle blade from his waist and pointing it towards Fongjing City. The king of the Great Zhou, Lin Huang, during his reign, had overshadowed all. Yet his virtue was unworthy of his position. Today I, Wang Jin, lead the army to quell the rebellion and rescue the people from peril. Sound the drums. Attack the city." Instantly, the 40,000-strong army surged into action behind him. Lin Huang was left both furious and amused. Despite his stagnation in martial prowess during his reign and the Great Zhou's considerable disparity in national strength compared to neighboring dynasties, he had nonetheless governed diligently, ensuring the populace thrived. Witnessing the army's flags emblazoned with the character Wang, his anger intensified. Raising his imperial sword, he bellowed, "Exterminate the traitors!" After issuing his order, Wang Jin did not hesitate and soared into the air, charging towards Lin Huang today. As he saw Wang Jin hurtling towards him, Lin Huang's eyes reddened with fury, and he brandished his long sword to meet him head-on. With a thunderous clash, the two collided. Wang Jin staggered slightly, while Lin Huang was forced back several steps. Observing Lin Huang's retreat, Wang Jin smirked. Indeed, it was the extraordinary genius from over a decade ago who had evidently made breakthroughs during his seclusion, daring to confront me in a head-on clash despite being in the late stage of the mortal realm. With that, he swung his blade again at Lin Huang, and they were soon locked in a fierce aerial battle. Below them, the rebel forces unleashed 7 Grandmaster-level commanders, flanked by dozens of Master-level warriors, surging towards the city tower and on the battlements. As they sensed the approaching threat, Gu Lin, the venerable prime minister of the Great Zhou, revealed his own formidable aura, a late-stage Grandmaster, that he leaped down from the tower, leading Lin Yi and 2 other Grandmaster warriors, while Han Lin commanded the hidden guards, all charging towards the rebel forces. In an instant of combat, one early-stage Grandmaster official of the Great Zhou was surrounded and slain by the rebels. The disparity in Grandmaster numbers was evident, just as the remaining 3 attempted to press their attack. A young figure leaped down from the tower, his visage strikingly similar to Lin Yu, the second prince of the Great Zhou, Lin Hao. With both hands gripping a heavy sword, he swept horizontally at the 3 rebel generals, momentarily halting their advance. Lin Hao's gaze was cold and resolute as he engaged in a fierce struggle against them. Remarkably, he had reached the mid-stage of the Grandmaster level, and his combat prowess held firm against the 3 rebel generals of equal standing. Seeing Lin Hao besieged, Gu Lin and others felt their eyes redden, their resolve hardening further. In the midst of the aerial battle, Lin Huang sensed Lin Hao's emergence from the tower, his lips quivering. Disobedient child. Then his murderous intent intensified as he clashed violently with Wang Jin. Meanwhile, the 40,000 rebels circumvented the fierce battle, making their way towards the city tower, where 40,000 Great Zhou soldiers fought valiantly. Forming a formidable wall, despite the overwhelming numbers against them, they temporarily held the rebels at bay beneath the battlements. The southern part of Fengjing City erupted into chaos. Fengjing City, south, dusk, the slaughter continued. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the sky. A disheveled figure was sent flying, Lin Huang. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his right hand trembling as he struggled to maintain his stance in the air. Opposite him, Wang Jin gripped his battle blade. A sinister smile plastered on his face, appearing far more composed than Lin Huang. Will you still cling to life in vain, Lin Huang? Lin Huang offered no response, rapidly scanning the battlefield, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. The walls of Fengjing City were drenched in blood, yet the soldiers of the Great Zhou steadfastly held their ground. Whenever one fell, another immediately took their place, using their bodies to shield against the rebels' advance. However, the rebels were overwhelmingly numerous. Of the 40,000 soldiers, 30,000 had already perished. Glancing up, he could faintly see the citizens of Fengjing City, armed and resolute, forming a line to ascend the battlements. Their faces devoid of fear. In the Grandmaster battlefield, Gu Lin and Lin Yi were being relentlessly besieged by 4 rebel commanders, their backs pressed together, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Lin Hao, his eyes wide with fury, wielded his heavy sword, 3 slain Grandmaster-level rebel generals lying at his feet, while surrounding Master-level rebels and a vast sea of enemy soldiers regarded him with palpable fear, hesitant to advance. In another corner of the battlefield, Han Lin braced himself against his embedded battle blade, glaring at the rebel lines, devoid of vitality, surrounded by the fallen bodies of his hidden guards and Great Zhou officials. Wang Jin sensed the dire situation on the battlefield. Casting a fleeting glance at Lin Hao, his brow furrowing slightly, but dismissing it as merely the plight of a larger insect. This situation was beyond Lin Junnan's capabilities. Clearly, something had gone awry, and his expression darkened as he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! Lin Huang, I shall send you on your way. With that, he lunged towards Lin Huang. Lin Hao was consumed by urgency. Old Master, did you not boast of your prowess? Save my father! Alas, little Hao, I have long advised you to heed your father's counsel. Depart from the Great Zhou. Under my tutelage, return in a few years to exact your vengeance. There are 2 peak mortal realm warriors concealed among the rebel ranks. In my current state, I can only unleash 1 strike at that level before we must flee. I too will fall into slumber, and your father must rely on his own fate. Lin Hao bit his lip, his eyes burning with resentment and hatred as he glared at Wang Jin. Old man, I will kill you one day. Old let's act. Very well, but, as if sensing something, the communication abruptly ceased. Lin Hao's frantic cries echoed in vain. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a thunderous shout rang from the sky. "Thief General, how dare you!" Simultaneously, an intense whooshing sound pierced the air. Two figures cloaked in black, hidden within the rebel army, suddenly lifted their heads and soared skyward. A massive halberd hurtled towards Wang Jin at breakneck speed, resembling a streak of white light, its power causing ripples in the space it traversed. Wang Jin hastily raised his blade to defend himself. But the halberd struck first. Boom! With a deafening roar, Wang Jin was struck by the halberd, sent crashing to the ground, coughing blood in a frenzy. As he lifted his head, he beheld the two figures standing beside Lin Huang, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Lin Yu? Indeed, it was Lin Yu and Dian Wei, who had hurried back from Dingbei City at that moment. The battlefield fell silent as everyone turned their attention to the newcomers. Lin Hao's face lit up with excitement, feeling a newfound sense of support as he shouted towards Lin Yu. "Elder brother." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, then surveyed the battlefield. Upon seeing the fallen Han Lin, his fists clenched in anguish. Had he arrived too late? The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. He then turned to Lin Huang, who was barely standing. Lin Huang met Lin Yu's gaze, and they shared a silent understanding, both turning their attention to the two black-clad figures. Now was not the time for lengthy discussions. Lin Huang, his expression grim, addressed the two men directly, the great Lianshan dynasty's general of the western frontier, Qiu Mu, and general of the northern frontier, Zhao Lin. Recognizing that their identities had been uncovered, the two black-clad figures revealed themselves, shedding their cloaks. They exchanged a brief smile with Lin Huang before their expressions turned serious as they focused on the imposing figure of Lin Yu, who wielded the massive halberd. After Lin Huang's declaration, his gaze shifted to Wang Jin, who had regained his footing after being struck by Dian Wei, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Wang Jin, colluding with outsiders and plotting treason, shall face the wrath of the Great Zhou's populace. Wang Jin, upon hearing Lin Huang's words, merely scoffed. Lin Huang, the ambitions of the Lianshan king are grand, aiming for the world. I have been promised a title in the Lianshan dynasty. I advise you to abandon your struggle and hand over the Great Zhou willingly. Lin Yu was taken aback upon hearing Lin Huang reveal the identities of the two men in black robes across from him. His expression growing solemn, he was acutely aware of the Lianshan dynasty, which had emerged unexpectedly a few years prior. Under the leadership of the current Lianshan king, Tuoba, the dynasty had aggressively expanded its territory, aiming to conquer all lands south of Lizhou, annihilating numerous royal factions along the way, with countless powerful figures perishing at their hands. The Zhou dynasty, which bordered the western side of the Great Zhou, had recently fallen to the Lianshan dynasty's might. The Lianshan dynasty was replete with formidable warriors, and each of their assaults was executed with overwhelming ferocity, leaving surrounding forces utterly defenseless. Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin were renowned as two of the most powerful figures within the Lianshan dynasty. It was said that Tuoba was currently leading his warriors in an assault on the Qiman royal court. Lin Yu's shock. Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin had appeared here, conspiring with Wang Jin. It turned out that Wang Jin's hidden trump card and ally was none other than Tuoba, indicating that the tendrils of the Lianshan dynasty were extending towards the Great Zhou. However, Lin Yu felt no fear. Given sufficient time, with his own efforts and the aid of the system, he would surely crush this mere Lianshan dynasty. After Wang Jin finished speaking, he disregarded the furious Lin Huang, turning his gaze toward Lin Yu and Dian Wei. Indeed, it is the greatest talent of the Great Zhou. I wonder what fortuitous encounters you have experienced, for that useless Huli Yin not only failed to kill you, but instead allowed you to recruit such powerful allies, while you have ascended to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Yet, the outcome is already predetermined. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a cold sneer. Old dog, if you have the guts, come and try. Let us see if you can withstand a few javelins from my generals. Wang Jin's face darkened at this, glancing at Dian Wei with palpable trepidation, for the previous strike had nearly inflicted severe injury upon him. At this moment, Qiu Mu of the Lianshan dynasty spoke, directing his gaze toward Dian Wei. Might I inquire as to how I should address you, esteemed general? The Great Zhou is on the brink of annihilation. While our king is a hero of the age, Why not join our ranks and conquer the world together? Bah! Dian Wei retorted. Whoever dares to come from the Lushan dynasty, I shall smash him with a single strike. Lin Yu, hearing Xiaomu attempt to recruit Dian Wei before him, could not help but smirk coldly. They were utterly oblivious to the true value of unwavering loyalty upon hearing Dian Wei's response. Xiaomu and Zhao Lin were instantly enraged, raising their weapons and charging at him. Ungrateful fools. Dian Wei saw the two rushing toward him and grinned, a gentle force propelling Lin Yu beside Lin Hao, as he raised his halberd to clash with the two assailants. Your Highness, be careful, I shall deal with these two first. Wang Jin and Lin Huang once again became embroiled in combat. Both were not in optimal condition, and for a time, their battle was evenly matched. Returning to the battlefield below, Lin Yu glanced at the fierce aerial skirmish before retracting his gaze. He had faith in Dian Wei and Lin Huang. However, the situation on the ground was dire. The ancient chancellor and Lin Yu were at their wits' end. The defenders of the Great Zhou atop the city walls were also on the verge of suffering catastrophic losses. He then looked at Lin Hao, whose face was filled with admiration for him, pausing slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. To Lin Yu's surprise, the system unexpectedly issued a prompt as he turned to Lin Hao. Realizing the gravity of the battlefield situation, he did not dwell on it, casting a glance at the several rebel masters surrounding them, and spoke promptly. Haozi, do you have any problems? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao understood Lin Yu's intentions and replied resolutely. No problem. Leave this side to me. Brother, hurry and assist the ancient chancellor. Lin Yu nodded at the response, his killing intent surging as he raised a spear and swept it horizontally, sending dozens of rebel soldiers flying. Charging swiftly toward Gulin, Lin Hao, watching Lin Yu rush to aid, took a deep breath and raised his heavy sword to strike at the rebels. Come and fight. He then continued to engage in battle. Once Lin Yu arrived at Gulin and Lin Yi's side, they finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, gazing in astonishment at Lin Yu, who was fiercely battling for late-stage rebel grandmasters. A sense of melancholy washed over them. The Lin family of the Great Zhou had 3 prodigies, yet they found themselves entangled with the treacherous Wang Jie. Lin Yu pressed the 4 rebels. His gaze turned frigid, his spear dancing, creating a flurry of afterimages. Yet he felt an urgent anxiety. He needed to resolve this skirmish swiftly and assist the defenders on the walls. The longer this dragged on, the more perilous the situation in Fengjing City would become. By the time Dian Wei and his father vanquished their formidable foes, the citizens of Fengjing City might already have been slaughtered by the rebels. Meanwhile, he frequently glanced into the distance. Zilong, why have you not yet arrived? Just as Lin Yu was about to slay the 3 rebel leaders, and Fengjing City was teetering on the brink of collapse. A commotion erupted behind the rebel encampment. The ground began to tremble violently, and the air was filled with the sound of piercing winds, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to surge. Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, his face alight with joy. They have finally arrived. In the sky, Xiaomu and Zhao Lin, who were engaged in combat with Dian Wei, turned their heads in shock. Dian Wei grinned widely. 3 streaks of light shot in from the distance, revealing 3 young generals clad in armor, who spoke in unison, under the command of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Crown Prince Zhao Yun. Under the command of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Crown Prince Xiubing. Under the command of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Crown Prince Exiled. Why the decree of the Crown Prince. We are here to vanquish the treacherous rebels. As the trio finished speaking, 3 cavalry units appeared behind the rebel ranks, their banners of the Great Zhou fluttering dramatically. 90,000 masters of the martial realm rode upon their steeds, their aura overwhelming. Lin Yu's expression brightened as he raised his spear, issuing commands. Zhao Yun, Xiubing, and Dian Wei, eradicate the invading enemies of the Lushan dynasty. Exiled, eliminate the treacherous Wang Jin, 90,000 iron cavalry of the Great Zhou. Clear out the 400,000 rebels. Kill. Yes, the overwhelming force even parted the dark clouds above. Xiaomu and Zhao Lin, witnessing Zhao Yun and Xiubing racing toward them, alongside the grinning Dian Wei and the charging 90,000 iron cavalry, were instantly filled with dread, their voices hoarse from shouting. Peak of the ordinary realm. These 3 young generals are all at the peak of the ordinary realm. That 90,000 cavalry are all masters of the martial realm. Wang Jin, you are truly a fool. Is this what you deem insignificant about the Great Zhou? At that moment, Wang Jin was utterly stunned, his face drained of color as he beheld the killing intent radiating from Exiled approaching him. Impossible. The tides of battle had shifted dramatically. At this moment, the people of the Great Zhou in the direction of Fongjing City finally reacted, their expressions filled with shock as they looked at Lin Yu, who held the spear aloft, their faces in disbelief. Lin Huang, witnessing the rapid turn of events, was equally exhilarated, raising his treasured sword. Soldiers of the Great Zhou, charge! After Lin Yu issued the order, he pierced through the final rebel Grand Master General with his spear. Lin Hao, Gu Lin, and the others quickly gathered around him down on the city wall. The remaining soldiers of the Great Zhou leaped down, swiftly forming a contingent of over 1,000 as they surged toward the rebel encampment. Behind the rebels, the 3 cavalry units crashed through the opposing forces like thunder, their charge swiftly merging with Lin Yu and the others, revealing 3 bloody paths, confronted by the previously boundless ranks of martial realm cavalry. The rebel forces instantly fell into disarray, discarding their weapons in panic. And oh, your Majesty, your Highness, spare us, spare us. Hearing the rebels surrendering, Lin Yu did not relent, his expression cold and ruthless. Iron cavalry of the Great Zhou, charge! Treacherous rebels are unworthy of mercy. Lin Huang, witnessing this, felt a pang of reluctance, casting a glance at Lin Yu's determined figure, which mirrored his steadfastness from childhood, before his own resolve solidified, just as the iron cavalry of the Great Zhou charged for the second time. Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin were sent flying from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. The two, who had just been jointly suppressing Dian Wei, were now heavily injured after a few exchanges with Zhao Yun and Hua Tsubing, leaving them bloodied and in disarray. Their gazes fell upon the Lin family trio standing together, and Qiu Mu spoke first. Lin Huang, should you dare to kill us, our emperor will surely lead an army to raze the Great Zhou to the ground. Lin Huang did not respond. Instead, he cast a glance at Lin Yu. Observing his eldest son, who had become almost unrecognizable after heading north, he felt a mixture of relief and complexity within. Noticing Lin Huang's gaze, Lin Yu turned his attention to Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin, his expression icy as he addressed Dian Wei. Kill! Dian Wei brandished his great halberd and advanced towards the terrified pair, a smirk spreading across his face. 2 heads fell to the ground in an instant. Just as the 2 from the Lushan dynasty were slain, Exiled approached Lin Yu and his companions, dragging the dim-eyed, barely breathing Wang Jin before them. He then slammed Wang Jin to the ground, causing him to kneel, casting a glance at the severed heads of Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin, but he subsequently raised his gaze to the standing trio of Lin Yu, revealing a bitter smile laced with unwillingness. Lin Huang, my defeat is not at your hands. It is due to the fact that you have such a commendable son. Prepare yourselves for the tempestuous vengeance of the Lushan dynasty. Lin Huang, with a fierce glint in his eyes, raised his sword and swiftly slashed it across Wang Jin's throat. Wang Jin collapsed instantly, devoid of life to that moment. The soldiers of the Great Zhou gazed upon the retreating figures of Lin Huang and his sons, their faces ablaze with fervor. Lin Yu exhaled a deep breath, his gaze fixating on Wang Jin's corpse, momentarily lost in thought. After the court assembly, the system activated, and they pressed onward. Wang Jin had finally met his demise. Surveying the battlefield, he beheld the nearly annihilated rebel forces and the fervent glint in the eyes of the Great Zhou citizens. He exchanged a brief glance with Lin Huang. Return to the city, he commanded, leading the others toward the royal palace, fully aware that Lin Huang had much to convey that moment. In Fongjing City, as the clouds dispersed and sunlight bathed the land, the citizens beheld the trio from the Lin family, their king. The eldest prince and the second prince was as if they witnessed the Great Zhou Dynasty rising like the blazing sun. In this silence, more was conveyed than words could express. They retraced their steps. Lin Huang arranged for the aftermath of the battle and notified everyone to rest and recuperate after the court assembly the following day. Having endured such a fierce conflict, everyone was indeed exhausted. After methodically handling various matters, they retreated to their respective residences for recovery. I could see this moment. In the ancestral hall of the Great Zhou Palace, Lin Huang's complexion regained some color as he stood with his hands clasped behind him, lost in thought while gazing at the ancestral tablets within. Behind him, Lin Yu and Lin Hao stood some distance away, silently observing their father's pensive silhouette. The Lin family of the Great Zhou had originally been a prominent clan from the eastern domain of Lizhou, established by their ancestors who, upon witnessing the suffering of the people, gathered heroes from various regions to found the Great Zhou Dynasty. Now, Lin Huang was the 27th sovereign of the Great Zhou. The brothers had heard tales of Lin Huang's extraordinary martial prowess in his youth. By the age of 30, he had already reached the pinnacle of grandmaster status, a source of pride for the entire Great Zhou. However, for reasons unbeknownst to them, his cultivation had stagnated for nearly 2 decades. Recently, Lin Yu had been compelled to head north and had only just broken through from the initial to the mid-level of the mortal realm. Throughout their childhood, Lin Huang had always been stern with them. Though not particularly eloquent, his care was evident, and both brothers had always been obedient and sensible. After a long while, Lin Huang withdrew his gaze and turned to face Lin Yu and Lin Hao, a hint of dazed nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Seeing the look in Lin Huang's eyes, Lin Yu mused inwardly. Now I wonder, who is our mother in this life? And where is she? Lin Hao observed the complex expression on Lin Huang's face and the calm demeanor of Lin Yu. His heart filled with confusion as he stood quietly. Lin Huang retrieved the phoenix-shaped jade pendant that he often held alone, casting a glance at Lin Yu filled with a mix of complexity and pride before addressing him. You are, though I know not how you have gathered such formidable allies or managed to train such a terrifying cavalry unit. This is your secret, and I am proud of you. There is no need for you to elaborate. Just remember, you are the eldest prince of the Great Zhou, my son, and must protect yourself. Lin Hao gazed at Lin Yu with complete trust. Upon hearing Lin Huang's words and seeing Lin Hao's expression, Lin Yu felt a swell of emotion that he nodded earnestly at both Lin Huang and Lin Hao, having grappled with how to explain the sudden emergence of individuals and forces. The system was indeed filled with astonishing revelations. And this was his ultimate secret. After Lin Huang saw Lin Yu nod, he rubbed the jade pendant in his hand, placing it in his palm as a glimmer of reminiscence shone in his eyes. He continued, However, you must have long wondered who your mother is and where she might be. You have grown up now, and you're even more outstanding than I was at your age. It is time I tell you. 20 years ago, I traveled far and wide, and it was in the Tianqi Mountains to the north of the Northern Barbarians' royal court that I met your mother. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty, also training in the Tianqi Mountains that we fell in love at first sight, and then, as Lin Huang recounted his memories, Lin Yu and Lin Hao felt a whirlwind of emotions. Realizing that their mother had departed after giving birth to Lin Hao, unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Hao spoke up, Father, why did mother have to leave? Lin Huang glanced at the two of them, a spark of hatred igniting in his eyes as he replied, 2 months after Hao was born, your mother's kin emerged from the void, gravely injuring your grandfather, Lin Jinnan, and shattering my martial foundation. Forcibly taking your mother away in her departure, they left behind only the central domain and the Feng clan. At that moment, I finally learned your mother's true name, Feng Qingli. Your grandfather passed away not long after being gravely wounded. This jade pendant was left behind by your mother at that time. After finishing his words, Lin Huang fell silent, gazing quietly at his sons. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold as he clenched his fists. So this is how the story unfolds. The central domain, the Feng clan. I shall remember this, he declared, raising his head with a resolute expression. Father, it won't be long before my brother and I bring mother back to the Great Zhou and avenge our grandfather. Lin Hao, coming to his senses, nodded vigorously. Lin Huang looked at them with a sense of relief, though a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. This matter requires careful deliberation. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, What do you know about the Dome continent, the Eastern Domain, Lizhou, and the Lushan Dynasty? Both brothers shook their heads. Their understanding of Lizhou and the Lushan Dynasty was rather rudimentary. Only Lin Yu had a penchant for exploration, yet his knowledge was still limited. Lin Huang regarded them and began to explain, the entire Dome continent is divided into the eastern, western, northern, southern, and central domains. Among these, the central domain is the most powerful and expansive, surpassing the combined area of the other four domains, though I cannot specify its exact size. The eastern domain comprises 36 states. The closer one gets to the center, the denser the spiritual energy becomes, with the land area and overall strength being the most formidable. Our Great Zhou is situated in the eastern domain of Lizhou. In the southernmost part of the eastern domain, its overall strength ranking in the mid-lower tier among the 36 states. To the south of Lizhou, stretching from west to east, lies a massive mountain range, the Tianqi Mountains, which divides about a quarter of Lizhou's land. North of the Tianqi Mountains lies the remaining 3/4 of Lizhou's territory, which is its center. South of the Tianqi Mountains, our Great Zhou is encompassed within, and to reach the center of Lizhou, one must journey northward, traversing the Tianqi Mountains. The Tianqi Mountains are fraught with perilous regions and ferocious beasts. Our territory has been isolated from the center of Lizhou for many years, resulting in a scarcity of spiritual energy, leading it to be regarded as a barbaric land by the center of Lizhou. Most martial artists who have broken through to the mortal realm and possess some strength endeavor to cross the Tianqi Mountains in search of broader horizons. I, too, had intended to train in the Tianqi Mountains and break through to the mortal realm, which is how I came to meet your mother. At this point, he paused, casting a glance at the astonished expressions of his sons before continuing. In the center of Lizhou, martial arts flourish with experts aplenty. Mortal realm martial artists are commonplace, and those at the earth realm are numerous. That it is said that only those at the heavenly realm can be deemed formidable. As for the Lushan dynasty's Tuoba Lingtian, he hails from the center of Lizhou, an earth realm peak expert surrounded by many strong subordinates. Upon reaching this point, Lin Huang seemed to recall something and turned to Lin Yu, asking, "You were after the battle in Pingyang City. You vanished for several days. Where did you go?" "Father, after the battle in Pingyang City, I led my troops directly to the Northern Barbarians' Royal Court. Now, the Northern Barbarians' Royal Court has been vanquished by me." Lin Huang revealed a look of realization. Upon seeing several generals and cavalry units under Lin Yu's command, he began to form speculations. Continuing, he remarked, "The Northern Barbarian Royal Court lies at the edge of the Tianqi mountain range. And currently, the Red Barbarian Royal Court, under the leadership of Tuoba Lingtian, is also situated at the periphery of the same mountains. With Xiongmu and Zhao Lin having perished, it is likely they will receive news soon." At this juncture, Lin Huang rubbed his temples and glanced at the two brothers, who were still reeling from the overwhelming influx of information. "Very well, you may retire to rest. We shall attend the morning court together tomorrow." The two complied and made their way out. Lin Huang watched their departing figures, his gaze flickering. The Lirshan dynasty, Tuoba and Hauer have grown. Yuer is capable of standing on his own, if only we can weather this crisis. "Lear, I shall seek you out, even if it means meeting a fate without a burial place." After exiting the ancestral hall, Lin Yu and Lin Hao were both visibly shaken. The enormity of the information Lin Huang had just imparted, particularly regarding their mother, had afforded them a more profound understanding of the entire Qiong Dome continent, leaving them feeling diminutive in the grand scheme of things. Lin Yu's heart was also greatly stirred. So, there exists such a vast world, and oh wonder the system often reminds me of my weakness. The individuals I summoned are all in a sealed state. This realization brought with it boundless motivation. With his own efforts and the system's assistance, he believed that one day he would stand atop the pinnacle, admiring the splendor of this as the two brothers walked side by side for a while. Lin Yu suddenly recalled the system's alert that had sounded when Dian Wei had delivered him to Lin Hao's side during the day. Host, there exists a tremendously powerful soul within this individual's consciousness. Given the urgency of the battlefield at that moment, he had temporarily set the matter aside. But now, alone with Lin Hao, it was a perfect opportunity. He scrutinized Lin Hao carefully, his gaze filled with hesitation. "Mid-stage Grandmaster, could it be that my brother is the child of destiny? Has grandfather possessed him?" He then spoke up. "Lin Hao, upon my return from the north, I see you have made remarkable progress in your martial arts. Are you feeling any discomfort?" At this moment, Lin Hao had also digested the vast information, and, upon hearing Lin Yu's question, immediately turned to him with a face full of admiration, exclaiming, "It's nothing, big brother. Ever since you were forced to head north, I've been diligently practicing, worried that Wang Jin might show his true colors." He then added, "But you, big brother, are truly extraordinary. You have annihilated the northern barbarian royal court and returned just in time to slay that treacherous Wang Jin, saving the Great Zhou." Lin Yu, sensing the same youthful exuberance in Lin Hao as he had in their childhood, smiled faintly and reached out as if to ruffle his hair, but then thought better of it and placed his hand on Lin Hao's shoulder, giving it a in the future, we must lead the Great Zhou out of this barbaric land, towards Liz Ho, conquering the world, and then retrieve our mother for a family reunion. Lin Hao clenched his fists and nodded vigorously, his gaze resolute. The two brothers exchanged a glance and burst into laughter before each heading towards their respective chambers. Since Lin Hao did not mention grandfather, Lin Yu chose not to probe further. After all, he too harbored his own secrets and only wished for the well-being of those around him. Back in his chamber, Lin Yu observed the excited expressions of Qiner and the others, issued a few instructions, and then proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. This journey northward had been a whirlwind of urgency, marked by several fierce battles, far more exhilarating than the years since his arrival in this world. With Wang Jin now eliminated, the Great Zhou stood on the brink of a new beginning. However, formidable adversaries loomed ahead: Tuoba Lingtian and his Lirshan dynasty, alongside his mother, who remained far away in the central domain. The path ahead was destined to be vibrant and colorful. In Lin Hao's chamber, he too returned to his room to rest, needing to thoroughly digest the day's battles and the information relayed by Lin Huang. "Little Hao, that royal brother of yours is no ordinary individual." Startled by the sudden voice, he paused for a moment before retorting angrily, "Old man, why did you vanish when I called for you earlier?" "I was just about to intervene when I sensed your royal brother arriving with powerful allies. Your brother and his cadre of young warriors are exceptional, although their martial prowess is still developing. They are of extraordinary talent, and the armies they command exude an overwhelming aura of menace. I have lived many years and traversed numerous realms, encountering countless prodigies, yet few are of their caliber. I even sense that your royal brother has become aware of my presence." Had Lin Hao been able to see Yilao's expression at that moment, he would have noted the astonishment etched upon the old man's face. For he had clearly witnessed the flicker of doubt in Lin Yu's gaze directed towards Lin Hao earlier that day. Lin Hao, momentarily taken aback, murmured, "You old man, you're utterly unreliable," disregarding the seemingly agitated Yilao. He lay back on his bed, reflecting on Lin Yu's earlier gesture of reaching to ruffle his hair, a smile creeping across his lips as he drifted into a deep sleep. The next day, in Fongjing City, within the royal palace, Lin Huang sat upon the dragon throne. Below him stood the brothers Lin Yu and Lin Hao along with Gu Linru and others. Behind Lin Yu were Zhao Yun, Hua Xiubing, Xian Shiji, and Dian Wei. Lin Huang surveyed the assembly and spoke. "Gu Linru, now that Wang Jin and his treacherous ilk have been dealt with, expedite the cleansing of the southern and western regions of the dynasty. Any remnants discovered must be exterminated to pacify the local populace, but if local officials lack sufficient manpower, scout for talents within the various cities and appoint them directly." Upon hearing this, Gu Linru appeared somewhat troubled. "Your Majesty, following yesterday's battle, the Great Zhou has virtually no military force available to suppress the localities." Lin Huang's expression darkened in response. Wang Jin had effectively sought to consolidate control over the entirety of the Great Zhou's generals and armies, and the previous day's conflict had resulted in their complete annihilation at Lin Yu's hands. Without immediate suppression and cleansing of the various cities, chaos was bound to ensue. Observing Lin Huang's somber demeanor, Lin Yu promptly interjected, "Father, the northern barbarian royal court has been eradicated by my forces. I have commanded the northern populace to migrate northward for their livelihood, so there is no cause for concern in the northern borderlands. I propose that Xian Shiji lead 30,000 Flying Tiger troops westward to exterminate any remaining remnants, subsequently fortifying the borders against the Lirshan dynasty. Hua Xiubing and Zhao Yun shall each command 30,000 cavalry, heading south and east respectively to suppress the remnants, before leading their armies to expand outward." Lin Yu had his own considerations. The Lirshan dynasty could arrive at any moment, and Xian Shiji's advance with the Flying Tiger Army would first secure the borders while simultaneously eliminating the remnants of the treasonous forces, thus addressing the current shortage of military power within the Great Zhou. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun and Huo Zubing would encompass the territories of the southern and eastern dynasties, thereby integrating them into the Great Zhou's dominion, allowing for the accumulation of significant military contributions to bolster their strength against the Lirshan dynasty at present. Aside from the Lirshan dynasty, the remaining dynasties in the barbaric lands posed little threat. Zhao Yun and Huo Zubing would undoubtedly pave a path of victory. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang's understanding dawned, and he turned his gaze to the individuals behind Lin Yu, promptly declaring, "Approved." Gu Linru and the others were filled with excitement. Having witnessed the prowess of Lin Yu's subordinates and their armies, they felt assured that their advance would be a mere formality. Learning that Lin Yu also intended to expand the territory further fueled their enthusiasm. Lin Huang glanced at Lin Yu and Lin Hao and continued, "From this day forth, the first Prince Lin Yu shall act as regent." Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. "Understood." Lin Hao, brimming with excitement, discreetly tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve, exchanging knowing glances. Lin Huang observed the deep bond between the two brothers, a smile gracing his face. The courtiers were filled with emotion, aware that the Great Zhou was on the cusp of a new era. They held Lin Yu in the highest regard, recognizing his intelligence and grace from a young age, and now, with an array of talented individuals at his command, he was poised to lead the dynasty forward. The news of the Northern Barbarian royal court's downfall had already shocked their hearts, and had it not been for Lin Yu's timely return with his troops, the Great Zhou would have long been seized by Wang Jing. In the palace, within Lin Huang's meditation chamber, Lin Yu looked on expectantly as Lin Huang sat in silent cultivation. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of power emanated from Lin Huang, causing a violent disturbance in the spiritual energies around him. And soon after, Lin Huang's eyes flew open, filled with excitement. My martial foundation has been restored. My cultivation has also broken through to the peak of the mortal realm. Lin Yu was instantly filled with joy. "Congratulations, Father Emperor." After the morning assembly, he recalled the matter Lin Huang mentioned yesterday regarding the shattered foundation of martial arts. He suddenly remembered the Wuzong Yuandan he had acquired last time through the summoning of props. Upon inquiring with the system, he learned that it could restore Lin Huang's martial arts foundation, and he promptly administered it to him. Over a decade ago, Lin Huang's martial arts foundation had been destroyed, causing the once great talent of the Great Zhou to fade into obscurity. Now, with the restoration of his foundation and even a step beyond, his cultivation surged dramatically, nearing a breakthrough to the earth realm. Lin Huang, filled with emotion, teased Lin Yu, saying, "You are no longer a child. After assuming the regency, although you are busy with affairs, do not forget to find me a daughter-in-law." Lin Yu smiled awkwardly in response. "Father Emperor, I am not in a hurry." Lin Huang smiled gently and waved his hand. "All right, go and attend to your matters. If you encounter indecision, feel free to consult me that I need to fully absorb the medicinal effects and enter seclusion." With his martial arts foundation restored, he was eager to retreat for cultivation, preparing to face the impending threat of the Lianshan dynasty and, more importantly, to bring back the person dear to his heart. Observing the urgency in Lin Huang's expression, Lin Yu understood his thoughts, bowed respectfully, and then took his leave. Upon returning to his palace, Lin Yu instructed Dian Wei to guard the entrance to tea that moment. His consciousness was linked to the system. After the battle yesterday, he had obtained 400,000 battle points. Zhao Yun and his 3 companions, along with 3 cavalry legions, had already been dispatched, while Gu Linru and others were busily engaged in their tasks. With only Jianwei by his side, Lin Yu felt a sudden sense of isolation. Reflecting on this, he immediately spoke to the system. "System, elevate me to the initial stage of the mortal realm." Ding! Lin Yu felt a surge of immense power within him, leaving him somewhat astonished. It was as if he could now defeat 10 versions of his former self. His cultivation level rose. The cultivation levels of Dianwei and the others were also unlocked, revealing the following system information. Dianwei, initial stage of the Earth Realm, unsealed 50. Zhao Yun, initial stage of the Earth Realm, unsealed 50. Huizubing, Initial stage of the Earth Realm, unsealed 50. Xinchi. Initial stage of the Earth Realm, unsealed 60. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Stroking his chin, pondering what their states would be once fully unsealed, he speculated they must have reached the celestial realm. Meanwhile, Dian Wei, stationed at the entrance, felt the shackles within him shatter and smiled slightly. Just as Lin Yu was about to initiate a summoning, the system provided a prompt. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has risen to the mortal realm. The system will undergo an update. Lin Yu paused momentarily. Update? System. Will the update be complete? It will be finished by tomorrow. Standing up, Lin Yu stretched and glanced out the window, where the lights of the city were beginning to twinkle. With the system update scheduled for tomorrow, everyone was industriously occupied with their respective tasks, which allowed him a brief respite, leaving him with some idle time. He then exited his room. In Fongjing City. Following the battle yesterday, the capital of the Great Zhou was bustling with life, and with the traditional festival of the Great Zhou approaching. The atmosphere was particularly lively. Within the city, at a tea house, an unusual trio drew curious glances: a handsome young man, a beautiful young woman, and a robust man. Lin Yu, Dian Wei, and Qin Er, who had just emerged from the palace. They were seated at a window-side table on the second floor, enjoying the vibrant scene of Fongjing City below. Lin Yu savored a dessert while observing the throngs of people outside. Dian Wei sat beside him, drinking wine and eating meat, occasionally casting glares at the curious patrons, while Qin Er listened with excitement to the storyteller recounting interesting tales. With just over 2 months until the Great Zhou annual meeting, it would mark 19 years since Lin Yu had traversed into this world. Excellent. Suddenly, Qin Er clapped her hands, exclaiming in delight. Lin Yu turned his gaze to discover that the storyteller was narrating the recent battle outside Fongjing City. Surrounded by an enthralled audience, the storyteller, sensing the captivated crowd, became even more animated in his delivery. Amidst the thunderous skies, our Great Zhou's Crown Prince descends on clouds, flanked by General Zhao Yun, Xubing, Xinchi, and Dian Wei. The Crown Prince roars at Wang Jin, and with the 4 generals leading their indomitable iron cavalry, they swiftly routed the rebel forces. Wang Jin, terrified, was executed by his Majesty with a single sword strike. Lin Yu turned his head and smiled upon hearing this. After yesterday's battle, a wave of national idolization swept through the populace, with tales of Lin Yu and his companions echoing in tea houses, each having amassed a legion of loyal admirers. At that moment, a chuckle emanated from a nearby table. Qin Er immediately turned with a frown. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yu followed her gaze, and his eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood an exceptionally beautiful woman clad in white, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin as delicate as fine jade, and her starry eyes shimmering like distant constellations, exuding an ethereal charm akin to a rare orchid in a secluded valley. Beside her stood a slender-faced young girl and an elderly matron, presumably her maid and bodyguard. Qin Er's scowl was directed at the slender-faced girl. The stunning woman noticed Lin Yu's gaze and smiled apologetically, silencing the girl who was about to speak, before leading her companions down the stairs. Dian Wei, with a serious expression, quietly advised Lin Yu. "Your Highness, that girl is at the initial stage of the Earth Realm, and I cannot discern the old woman's strength." Watching the trio depart, Lin Yu's eyes flickered with intrigue amid at the initial stage of the Earth Realm. And the old woman, who even Dian Wei could not see through. What realm could she possibly be from? Perhaps from the center of Lizhou. Lin Yu shook his head, recognizing the tumultuous times they were in. Seeing no malice in their departure, he chose not to dwell on it further and returned to the palace with his companions. Outside Fongjing City, the 3 women were soaring toward the Tianqi Mountains. "Saintess, why did you stop me just now?" This barbaric land's dynasty is being spoken of in such extraordinary terms by that storyteller, almost as if it rivals the strength of celestial realm experts, and even boasts a cavalry regiment of masters. The slender-faced girl pouted, visibly displeased. "Shaner, we are merely here to relax. There is no need to stir up trouble," the exceptionally beautiful woman replied with a serene smile. "Saintess, that white-clad youth is already at the initial stage of the mortal realm, and the burly man beside him is no ordinary figure, though he is merely at the initial stage of the Earth Realm. He harbors immense power within that moment. The old matron's eyes shimmered with surprise as she interjected, "Indeed." The beautiful woman's eyes widened slightly in astonishment. The girl named Shaner, still somewhat unconvinced, suddenly recalled something. "I heard that the only son of the Lianshan king, Prince Lin Tian, has come to this barbaric land to establish the Lianshan dynasty. I wonder what his intentions are." The girl, referred to as Miss, also fell into contemplation. "Tuoba Ling Tian. I am well aware of him. He is the only son of the Lianshan king from the two major dynasties of Lizhou. The turmoil within the Yu dynasty's royal family is said to be reaching its peak, and the elder in the palace is nearing the end of his days. The entire Yu dynasty is on the brink of collapse. It seems the Lianshan king must be making preparations for that as well." The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Yu awoke from his meditation, glancing around the somewhat empty room, when suddenly the image of the beautiful woman from last night flashed in his mind, shaking his head. He couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he had truly been brainwashed by his father. Linking his consciousness to the system, he discovered that the update was complete. Ding! System update complete. Provide the host with superior and more comprehensive services. The following optimizations are to be implemented. 1. To remove the summoning props function and enable the mall feature, allowing the purchase of items directly from a mall using a certain number of battle points. 2. Introduce special summoning events, where successful summoning by the host may trigger unique occurrences, which the host can experience for themselves. Upon reading this, Lin Yu instantly comprehended the simplicity of the update, which introduced a system mall and special summoning events. The system mall essentially replaced the previous method of obtaining props through summoning with direct purchases from the mall to AS for the special summoning events. Lin Yu had yet to encounter them and was uncertain of their nature. It was indeed much more streamlined and relied more on luck. Lin Yu first glanced at the mall interface, which left him dazzled, rendering his 30,000 battle points seemingly insignificant. Inside, there was a plethora of items, far too numerous to count, including the previously acquired Legion Realm Enhancement card and Cavalry Legion Expansion card. However, the prices displayed by the system caused him a slight pang of distress. Legion Realm Enhancement card, 2nd tier, required battle points, 500,000 note, can specifically enhance the martial arts cultivation of one legion to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Cavalry Legion Expansion card, 2nd tier, required battle points, 300,000 note, can specifically increase the reorganization count of one Cavalry Legion to 60,000. There were many such cards. And after a brief glance, Lin Yu decided not to linger, as purchasing even one would lead to financial ruin. However, one particular item caught his eye. Ancient Forging Celestial Court required battle points, 1 million note, exclusive martial art for the host. Upon cultivation, it enables the host to overpower all enemies, specific effects to be experienced through cultivation. This should be the martial art that the system previously mentioned could be cultivated after reaching the mortal realm. Yet this name, Celestial Court? Lin Yu pondered deeply. Just the two characters alone suggested that it was a cultivation technique of Sovereign. Moreover, his pupils constricted at the thought of the technique that could elevate the Great Zhou to the level of the Celestial Court. He marked this item for future redemption once he accumulated enough battle points. Reluctantly, Lin Yu closed the mall interface and immediately commanded, "System, expend 300,000 battle points to conduct 6 summons." Ding! Congratulations to the host. 2 summons were successful. For failed, that a special summoning event was triggered, with accompanying characters. Yuan Tiangang, Early Earth Realm, Unsealed 50, accompanied by 5,000 rogue warriors. Grandmaster level pinnacle, Lu Ji. Early Earth Realm, Sealed 70. Shall I deploy them? Upon seeing the system's prompt, Lin Yu was overjoyed, despite the uncertain probabilities. The fact that a special summoning event had been triggered left him ecstatic. He had struck gold. Yuan Tiangang came with a rogue organization of Grandmaster-level warriors, which was precisely the solution to his earlier concerns about manpower and timely information that AS for Lu Ji. There was no need for elaboration. Though his martial prowess appeared slightly weaker than the others, he was a renowned statesman of yore, and Lin Yu had finally summoned a capable minister for governance. Deploy, deploy! As the space before Lin Yu shattered, a middle-aged man adorned with a square crown and holding a tablet, exuding an air of authority, stepped forth. His eyes surveyed the world with a profound gaze. It was Lu Bowen. Following him was a masked man clad in a fitted outfit, whose presence seemed to lower the temperature of the room, emanating a formidable aura of intimidation. None other than the rogue leader, Yuan Tiangang. Both men simultaneously bowed to Lin Yu. Lu Bowen cast a glance at the icy aura radiating from Yuan Tiangang, his brow furrowing as he seemingly recalled some unpleasant memories. Meanwhile, the guardian outside the door, Jian Wei, sensed the intense fluctuations of power within the room and prepared to rush in with his halberd. But upon sensing something, he hesitated and remained stationed outside. Lin Yu looked at the two with excitement, quickly assisting them to their feet. Remembering the pile of documents in his study, his eyes lit up as he turned to Lu Bowen. "Sir, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in reviewing various matters in the study over the coming days. It will also allow for a deeper understanding of the current circumstances in this realm." Lu Bowen smiled slightly at this request and nodded in agreement. "Certainly." He then departed. Lin Yu watched Lu Bowen's retreating figure, feeling elated, before turning to Yuan Tiangang with a contemplative expression, as he hadn't anticipated that the system would summon seemingly ambiguous characters and organizations. Moreover, it appeared that they had undergone a form of modification upon arriving in this world. After a brief contemplation, he issued a directive. "Tiangang, instruct the 5,000 rogues to disperse across the wilderness, gathering intelligence externally and monitoring the officials internally. Additionally, use your discretion to take a small retinue and head north of the Tianqi mountain range to assess the situation in and around the central region of Liju, and report back." Yuan Tiangang acknowledged the command and departed. Lin Yu observed the swiftly depleting battle points, rubbed his temples, and made his way to the grand hall for the morning assembly. Today marked his first day of regency, and with Lu Bowen and the rogue organization summoned, he needed to make arrangements in the grand hall, seated just below the dragon throne. Lin Yu stood as his ministers assembled below. Jiu Lin Ru, with an excited expression, addressed Lin Yu. "Your Highness, the three generals have swiftly eradicated the remnants since their departure yesterday, and the citizens have welcomed them with open gates." Lin Yu responded with a faint smile, nodding as he glanced at the eager ministers ready to address their affairs. He commanded, "Effective immediately, we shall establish the rogue organization, with Yuan Tiangang as the rogue leader, overseeing its operations. The organization will gather intelligence from the world and monitor the officials internally, possessing the authority to carry out executions without prior approval." The ministers were taken aback, their heads snapping up in astonishment at such power, which could be deemed second only to the sovereign. Jiu Lin Ru, anxious, interjected, "Your Highness, this is ill-advised. Should we not consult His Majesty before making such a decision?" Lin Yu raised his hand to interrupt the ministers who were about to voice their concerns. "Yuan Tiangang and the rogues are my own creations, and I trust them. I will explain matters to my father." Upon hearing this, Gu Lin Ru and the others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the loyal ministers remaining in the Great Zhou were steadfast. Their earlier eagerness to advise stemmed from concern for Lin Yu's youth and vulnerability to manipulation by those with ulterior motives. Though a metaphorical sword hung over them, they felt reassured that any actions taken were in the interest of the Great Zhou's development. However, they did sense that corrupt officials in various regions might soon face dire consequences. With this thought, a hint of schadenfreude crossed their faces. Satisfied that there were no objections from the assembly, Lin Yu ordered the session adjourned. He then proceeded to inform Lin Huang about the rogue organization. Lin Huang, exuding trust, encouraged him to proceed with confidence, embodying the demeanor of a laissez-faire manager. Afterward, he returned to his cultivation, with Lu Bowen in charge of civil affairs and several powerful generals, including Yuan Tiangang, who was scouting the central region of Liju. Lin Yu finally felt a sense of relief. However, he was aware that Tuobaling Tian would likely soon receive news of Qiu Mu and Zhao Lin's demise, and the days of tranquility might soon come to an end. The moment Lin Yu held his first morning assembly during his regency in the western wilderness at the edge of the Tianqi mountain range. Several dynasties away from the Great Zhou, the capital of the Qiman kingdom lay in ruins, its walls shattered and the palace in ruins. The current Qiman king, blood trickling from his mouth, knelt on both knees, glaring hatefully at the young man before him, who wore a faint smile, none other than Tuobaling Tian of the Lianshan dynasty. Behind him stood numerous formidable figures, all gazing disdainfully at the desperate Qi-Man king. Tuoba Ling Tian, you will eventually face retribution. Tuoba Ling Tian raised a hand. Whether I will face retribution is unknown. However, you and your Qi-Man kingdom are surely finished. Kill him. A figure emerged from behind, a sinister grin plastered across his face. And with a single palm strike, he shattered the heart pulse of the red barbarian king. Tuoba Ling Tian cast a glance at the lifeless body of the utterly defeated king before turning to leave. Young master, I have received word that Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin, who ventured eastward, have perished. An intermediary announced as he approached Tuoba Ling Tian that a flicker of surprise crossed Tuoba Ling Tian's eyes. Weren't they dispatched by me to assist that so-called king in seizing the Great Zhou Dynasty? What formidable adversary could possibly exist in that realm? They wouldn't have even had time to flee. The specifics remain uninvestigated, my lord. Tuoba Ling Tian pondered momentarily. Since his arrival in this barbaric land, he had waged war and obliterated the most menacing dynasties, subsequently absorbing their territories. Now, the entire western expanse of the barbaric land belonged to him, leaving only a few minor dynasties to the east. Logically, there should have been no issues for Xiao Mu and Zhao Lin. A glint of coldness flashed in his gaze as he commanded. Instruct the eastern legions to bypass the Great Zhou Dynasty and first consume the other factions. The old man has summoned me back. I wonder for what purpose. Upon my return, we shall march upon the Great Zhou Dynasty, and I am eager to discover who stands in my way. Understood. The middle-aged man took his leave. Tuoba Ling Tian directed his gaze towards the east, soared into the air, and sped towards the Tian Qi mountain range. Flanked by two guards at the heart of Li Prefecture, within the Yuhua dynasty, stood the bustling Li Huang city. Inside the most prominent tavern, the atmosphere was rife with chatter in a corner by the window. Yuan Tiangang was seated at a square table, sipping tea, while unsavory individuals approached him intermittently to report news. They had departed from Fongjing City on a mission, traversed the Tian Qi mountain range, and upon hearing the name Li Huang City, had made their way directly here. They had already lingered in Li Huang City for several days. After listening to the last report, Yuan Tiangang rose, prepared to depart, having gathered sufficient information. It had been nearly half a month since he left Fongjing City, and it was time to return to report to His Highness. At that moment, the crowd outside suddenly erupted in commotion. Following their gaze, a young man descended from the sky, trailed by two guards, making his way toward the tavern. The establishment fell silent for a brief moment, all eyes turning to the young man. Faces alight with admiration. Yuan Tiangang's eyes sparkled with intrigue beneath his mask as he resumed his seat. The young man was none other than Tuoba Ling Tian, who had just returned from the barbaric land. A faint smile graced his face, as though he had encountered a gentle spring breeze. Upon entering the tavern, he surveyed the patrons, offering a slight nod, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yuan Tiangang, puzzled by his attire before ascending to the third floor. Yuan Tiangang, sensing Tuoba Ling Tian's scrutiny, remained unperturbed, continuing to sip his tea. Once Tuoba Ling Tian had ascended the stairs, the patrons began to engage in hushed whispers. They were astonished that the young Master Ling Tian had returned. It was said that over a decade ago, he had departed from Li Prefecture for adventures, seldom returning. They wondered what had brought him back this time. One patron, pride evident on his face, cleared his throat. You all may not be aware, but I heard from a distant relative working at the Li Huang Manor that our Yuhua dynasty's most beautiful maiden, the contemporary saintess of the Jiuxian Palace, GMOE, is currently a guest in Li Huang City. Young Master Ling Tian has long pursued the saintess, so he must have returned for her. The patrons exchanged knowing glances, continuing their chatter. Yuan Tiangang, upon hearing this, felt a glimmer of realization. Comparing it with the information he had recently gathered, he gazed deeply at the third floor of the tavern before taking his leave. On the third floor, the area had been cleared, and Tuoba Ling Tian entered a private room, his smile unwavering. Inside, a stern-looking middle-aged man and an extraordinarily beautiful woman were engaged in conversation, with a young girl and an elderly woman standing behind the woman. If Lin Yu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to recognize the woman who had captivated him during his time in Fongjing City, GMOE, the saintess of the Jiutian Palace. The foremost sect of the Yu Dynasty. The authoritative middle-aged man was none other than Tuoba Ling Tian's father, Tuoba Lai, the king of Li Huang. Upon seeing Tuoba Ling Tian enter, both turned their attention towards him, and Tuoba Lai gestured towards the seat beside him. "Sit." Tuoba Ling Tian offered a slight nod to Gmo before taking his place. Tuoba Lai, observing the two seated together, smiled and addressed them. "I shall not intrude upon your youthful conversation." With that, he rose and exited the room. Watching the departing king of Li Huang, Gmo Yi's expression shifted to one of resignation. Were it not for her father's long-standing friendship with Tuoba Lai, and his dying wish for her to treat the Tuoba family with respect, she would have had no desire to linger in Li Huang city. Tuoba Ling Tian glanced at Gmo and initiated the conversation. "Mo, I heard you have returned from your travels. May I inquire where you have been?" Gmo, upon hearing his address, furrowed her brow but did not correct him, her tone slightly cool. "I journeyed about to overcome a bottleneck in my cultivation." Noticing her distant response, Tuoba Ling Tian remained unperturbed and continued, "You are aware of my father's intentions. My affections are well known throughout the realm. We have grown up together, childhood companions. Why do you persist in avoiding me?" Gmo, increasingly exasperated, replied, "I have made my feelings quite clear. I harbor no interest in you. Let us eat, for I must return to the sect to enter seclusion." Tuoba Ling Tian maintained his smile. "Very well." After a while, the group descended from the tavern, and Tuoba Ling Tian observed Gmo and her companions as they departed, deep in thought, before making his way towards the royal manor. "Saintess, truly, young Master Ling Tian is quite admirable, an upstanding individual and a prodigy of the dynasty. You share a childhood bond. How perfectly matched you are." Gmo and her companions soared through the skies towards the Jiuxian Palace when they heard Shainer's remark, and she playfully rapped the girl on the head. "What do you know, little one? He is indeed commendable, but I am utterly indifferent to him. Saintess, there are many outstanding individuals in the Yu Dynasty. Do you have someone in mind?" "No one at all." "Shainer, are you trying to provoke me?" Gmo retorted, her thoughts suddenly drifting to that young man clad in white from the barbaric land. She shook her head, resolutely determining, "The man I desire must be a sovereign, a ruler who commands the respect of the contemporary elite in the courtyard of the Li Huang manor." Tuoba Lai and Tuoba Ling Tian sat across from one another at a stone table, engrossed in conversation. "Father, Gmo has returned." "Has she still not consented to you?" "No, father. You are aware that my thoughts do not dwell on romance, that I merely act in accordance with your and Mother-S wishes. The world is vast, and women are plentiful." Observing Tuoba Ling Tian's placid demeanor, Tuoba Lai sighed that I understand. "You also know that I shared a deep bond with Gmo's late father. Now that her parents have departed, you both grew up together. Moe is well-behaved and sensible, a fine candidate for a royal consort. If neither of you has any interest after all these years, then let fate take its course." After a brief nod from Tuoba Ling Tian, Tuoba Lai continued, "Tian, how fares the situation in the barbaric land?" "All proceeds smoothly. Only a few dynasties remain in the east, and soon the entire barbaric land shall be unified." Tuoba Ling Tian, recalling the news he had received before returning, furrowed his brow. "However, prior to my return, I dispatched 2 peak martial artists to a dynasty called the Great Zhou in the east, only to soon receive word of their demise." A flicker of intrigue crossed Tuoba Lai's gaze upon hearing this. Over a decade ago, a sage foretold that a hidden dragon would emerge from the depths of the barbaric land, and that spiritual energy would soon be revived. Amidst the turmoil within the royal lineage of the Yu Dynasty, I entrusted you with a mission to venture into the wilderness before you even reached the age of 20, allowing the Tuoba clan to seize an advantageous position and granting you the opportunity for profound experience. Years have passed, and the Yu Dynasty now stands precariously, while the wilderness has flourished unexpectedly. It is surprising that changes would arise at such a juncture. Tuoba Ling Tian listened quietly. Well aware of the arrangements made by Tuoba Lai, a flicker of gravity crossed Tuoba Lai's eyes as he pondered for a moment before speaking. "Tianer, you need not return to that place. I shall dispatch 3 martial artists of the Tianjing realm from our clan. Shortly, The representatives of the Central Domain will arrive. I have failed to lead our branch back to the main family. But your talents far exceed mine, and you have already been recognized by the main family. There is no need for you to take risks in the wilderness, should a true dragon rise from the depths. It would still be vastly inferior in comparison to the main family. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Lingtian's eyes flashed with reluctance. Yet he was able to discern the weight of the situation and nodded solemnly. Observing Tuoba Lingtian's serious demeanor, Tuoba Lai smiled reassuringly and stood up, gesturing for him to leave the go and spend time with your mother. It has been far too long since your return. Tuoba Lingtian cast a glance at him before turning and departing. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, Lin Yu had been overseeing the state for over a month. During this time, the entire Great Zhou flourished. With the populace radiating happiness, news of Zhao Yun and Hua Zhubing's victorious campaigns spread throughout the Great Zhou. It instilled a sense of pride and belonging among the citizens. Jiu Linru and others felt both joy and concern, marveling at the rapid expansion of their territory within just a month while lamenting the lack of capable subordinates to manage this moment within the imperial palace in the council hall. Lin Yu sat upon his chair after concluding the morning assembly. Below him were Zhao Yun and Hua Zhubing, whom he had dispatched, while Xian Qiji remained stationed in the west. Clearly, they had returned triumphantly. Zhao Yun was reporting the situation in the south. Your Majesty, after sweeping away the remnants from various cities in Great Zhou, I led the army with overwhelming force to obliterate 2 royal powers. Lin Yu nodded slightly. This was anticipated. What Zhubing had reported similarly just moments before. However, I have discovered that the Lianshan dynasty is also plotting against several neighboring dynasties, yet they seem to deliberately avoid us. Lin Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The Lianshan dynasty appear to be quite cautious, likely preparing to mobilize their entire military for a decisive battle. Currently, the entire wilderness to the west belonged to the Lianshan dynasty, while Great Zhou occupied approximately 1/4 of the eastern wilderness. Contemplating this, a glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as he commanded, "You two must immediately lead your troops westward to rendezvous with Xian Qiji and then establish a stronghold there to guard against the Lianshan dynasty." The two accepted their orders and departed. Lin Yu was lost in thought. Yuan Tiangang entered the grand hall, and Lin Yu gestured for him to sit beside him. "You have returned. Please share the findings of your journey." Yuan Tiangang pondered briefly before responding. "Your Majesty, after crossing the Tianqi mountain range from the Northern Barbarian Royal Court, we arrived at the heart of Lizhou, where the number of martial artists is exceedingly high, and their average strength surpasses ours significantly. They regard the martial artists arriving from the wilderness with a measure of disdain." Lin Yu nodded, aware of this, and gestured for Yuan Tiangang to continue. "The central region of Lizhou is vast, dominated by 2 major dynasties that engage in constant warfare, leading to frequent skirmishes. The dynasty closest to us is the Yuhua dynasty, located to the south of Lizhou's center, while the northern dynasty is the Lanyan dynasty. Both dynasties hold absolute power, with numerous factions and sects flourishing within their borders, all of which must pay tribute to the dynasties annually. I have heard that the patriarch of the Yuhua dynasty is nearing the end of his life, prompting the various factions within to stir restlessly." Lin Yu interrupted, "A dynasty? Is that a power that surpasses a royal house?" "Indeed," replied Yuan Tiangang. Lin Yu lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "How does a royal house ascend to a dynasty?" "I have learned that dynasties are classified into 3 tiers. Low-level dynasties, high-level dynasties, and peak dynasties that elevate from a royal house to a low-level dynasty. The minimum requirement is to possess 10 respected level strong warriors. Advancing from a low-level to a high-level dynasty requires 10 supreme-level strong warriors, and transitioning from a high-level to a peak dynasty necessitates 10 revered king-level strong warriors. The Yuhua and Lanyan dynasties are both low-level dynasties, with the patriarch of the Yuhua dynasty reportedly being a supreme-level strong warrior." Lin Yu listened quietly, his mind swirling with thoughts. Low-level dynasty, high-level dynasty, peak dynasty, respected level, supreme level, revered king level. These must be the realms following the Tianjing level. Observing Lin Yu deep in contemplation, Yuan Tiangang continued, "I have visited the Lianshan royal city of the Yuhua dynasty, the fiefdom of the 5 great lords of the Yuhua dynasty. including the respected-level strong warrior, Tuoba Lai. The Lianshan dynasty, which we are about to confront, is ruled by Tuoba Ling Tian, the son of Tuoba Lai. Interestingly, just before my return, Tuoba Ling Tian happened to arrive at the royal city, reportedly to meet with Gmoe, the saintess of the foremost sect of the Yuhua dynasty, Jiao Xian Palace. Lin Yu's eyes flickered with intrigue upon hearing these names. Tuoba Ling Tian, Gmoe. Who would have thought he was a romantic at heart? He waved his hand, signaling Yuan Tiangang to withdraw, as he needed a moment to process the considerable information. Ordinarily, martial artists from the heart of Lizhou would hold the wilderness in contempt. Thus, why would Tuoba Ling Tian venture here to cultivate his influence? Was it merely in anticipation of the imminent crisis facing the Yuhua dynasty? It could not be that simple. Furthermore, his father had not mentioned the dynastic powers to them, given that Lin Huang had shared everything he knew. It seemed the disparity was too vast, thus not triggering certain rules, which left him unaware. After a brief contemplation, Lin Yu decided not to dwell further and turned to walk back to his chamber. The Lianshan dynasty, Tuoba Ling Tian, and even Tuoba Lai behind him were the true adversaries confronting the Great Zhou at this moment. With a combination of his efforts and a modicum of assistance from the system, he felt confident in leading Great Zhou out of what the world deemed the wilderness. Upon returning to his room, he connected with the system. Inside the chamber, Lin Yu was filled with excitement as he reviewed the system information. War points, 2 million. This was the reward garnered from Zhao Yun and Hui Xubing's sweeping victories against several royal powers over the past month. Reminded of the various items available in the shop upon the system's update, he waved his hand decisively. System, expend 1 million war points to exchange for the ancient celestial quartz cultivation method. It was a feeling akin to that of a newly affluent individual. Beep. Exchange successful. Lin Yu's consciousness was suddenly pulled away. Before him, the scenery shifted, and he found himself in a magnificent grand hall. Within the hall, ministers stood in formation, exuding an overwhelming aura that made it difficult for Lin Yu to breathe. He sensed that a mere glance from any of these imposing officials could lead to his utter annihilation. All eyes, filled with fervor, were fixed on the dragon throne at the center of the hall. Following their gaze, Lin Yu felt an inexplicable shock, causing a chill to run down his spine. Seated upon the dragon throne was a man clad in imperial robes, his visage obscured. Golden dragons coiled around him, and the air vibrated with the resonance of great paths. Behind him stretched a vast starry sky, showcasing numerous extraordinary phenomena. Colossal giants severed at the neck kneeling in submission, deities roaring in fury, and stars extinguishing as if heralding the end of the world. The man was speaking to the crowd below, and as if sensing Lin Yu's presence, he turned his gaze in his direction. Instantly, Lin Yu was overwhelmed by an immense imperial might that surged toward him like a tidal wave. This imperial aura arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Subsequently, he vaguely perceived the man's lips moving, and a voice reached him. "Hasten your advance." Before Lin Yu could fully comprehend, the space before him shattered, and he found himself back in his room. Like a tea that moment, his face was blank, drenched in cold sweat. After a brief pause, he regained his senses, reflecting on the vividly realistic scene and the man's faintly transmitted voice, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. As he organized his thoughts, he pondered the meaning behind these events. With a smile, he mused, "The boat will naturally reach the bridge. It is only a matter of time before the fog clears." And no sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a resounding explosion burst forth in his mind. Lin Yu felt an excruciating pain, and consciousness slipped away from him that if one were to witness the scene in the Qingxian Hall at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Within Lin Yu's body, a tremendous force erupted, coursing through him with fervor. He slowly floated in the air of the grand hall, eyes closed, surrounded by various manifestations of golden dragons, resembling the arrival of a celestial emperor. In no time, his martial arts realm soared dramatically, mid-stage of the mortal realm, late stage of the mortal realm, peak of the mortal realm. Without a pause, he broke through to the early stage of the earth realm. Halting only upon reaching the mid-stage of the earth realm, Lin Yu gently descended back to the ground. As he underwent this transformation, his realm ascending, a brilliant light erupted across the Great Zhou. simultaneously igniting fervor throughout the land. The XNQJ, stationed in the west, appeared as though he had descended from the heavens, bathed in radiant white light, his internal shackles shattering instantaneously, his aura soaring. Zhao Yun and Hua Tsubing, heading westward, were also accompanied by striking phenomena, with two colossal dragons, one white, one black, coiling around them, their roars echoing endlessly. Yuan Tiangang, Dian Wei, and Liu Bowen also felt their internal restraints crumble. Basking in divine light, that moment, all the top powers of the Dome continent raised their gazes to the starry sky. Suddenly, after millennia of absence, the Emperor Star appeared, followed by an intense tremor. Subsequently, a multitude of martial and literary stars emerged swiftly, encircling the celestial sphere. An elder stood atop a precipice, gazing skyward, murmuring, "The lurking dragon emerges from the abyss. The prophecy has come to pass." His eyes flickered rapidly. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, his body staggering, as though encountering an unfathomable terror. Unpredictable. The elder's footsteps faltered, and he vanished from the mountaintop, unbeknownst to the unconscious Lin Yu. A monumental stir had erupted across the entire Dome continent due to his actions and the summoning of various figures on the following morning. Lin Yu awoke from his stupor, rubbing his still somewhat aching forehead. Immediately, he examined himself mid-stage of the Earth realm. Excitement filled his eyes as he sensed a newfound strength coursing through his body, his gaze sharpening. His physique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully cultivating to the first layer of the ancient celestial court. You have obtained the body of the primordial heavenly emperor. So this is the physique I now possess. And oh wonder, I felt extraordinarily powerful just now. The heavenly emperor, I never expected to break through directly to the mid-stage of the Earth realm. This 1,000,000 battle points were worth it. Thankfully, I did not opt to use the battle points to elevate my realm. The primordial heavenly emperor body is a unique physique for the ancient celestial core technique. Due to the host's initial weakness and first-time cultivation, the martial arts realm experienced a significant breakthrough. Lin Yu immediately understood. He had sensed his strength was particularly formidable, yet he had been unaware of the precise extent to which he could surpass his current level. Then, a thought struck him, and he spoke with a solemn gaze. System, if a situation similar to the one that caused my unconsciousness occurs in the future, please notify me in advance. The system seemed to activate. And after a moment, it responded. The system is currently unable to comply. He felt as though he had hit a wall, refraining from engaging in idle banter with this somewhat unreliable system, having broken through to the mid-stage of the Earth realm. He eagerly wished to check the cultivation levels of the summoned individuals. Yuan Tiangang, peak of the heavenly realm Dian Wei, late stage of the heavenly realm Zhao Yun, late stage of the heavenly realm Hua Tsubing, late stage of the heavenly realm Xinqiji, mid stage of the heavenly realm Lu Ji, peak of the Earth realm upon glancing at their levels. He was taken aback. All their cultivations had completely unsealed. Moreover, once the seals were lifted, it appeared that some form of restraint had been removed, resulting in varying changes across their respective powers. After observing for a moment, he asked System, once the character's powers are unsealed, does it become difficult for them to enhance further? Host, quite the opposite. After unsealing, their respective physiques will also be liberated, no longer constrained by your previous weakness. They will grow and ascend like the prodigies of the myriad realms. Due to the differing physiques and talents of each summoned character, their unsealed realms will vary accordingly. Lin Yu comprehended, yet felt a hint of being sidelined. Ignoring the system's somewhat ambiguous remarks, he turned his attention to his remaining battle points. Inquiring System, how many battle points do I need to advance a level now? 200,000. What about summoning? How many battle points does that require? 100,000. Lin Yu pondered briefly. Having just fused with the primordial heavenly emperor body and with the characters unsealed, his cultivation was sufficient that he glanced at the marketplace. The second layer of the ancient celestial court required 5,000,000 battle points. His lips twitched slightly. Although the exclusive technique offers many advantages, he was also quite curious about what the second layer entailed. However, it depended on whether he had the resources. System, Expend 900,000 battle points to exchange for 3 cavalry regiment expansion cards, second tier, and immediately apply them to the 3 cavalry regiments. Ding! Exchange successful. Application successful. Flying Tiger Regiment. Initial stage of the Master Realm, 60,000. White Horse Etone. Initial stage of the Master Realm, 60,000. Great Han Iron Cavalry. Initial stage of the Master Realm, 60,000. Lin Yu stroked his chin with satisfaction. Then a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The Lin Dynasty, Fongjing City, in a tea house. Lin Yu and Lin Hao sat at a table, sipping tea. With less than half a month until the Great Zhou annual meeting, the two brothers had not seen each other for nearly 2 months. So Lin Hao was pulled out as soon as he emerged from seclusion. Lin Yu increasingly enjoyed stepping outside the royal palace to observe the lives of the common people. The two altered their appearances slightly and found a tea house to sit down. The ability to change appearances was a basic skill for them now and came effortlessly. Howzy, after being in seclusion for so long, you should take a stroll. When shall we take father out of the palace for a tour around the Great Zhou? Lin Yu poured tea for Lin Hao while speaking. Lin Hao scratched his head in a somewhat foolish manner, then nodded with a smile, though his heart was tumultuous. During this period, he had been in seclusion, constantly worried about the impending threat of the Lin Dynasty. Upon emerging from his retreat, he was promptly brought by Lin Yu to this tea house. The echoes of Elder Yi's astonishment and disbelief when he first saw Lin Yu still resonated in his ears. An unparalleled prodigy. No. Even the forbidden talents cannot compare to your brother, Xiao Haozi. Your brother has actually reached the mid-stage of the Earth Realm. His strength is so formidable that ordinary Celestial Realm experts would fall before him. And that burly man behind him, he is at the late stage of the Celestial Realm. I cannot fathom their physiques. The recent upheaval in the starry skies could not possibly have been instigated by your brother. Could it? Lin Hao was immediately overwhelmed by Elder Yi's barrage of words. After diligently cultivating for over a month, he had only achieved the mid-stage of the mortal realm and felt quite proud upon exiting his seclusion. Yet his brother was simply too monstrous. He had also heard about recent events in the Great Zhou, where Generals Hui Zubing and Zhao Yun had split from the southeast and swept through the surrounding dynasties. The unscrupulous officials were under the scrutiny of the inspectors, leaving the officials of the Great Zhou walking on eggshells, all orchestrated by his elder brother, who was merely 2 years his senior. Consequently, Lin Hao felt an even greater admiration for Lin Yu, who had indeed been an omnipotent figure since childhood. Lin Yu glanced at Lin Hao, who had been silent, and mused quietly that Haozi's old man is quite impressive. He has already reached the mid-stage of the mortal realm that he thought of the exorbitantly priced items in the marketplace. And if there were no ulterior motives, he could feasibly assist this old man. However, if his intentions toward Haozi were nefarious, at this thought, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Just as the two brothers were lost in their thoughts, a rogue swiftly entered the tea house and leaned close to Lin Yu's ear, saying, "Your Highness, the Lin Dynasty has assembled 1,000,000 post-heaven infantry and 500,000 pre-heaven cavalry, totaling 1.5 million troops marching towards our territory. We have yet to spot Tuoba Lingtian. The commander is named Tuoba Yu." Upon hearing this, a murderous intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and Lin Hao turned his head, curiosity etched on his face that IT has finally arrived AS for whether Tuoba Lingtian was among them. He was not particularly concerned, for the rogue's cultivation levels were not high and might have missed him, but he immediately stood up, preparing to head to the border to take command. Lin Hao looked at the hurried Lin Yu and promptly asked, "Elder brother, what is happening?" Lin Yu cast a glance at Lin Hao, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes, but did not respond. Lin Hao, noticing the slight hesitation in Lin Yu's gaze, quickly realized. "Elder brother, is it the Lin Dynasty that has come?" Indeed, seeing that Lin had already guessed the truth, Lin Yu felt there was no need to hide any longer. "I want to go." This situation was perilous, and Celestial Realm experts were likely to appear. "I am not afraid." Lin Yu, seeing the determination on his face, pondered for a moment before summoning the rogue from earlier, saying, "Inform the rogue commander to accompany me." He then turned to Lin Hao and said, "Let us go." The two of them, along with Dian Wei, soared into the sky. Shortly thereafter, a streak of light appeared from the palace, following closely behind Yanshi City. a crucial stronghold at the westernmost edge of the Great Zhou Dynasty, held a significance akin to Dingshan City. The citizens within the city were hastily gathering their precious belongings upon receiving news from the Lord's residence that the Lianshan dynasty was about to invade. The citizens were temporarily relocating to the rear cities, planning to return once the war concluded. Although the order had been given, those preparing to leave were mostly the elderly and children, while the majority of the able-bodied youth chose to remain in the city. In an ordinary household within the city, a young man with a resolute expression was speaking to the elderly residents beside him. "Father, you and Mother should go to the rear city to rest for a few days and unwind." This time, both the Crown Prince and the Second Prince have come, along with General Zhao Yun and several others leading the defense of our Yanshi city, that I wish to stay and fight alongside the generals of the Great Zhou and our soldiers to vanquish the foreign enemies. At the mention of Zhao Yun, the young man's eyes ignited with fervor. The elderly man looked at the youth with concern but still said, "Tainyo, be sure to stay safe. Father, Mother, do not worry. I will become a powerful figure like General Zhao," the young man declared with unwavering determination. Such scenes were unfolding throughout the city. In the council hall within the city, Lin Yu sat at the head seat, his mouth twitching slightly as he gazed at a middle-aged man below him. "Your Highness, Old Lien, have finally seen you again. That I heard that old Han perished in Fongjing, and I wept for days. Your Highness, you may not know, but ever since the northern barbarians were vanquished by you, Dingshan City was directly relocated to the former capital of the northern barbarians. Old Lien, have nearly gone moldy there. It was only with great difficulty that I persuaded the old chancellor to transfer me here to Yanshi City. Hearing that a great battle is imminent, Old Lien, am filled with excitement." It was indeed Lin Yu, who rambled on enthusiastically, his words flying forth like a torrent, a look of surprise and delight on his face as he regarded Lin Yu. "Oh, is this the second prince? You've grown so much. It has been nearly 3 or 4 years since we last met. You may not know, but your brother, not long ago, marched north and was like a reincarnation of the god of war. Followed by numerous powerful figures, in the blink of an eye, the northern barbarian king and his sons were vanquished. Old Lien, was so frightened that I could not sleep for days." After saying this, he covertly glanced at Zhao Yun and the others, then, without waiting for Lin Yu's response, turned to Lin Hao and began to chatter away. Lin Hao watched Lin Yu's face twitch uncontrollably, stifling a laugh for a moment before quickly saying, "Uncle Lien, it's been a long time since we last met. Before my father entered seclusion, he often mentioned his old friends, and you were one of them. That we old fellows have indeed not seen the king for quite some time. Once this matter is resolved, let us have a few drinks in Fongjing City." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sighed with nostalgia, suddenly remembering something, and continued, "I heard that the Lianshan dynasty has gathered 1.5 million troops to invade. These rascals are truly lawless, and that fellow, what was his name, Ling Tian, intends to sweep across the entire world. If I, Old Lien, ever lay eyes on him, I will surely break his legs. What kind of person dares to challenge my crown prince?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately composed himself and, seeing Lin Yu about to launch into another tirade, quickly interjected, "Uncle Lien, the Lianshan dynasty's army will soon arrive at Yanshi City, and their momentum is fierce. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. We must treat this matter with caution." Lin Yu instantly smiled sheepishly, rubbed his bald head, and closed his mouth. Lin Yu, relieved to see Lin Yu quiet down, surveyed the room filled with suppressed laughter and nearly lost his composure again. "All right, everyone, let us prepare for battle." Watching the crowd disperse to carry out their orders, he turned to Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei beside him, saying, "Keep a close watch on the second prince on the battlefield. If any danger arises, act immediately." The two promptly acknowledged the command. With their attention on Lin Hao, there should be no significant issues. As for himself, he remembered what Yuan Tiangang had said during their training. "Your Highness, you can now fully contend with a mid-stage celestial realm expert, approximately half a day's journey from the western city of Dazhou." Dust billowed as a sea of heads surged into view, an atmosphere of grim determination pervading the IT was none other than the formidable army of the Lushan dynasty, poised to invade Dazhou. They were on the brink of a great battle, currently engaged in setting up camp and regrouping. Within the military tents, dozens of generals were huddled together. At the center stood a middle-aged man. Tuoba Yu, the commander of this grand army, a pinnacle expert of the heavenly realm. Flanking him were two other middle-aged men, named Tuoba E and Tuoba Fu, both late-stage warriors of the heavenly realm. These three had been dispatched by Tuoba Lai some time ago, joined by nearly 10 other generals, all members of the Tuoba clan. At that moment, the group appeared relaxed as they deliberated on their plans. Capturing the Dazhou Dynasty would lead to the unification of the barbaric lands. The Crown Prince, for reasons unknown, had not made an appearance, likely feeling assured of victory. It was said that the Dazhou Dynasty had recently displayed considerable strength, clearing the eastern regions of the barbaric lands of rival dynasties. Despite their might, they remained just another force in the barbaric lands, easily vanquished by a few powerful dynasties, with the remaining factions eliminated. They could swiftly eradicate Dazhou and achieve unification. Listening to the discussions below, Tuoba Yu remained silent, his brow furrowed. He was privy to certain unusual information. Before their departure, the clan leader had cautioned him to remain vigilant and cautious. A member from the main family was soon to arrive, and Ling Tian would lead a branch back to the main clan. Should danger arise, they were to retreat immediately, having followed Tuoba Lai into countless battles. He could count on one hand the number of times he had been given such a grave warning. The last was during Tuoba Lai's coronation battle, where they had decisively annihilated 3 rival dynasties at the heart of Lizhou, securing vast territories for the Yuhua dynasty. Just as Tuoba Yu was lost in thought, a scout rushed in urgently. Report: a large army of Dazhou is rapidly approaching. Approximately 200,000 troops, all cavalry. The tent fell silent. Tuoba Yu immediately rose and commanded, "Prepare the troops for battle." He then scanned the gathered generals before striding out. "Let us see what Dazhou relies upon to dare emerge from their city with such numbers." The others quickly shook off their surprise and followed suit. Not far from the Lushan dynasty's encampment, the banners of Dazhou fluttered, 3 legions of iron cavalry, standing in perfect formation, an air of lethal intent enveloping them. Lin Yu, leading his forces, fixed his gaze upon the rapidly advancing Lushan army. As soon as they had settled outside Yanshi's city, Lin Yu received the news and promptly led his troops out. He disliked passive defense and believed that the broader the battlefield, the more advantageous it was for his 3 cavalry divisions, sparing the innocent citizens within the city from the ravages of battle. In no time, the Lushan forces had approached within striking distance that a tall, imposing middle-aged man emerged from their ranks, his eyes gleaming with intensity, observing the Dazhou army. Yuan Tiangang immediately transmitted a message to Lin Yu. "Your Highness, this man is not Tuoba Ling Tian, yet he is not to be underestimated. He is a pinnacle expert of the heavenly realm." Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Was this the influence of the Tuoba clan? At that moment, Tuoba Yu also regarded the Dazhou army with uncertainty. They all appeared remarkably youthful, exuding a formidable presence, seemingly led by a youth of around 20. Just as he was about to speak, a booming voice erupted from the opposing camp. "Tuoba Ling Tian, what is your intention? What gives you the audacity to lead your army against us? I could cleave your legs with a single stroke." Tuoba Yu turned to see a bald, middle-aged man wielding a battle knife, spitting words with fervor. Sensing the atmosphere, he nearly lost his composure. A Master Realm warrior had no right to be so brazen. Lin Yu's lips twitched in response. This was the second time, and he resolved never to bring this man again. Casting a glance at Lianzhu, Tuoba Yu quickly regained his composure and addressed the Dazhou camp. "I am Tuoba Yu, commander of the Lushan dynasty's forces, tasked with unifying the barbaric lands." "Who leads the Dazhou dynasty?" Lin Yu replied. "I am Lin Yu, the Crown Prince of the Dazhou dynasty. The Dazhou dynasty could become a vassal force of our nation, under our protection, and may select strong individuals to serve in our court. Those with exceptional talent may even go to Lizhou's center to enjoy the cultivation resources we provide." A cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. His thoughts rather grandiose. If you wish for battle, then so be it. It seems the Dazhou had not realized. As Tuoba Yu was about to continue his persuasion, the loud voice interrupted again. "What are you babbling about? You are not Tuoba Ling Tian's whelp. What is there to discuss? Someone, come over and let me cleave your head in two. Tuobiyu could no longer restrain himself, but someone else was quicker. A young general burst forth from the ranks, brandishing his battle knife, a blade of light swiftly slicing towards Lin Yu. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated. Exiled flicked his sword, a beam of light flashing through, shattering the incoming blade and redirecting it towards the young general. Before the Lushan army could react, the sword light struck first. The young general was hit, staggering back and coughing up blood. Tuobiyu narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Exiled at mid-stage of the Heavenly Realm, a Heavenly Realm expert in the barbaric lands. Who are you? Exiled replied with a calm demeanor. I am Exiled under the command of the Crown Prince of the Zhou Dynasty. Meanwhile, Lin Yu clutched his chest, shouting, Damn it, you nearly scare me to death. You young man, lacking the virtue of a warrior. The young general, already coughing blood, suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. Lin Yu, witnessing this, cast a surprised glance at Lin Yu. Is Uncle Lin perhaps of a special constitution? A mere Earth Realm warrior, fainting from anger. He turned his gaze back to Tuobiyu, his expression, I see why, and no need for further word, his aura surged. He raised his spear, standing tall. Dazhou cavalry, the 18,000 cavalry below, emanated a fierce aura, raising their voices in a furious roar. Present. Lin Yu pointed his spear at the Lushan army. Anyone who dares to offend Dazhou. Yuan Tiangang and the others rose into the air behind Lin Yu, their auras erupting, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, declaring in unison, We shall annihilate your nation, exterminate your kin, root out your descendants. A space that even a master realm expert could not shake began to resonate with cracking sounds. Kill! Below, 2 torrents of black and 1 torrent of white surged forth, charging headlong towards the 150,000 troops. Yuan Tiangang and the others took to the air. Tuobiyu's expression had lost all composure. They were all experts of the heavenly realm. Gazing at the rapidly advancing Dazhou iron cavalry, he turned pale. They were all early-stage masters, nearly comparable to the elite forces of the Yuhua dynasty. Was this the strength of the barbaric lands dynasty? Before he could ponder further, several beams of light shot towards them. Tuobiyu and his companions quickly adjusted, unleashing their own auras as they charged forward. If it is battle we seek, then let us engage. Instantly, the entire sky roiled with spiritual energy, the sound of thunder echoing. Zhao Yun faced off against Tuoba Yi. Huitsubing clashed with Tuoba Fu. Jianwei engaged 2 mid-stage Heavenly Realm generals. Xi and Qiji confronted 3 early-stage Heavenly Realm generals. Both sides met with lethal moves, each strike intent on claiming lives. Below, the Dazhou cavalry also surged into the ranks of the Lushan army. In an instant, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, the formidable army of the Lianshan dynasty was pierced through in a heartbeat. The once invincible Lianshan forces, accustomed to conquering the wild lands, crumbled at the slightest touch, and the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. The iron cavalry of the Dazhou dynasty surged through the Lianshan ranks as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Relentlessly charging and piercing through the enemy lines, the lamentations and shouts of the Lianshan troops echoed in unison. Tuobiyu remained motionless, casting a glance at the Lianshan commander, who found himself at a disadvantage upon encountering a Dazhou powerhouse. His expression darkening slightly. The realization that 150,000 of his troops were being mercilessly slaughtered filled him with acute anxiety. He was not idle out of choice, but rather out of fear. His gaze fixated on the masked figure clad in formidable attire beside Lin Yu, sensing a lethal threat emanating from him. This sensation of impending death reminded him of the formidable beings he had encountered before. Leaving his nerves taut, suddenly his pupils constricted. He beheld the masked man sway slightly, only to vanish from sight in an instant. In less than a second, a masked face materialized before Tuobiyu, and then he was sent hurtling backward. Tuobiyu hastily steadied himself, stifling a groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His gaze filled with disbelief as he stared at the masked figure that now stood in the place he had just occupied. Peak of the Heavenly Realm? Impossible! The peak of the Heavenly Realm could not possibly inflict such a grievous wound upon him. You are not from this wild land. Who are you? Yuan Tiangang, under the command of the first prince of the Dazhou Dynasty. A voice, tinged with indifference, emerged from beneath the mask. Just as Tuoba Yu was about to respond, a thunderous crash resonated nearby. Two figures of Lianshan commanders plummeted to the ground, landing heavily and falling silent. Simultaneously, a roar erupted. Preposterous, a robust man, adorned with the image of a fierce tiger behind him, brandished a massive halberd and appeared instantly before Lin Yu. It was Dian Wei, who had seen several Lianshan warriors from the Earth realm charging towards Lin Yu. He was immediately incensed, unleashing his body's aura, and in a mere flick of his halberd, he dispatched two mid-tier warriors of the heavenly realm entangled with him, before soaring to Lin Yu's side. The few warriors rushing toward Lin Yu halted abruptly upon seeing Dian Wei. Trembling in fear, they had just witnessed this formidable man effortlessly slay two heavenly realm warriors. Lin Yu also quietly retracted his spear. Opportunities for him to intervene were dwindling. Unfazed by their thoughts, Dian Wei raised his halberd, his face a mask of murderous intent, determined to eliminate those who dared to attack the prince amidst the chaos. As if sensing the conclusion of Dian Wei's battle, other capable individuals were equally unwilling to lag behind. The seven-serpent coiling spear, Toba's throat, was pierced instantaneously by Zhao Yun, his head exploding as it fell to the ground. Tuoba Fu was cleaved in half by a single thrust from Hua Tsubing, his body splintering into two pieces upon impact. Dian Wei and Xian Qiji swung their weapons, and soon, only Tuoba Yu remained amidst the battlefield. The battle concluded far more swiftly than he had anticipated. They were utterly crushed without a hint of resistance. Tuoba Yu gazed at his kin, felled like dumplings in a single onslaught, a bitter smile etched on his face. Thus, this was the reason the family head had issued such solemn instructions. Sensing the cold, unyielding gazes of the Dazhou powerhouses surrounding him, he turned his eyes toward the direction of the Tianqi Mountains. Seemingly catching a glimpse of the Tuoba clan in the Lianshan royal city, despair etched upon his features. Then, a surge of power coursed through him, racing toward his heart and consciousness. Just then, Yuan Tiangang vanished from sight, delivering a powerful kick to his chest, the force overwhelming. Tuoba Yu was sent crashing to the ground, and Yuan Tiangang swiftly closed the distance, binding him with a grip that rendered him powerless. Hoisting him from the ground, Lin Yu descended from the air, glancing at the barely conscious Tuoba Yu, and instructed Yuan, take him back and interrogate him thoroughly. Yuan Tiangang nodded, lifting Tuoba Yu and taking flight toward Yinchi City. It turned out that when Lin Yu realized Toba Ling Tian was absent from the Lianshan army, he discreetly sent a message to Yuan Tiangang, instructing him to leave Tuoba Yu with a breath to ensure a thorough interrogation later. Lin Yu watched Yuan Tiangang depart before turning his gaze back to the battlefield, momentarily lost in thought as he beheld the Lianshan army, nearly annihilated. Behind him, Dian Wei and the others stood with him on the battlefield. In the Yuhua dynasty, Lianshan royal city, the royal mansion, the moment when Tuoba Yi and Tuoba Fu were slain, Tuoba Lai and Tuoba Ling Tian had just escorted a middle-aged man to a room within the royal mansion for rest. As they settled at a stone table in the courtyard, they noticed a guard rushing toward them. His expression frantic, the sense of foreboding washed over them. The guard approached, breathless, and reported, "Your Highness, young master, the life tokens of General Toba and General Toba Fu have shattered. Additionally, several life tokens of Heavenly Realm clansmen and dozens from the Earth Realm have broken almost simultaneously." The two men sprang to their feet from the stone benches. Tuoba Ling Tian was the first to inquire. "What of Uncle Yu? What is the status of his life token?" "Young master, General Tuoba Yu's life token remains intact. However, the situation is grim, its flame flickering as if it has sustained grave injuries." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Ling Tian's expression darkened, his killing intent palpable, eyes glinting with cold fury. Just then, another guard rushed in, exclaiming, "This is bad. General Tuoba Yu's life token has shattered." Tuoba Ling Tian could no longer contain himself. His power surged violently, and he smashed the stone table with a single palm, his gaze bloodshot. Tuoba Lai, equally enraged, waved dismissively at the two trembling guards, then demanded, "The dynasty you mentioned last time is called the Zhou?" "Indeed, father, I shall avenge them." Tuoba Lai cast a glance at the blood-red-eyed Tuoba Ling Tian, his brows furrowing slightly, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Calm yourself. Tuoba Ling Tian was jolted awake, the crimson hue in his eyes fading. Though his fists remained tightly clenched, seeing him regain control, Tuoba Lai added, Tenor, your constitution is extraordinary. You must learn to master it. Tuoba Ling Tian nodded. I underestimated the hidden dragons of the wild lands. The speed at which those life tokens shattered indicates that Uncle Yu and the others had no means of resistance. Even if the Dazhou dynasty lacks formidable beings in the venerable realm, they are not far off. Tuoba Lai glanced at the somewhat composed Tuoba Ling Tian and continued, the steward from the main family has just arrived. In a few days, we shall return to the main family, where you can fully activate your constitution. With the resources available there, you will undoubtedly grow rapidly. We can either muster the entire clan's power to confront the unknown Dazhou, or you can return in a few years, having honed your skills, to exact revenge. I shall heed your counsel. Tuoba Ling Tian replied, gradually unclenching his fists, lifting his head to meet Tuoba Lai's gaze with a gentle nod. The Dazhou dynasty, approximately half a month after the Lianshan army was swept away by Lin Yu's forces in the Dazhou Imperial Palace, Lin Huang's residence, Lin Huang, Lin Yu, and Lin Hao were seated around a jade table, enjoying a meal together. Typically, martial artists of the mortal realm could fast for extended periods, and Lin Huang had just emerged from seclusion, promptly summoning his two sons. The trio dined like ordinary folk, savoring dishes and sipping wine. Lin Huang raised his cup, gesturing to the two, took a sip, and playfully scolded, You two have grown so much that even my guards no longer heed my commands. I instructed that if there were any news from the Lianshan dynasty, I was to be informed immediately. Yet, it has been half a month since you both led the army to annihilate the Lianshan forces, and only now do I hear of it. Although his words bore a semblance of reproach, the uncontainable smile on his face and the pride shining in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Lin Hao chuckled sheepishly, turning his gaze to Lin Yu. Father, do not blame Haozi. It was my decision. Lin Yu raised his glass and promptly responded. Lin Huang waved his hand. How could he be unaware that this was Lin Yu's arrangement? Gazing at his eldest son, who was soon to turn 19, he was filled with a myriad of emotions. Pouring drinks for the two, he continued, Now, speak of the plans you two brothers have moving forward. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, On that day, I instructed the unscrupulous individuals to interrogate Tuoba Yu. From his disclosures, I learned that the Tuoba family of the Yuhua dynasty is a branch of a rather formidable force in the central domain. Moreover, it appears that Tuoba Ling Tian did not make an appearance this time, seemingly because they are about to return to their main lineage. Subsequently, Lin Yu recounted the various pieces of information that Yuan Tiangang had reported to him that day. A flicker of shock passed through both their eyes. It turned out that the center of Liao Prefecture was so vast. Lin Yu glanced at the two and continued, Father, have you received any information regarding the dynasty's ascension to imperial status? It is only now, after so many years, that I hear it from your lips. However, recently, as the territory of the Great Zhou expands, your subordinates and legions have grown increasingly strong. I have a vague sense that the Great Zhou is encountering a barrier. As if it is on the verge of transformation, a fleeting seriousness crossed Lin Huang's eyes as he replied. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, as he had surmised, certain conditions had not been met. Lin Hao then spoke up, Brother, the Tuoba Ling Tian and his family should have received news of their defeat by now. Why have they remained silent until this moment? Lin Yu also exhibited a hint of confusion in his eyes as he said, Upon our return, I arranged for unscrupulous individuals to probe into Lianshan King's city. News should arrive shortly. Just as he finished speaking, a guard announced the entry of the unscrupulous commander, and Lin Yu immediately bade him to enter. Before long, Yuan Tiangang stepped into the room, saluting the three, then hesitated slightly as he looked at Lin Yu. Recognizing his silence, Lin Yu understood immediately and felt a surge of anger. Speak plainly. Yes, the subordinate began. We have received news from the Yuhua dynasty that Lianshan King resigned from his post to the dynasty 10 days ago. The Tuoba family in Lianshan King City relocated 5 days ago, leaving behind only some peripheral industries and inconsequential individuals. Essentially, The entire Tuoba family is now devoid of people that I surmise that they must be returning to their main lineage. Lin Yu lightly rubbed his finger against the wine glass in his hand, nodding in acknowledgement, and instructed him, "The generals will be returning soon. Go and issue orders regarding the newly acquired cities to ensure a thorough cleansing. Better to miss than to let slip. The Great Zhou annual meeting is in 2 days. You need not attend." Yuan Tiangang accepted the command and departed. Lin Huang observed the departing Yuan Tiangang and the composed Lin Yu, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes as he jested. Your subordinate is quite impressive." Lin Hao, too, looked at Lin Yu with admiration. He had witnessed Yuan Tiangong's prowess during the battle in Yinchi City, where he had subdued a peak realm expert in mere moves. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly, reflecting on the bond shared with the two, untainted by the trivialities of recent events. Perhaps only within the Great Zhou was there an absence of the treachery typical of imperial families, replaced instead by pure, familial affection. Contemplating the recent news, he continued, "It seems, as the earlier message suggested, that the Tuoba family has indeed returned to their main lineage. They are a family of considerable audacity." The two nodded in agreement. "You mentioned that your generals are returning soon?" Lin Huang inquired. "Yes. Following the battle in Yinchi City, there is no longer a threat in the entire barbarian lands to the Great Zhou. I have instructed them to head westward and annex the major cities of the Lianshan dynasty. A fortnight has passed, and they should have achieved significant gains. With the annual meeting approaching, I have summoned them back for now." Lin Yu regarded the two and continued, "I plan to incorporate all territories of the Lianshan dynasty into the Great Zhou after the annual meeting, achieving unification of the entire barbarian lands. Subsequently, I shall lead the Great Zhou out of this wilderness and explore grander vistas." Lin Yu's gaze was sharp, his face radiating ambition as he rose and drained his cup in one swift motion. "Excellent!" Lin Huang and Lin Hao were equally stirred, raising their glasses in unison. Lin Huang looked at the spirited Lin Yu and resolved within himself that Yu was indeed more suited to lead the Great Zhou. The three engaged in casual conversation until deep into the night, after which they parted ways. Returning from Lin Huang's residence, Lin Hao sat in his own chamber, seemingly contemplating a decision. When Lin Huang had inquired about his future plans with Lin Yu, he had remained silent. In truth, he had a plan long since conceived. His elder brother was too exceptional, a qualified ruler in every sense. Yet he had grown accustomed to the care provided by Lin Huang and Lin Yu, living a carefree existence with no ambitions for the throne. With the fall of the Lianshan dynasty and the departure of the Tuoba family, the barbarian lands now belonged entirely to the Great Zhou. He did not wish to remain forever sheltered under the protection of his father and brother. Coupled with the old man within him, who frequently remarked on his unreliability, there remained an underlying trust in him. "Old man, I have made my decision. I shall leave the barbarian lands, venture beyond Liao Prefecture, and seek experiences in various lands. I must strive to elevate myself. You finally see reason, you little rascal. This place is too small. Liao Prefecture is too small. You should have ventured out long ago. Your brother and his subordinates are simply extraordinary. You need not worry at all. Rest assured, with my guidance, in a few years' time, you will not lag behind them. After the annual meeting, I will discuss this with father and elder brother." Lin Hao's resolve gradually solidified. Fongjing City was aglow with festive decorations, vibrant crowds bustling about, and children running joyously, enveloping the atmosphere in a rich celebratory spirit. As the current capital of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Fongjing City had expanded significantly, more than doubling in size. With the annual meeting approaching, throngs of people arrived from all directions. At that moment, a streak of light traversed the sky, hovering above Fongjing City before rapidly descending into the heart of the city. The young figure clad in gleaming silver armor appeared before the city guards and the citizens. Upon recognizing his visage, a wave of exclamations erupted. "Zhao Yun, General Zhao. He is my idol. I will undoubtedly become a member of the White Horse Itong, following General Zhao to expand the territories of the Great Zhou." It was none other than Zhao Yun. Returning from the borders, he made his way toward the palace. He greeted the surrounding citizens of the Great Zhou with a smile and a nod. General Zhao smiled at me. Nonsense, that was clearly a smile directed at me. Just as he landed, two more streaks of light flashed past, landing beside him. Huotsubing and Exiled. The crowd erupted into further excitement upon their arrival. General Exin, don't push, don't touch, a burly man exclaimed, shoving away a hand that had appeared from nowhere on his chest. General Hua, are you here for the annual meeting? An elderly man inquired. Huotsubing nodded in response. General Exin, how do you find my appearance? A somewhat attractive woman asked, gazing hopefully at Exiled. Zhao Yun and Huotsubing exchanged amused glances at the slightly flustered Exiled, their lips curling upward. As more and more people began to gather around, the three promptly utilized their agility to escape the crowd. The voices of the crowd did not cease as they watched the trio depart. General Zhao is so handsome, a young man in white exclaimed. General Hua is even more dashing, a young man in black retorted. General Zhao and the White Horse Itong are truly formidable. Clearly, General Hua and his Great Zhou Iron Cavalry are unparalleled. I find General Xian's Flying Tiger Army to be far more valiant. Just as the two were on the brink of a confrontation, a young man with a sword at his waist interjected. At that moment, the previously disdainful burly man, his gaze now somewhat dazed, remarked, I believe the most formidable protector of His Highness the First Prince, General Dianwei, stands unrivaled. Such sentiments have not ceased to circulate among the trio since their arrival in Fongjing City. With each recent battle, their renown within the Great Zhou has soared, and wherever they go, they are met with fervent admirers. Fortunately, Lin Yu has taken to adjusting his demeanor when venturing out. Otherwise, he might find himself besieged by the enthusiastic populace of Great Zhou. Unable to move in Lin Yu's audience chamber, the trio of Zhao Yun, having just returned, was reporting their respective situations to him. Lin Yu listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Once they had finished, he dismissed them to rest. The armies each led by the three had not yet returned, remaining stationed at the borders. With the annual assembly set for the following day, there were no pressing matters to attend to, allowing for minor issues to be set aside. The reports they provided aligned perfectly with Lin Yu's expectations, indicating smooth advancements in their respective endeavors. Presently, 2/3 of the vast wilderness had been occupied by the Great Zhou, and it was merely a matter of time before complete dominion was achieved. After their departure, Lin Yu connected to the system that a glance revealed a significant influx of conquest points. He had been preoccupied with various aftermath duties and had not checked recently. Conquest points. 1,700,000. As his martial prowess continued to ascend, lower-tier warriors, particularly those beneath the mortal realm, yielded diminishing returns in conquest points. The majority of these points were accrued through the defeat of formidable beings at the earthly and celestial levels. Yet, even the smallest of mosquitoes contributes flesh. For instance, the Lushan Legion, with its numbers, had provided nearly 500,000 conquest points. Contemplating these points, Lin Yu stroked his chin, uncertain how to best utilize them. After a moment's reflection, he opened the system's marketplace and began to peruse its offerings. Suddenly, an item caught his eye, prompting immediate inspection. Teleportation Array Technique Conquest Points. 1 million note. Can establish a teleportation array within the host territorial limits. Upon redemption, this technique can be transferred to a designated individual. This was indeed a valuable asset. As the territory of the Great Zhou expanded, the ability to facilitate communication between legions and merchants across cities became increasingly vital. Although the price was steep, once mastered, it would prove invaluable for a lifetime. Without hesitation, he commanded System expend 1 million conquest points to purchase the teleportation array technique. Beep, purchase successful, as Lin Yu gazed at the shimmering tome within the system space. A satisfied smile graced his lips for the moment. He set aside thoughts of whom to impart the teleportation technology. He continued to browse the marketplace, discovering a plethora of enticing items, albeit all too costly for his current means. Two particular items, however, were firmly etched in his mind. Character Training Space Conquest Points. 5 million note. Contains rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in combat targets. Summoned characters may enter for training. The flow of time increases proportionally with the host cultivation level. Initial time ratio 1. 5. Legion Training Space Conquest Points. 5 million note. Contains rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in combat targets. Summoned legions may enter for training. The flow of time increases proportionally with the host cultivation level. Initial time ratio 1:5. These were nothing short of miraculous artifacts, given his current personnel and legions. Entering for training for 5 years would equate to only 1 year passing externally. Moreover, as his own cultivation improved, the time ratio would further accelerate, and with the innate talents of the summoned characters and legions. Given ample time, they could effortlessly dominate the entire continent. Lin Yu's mouth nearly watered at the thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he inquired, "System, if I redeem the Legion training space, will the Legion Realm enhancement cards in the marketplace become obsolete?" "Host, ponder this carefully," the system replied. Lin Yu paused, sensing an affront, and reflected briefly. The Legion Realm enhancement cards provided immediate elevation upon expenditure of conquest points, whereas the Legion training space required time for cultivation. While they were indeed distinct, over a prolonged period, the Legion training space would undoubtedly offer superior value. The enhancement cards could serve as a stopgap in emergencies. Understanding this, he resolved to diligently acquire conquest points. Casting a glance at his remaining 700,000 conquest points, he asked, "System, how many conquest points are necessary to elevate my cultivation to the peak of the earthly realm?" 400,000. After a moment's hesitation, considering his future plans, he commanded, "System, elevate me to the peak of the earthly realm." Beep. Elevation successful. A surge of formidable power erupted from Lin Yu, which he swiftly reined in. Upon sensing his enhanced strength, 3 to 4 times greater than that of the mid-earthly realm, he felt a wave of satisfaction as he moved to summon a new wave of soldiers. At that moment, Dianwei entered, followed closely by Qin Er, who informed him, "Your Highness, the king has sent word that we may proceed to the palace for the annual assembly." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced out the window, realizing it was already evening. Today marked the last day of the year, and the night assembly organized by Lin Huang required their attendance. He promptly made his way outside, placing the summoning matters on hold. In high spirits following his recent breakthrough, Lin Yu walked toward the banquet hall. Stealing a glance at the now-grown Qin Er, he teased, "Qin Er, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. I wonder which fortunate man will have the privilege of marrying you in the future." Qin Er's face flushed crimson, her hands tightly clutching her garment, rendered speechless. Lin Yu, witnessing her reaction, erupted into laughter. Upon entering the banquet hall, Lin Yu noted that many officials of the Great Zhou were already present. As he approached, the gathered individuals rose from their seats to pay their respects. Acknowledging them with a nod, his gaze fell upon Lin Hao, who was enthusiastically waving at him. He promptly made his way to a seat beside him. Looking back, he saw that Zhao Yun and the others had already taken their places. His own seat was the first on the left side of the hall, with a slightly larger seat in the upper left reserved for Lin Huang, who had yet to arrive. Noticing Lin Yu's arrival, Lin Hao leaned over and said, "Elder brother, father has assigned me to sit across from you, but I chose not to. I wanted to sit beside you." Lin Yu smiled at him, then surveyed the grand hall, where the ministers were engaged in amiable conversation, their eyes occasionally drifting toward him and the others, all wearing expressions of admiration. They were likely discussing the recent transformations within the Great Zhou. In the crowd, Lin Yu spotted Shui Ran and Lian Zhu among them, presumably summoned by Lin Huang. Shortly after Lin Yu settled in, Lin Huang strode in with an imposing presence, taking his seat at the designated spot. As he entered, the chatter ceased and a serene silence enveloped the hall. Once seated, Lin Huang raised his goblet and stood, addressing the assembly. "Today marks the annual gathering. There is but one thing to proclaim." Cheers! The assembly rose in unison, lifting their goblets in salute to His Majesty. As the rows of dancers gracefully entered, the melodic strains of music began to resonate throughout the hall, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of exuberance. Before Lin Yu's table, a steady stream of guests approached to offer toasts, forming an endlessly long queue. He, too, responded with unwavering patience to each and every one that within the great hall. The boisterous voices echoed the loudest, particularly those of Zhu, who, together with Dianwei, fervently drank from a large wine vat, with rumors circulating that the two had sworn brotherhood, that on this festive occasion, none opted to utilize their martial prowess to dispel the effects of alcohol. Lin Yu and his companions, possessing a physique considerably superior to that of others, ultimately found themselves inebriated and sprawled upon the ground. The year-end gala continued until the late hours of the night before concluding. Upon exiting, Lin Yu hurriedly returned to his chamber to rest, for the following day marked the first grand court assembly of the new year. The next day, within the imperial palace, in the grand assembly hall, the first court meeting of the new year was referred to as the Great Court Assembly. All officials of notable standing within the Great Zhou were in attendance. Lin Huang sat upon the dragon throne, attentively listening to reports from various regional officials, while Lin Yu occupied a seat just below him. Once the local officials had completed their reports, Gu stepped out of the ranks and bowed. Addressing Your Majesty, the Great Zhou now flourishes in strength, with the populace well-fed and clothed. Every region is methodically integrating the ever-expanding territories. In such a prosperous era, I find great solace. Now, having surpassed the age of 60, I humbly request to resign from my position, allowing it to be filled by a more capable young person for the benefit of the Great Zhou. Upon his conclusion, approximately 10 venerable officials of the Great Zhou simultaneously stepped forward from the ranks. Echoing in unison, Your Majesty, we too request to resign from our posts. Lin Yu was taken aback, his mouth agape as he contemplated intervening, but Lin Huang's voice resounded from above. Granted, you ministers have devoted yourselves to the Great Zhou. Upon your return, may you enjoy the pleasures of family life. Should the Great Zhou require your services again, you are always welcome to return. We shall comply. Gu and the others responded with smiles as they returned to their ranks. Lin Yu gazed at Gu and the others, perplexed. They appeared to be sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives for a coup. Just as they returned to their ranks, Lin Huang surveyed the assembly and proclaimed, From this day forth, the throne shall be passed to the first prince, Lin Yu. Once an auspicious date is selected, the coronation ceremony shall be held. A wave of murmurs swept through the grand hall in an instant. Lin Yu was left stunned by the announcement. He had anticipated such a day might come, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. Following Lin Huang's declaration, Lu Bowen stepped forth from the ranks. Over time, his talents had become evident to all, and as he emerged, a hush fell over the assembly. Your Highness, the 15th day, hence marks the day of the dragon's ascendance. It would be most appropriate to conduct the coronation ceremony on that day. Upon hearing this, Lin Huang immediately replied, Then let it be decided for that day. You shall oversee all necessary arrangements. Lu Bowen acknowledged and returned to the ranks, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Lin Yu. The martial generals, including Hua Xiubing, stood within the hall, wearing similar smiles as they looked upon him. The elder officials, such as Gu gazed at him with eyes full of expectation. After issuing his orders, Lin Huang winked at Lin Yu, who instantly understood. Lin Huang was paving the way for him, while the elder officials of the Great Zhou were also yielding to him. Lu Bowen and the martial generals had likely been drawn into Lin Huang's plans regarding this matter. Seemingly eager for Lin Yu to ascend to the throne as he surveyed the various gazes fixed upon him, Lin Yu took a deep breath and rose at, Your son shall accept. Following the great court assembly, within the secluded chambers of Lin Huang, he sat holding a phoenix-shaped jade pendant, flanked by Lin Yu and Lin Hao. Lin Hao, brimming with excitement, gazed at Lin Yu, for he too had attended the great court assembly. Lin Huang first glanced at Lin Yu and said, Starting tomorrow, you shall be the 28th Emperor of the Great Zhou. Do not forget your original aspirations. Manage our ancestral legacy well. I believe you can lead the people of the Great Zhou out of this so-called barbaric land. Lin Yu responded confidently, Father, rest assured. However, you are still so young. Why pass the throne to me so soon? Upon hearing this, Lin Huang looked at the two of them and chuckled softly. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. I will not attend your coronation ceremony. You have always excelled since childhood. I need not burden you with too many instructions. However, you have always been carefree. Seek guidance from your elder brother more often. The two listened, their expressions gradually shifting to astonishment. Lin Huang continued, I plan to leave the Great Zhou tomorrow to seek a path to the central domain. For many years, I've been unable to set my mind at ease regarding the Great Zhou, as it is our ancestral legacy, particularly concerning you two brothers. Now, You both have proven yourselves sufficiently capable. Thus, it is time. After speaking, he quietly observed the two, his face adorned with a carefree smile. Lin Yu swallowed hard, barely managing to utter, "Father, you could wait until we are more capable before we collectively bring Mother back." Lin Hao remained silent, unable to fathom that Lin Huang had proposed leaving before him. Lin Huang, looking at the two, smiled even more broadly upon hearing Lin Yu's address. "Very well. I shall first venture forth to ascertain what kind of den the Phoenix clan truly is. Remember, if you do not hear from me, do not expend efforts searching for me. Only when there is absolute certainty should you seek to bring your mother back. Now, return." With that, Lin Huang waved his hand and turned his back to them. Lin Hao clenched his teeth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he stood rooted to the spot. He grew ever more resolute in his desire to leave the protection of his elder brother and strive to cultivate his abilities. Lin Yu watched Lin Huang's retreating figure, his lips parting slightly. Yet ultimately, he said nothing and led Lin Hao out of the chamber. He understood that once Lin Huang had made his decision, mere words could not sway him. The only path forward was to forge ahead with determination. Lin Huang departed. The day after his conversation with Lin Yu and Lin Hao, he left the Great Zhou. When Lin Yu came to find him the following day, he had already vacated the palace. Lin Yu publicly declared that Lin Huang was in seclusion for cultivation 2 days after Lin Huang's departure. Lin Hao also came to bid farewell to Lin Yu. He stated that he wished to rely on himself and forge a unique path as a warrior before returning to the Great Zhou to retrieve their mother together. That day, Lin Yu stood alone at the highest point of the palace, gazing at Lin Hao's determined silhouette, lost in thought. Moreover, the place where Lin Huang and Lin Hao had once lived was under strict orders from Lin Yu, forbidding anyone from approaching. Nearly half a month had passed since the departure of Lin Huang and Lin Hao in the imperial palace of the Great Zhou. Lin Yu's former residence now stood at the very heart of the palace. In the council chamber, Lin Yu sat poised in his chair, attentively listening to Liu Bowen's report. "Your Highness, in 2 days, the coronation ceremony will take place. The entire barbaric land has been thoroughly pacified by several generals. The replenishment of supplies from the officials in the rear is also proceeding smoothly. Here is the agenda for the coronation ceremony 2 days hence. Please review it." He received a golden ledger from Liu Bowen, flipped through it briefly, and then set it aside. "I understand. You may leave." As he observed Liu Bowen exiting the hall, Lin Yu exhaled deeply and stepped out of his quarters. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, he cast a glance at the 2 gleaming fate tablets before returning to his room. The guard of the ancestral hall seemed to have grown accustomed to this routine, as the prince nearly visited daily. Lin Yu had already adjusted his state of mind a few days after the departure of the 2 individuals, eagerly anticipating their reunion. Once back in his chamber, Lin Yu mentally connected to the system. System, expend all battle points for summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host. Summoning successful. 2 successful summons were achieved, along with 1 failure. Would you like to deploy? Lin Yu promptly examined the summoning details, and his eyes widened in astonishment, a smile spreading across his face with remarkable speed. Sun Yu, Peak of the Earth Realm. Gongsun Ban, Peak of the Earth Realm, accompanied by 5,000 disciples of the Gongsun clan, Grandmaster Peak. The first summoning result was none other than Sun Yu, a talent of governance, one of his preferred ministers for statecraft. Such a figure relies more on intellect than martial prowess. Moreover, this was merely the initial cultivation level, given the innate abilities of these summoned individuals. He firmly believed that, even among civil officials, they would not fall short of the prodigies of the Cheongdong continent. His civil ministerial team now boasted an additional member, imagining Liu Bowen on the left and Sun Yu on the right. He couldn't help but grin widely. The second summoning result filled him with even more ecstasy, revealing yet another special event. Gongsun Ban, a figure whose prowess rivals that of Mozi, is more widely recognized by another name, Liu Ban. Furthermore, he came with 5,000 disciples from the Gongsun family, an extraordinary stroke of luck. Although their cultivation might not be exceptionally high, they were undoubtedly specialists in their respective fields. 1 could not underestimate them. Who knows when a sudden puppet might emerge, catching an adversary off guard. Additionally, The teleportation array technology he had recently purchased from the marketplace was now perfectly suited for them that he declared, proceed with the deployment of Gongsun Ban and his disciples. Ding! Deployment successful. Before Lin Yu, the space fractured, and an elderly man stepped forth, his eyes shimmering with countless transformations and wisdom. Upon his emergence, the elder fixed his gaze upon Lin Yu and cupped his hands in greeting. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Lin Yu, momentarily startled, felt a flicker of astonishment. After half a month of cultivation, he had nearly reached the initial stage of the celestial realm. Just moments ago, Gongsun Ban's gaze almost entranced him. Conjuring visions of colossal puppets in his mind, he hurried forward to assist Gongsun Ban to his feet, saying, "No need for such formalities." He then retrieved a tome radiating an ethereal glow from the system's space and eagerly presented it to him. "Please see if you can comprehend and master this." As the book appeared in Lin Yu's hands, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gongsun Ban's eyes. Upon hearing his words, he promptly accepted the tome and focused intently, his consciousness merging with the text to Lin Yu's perception. After Gongsun Ban took the book, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his mind, while Lin Yu closed his eyes. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Gongsun Ban opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Lin Yu. "I am fortunate not to disappoint." Hearty laughter erupted from Lin Yu. "Then, please lead your disciples in mastering this technology diligently. 2 days hence, after the coronation ceremony, we shall commence the establishment of the teleportation array." Gongsun Ban bowed respectfully. "Understood." After his departure, Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, slightly calming his excitement. "Deploy." "Sun Yu." "Ding." Deployment successful. Once more. The space before Lin Yu fractured, and footsteps echoed through, accompanied by a surge of righteous energy that lifted the hem of his robes. As the footsteps drew nearer, a refined gentleman, a middle-aged man exuding warmth and gentility, emerged from the rift, his deep-set eyes twinkling like stars. At the moment of Sun Yu's arrival, Lu Bowen, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials, seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze towards Lin Yu's quarters. A smile graced his lips, eyes sparkling with anticipation as he murmured, "What a pure and righteous aura! I wonder which great talent has been resurrected by the prince," casting a glance at the towering stack of memorials. His smile broadened. "It appears we have company." Meanwhile, in Lin Yu's chamber, he sat across from the newly summoned Sun Yu, ready to discuss some thoughts he wished to convey. Observing Sun Yu's amiable demeanor, Lin Yu couldn't help but admire him inwardly. What a distinguished middle-aged gentleman. Just as he was about to speak, Sun Yu interjected, "Does your Majesty wish to inquire about the development plans for the Great Zhou following the coronation ceremony?" Lin Yu's words caught in his throat, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Truly, a remarkable talent. He had anticipated his question. Unconcerned about the potential for courtly suspicion, Lin Yu felt assured of the system's unwavering loyalty. Sun Yu regarded Lin Yu, his eyes gleaming with expectation, and began to articulate the insights he had received upon his resurrection. "I have a few suggestions. Implement the imperial examination to recruit talent. Establish academies to emphasize education. Consolidate our territories." Lin Yu listened in admiration, his gaze fixed on Sun Yu, his thoughts mirroring those of his esteemed advisor. The Great Zhou had recently expanded its reach too rapidly. Although the banners of the Great Zhou now adorned the entire wilderness, many territories remained to be fully integrated, necessitating time for consolidation. Lu Bowen surely contemplated these matters, yet burdened by pressing affairs. Lin Yu had refrained from discussing them with him. Suddenly thinking of Lu Bowen, Lin Yu's eyes brightened. "Sir, a great talent. There's another exceptional individual in the palace handling affairs. You should engage with him. I shall summon Dian Wei to escort you." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Sun Yu's eyes as he promptly rose. "Very well." Lin Yu immediately called for Dian Wei, who escorted Sun Yu out. Watching them depart, he leisurely hummed a tune as Dian Wei guided Sun Yu towards the council hall. He regarded Lin Yu with astonishment. "Sir, I never expected the prince to resurrect you as well." Sun Yu, upon seeing Dian Wei, experienced a moment of nostalgia and smiled. "Indeed, I too did not foresee the opportunity to reunite with General Dian. The past is but a fleeting dream, a mere wisp of smoke. This world is even more vast and splendid that we must strive to assist the prince diligently. Dianwei nodded emphatically. As dawn broke, the bustling Fongjing city was alive with throngs of people gathered in anticipation. All eyes were fixed on the grand altar, soaring towards the clouds at the city's center. Atop the altar stood a colossal cauldron, with a platform before it holding a crown. The steps leading down from the altar were staggered, descending to the ground. Upon counting, there were a total of 999 steps. Along the pathway from the steps leading to the imperial palace, officials lined up, their expressions solemn. To the left, Lu Bowen stood at the forefront of the civil officials, followed closely by Sun Yu, Gong Sun Ban, and others. To the right, Zhao Yun, Hu Xubing, Xan Qiji, and Dianwei led numerous military officials, their presence imposing and awe-inspiring. The populace was brimming with excitement, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the coronation ceremony. Just as sunlight illuminated the grand cauldron, Lu Bowen, with a solemn expression, gripping the golden tablet, summoned all his strength to proclaim, "The auspicious time has arrived. The coronation ceremony begins." The assembled officials on either side exuded an imposing grandeur. Rumble. The palace gates swung open. 2 rows of guards clad in golden armor emerged, their aura of sternness palpable. Lin Yu, adorned in a dragon robe, stepped out from within the hall, his demeanor solemn as he made his way toward the heavenly staircase. The citizens gazed with trembling eyes, their bodies aflame with excitement. Teeth clenched in silence. Under the watchful gaze of all, Lin Yu ascended the steps leading to the altar of heaven. Lu Bowen then proclaimed, "Ascend the heavenly staircase." Without hesitation, Lin Yu raised his foot and began his ascent. His eyes resolute, as he commenced his climb, Lu Bowen's voice rang out loudly. The Crown Prince Lin Yu, wise since childhood, skilled in both letters and arms, at the age of 18, he led the army northward, vanquishing the invading northern barbarians and reclaiming the northern territories. He also pressed onward to obliterate the northern barbarian royal court. In the dire straits of the Great Zhou, he executed the traitor King Jin. Delivering the people from peril, that he swept across nations, expanding our domains, leading his forces to defeat the fierce rivals of the Lin Dynasty, uniting the wild lands. Lu Bowen passionately recounted Lin Yu's accomplishments from youth to the present. The civil and military officials, along with the populace, were stirred to a fever pitch, filled with pride and honor. As Lu Bowen concluded his recitation, Lin Yu reached the 999th step of the heavenly staircase. He gazed toward the grand cauldron and the crown upon the altar, inhaling deeply before stepping forward and standing before the altar. Lu Bowen immediately declared, "Don the crown." Lin Yu extended his hands, lifting the crown from the altar and placing it upon his head. Turning around, he gazed at the civil and military officials and the citizens of the Great Zhou below, his eyes slowly surveying the entire domain of the Great Zhou. The ancient heavenly emperor's essence surged within him, a terrifying imperial majesty emanating from his being, instantly radiating in all directions. "Today, I am the sovereign of the Great Zhou." At the moment Lin Yu's words fell, without Lu Bowen's prompting, the civil and military officials and the citizens of the Great Zhou knelt in unison, chanting loudly, "Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live!" As Lin Yu donned the crown, the populace erupted into exuberant cheers, their voices piercing the heavens. Amidst the fervent calls, Lin Yu suddenly sensed an astonishing transformation deep within the Great Zhou Palace. From all corners of the Great Zhou domain, a force of destiny, visible only to him, began to converge upon the palace. Among these, the power of destiny from Fongjing City was the most potent. Simultaneously, Lu Bowen ascended into the air, calling out, "Converge the dragon veins," with his words. 99 golden dragon veins appeared from his hands, swiftly flying toward the depths of the palace. Boom! A tremor shook the ground. The entire Great Zhou Palace elevated several meters instantaneously, resembling a celestial palace, as the sound of dragon roars echoed throughout Fongjing City. Soon after, the sky resonated with profound melodies, and a golden beam of light descended, enveloping Lin Yu within that moment. Everyone in Fongjing City seemed frozen, time standing still, as they remained utterly motionless. Lin Yu looked upward, and at the terminus of the light beam, a colossal eye appeared, fixated on him. The giant eye seemed to be scrutinizing something, and after a brief moment, and the light beam gradually faded away, a voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Yun, Great Zhou, the essence of destiny takes form. At the instant this voice echoed, time resumed its flow, the paralysis lifted, and the majority of officials and citizens continued their exuberant cheers, their excitement heightened by the suddenly elevated palace. Only Zhao Yun and others summoned forth exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they gazed deeply into the sky. At that moment, the chorus of dragon roars within the palace coalesced into a resounding roar. A golden dragon of destiny shot forth from the palace, circling around Lin Yu before hovering behind him. The civil and military officials, along with the populace, were left in awe, gazing at Lin Yu as if he were a celestial emperor, gasping in astonishment. Heavens, the golden dragon encircles him. Lin Yu, regaining his composure, received insights regarding the dynasty and empire. Indeed, as he had previously surmised, the elevation from dynasty to empire necessitated the fulfillment of certain rules or conditions to trigger the transformation. The colossal eye he had just witnessed was a manifestation of the Great Tao. Observing Lin Yu and the entirety of the Great Zhou, the convergence of destiny taking form was a crucial standard for demonstrating the strength of a dynasty and the foundation for ascending to an empire. However, this step had stymied most dynastic forces. The degree of a dynasty's accumulated destiny was of paramount importance, imperceptible until it took form, detectable only by the ruler of the realm, perhaps with a faint sense. Moreover, for destiny to take form, it required the recognition of the Great Tao. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, the ordinary process of a dynasty's destiny taking form was typically a direct inquiry and consent from the celestial principles of the continent. However, the acknowledgement granted to the Great Zhou was from the Great Tao of the myriad realms. After briefly contemplating the intricacies of destiny, with a mere thought, the golden dragon of destiny traversed back to the palace's depths. He discovered that as long as he remained within the Great Zhou domain, he could summon the golden dragon of destiny at will. Furthermore, with the dragon's manifestation, he distinctly felt the spiritual energy within the Great Zhou domain escalating at an alarming rate. Below, the civil and military officials also sensed the changes within the Great Zhou, their faces alight with joy. Simultaneously, the power of destiny also enhanced their cultivation speed and improved their efficiency in governance. Among other benefits, naturally, the higher the official rank, the more pronounced the effects. Now that the Great Zhou's destiny had taken form, with sufficient strength, it could ascend to an empire. Lin Yu gazed at the still exuberant crowd. A faint smile gracing his lips, he raised his hands, signaling for silence. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's gesture, the civil and military officials below cast their fervent gazes upon him, their hearts whispering, "It is here." Lin Yu, observing the now quiet crowd and the intense gazes of his ministers, spoke in a deep tone. "From this day forth, the era shall be designated as the new era of the Great Zhou. Henceforth, this day each year shall be celebrated as National Day, a day of nationwide jubilation. This year marks the first of a new era of the Great Zhou." Excellent. The crowd below responded with fervent enthusiasm. Lin Yu continued, "I confer the title of Grand Emperor of the Great Zhou to Lin Huang. I confer the title of One-Character Duke to Lin Hao." Lin Yu commenced by bestowing these two titles. Instantly, the ministers and citizens gazed at him with complex expressions. Only Lin Yu, as the sovereign of the Great Zhou, dared to make such appointments. The title of Grand Emperor was one matter, considering Lin Huang was still alive. And everyone was aware of the relationship among the three members of the Lin family. The one-character duke, by its very name, was on par with the imperial throne. Such audacity. Lin Yu paused briefly before continuing. This was a division he had long contemplated and deemed necessary. "From this day forth, I abolish the position of prime minister and establish the cabinet of the Great Zhou. The cabinet shall assist me in handling state affairs, formulating policies, and overseeing all civil officials. Lu Bowen, Sun Yu, your servant is here." The two stepped forth from the ranks, bowing to Lin Yu. "Enter the cabinet of the Great Zhou, holding the first rank. Your servant obeys." "Thank you, your Majesty." The The crowd looked on enviously as the two were appointed, knowing that henceforth there would only be the cabinet, overseeing all civil officials, while the cabinet would not consist solely of these two individuals. It would effectively become the center of civil authority in the Great Zhou. Nevertheless, no one dared to harbor any jealousy, for they understood Liu Bowen's capabilities. Likewise, Sun Yu, who had been recruited by Lin Yu, was undoubtedly a talent, for otherwise he would not have been admitted directly into the cabinet. The officials were in awe of Lin Yu's recruitment abilities. After appointing Liu Bowen and Sun Yu, Lin Yu temporarily left the remaining civil officials untouched. The older generation had resigned, and now the ranks were primarily filled with fresh blood, making it unnecessary to make drastic changes. From this day forth, I shall establish the military cabinet of the Great Zhou. The Military Affairs Pavilion commands the various legions of the Great Zhou, assisting me in managing all military matters to expand the borders of the Great Zhou and wage war across the lands. The three knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in respect as they gazed up at Lin Yu. Entering the Military Affairs Pavilion, they were elevated to the second rank. The three accepted their orders, rising to return to formation, their aura formidable and awe-inspiring, inciting waves of cheers from their admirers in the crowd. The usually placid Exiled was now exceptionally stirred, reveling in this world where he could fight for the nation and its people. Unperturbed by the thoughts of the multitude below, Lin Yu continued, Gongshu Ban, henceforth establish the Mechanism Pavilion, with you appointed as Vice Pavilion Master, commanding 5,000 disciples, to commence the construction of the teleportation array. Gongshu Ban accepted the command and returned to the ranks, while the crowd had long harbored curiosity towards the elderly man standing beside Sun Yu. Upon hearing Lin Yu's decree, they were taken aback that a pavilion was indeed established for him. And what of the teleportation array? Before they could react, Lin Yu's voice resounded again. Yuan Tiangang, appoint the unscrupulous commander, overseeing the unscrupulous agency, tasked with external reconnaissance and internal oversight of officials. Regarding local corrupt officials, you shall have the authority to execute first and report later. The populace erupted in applause. Yuan Tiangang, still wearing his mask, swept his gaze over the civil and military officials, sending shivers through them. They had heard tales of this man's formidable methods, although Lin Yu had mentioned this matter during his regency. The circumstances were different now, and it was essential to maintain the necessary decorum. Dian Wei, henceforth, establish the Jinyui, responsible for my protection. You are appointed as the Grand General of the Jinyui. Dian Wei beamed with excitement. He cherished this position, as it allowed him to remain close to his Majesty. Once the distribution of titles was nearly complete, Lin Yu reconfirmed there were no oversights before continuing, from today onward. Within the borders of the Great Zhou, 36 cities shall constitute one commandery. 18 commanderies shall form one province. Each commandery administers 36 cities. Each province governs 18 commanderies. The capital, Fongjing, remains unchanged. Overseeing all provinces at a hierarchical management system shall be established. The Great Zhou cabinet is to promptly devise a concrete plan. Presently, the Great Zhou, delineated in this manner, may encompass only 2 or 3 provinces. However, as time progresses and the territory expands, such adjustments must be made. Casting a glance at the 2 receiving commands, Sun Yu and others, he continued, from this day forth, establish the Great Zhou Academy. The main campus shall be situated in Fongjing. Each provincial commandery shall establish provincial and commandery schools. The Great Zhou Academy shall admit students regardless of status. Anyone with any form of talent may gain entry through examination. Those with exceptional talents, after rigorous selection, may enter the main campus for advanced studies. The Great Zhou Cabinet, the Mechanism Pavilion, and the generals of various legions shall take turns teaching at the main campus. All graduates from the main campus shall be preferentially arranged by the court. The establishment of the academy shall be jointly supervised by the Cabinet and Mechanism Pavilion. As Lin Yu's words echoed, the populace of the Great Zhou erupted in fervor. My heavens, the books and martial arts that were once the privilege of officials can now be learned by commoners. From now on, we too can contribute to the Great Zhou at any time. His Majesty is truly a great ruler, Such ambition is rare indeed. I must strive to enter the main campus, so that I may serve in the court upon graduation. Some even bowed repeatedly in excitement before Lin Yu. It is known that many commoners have no access to martial training, rendering them perpetually vulnerable to danger. For they possess no means to resist against martial practitioners. Surveying the crowd, Lin Yu gestured for silence once more. In 6 months, the first imperial examination of the new era of the Great Zhou shall occur. Anyone may participate. As long as you possess the ability, you may contribute to the Great Zhou. His proclamation incited an even greater uproar. Across the Great Zhou, many aspiring individuals raised their heads, their eyes gleaming with determination. They were watching Lin Yu's enthronement ceremony through the city's image stones, which had been crafted by Lu Bowen after consulting Gong Shuban. Initially, they had planned to enter the academy once it was established. However, upon hearing of the imperial examination, they were invigorated. It was a direct path to the heavens. If one performed well and caught the emperor's eye, it would be a meteoric rise. After Lin Yu concluded his speech, the enthronement ceremony came to an end. Yet, the entire Great Zhou remained in a state of tumult, the impact and fervor lingering at a crescendo. Following the ceremony, Lin Yu now wore an expression of amusement as he regarded Lu Bowen and Sun Yu. Especially Lu Bowen, whose determined gaze and earnest demeanor left him exasperated. "Your Majesty, why did you not follow the procedure I outlined regarding the selection of consort?" Hearing him again, Lin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "My loyal ministers, I actually already have a candidate in mind. So for now, we shall defer this matter." Lu Bowen's face turned skeptical as he regarded the earnest Lin Yu. Ultimately resigned to say, "Your Majesty, the position of Empress and matters of the harem are of utmost importance. I hope you will take heed." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu sighed in relief, readily assuring him, "Rest assured, I am simply a bit weary and wish to take a moment to rest." Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, Lu Bowen and Sun Yu turned to withdraw, contemplating to themselves, "Next time, we must bring several generals along." Should Lin Yu learn of this, he would undoubtedly be startled. Time flows swiftly, and the years pass like a shuttle. It has been half a year since Lin Yu's enthronement ceremony. During this time, the Great Zhou Academy was completed 2 months after the ceremony, and the inaugural enrollment of students was successfully held. Lin Yu attended that event, offering encouragement to the youthful faces before him. Fongjing, the capital of the Great Zhou, has transformed into a colossal city, now the very heart of the once wild lands. The current palace of the Great Zhou is more than twice the size of the Fongjing that Lin Yu had known during his time as Lin Huang. With even the smallest parcels of land within the city now commanding significant value, the influx of people increased. 6 smaller towns were established nearby to accommodate those unable to find residence in Fongjing. At the center of Fongjing, a building resembling a magical array saw constant foot traffic. This was the fully constructed teleportation array. With the proliferation of the teleportation array, commerce became notably more convenient. And most importantly, it was free for use. Only the maintenance of order was required. Naturally, during critical wartime or special circumstances, the citizens of the Great Zhou must yield it without question for military use. At this moment, several youthful figures emerged from the teleportation array. They gazed in awe at the various constructions within Fongjing. It was not until the guard station at the teleportation array reminded them that they snapped back to reality. Repeatedly apologizing as they exited, the soldiers had long since grown accustomed to this. Most visitors from other cities in the Great Zhou would be similarly astonished as those youthful figures left the teleportation array and walked along the bustling streets. They marveled at the vibrant merchants, the grand palace, the towering temple of heaven, and the nearby Great Zhou Academy, exclaiming in wonder, "Brother Lu, look, that is the temple of heaven where His Majesty stood during his enthronement." At that time, the civil and military officials were gathered as he conducted the conferment. "It looks even more imposing than the image stone," remarked a youth clad in white to his companion dressed in green. "Indeed, Brother Zhou, and there is the Great Zhou Academy. I heard that this month the one teaching administrative affairs is the Venerable Gulong, the former chancellor. Moreover, I have heard that this month the one instructing on military strategy and martial arts is General Hui Xiubing. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in Fongjing is incredibly rich. I feel that a month of cultivation here would equal 3 months elsewhere, but a young man clad in black, bearing a long spear upon his back, spoke with palpable excitement. The youth in white and the one in green exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of his identity as a fervent admirer of Hua Tsubing. These 3 individuals were none other than Lu Muruo, the top scholar of the first civil service examination of the new era of the Great Zhou, Zhou won the 2nd place, and Yeshua Xian, the top scholar of the martial examination. They were en route to the imperial palace to pay their respects to the emperor. At this moment, Lin Yu wore a wry smile as he regarded Liu Bowen, who had stood before him to offer counsel countless times over the past half-year. He could not fathom why this old man was so insistent. For Lin Yu, who had embraced the notion of love as a matter of destiny, he believed in allowing events to unfold naturally. Yet, he could also appreciate the good intentions of these ministers. With the Great Zhou's growing strength, the significance of the imperial harem and future heirs had become increasingly pronounced. Over the past 6 months, virtually every minister present at court had endeavored to introduce their relatives to him, both directly and indirectly. Just as he was racking his brain for a way to broach the subject, a guard announced, "Your Majesty, the final 3 candidates of the imperial examination have arrived at the palace and seek an audience. Quickly summon them." Lin Yu exhaled deeply. Liu Bowen ceased his discourse and stood attentively to the side. Before long, 3 youthful figures entered, Lu Muruo, Zhou Wan, and Yeshua Xian, who respectfully knelt before Lin Yu. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects." Astonishment coursed through them. The emperor appeared remarkably youthful. Although they had glimpsed him through the reflection stone, nothing compared to witnessing his presence firsthand, radiating imperial majesty and authority. They dared not linger their gazes upon him. "Rise?" "Yes." The 3 stood cautiously, maintaining a respectful posture. Lin Yu regarded them with satisfaction, particularly smiling upon Sing Yeshua Xin, the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Indeed commendable. The Great Zhou had only recently begun to flourish, and to possess such cultivation at this stage was a rarity, indicative of prodigious talent. As he observed the trio, his gaze fell upon Liu Bowen, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Liu Aiqing, I entrust you with these 3. Please make the necessary arrangements." Once again, the emperor sought to devise a means to excuse him. Liu Bowen could only smile wryly in response. "I shall obey," and subsequently led the trio away. As he watched them depart, Lin Yu fell into contemplation that if things continued this way, he would have no choice but to select consorts. Liu Bowen might very well return the following day. It was not that he disliked the company of numerous women, but rather that he was not in the mood for such matters at present. After all, Lin Huang and his mother, far away in the central domain, remained unaware of the circumstances that rascal Lin Hao had yet to return. Their life tokens remained in excellent condition, which provided him with some solace. Over the past half-year, he had taken a hands-on approach, successfully assimilating the entirety of the wilds. The Great Zhou thrived, with its people prosperous and the nation strong. Since the surge of spiritual energy and the commencement of the academy, a plethora of talented individuals had emerged. With proper nurturing, these prodigies would undoubtedly become the pillars of the Great Zhou's future. Though he had been preoccupied with state affairs and had not devoted much time to cultivation, his formidable physique had nonetheless allowed him to reach the initial stage of the heavenly realm. If he were to enter seclusion earnestly, attaining the later stage of the heavenly realm would likely be within his grasp. The remaining military generals had been dispatched to various points along the borders of the Tianqi mountain range for defense. While the military training grounds had yet to be secured, he permitted them to occasionally lead troops into the mountains for drills, cautioning them to remain discreet so as not to attract the attention of the Yuhua dynasty. This served the dual purpose of enhancing their cultivation while preparing for future engagements with the Yuhua dynasty. In the heart of Lizhou, he had also sent 500 rogues to disperse throughout the region, ensuring they remained vigilant for any first-hand intelligence. With these thoughts in mind, he summoned a guard and instructed, "Bring forth the rogue leader." Understood. After 6 months of cultivation, Yuan Tiangang had remarkably reached the mid-stage of the honored realm. The martial talents of these summoned individuals were indeed formidable. Transitioning from the heavenly realm to the honored realm represented a monumental hurdle. Many individuals spend their entire lives unable to break through from the pinnacle of the heavenly realm to the honored realm. Yet for them, it seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. Dianwei, Zhao Yun, Hua Xiubing, and Xi had all attained the initial stage of the honored realm, the onset of the honored realm. One could begin to wield spatial abilities, enabling short-distance teleportation during combat. The Supreme Realm, with a mere strike, could produce ripples of spatial distortion as for the honored King Realm. According to Yuan, one could slightly tear the fabric of space, achieving relatively complete long-distance teleportation. Before long, Yuan Tiangang entered, and Lin Yu inquired, "What developments have transpired recently in the two great dynasties of Lizhou?" "None. It appears they are both awaiting the impending demise of the Yuhua dynasty's ancestors." Maintaining an outward semblance of stability, Yuan replied. Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement, pondering briefly. Suddenly, he realized that all eyes in Lizhou were fixated upon the Yuhua dynasty. The Great Zhou was now steadily progressing. Having not ventured out in a while, perhaps it was time to explore, a chance to experience the heart of Lizhou while evading Liu Bowen's incessant entanglements. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. "Are there any intriguing events on the horizon in the Yuhua dynasty?" Lin Yu eagerly inquired. Yuan Tiangang, noticing the gleam in Lin Yu's eyes, understood his intent. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "In 2 weeks. The Yuhua dynasty will hold its quinquennial competition for prodigies in the capital. All martial artists under the age of 30 will participate." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes brightened with anticipation. 2 weeks would be more than sufficient. With their current cultivation, they could reach the Yuhua dynasty in merely 2 or 3 days. That he promptly instructed that he would enter seclusion for a period, directing Yuan Tiangang to lead the way. Accompanied by Jianwei, as they set off towards the Tianqi mountain range, Lin Yu's group flew at a low altitude. It was his first time traversing the Tianqi mountain range. The sight of such an unbroken expanse of colossal mountains was nothing short of breathtaking. Simultaneously, he was deeply curious as to how such monumental ranges had come to be, utterly isolating the wilderness from Lizhou. While flying low and observing intently, he noticed that the sunlight was obscured by vast thickets of enormous shrubs, imparting a somber ambience in this dim and humid environment. The concentration of spiritual energy was remarkably high, far surpassing that of the wilderness prior to the spiritual energy surge, which naturally birthed many ferocious beasts. Throughout their journey, they had encountered a great number of these creatures, most of which were comparable to martial artists at the level of human masters. The most formidable they encountered was only at the peak of the mortal realm, and they had yet to encounter any stronger beings. Furthermore, these beasts seemed unafraid of humans, charging at the sight of them, exhibiting a bloodthirsty nature. This environment was indeed quite suitable for the training of the 3 legions of the Great Zhou. After observing for a while and finding no significant insights, Lin Yu decided to press onward, instructing the 2 to swiftly traverse the Tianqi mountain range in the capital of the Yuhua dynasty. Upon receiving news of Lin Yu's impending arrival to witness the Tianjiao conference, the local malcontents sprang into action, employing various means to secure the finest inn in Yuhua City for the trio. At this moment, on the 4th floor of the inn, on a grand terrace, Lin Yu sat in a chair, gazing outward. This inn was predominantly occupied by those who would partake in the grand competition, and the location of the inn and terrace had been meticulously chosen by the malcontents for Lin Yu's convenience. Directly across from him, there were numerous viewing platforms akin to his own. From Lin Yu's perspective, he beheld the venue for the upcoming Tianjiao competition of the Yuhua dynasty, where many martial artists were already claiming their viewing spots. After traversing the Tianqi mountain range, they had taken their time, observing the various situations within the Yuhua dynasty. Upon glancing at the now deserted Toba family residence in Lianshan City, they finally arrived at Yuhua City today, having not relaxed outside for half a year. A brief excursion was indeed refreshing. Lin Yu leisurely sipped his tea, watching the bustling crowd below, his eyes narrowing slightly. The sheer number and quality of martial artists within the dynasty's forces were indeed incomparable to that of other factions. A casual glance revealed that among every 100 individuals, there was at least 1 martial artist of the mortal realm, a truly formidable ratio. While this could be attributed to the imminent grand event and the fact that this was the capital of the dynasty, Lin Yu felt a surge of confidence. Given a few more years, the Great Zhou would undoubtedly rival or even surpass the Yuhua dynasty. As Lin Yu reveled in his tranquility, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd below, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Following the source of the noise, he noticed a young man on the viewing platform diagonally opposite him, leaning on the railing and smiling at the crowd. Upon noticing Lin Yu's gaze, the young man returned the smile with a nod. Lin Yu reciprocated with a slight smile of his own. Listening to the astonished murmurs from the crowd, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. The young man was none other than Lin Tian, the first prince of the Yuhua dynasty, the champion of the previous Tianjiao conference. Due to reaching the age of 32, he was ineligible to participate this time. Yuan Tiangang quickly communicated, "Your Majesty, this individual possesses late-stage celestial realm cultivation. Inside the terrace, there is a companion at the initial stage of the venerable realm." Lin Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It appeared that as the competition drew near, more and more prodigies would arrive. Meanwhile, Lin Tian returned to his chamber, his expression slightly grave, addressing an elder within the room. "Yin Bo, I find myself unable to discern the cultivation level of that young man in white across from us." This Yin Bo was indeed the venerable realm expert whom Yuan Tiangang had mentioned. "Your Highness, I too cannot perceive it. Moreover, a tremendous force from the room behind him is shielding my senses. If I were to forcefully investigate, I might be putting my life at risk." Upon hearing Lin Tian's inquiry, the elder's face was etched with seriousness, while Lin Tian's eyes flashed with astonishment and concern. "Yin Bo, whose full name is Yin Zheng, is a trusted confidant of my father. If even he cannot see through it, and if probing could lead to peril, could this be a young scion from beyond Lizu? Although that young man in white conceals his aura, there is a faint hint of majesty surrounding him, reminiscent of my father's presence." With the patriarch's time nearing its end, the Yuhua dynasty was rife with undercurrents. Recently, the king of Lianshan had resigned from his post and subsequently relocated his entire family. Truly a tumultuous season, but I hope this will not affect the plans for the grand competition. Had Lin Yu known this, he would have surely smiled in agreement. Following the completion of his physical transformation, unless one possessed a vastly superior cultivation level, it would be nearly impossible for them to discern his true prowess. As time passed, the day of the Qinjiao competition arrived as scheduled. Lin Yu had already settled on the viewing platform, leisurely sipping tea in anticipation. Other platforms within the inn gradually filled with figures, either competitors or influential individuals here to observe. The ground below was teeming with people, creating a scene of bustling activity that this moment. He was perusing a booklet detailing the participants of the Tianjiao competition that Yuan Tiangang had delivered the previous day. This booklet provided an in-depth introduction to the 36 contestants. After reviewing it, he noted that most of the prodigies were at the peak of the mortal realm, with only the top 6 ranked individuals at the celestial realm. The first among them was the second prince of the Yuhua dynasty, Yu Shengshun, age 25, at mid-stage celestial realm. The other 5 were at the initial stage of the celestial realm. Lin Yu gave the booklet a cursory glance before closing it and resuming his leisurely tea sipping. Just as the competition was about to begin, a graceful figure emerged from the viewing platform directly in front of him. Followed by a young girl and an elderly matron, he lifted his gaze, and a momentary look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, causing the hand holding his teacup to freeze mid-air for a brief moment. The 3 individuals stepping out also noticed Lin Yu seated in his chair, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of surprise that moment. Lin Yu finally regained his composure, raising his teacup to take a sip while smiling at the trio. He then moved his lips slightly. "So, your name is GMO?" The name was carried to him by the exclamations of the crowd below. Comparing it with the character booklet he had just perused, a broader smile spread across his face. The holy maiden of the 9 Shuanggu Palace, the most beautiful woman of the Yuhua dynasty, age 22, at the initial stage of the celestial realm, 3 years my senior. Seeing Lin Yu smiling at her, GMO courteously nodded in return. The maid, Shaner, who had earlier expressed her discontent regarding their previous encounter, was further incensed upon witnessing Lin Yu's smile, exclaiming, "A debauched scoundrel! I never expected someone from the wilderness to occupy such a position." GMO. Hearing her words, could do nothing but smile in silence. The elderly matron, however, wore a grave expression as she stated, "Holy Maiden, that young man in white whom we encountered in the wilderness. I cannot discern his cultivation level now." GMO was taken aback by this revelation. Casting a deep gaze at Lin Yu, she discovered that this young man in white emanated a faint aura of imperial dignity, intricately concealed. Her keen perception, honed since childhood, allowed her to make this observation only after careful scrutiny. Her curiosity piqued. What could a boy from the wilderness possess such imperial presence? Hearing the elder's words, Shaner could hardly believe it. "Elder Yu, could you possibly be mistaken? He is merely an ordinary boy from the wilderness." The elderly woman's expression remained serious as she replied, "It is impossible to be mistaken. I sense a great terror lurking behind him." The two individuals were once again taken aback by the words of the old woman. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had long received a message from Yuan Tiangang, instructing him not to harm the three individuals opposite. After GMO exited the observation platform, several others arrived in succession. Just as Lin Yu was feeling utterly bored, a sharp sound pierced the an elder, none other than Yin Zheng, flew forth from the pavilion of Yu Lin Tian. He hovered midair, surveying the crowd before proclaiming, "The Yu Hua Dynasty's tournament of talents begins." Subsequently, he tossed 6 orb-like objects from his hand, which gradually expanded in the air, transforming into 6 enormous arenas encircled by a transparent barrier. He continued, "Contestants, step forward to draw lots for grouping. There shall be 6 groups, competing simultaneously in their respective arenas. The platforms can withstand any attacks from those below the sovereign realm, so compete with confidence. Within each group, contestants will battle in a round-robin format. Victory earns 1 point, while a tie or defeat yields none. The top 2 from each group will advance to the knockout stage." Upon hearing this, the contestants eagerly approached to draw lots. Lin Yu, with keen interest, observed the orb that Yin Zheng had just cast, contemplating that he should call upon the Divine Machine Pavilion for a thorough study upon his return. Indeed, venturing out often yields unexpected rewards. The group draw concluded swiftly that a glance revealed that GMO was in the 4th group, where she faced no threats from the other competitors, all of whom were Earth Realm fighters. However, the group of Yusheng Chan piqued Lin Yu's interest slightly, for there was a seed contestant from the early celestial realm, possibly a holy son or a young master from some sect. Their impending clash elicited gasps of astonishment from the surrounding spectators, with supporters fervently cheering for their respective champions. The competition commenced rapidly, and Lin Yu leisurely sipped his tea while watching. Yet, after a few glances, he found himself growing somewhat disinterested. Finally, Yusheng Chan faced off against the early celestial realm fighter from his group. They took their positions on the arena that Yusheng Chan bore a resemblance to Yu Lin Tian. But while Yu Lin Tian exuded a gentle and humble aura, Yusheng Chan appeared haughty and arrogant. I could see this moment. He disdainfully regarded the young man across the arena, saying, "I know you, Mu Ling Jian, the young master of the sword transformation sect. You are no match for me. Concede." Hearing this, Mu Ling Jian's expression darkened with anger as he retorted, "You won't know until we fight." He then drew his long sword and charged at Yusheng Chan. In response, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yusheng Chen's eyes as he raised his weapon to meet the assault. Instantly, the two engaged in a fierce clash mid-air. Lin Yu observed for a moment, his brow furrowing. Yusheng Chen's attacks were lethal, while Mu Ling Jian initially approached the bout as a friendly exchange. However, upon sensing the ferocity of Yusheng Chen's moves, he was forced to adapt hastily. Being at a lower realm, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. In such internal competitions, the usual practice was to hold back and focus on friendly sparring. Although death warrants could be signed, fatalities were exceedingly rare. Yusheng Chen's conduct, however, was anything but ordinary. After dozens of exchanges, Mu Ling Jian was left in a pitiful state, blood trickling from his mouth, and he opened his mouth to concede. Observing this, Yusheng Chen's eyes glinted with cold malice as he surged forward, severing Mu Ling Jian's arm with a single stroke before raising his blade to slash across his throat. Mu Ling Jian collapsed instantly, devoid of life, his eyes wide with terror. With Mu Ling Jian's demise, Yusheng Chan emerged victorious, causing the transparent barrier of the arena to dissipate in that fleeting moment. A peak celestial realm aura erupted from a nearby observation platform, and a middle-aged man appeared beside Mu Ling Jian's arena. The man raised his long sword and aimed it at the departing Yu Shengchun. Upon seeing this, Yu Shengchun merely chuckled mockingly, remaining utterly unmoved. In an instant, Yin Zheng appeared before Yu Shengchun, striking the middle-aged man to the ground with a single palm, causing him to cough up blood uncontrollably. He then tossed the corpse from the arena at the man's feet, his gaze icy as he declared, "In the tournament of talents, life and death are of no concern should you dare to disrupt the order of the tournament again. There will be no mercy." After delivering his words, he scanned the crowd with a piercing glare. The middle-aged man silently retrieved Mu Ling Jian's body before raising his head, seething with rage. The young master was about to concede. "Must you be so ruthless, Second Prince? What a potent aura of killing intent. The Yuhua dynasty, what deep scheming." Upon hearing this, a murderous light flickered in Yin Zheng's eyes as he flashed before the man, shattering his heart's pulse with a single strike. To sow discord. Such hearts must be eradicated. The tournament continues. This incident left the gathered crowd with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Yet, glancing at Yin Zheng, they resumed the proceedings. Meanwhile, those with considerable backgrounds among the talented youths, accompanied by their familial or sect elders, had secretly shattered their communication devices. What had begun as a tournament of talents was swiftly engulfed by undercurrents. "Your Majesty, 4 sovereign realm experts have just arrived. Concealed among the crowd, point 1, is a late sovereign, and 3 are early sovereigns." That moment, Lin Yu received a transmission from Yuan Tiangang. A grave expression flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. He had only Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei accompanying him on this outing. "Are you confident?" he inquired of both men. "Your Majesty, I will assuredly take the life of that late sovereign within 10 exchanges." One replied, "Your Majesty, against my spear, any opponents of the same realm will be reduced to dust within a few strikes," the other boasted. Hearing their responses, Lin Yu continued to sip his tea leisurely. As the tournament progressed, the group matches quickly yielded results, leading into the knockout stage. Following the earlier incident, all talented youths facing Yu Shengchun promptly conceded upon realizing they could not win. Yu Shengchun, meanwhile, wore a mocking grin, disdainfully observing them. Soon, the finals of the tournament arrived, pitting Yu Shengchun against GMO. As soon as they clashed, the spectators were left in utter astonishment. GMO surprisingly dominated the match, overwhelming Yu Shengchun. After 100 exchanges, Yu Shengchun conceded defeat. With her victory in the tournament secured, GMO prepared to depart. Just then, Yu Shengchun gazed at her with an avaricious expression, asking Saint Ji, "Where are you rushing off to?" GMO furrowed her brow. "Naturally, I am returning to my sect." Yu Shengchun suddenly erupted in laughter, surveying the vigilant crowd, and declared, "No one needs to leave. Why not stay as my guests?" As his words fell, the 4 sovereign realm experts, sensed by Yuan Tiangang, surged from the crowd, encircling the talented youths and their accompanying elders alongside Yin Zheng. Their murderous intent palpable. At the same time, Yulin Tian also descended from the viewing platform, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the crowd. The encircled individuals turned pale, for any not lacking in insight understood the Yuhua dynasty's intentions. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, casually sipping his tea as he observed. Seeing Lin Yu's calm demeanor, Yulin Tian's brow furrowed, and he prepared to speak to him. Suddenly, several streaks of light zipped across the sky before landing before the talented youths who had just participated in the tournament. GMO looked at the middle-aged woman who appeared before her and exclaimed, "Master, you have arrived." The middle-aged woman nodded at her, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon the late sovereign realm man. "Yu Shuyu, what intentions does your Yuhua royal family have in summoning us here?" The man smiled at the middle-aged woman and replied, "Lu Ling Long, it has been many years. You still possess your grace. We merely wish to invite you all to the palace for a time." Listening to their conversation, some of the bolder martial artists who had yet to leave erupted in astonished murmurs. The Yuhua dynasty, the previous generation's prodigy, Yu Shuyu, the uncle of the Crown Prince, the master of the Ninexian Palace, Lu Ling Long. I have heard they were rivals in their youth. It seems the Prince Yu has always held a slight edge over Palace Master Lu. Upon hearing Yu Shuyu's words, Lu Linglong responded with a cold smile. Stop the pretentiousness. You intend to capture all of us sects and noble families in one fell swoop. Do you not? Yu Shiyu, upon hearing this, merely chuckled and did not answer directly, saying, I shall give you a moment to contemplate whether you wish for us to invite you or if you would prefer to come of your own volition. Lu Linglong's expression immediately darkened. The royal family's power was inherently superior to that of these sects and noble families. Among those present, apart from her, a mid-stage venerable, there was only one family head, a novice venerable. The rest were mostly celestial realm warriors, facing their 5 venerable adversaries. Especially with the presence of Yu Wuxuang, a late-stage venerable, they stood little chance. The others felt despair as they gazed at the individuals surrounding them. Just as Lu Linglong hesitated and the time drew near, a voice echoed in her mind. Break through. I can assist you. She gritted her teeth, since the outcome would not be favorable regardless. She might as well take a chance, shouting at Yu Shiyu. Let us see if you have the capability to invite us. With that, everyone surged forward, channeling all their strength toward the novice venerable from the Yu Hua royal family. Simultaneously, the others charged in various directions. Why Yu Shiyu, witnessing this, flickered with a glint of coldness in his eyes that did not hold back. Eliminate them all. After uttering these words, he slightly swayed and instantly appeared in Lu Linglong's vicinity, his sword sweeping forth, knocking her back into the encirclement. The battle commenced with intensity. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelmingly vast. The group fought like trapped beasts, struggling to escape. Within moments of engagement, the novice venerable had been slain by the combined assault of 3 royal family experts. Lu Linglong's condition was also far from ideal, her expression fraught with anxiety. Chiemo, he had once again clashed with Yu Shengchun. Lin Yu, observing the defeated sect and noble families, immediately declared, strike according to plan and conclude this swiftly. Understood. With that, Lin Yu rose from his seat, his aura surging, charging towards Yu Shengchun. Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei soon appeared on the battlefield. Yuan Tiangang confronted Yu Wuxuang, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! Yu Shiyu was sent flying back, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at the masked figure standing before Lu Linglong. Who are you? Yuan Tiangang did not reply, his body shifting as he reappeared before Yu Wuxuang, delivering a kick to his chest. Jian Wei materialized before Yin Zheng and another novice venerable, his halberd swinging. Boom! The novice venerable was instantly knocked to the ground, coughing blood and unable to rise. Yin Zheng was also sent back several paces, prompting 2 other novice venerables to rush over to assist, launching an assault on Jian Wei, while Yuan Tiangang and Jian Wei faced their respective opponents. Lin Yu appeared before Qi Moe, raising his foot to strike Yu Shengchun. This kick unleashed all his strength. He had witnessed the greed in this man's gaze towards Qi Moe. Yu Shengchun, seeing the suddenly appearing young man in white, was horrified, barely having time to react before he was kicked to the ground. He rolled several times before losing consciousness. Lin Yu, uncertain of his own strength, felt a twinge of surprise that Yu Shengchun had not been killed outright. He had intended to deliver another kick, but the situation was urgent. Moments ago, Yuan Tiangang had conveyed a message. Several venerable presences from the Yu Hua royal palace were approaching. Glancing at Yulin Tian, who was preparing to advance, Lin Yu swiftly scooped up Chiemo and dashed towards the city's outskirts. Having just endured 2 battles, Chiemo was already on the brink of exhaustion and, without realizing it, found herself cradled in Lin Yu's embrace, her face flushing crimson. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly implored, Please, young master, have someone bring my master. The elderly woman and maid had been slain by a novice venerable during the recent battle. Lin Yu nodded to reassure her. Observing Lin Yu carrying Qi Moe through the breach, Yuan Tiangang sent a mental message to the nearby Lu Linglong. Let us go. He then cast a glance at the disheveled Yu Shiyu, hastily heading in Lin Yu's direction. Lu Linglong promptly followed suit. Dian Wei, grinning, dispatched another novice venerable royal family member to the ground before departing, shortly after Lin Yu and the others had left. Several streaks of light darted across, and a majestic figure clad in a dragon robe appeared on the battlefield. Glancing at the disheveled Yu Shiyu and the others, he furrowed his brow and asked, Royal brother, What transpired? It was none other than Yu Wuxuang, the pinnacle of the venerable realm and the ruler of the Yu Dynasty. Yu Shiyu coughed up blood and briefly explained. Lu Linglong and her disciple were rescued by an unfamiliar white-robed youth. First, save the others. With that, he fainted. Yu Lin Tian stepped forward, cradling Yu Sheng Chun, his expression frantic. Yu Wuxuang assessed the situation, feeling a slight relief. It could have been worse. He immediately organized the others to return for medical aid, casting a dark gaze towards the direction Lin Yu and the others had departed. Meanwhile, after Lin Yu had exited the city with Mo, they navigated through the shadows of the nefarious individuals until they reached the rendezvous point agreed upon with Yuan Tiangang and Dianwei. Upon their arrival, Yuan Tiangang and the others had just arrived as well. Seeing Lin Yu carrying Mo, Lu Linglong rushed forward, exclaiming, Mo, are you unharmed? Mo, regaining her composure, quickly descended from Lin Yu's embrace. Her face suffused with red as she replied, Master, I am fine. The journey through chaotic twists and turns had momentarily stunned her, causing her to forget she was still in Lin Yu's arms. Now, under her master's gaze, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Lu Linglong, relieved that Mo was safe, let out a breath of relief and immediately bowed to Lin Yu. Thank you, young master, for saving my disciple. She discerned that Yuan Tiangang and Dianwei regarded Lin Yu as their leader. Mo quickly followed suit. Lin Yu, noticing their gestures of reverence, turned aside, waving his hand and saying, It was a minor matter. I happened upon you. Mo glanced at Lin Yu, her blush still evident. Her curiosity piqued as she stepped forward and inquired, May I ask your name, young master? Lu Linglong, observing her demeanor, smiled slightly, glancing between her and Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained unperturbed beneath Lu Linglong's gaze, wearing a smile, though his hands discreetly clenched within his sleeves. Hearing Mo's question, he promptly replied, I am Lin Yu. Mo silently repeated the name to herself. Lin Yu, she thought. Lu Linglong noted this in her mind as well. Mo continued, Young Master Lin, do you hail from the wildlands? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. No need for formalities. You may simply call me by my name. We indeed come from the wildlands. Lu Linglong's expression turned to one of astonishment. She had always assumed Lin Yu and his companions were formidable travelers from another region. Moreover, she discerned something different from Mo's words and immediately asked, Mo, have you met young Master Lin before? Mo nodded. Half a year ago, I encountered young Master Lin in a dynasty within the wildlands. She spoke. A hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes, recalling the elderly woman and maid who had perished. Lu Linglong instantly understood. She was aware that Mo had been traveling extensively 6 months prior. Lin Yu regarded the two of them and inquired, Why is the Yu dynasty targeting your sex and noble families? Is it solely to consolidate imperial power? Upon hearing Lin Yu's inquiry, a flicker of gravity passed through Lu Linglong's eyes. On the surface, it appeared thus. However, the underlying intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, in recent times, I have heard whispers of several illustrious families and sects meeting with inexplicable annihilation. She spoke. Her expression suddenly shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed urgently, Young Master Lin, the sect may be in peril. I must return at once. I can only express my gratitude upon my return. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the two who were resolutely determined to depart, particularly pausing momentarily on Mo. He remarked, Exercise utmost caution. After the two nodded in acknowledgement, they soared into the air, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they vanished from sight. Observing their departure, Lin Yu turned to Yuan Tiangang and instructed, Follow them closely. If they encounter danger, Mo must be rescued. Yuan Tiangang nodded and promptly pursued them, while Lin Yu, accompanied by Dianwei, headed back towards the Great Zhou. His current entourage was far too meager, and lingering here for an extended period posed significant risks. Moreover, he harbored an unsettling premonition. The upheaval instigated by the Yu dynasty seemed to transcend mere displays of authority. In the 9 Mystic Palace, chaos reigned as the sounds of battle reverberated throughout. Just as Lu Linglong had anticipated, the Nine Mystic Palace was facing an enormous crisis. I could see this moment. The entire palace lay in ruins. Shattered halls and collapsed structures were strewn with the lifeless forms of martial artists across various realms, most of whom donned the sex garb in the sky. A figure clad in a dragon robe hovered majestically. It was none other than the sovereign of the Yuhua dynasty, Yu Wuxuang. Opposite him stood an elderly matron, grievously injured, her visage twisted with hatred as she glared at him. I shall ask you one final time, where have Lu Linglong and her companions fled? Who came to their rescue? Yu Wuxuang questioned the old woman with an air of indifference. Upon confirming that Yu Shiyu and the others were relatively unharmed, he had brought his entourage directly to the Nine Mystic Palace. The elderly matron, Yu Ling, the previous master of the palace and a formidable late-stage expert, had struggled for dozens of rounds before succumbing to grievous wounds. Upon hearing his inquiry, a cold smile crept across Yu Ling's lips. Why Yu Wuxuang? If you wish to kill, then kill. The bizarre obliteration of those sects and families over the past 6 months surely bears your signature. Yu Wuxuang, witnessing her resolve to remain silent, even at the cost of her life, lost patience and raised his hand, shattering her heart meridian with a single strike. He then commanded 2 individuals nearby to step forward and extract her essence blood. Just as Yu Wuxuang prepared to depart, he seemed to sense something. Narrowing his eyes as he gazed skyward, 2 streaks of light approached with great speed, soon hovering above them. The figures revealed themselves to be Lu Linglong and Gmoe. Hastening back at this moment, upon witnessing the devastation of the Nine Mystic Palace and the lifeless Yu Ling, their eyes widened in horror. Lu Linglong immediately bellowed at Yu Wuxuang. Yu Wuxuang, your Yuhua dynasty is merciless and devoid of reason, indiscriminately slaughtering the factions within the dynasty. You shall surely incur the disdain of all martial artists and citizens of the realm. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's anguished roar, Yu Wuxuang merely chuckled nonchalantly, responding, I never imagined you would deliver yourselves right to my doorstep. Yu Ling of the Nine Mystic Palace conspired with various factions of the dynasty, intent on rebellion. Fortunately, I received intelligence in time and uncovered the plot. However, those involved continued their defiance, even daring to strike against me. I am heartbroken and must suppress all involved to demonstrate my authority to the world. He continued, his gaze icy. Lu Linglong, master of the Nine Mystic Palace. And Gmoe, will you choose to abandon darkness for light, or will you resist to the death and face suppression together? At Yu Wuxuang's shameless words, Lu Linglong trembled with rage that Yu Wuxuang had provided them with a stark lesson in the art of manipulation and the inversion of truth. After a moment of silence, seeing they had yet to respond, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Since you have chosen to resist to the death, prepare to meet your end. With his words hanging in the air, Yu Wuxuang surged towards Lu Linglong. Simultaneously, several celestial realm martial artists charged at Gmoe. Lu Linglong, already at a disadvantage in terms of realm and fatigue from consecutive battles, found herself swiftly subdued and rendered powerless. Thrown to the ground, Gmoe's situation was not much better, beset by multiple attackers. In mere moments, she too was restrained and tossed beside Lu Linglong, while Yu Wuxuang regarded the 2 women briefly before issuing an order. Take them back to the palace. Gmoe is to be delivered to the second prince. Upon hearing this, both women were overcome with tears, just as the celestial realm martial artists drew near. A tremendous force suddenly struck, sending them all sprawling to the ground. Lifeless, it was none other than Yuan Tiangang, who had arrived just in time. Upon seeing him, joy flickered in the eyes of the 2 women. Gmoe silently mused. Has he saved us once more? Yuan Tiangang cast a glance at them before swiftly closing the distance to Yu Wuxuang, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Yu Wuxuang, noticing the sudden appearance of Yuan Tiangang attacking him, reacted swiftly, countering with a punch. The clash resounded, and Yu Wuxuang was pushed back several steps, his expression grave as he regarded the masked man before him. You are the one who rescued them during the Tianjiao competition today. Are you not? Who are you, and from which faction do you hail? In response, Yuan Tiangang continued his relentless assault. The skies echoed with the sounds of their fierce confrontation, after exchanging blows for several rounds. Yuan Tiangang landed a punch that sent Yu Wuxuang reeling, but he then instantly appeared before the two women, lifting them and fleeing at high speed, while Yu Wuxuang raised his hand to halt the advancing subordinates. His gaze dark as he watched the trio vanish from sight. Once they were completely gone, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, after flying a distance with the two women, Yuan Tiangang sensed that no one pursued them, and he released the restraints on their powers. The three then soared towards the Tianqi Mountains. Throughout the journey, Yuan Tiangang remained silent, only responding to Gmo Yi's inquiry about their destination with a slight hesitation. The young master awaits us on the other side of the Tianqi Mountains. Leading the two women, Yuan Tiangang flew swiftly, first traversing the Tianqi Mountains, eventually arriving at the site of the former capital of the Northern Barbarian Kingdom. Now, a colossal city stood in its place, Dingbei City. Since the barbaric lands were unified, Dingbei City had been relocated here and subsequently elevated to one of the three major provincial capitals of the Great Zhou. Upon reaching Dingbei City, the two women exchanged glances, each perceiving a mixture of astonishment and confusion in the other's eyes. They sensed that the barbaric lands no longer suffered from a lack of spiritual energy. Rather, it was rapidly increasing at an astonishing rate. The spiritual energy concentration in Dingbei City now rivaled that of some major cities in the heart of Lizhou. Moreover, they observed that the martial artists and citizens here brimmed with pride and confidence. Although the quantity and quality of martial artists currently lagged behind those in the heart of Lizhou under such thriving conditions, it would not be long before they surpassed them. After resting for a day in Dingbei City and recovering from their injuries, the two women, under Yuan Tiangang's guidance, continued their journey towards Fongjing City. Throughout the journey, Yuan Tiangang remained taciturn, and they buried their questions deep within their hearts. They also noted that in every city they reached, local officials regarded Yuan Tiangang with palpable trepidation in the Qingshan Hall of the Great Zhou Palace, where Lin Yu frequently met with civil and military officials. He was promptly intercepted by Lu Bowen upon his return after 2 weeks. At that moment, he was engaged in a serious conversation with Lu Bowen. I promise you, if the woman I have set my sights on does not present herself before you within 5 days, I shall select a consort for the Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen's face beamed with relief. At last, His Majesty has matured. Lin Yu gazed at his father, who wore an expression of deep concern, and felt a surge of urgency within. Yuan Tiangang, where are you? Just then, a guard announced, Your Majesty, the rogue chieftain has brought 2 young ladies seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's spirits soared. Quickly, let them in. Before long, Yuan Tiangang entered the grand hall, accompanied by Lu Linglong and Jimachi. Yuan Tiangang bowed respectfully to Lin Yu and stated, Your Majesty, by the time I arrived, the Ninexian Palace had already fallen. I could only rescue these 2. Lin Yu nodded slightly, refraining from further comment, signaling for him to stand aside. That moment, Lu Linglong and Jimachi appeared dazed, their eyes glazed over in shock. Your Majesty, Lin Yu cast a glance at the two, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes as he spoke. Palace Master Lu, Miss Ji, time was of the essence, and I did not have the opportunity to reveal my identity. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Lin Yu, the sovereign of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The two, upon hearing this, quickly regained their composure and awkwardly prepared to bow. Lin Yu waved his hand, interrupting their gesture. I have just learned of the destruction of the Ninexian Palace, which saddens me greatly. Would it be acceptable for you both to temporarily reside in the royal palace? The two exchanged glances, realizing this was indeed the best course of action, and replied, Yes. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, After several days of arduous travel, you must be weary that I shall have arrangements made for you to rest. He then summoned Qiner to ensure the two were comfortably settled. After the ladies departed, Lin Yu turned to Lu Bowen and winked. Lu Bowen, who had been quietly observing the proceedings, hesitated for a moment upon meeting Lin Yu's gaze and cautiously said, Your Majesty, there is something I am uncertain whether I should mention. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Lin Yu smiled inwardly, thinking to himself, he must be struck by the allure of Jimachi, with her grace and beauty. She is undoubtedly a fitting choice for the role of empress. Raising his teacup, he took a sip and proudly declared, Speak! Lu Bowen remained cautious as he continued. I fear the age of Palace Master Lu might be. Lin Yu's expression darkened, and he spewed his tea in surprise, choking slightly. Cough. Lu Bowen's face paled instantly, and he knelt on the ground. I am at fault, Your Majesty, for speaking indiscreetly. Lin Yu regained his composure and gazed penetratingly at him. Rise, my dear minister. What are your thoughts on Jimachi? Palace Master Lu is her mentor, and her sect was destroyed by the Yuhua dynasty that I instructed the rogue chieftain to rescue them in time. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen immediately understood, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow, and awkwardly replied, I find that Miss Ji possesses both beauty and grace, with a gentle and generous disposition. Truly, she is remarkable. Your Majesty, your discerning eye is unmatched. Listening to his rather forced flattery, Lin Yu's lips twitched, refraining from responding, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chiner, it is your turn now. In another part of the royal palace, not far from Lin Yu's sleeping quarters, Jimachi was engaged in quiet conversation with Chiner. Lu Linglong had already been escorted by Chiner to another palace to rest. The moment Jimachi laid eyes on Chiner, she recognized her as the girl who had almost clashed with Shaner that day. The thought of Shaner reminded her of Grandma Yu, and a flicker of sorrow passed through Jimachi's eyes, soon replaced by a profound hatred for the Yuhua dynasty. That moment, she curiously inquired of Chiner, what kind of person is your sovereign? Chiner, upon hearing the question, immediately responded, His Majesty has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood, diligently practicing martial arts. Even as the Crown Prince, he frequently aided the citizens of the city, earning their deep affection. That Jimachi's curiosity intensified. He is so young and yet has ascended to the throne. Could you tell me how the Great Zhou Dynasty developed? Chiner began recounting the story, starting from when Lin Yu was forced to head north. Jimachi listened intently, occasionally gasping in astonishment, and when she heard about the Lushan Dynasty and Tuoba Ling Tian, her tension regarding Lin Yu became palpable. Their conversation continued late into the night. As Jimachi lay in bed, her mind was awash with the tales Chiner had shared. Suddenly, she recalled the moment Lin Yu had swept her up and flown through the air. A blush creeping across her face as sleep overtook her. In the palace of the Yuhua dynasty, Yu Wuxuang sat with an air of authority upon the throne. Below, Yu Shiyu, Yu Lintian, Yu Shengshun, and others took their seats. After a few days of recuperation, their injuries had slightly improved, though their appearances still bore the marks of distress. Yu Wuxuang surveyed the assembly and spoke, during the annihilation of the Nanshin Palace. I encountered one of those mysterious individuals. He wore a mask and exhibited mid-level respect or cultivation, yet his combat prowess was so formidable that he managed to injure me. Hearing Yu Wuxuang's words, Yu Shiyu's face darkened as he spoke up. That was indeed the one. With just a few moves, he left me grievously wounded. Had their intention not been to rescue someone and depart, I fear I would not have escaped. Yu Lintian, bearing a solemn expression, added, Among them were a young man clad in white and a burly figure. The young man was at the initial stage of the heavenly realm and could engage in combat beyond his level. With a single kick, he rendered the royal younger brother unconscious. The burly man was no ordinary foe either, possessing initial-level respect or cultivation. His strikes felled several initial-level respecter experts within the palace. Both the masked man and the burly figure seemed to take orders from a young man in white. Yu Shengshun, upon hearing Yu Lintian's account, was filled with rage. Recalling the kick he had barely managed to evade, a flicker of apprehension and fear crossed his eyes, and he fell silent. Yu Wuxuang nodded, her gaze profound. It appears we have allowed Lu Linglong and Jimachi to escape. I have already commanded an exhaustive search for information regarding these individuals. However, with the blood of Yu Ling in our possession, coupled with the respecter-level martial artist blood we have gathered over the past 6 months, it should suffice for the ancestor to utilize, possibly allowing him to advance further. We have already drawn the suspicions of various factions. For the next 6 months to a year, we must exercise caution. Once the ancestor emerges from his seclusion, we shall strive to restore the might of the Yuhua dynasty. The assembly responded affirmatively, their faces filled with anticipation. In the Great Zhou Palace, Lin Yu and Jimachi strolled through the royal garden, accompanied by no one. Miss Ji, I've been preoccupied with affairs these past few days and have not had the chance to properly accompany you. Are you finding your stay comfortable? Lin Yu inquired as they walked. Machi lowered her head, and upon hearing Lin Yu's question, she quickly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Everything in the palace has been splendid these past few days." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, and the two continued their leisurely stroll in silence. Over the past few days, Machi had learned everything about Lin Yu's life from Qiner. The more she discovered, the more she felt awed and reverent towards this emperor of the Great Zhou, who was yet to reach his 20s. Was he not the very person she had longed for? However, with her sect destroyed and her life in disarray, burdened by a deep-seated enmity, did she truly stand a chance in his eyes? As she walked, Machi's thoughts drifted, occasionally glancing at Lin Yu from the corner of her eye. She had meticulously prepared herself upon hearing that Lin Yu would seek her out. Yet his demeanor seemed utterly indifferent. The sense of disappointment washed over her. Little did she know, Lin Yu's fists were nearly clenched to the point of bursting within his sleeves. He had received word from Qiner that Machi likely harbored feelings for him as well. Yet, how could he broach such a delicate subject? Lin Yu felt utterly confounded in both his past and present lives. He was a novice in matters of the heart, and this was proving to be an insurmountable challenge. At the moment when the two individuals were lost in their own thoughts, they unknowingly wandered out of the royal palace garden. Lin Yu looked up, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Gmoe, too, revealed a hint of bashfulness upon her face. The place where they stood was Gmoe's residence. Lin Yu's expression suddenly turned awkward as he prepared to say something. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, the sky erupted in a splendid display of fireworks. The two stood together, quietly admiring the spectacle. Not far from them on the ground, two bald men were diligently channeling their spiritual energy to toss spherical objects into the sky. Their murmurs could be heard intermittently. "Brother Jian, put in more effort. Your martial arts prowess surpasses mine. Throw a few more. The Emperor's happiness depends on us. Rest assured, old Lien, I'm using all the strength I had when I was a child." "Hey, speaking of which, old Lien, you should throw too." All right, I'm just stealing a glance at the Emperor's progress. Indeed, the contraptions from the Divine Mechanism Pavilion are quite remarkable. Yes, and they do not pollute the spiritual energy. What about the Emperor? They're embracing. Meanwhile, Lin Yu felt Gmoe gradually snuggling into his embrace, causing his body to stiffen momentarily before he extended his arms around her, smiling as he whispered, "How about becoming my empress?" Gmoe's face turned crimson as she nodded shyly, burying her head deeper into his chest. Lin Yu let out a hearty laugh, lifting her off the ground and heading inside. The fireworks continued to burst in the sky, their sounds resonating until dawn. The following morning, as Gmoe opened her eyes, she found Lin Yu gazing at her with a warm smile. Remembering the events of the previous night made her blush even more, and she quickly pulled the blanket over her face. Lin Yu chuckled at her reaction, rising from the bed to dress. "In a moment, your master will come looking for me." Upon hearing this, Gmoe gasped and hurriedly got up. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows and slowed her movements, rising gradually. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh heartily at her. Gmoe rolled her eyes at him, playfully scolding, still laughing. In the Qingxian Hall, Lu Linglong was seated, awaiting Lin Yu's arrival. Before long, footsteps echoed, prompting her to rise from her seat and glance towards the entrance. As she looked over, two figures approached, causing her eyes to widen in surprise and her heart to swell with joy and relief. The two figures were none other than Lin Yu and Gmoe. Although Lu Linglong had been residing in the palace, her knowledge of the Great Zhou Dynasty and Lin Yu's affairs was hardly less than that of Gmoe. Observing the two approaching, she could discern their relationship from Gmoe's expression, which she had fostered since childhood. Lin Yu and Gmoe also spotted the waiting Lu Linglong. Once inside, Lin Yu quickly stopped Lu Linglong, who was about to bow, and the three took their seats. "Lady Lu, I apologize for the recent busyness and lack of hospitality," Lin Yu began. Lu Linglong smiled and replied, "Your Majesty is too polite. I should be thanking you for your repeated acts of saving my life. With the Nine Xian Palace's demise, I hope your Majesty will take good care of Mo." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's candid words, Gmoe's cheeks flushed crimson. Lin Yu immediately reassured her, "Please rest assured, Lady Lu, I have already discussed with Mo. Soon, I shall publicly declare her as the Empress of the Great Zhou throughout the realm. I hope to hold the wedding after my parents return at A.S. Lin Yu spoke. He cast a gentle glance at GMO. She, in turn, felt a sense of respect and understanding. Lu Linglong nodded in agreement. That's good to hear. By the way, what is the current situation in the Yu Dynasty? Lin Yu pondered briefly before summoning a guard. Bring him Liang Shuai. Before long, Yuan Tiangang entered, glancing at the three before bowing to Lin Yu. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lin Yu nodded and inquired, what is the situation in the Yu Dynasty? Yuan Tiangang contemplated for a moment before responding. In recent days, it has been widely rumored throughout the Yu Dynasty that the series of forces led by the Nine Xian Palace has been obliterated by the dynasty. There have been no signs of significant upheaval. Additionally, we have received word that Yu Wuxuang has entered seclusion starting today. Lin Yu reflected for a moment before asking, is there any information regarding the reason for the seclusion? It is said to be in pursuit of a breakthrough to the supreme realm. Lin Yu appeared dissatisfied with this response. Frowning slightly, that we must closely observe and ascertain the true reason. Yuan Tiangang accepted the order and stood by. At the same time, Lu Linglong and GMO overheard Yuan Tiangang's words, both feeling indignation at the defamation of their sect following its destruction. Lin Yu noticed their expressions and offered GMO a reassuring smile, saying, Mo, as the Empress of the Great Zhou, your grievances are mine as well. The Yu Dynasty shall soon face my wrath. Upon hearing this, Lu Linglong exhaled in relief, while GMO gazed at Lin Yu with gentle eyes. As Lin Yu and the others engaged in conversation, deep within the heart of the Tianqi mountain range, there existed an unbroken chain of ancient palaces. Though shattered, the remnants hinted at once magnificent splendor. In the central Grand Palace, the sound of swords ringing echoed, as a massive blood-stained sword hung in midair, its resonance caused by the quivering of the bloodied blade from the tip of the sword. A continuous stream of blood-red spiritual energy emanated, filling the entire central hall and drifting outward as the blood-red energy neared the palace's exit. Most of it was scattered into the air by the sword's resonance. Only a small portion escaped, drifting from the underground palace to the Tianqi mountain, where it was absorbed by ferocious beasts, day after day, year after year. During this time, a piece of news shook the entire Great Zhou Dynasty. The Empress of Great Zhou, GMOE, from the highest officials to the common people, discussions about the sudden emergence of the new Empress filled the the news spread. It also led to the disappointment of many beautiful young women of Great Zhou. Lin Yu, however, remained indifferent to these matters. It had been 3 months since the announcement of GMOE as the Empress of Great Zhou. He spent his days either cultivating or visiting GMOE. Thoroughly enjoying himself, he couldn't help but marvel at the ancient wisdom that indeed held true, the allure of a gentle realm. As dawn broke, in the Empress's chambers, Lin Yu awoke feeling refreshed. GMOE presented him with the prepared garments. While he reveled in her service, he gazed at the dignified and virtuous figure before him. Over the past 3 months, GMOE's regal demeanor had become increasingly prominent. Aside from occasional training, she had immersed herself in learning various disciplines under Lu Linglong's guidance. Lin Yu found it curious that a sect leader possessed such a broad knowledge base. Noticing Lin Yu's unwavering gaze upon her, GMOE smiled and asked, Your Majesty, is there something on my face? I was merely lamenting that there is something delightful about the Empress's visage, GMOE playfully retorted. Your Majesty has become quite adept at flattery. Lin Yu chuckled, planting a kiss on her cheek. I must attend court now. As Lin Yu departed, GMOE's face radiated with a smile filled with happiness. She gently caressed her belly, her eyes shimmering with quiet anticipation. In the hall of morning assembly, Lin Yu sat regally upon the dragon throne, listening intently to the reports from the cabinet regarding the state of the Great Zhou. He occasionally nodded in acknowledgement. Under the governance of the civil officials led by Liu Bowen and Sun Yu, the Great Zhou flourished, with its citizens thriving in a period of rapid development. The quantity and quality of martial artists were experiencing a swift ascent. Particularly noteworthy were the 3 elite cavalry units undergoing training in the Tianqi mountain range, which brought him great delight. All were at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm, saving him a substantial amount of slaughter value that would have been required to purchase military rank enhancement cards. From what he understood, the most elite troops of the Yuhua dynasty, the Yuhua army, only reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, and their numbers merely totaled 100,000 that although killing ferocious beasts in the Tiansha mountain range also yielded slaughter value. The beasts there were not of particularly high rank, resulting in only a modest increase in slaughter value. 40,000 in total, accumulated from the vast number of ferocious beasts and the 9 months of effort. This was only sufficient for Lin Yu to summon twice, with no guarantee of success. He intended to save it for now, as he still harbored desires for the 2 training spaces offered in the marketplace. Most importantly, with the Great Zhou stable and individuals like Yuan Tiangang steadily enhancing their cultivation, there was no immediate need for summoning. Dismissed, Lin Yu cast a satisfied glance around the assembly before standing. Preparing to head to the Qingxian Hall, where Yuan Tiangang awaited him with urgent matters to report. Just as Lin Yu rose, a sudden violent tremor shook the entire palace. His gaze sharpened as he instantly ascended into the sky, directing his attention towards the Tiansha mountain range, that a colossal white beam of light shot skyward from the mountain range, persisting for about a quarter of an hour before gradually shrinking, ultimately forming a faintly discernible beam. Lin Yu's expression remained serious as he observed this extraordinary phenomenon that moment. GMO-E appeared beside him. It was likely that the entire Li prefecture and even neighboring states had witnessed this spectacle. Lin Yu had originally planned for the Great Zhou to develop steadily for a while longer, but it seemed that tranquility was elusive. Your Majesty, Your Highness, Yuan Tiangang approached, bowing respectfully to the 2. Lin Yu and GMO-E nodded in acknowledgement. Your Majesty, the anomaly at Tiansha mountain range should be closely related to the matter I am about to report. Lin Yu suddenly recalled what Yuan Tiangang was about to inform him. Speak. General Zhao reports that there is an abnormal situation at Tiansha mountain range. The ferocious beasts are in revolt. Lin Yu abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and turned to GMO-E. You return to the palace. I shall investigate alongside Liangshu. GMO-Yi's eyes flickered with concern, but she nodded in agreement. The Tiansha mountain range. Not far from the earlier beam of light, Zhao Yun stood in midair, his expression grave as he gazed at the spatial rift before him. He had been training his troops, the White Horse Isong, in the Tiansha mountain range when he noticed the signs of a beast revolt. He immediately sent word to Lin Yu through Bu Liang as the phenomenon occurred. The location was fortuitously near them. He promptly ordered the White Horse Isong to return to the city for defense, while he flew over to investigate. Upon witnessing the dissipating beam of light, he discovered the emergence of a spatial rift. When he attempted to enter for further investigation, a transparent barrier repelled him upon contact. Subsequently, a message entered his mind. Opens in 1 month. Only those below the supreme realm may enter. Not long after Zhao Yun's observations, 2 figures pierced through the air. Lin Yu and Yuan Tiangang arrived. Zhao Yun immediately approached Lin Yu to report his findings. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Yuan Tiangang to attempt the same. The outcome mirrored Zhao Yun's findings. Yuan Tiangang promptly remarked, Your Majesty, this rift, based on the information gathered by Bu Liang across various locales, should be an entrance to a secret realm. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. He surveyed the roaring beasts and the glimmering spatial rift, instructing Zhao Yun, You remain here, conceal your presence, and report any abnormalities at once. He then lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Li Prefecture center and soared back to the palace. The distance from the Yuhua dynasty to the Tiansha mountain range was comparable to that of the Great Zhou. The moment the phenomenon manifested, martial artists and civilians throughout the Yuhua dynasty, regardless of their activities, gazed up at the sky in astonishment. In the Yuhua palace, Yu Wuxuan was also roused from his meditation. He immediately ascended from the palace, hastening towards the site of the anomaly. Just as Lin Yu departed, he arrived at the spatial rift. Upon witnessing the rift, his face lit up with joy. Having a broader perspective, he recognized it as the entrance to an opportunity secret realm and immediately flew inside. However, he too was repelled by the transparent barrier. Receiving the transmitted information, he cast a fervent glance at the secret realm entrance before promptly returning to the Yuhua dynasty to gather his people in preparation to seize the opportunity within. He felt a strong sense that this secret realm was the key to the Yuhua dynasty's ascendance to a higher imperial status. This proximity afforded him the advantage of preparing in advance. Seizing the initiative. Meanwhile, as Lin Yu had anticipated, the extraordinary event at Tianshe mountain range sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire Li prefecture, the Yuhua dynasty, the Lanyan dynasty, and several neighboring states. Numerous factions witnessed the anomaly and dispatched powerful individuals to lead expeditions. Some martial artists from closer regions hastily flew towards the Tianshe mountain range. Whether it was the emergence of a rare treasure or a secret realm, martial artists were compelled to compete. The previously tranquil Li prefecture and Tianshe mountain range were now rife with hidden currents. Upon returning to the palace, Lin Yu immediately summoned everyone, instructing them to remain prepared at all times. He then gazed resolutely at the white beam of light in the sky. Let this secret realm showcase the Great Zhou Dynasty to the world. The news of the impending opening of the secret realm in Tianshe mountain range spread like a tempest through Li prefecture and the surrounding states. The once sparsely populated Tianshe mountain range was now teeming with throngs of people. The various inns and lodgings near the Tianshe mountain range were filled with martial artists from all corners. The Great Zhou Dynasty remained relatively stable. Martial artists who had learned of the information, recognizing it as a wild expanse, chose not to venture far, instead traversing through the Tianshe mountain range in the Yuhua dynasty. The city nearest to the Tianshe mountain range, Tianshan City, was bustling with activity. The streets were alive with the sounds of martial artists, and the skies frequently witnessed high-ranking martial artists soaring overhead. With the time for the protective barrier of the secret realm drawing near, it was expected to open within the next couple of days. The influx of people continued to surge at that moment. A palpable, oppressive aura descended, accompanied by the sound of piercing air. A dozen figures streaked across the sky, racing towards the Tianshe mountain range, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Your Majesty, it is our sovereign. Prince Yu, the first prince, the second prince. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, curious outsiders inquired, "Is that your Yuhua dynasty's ruler?" One person replied proudly, "Indeed." Yet another outsider scoffed, "Humph, Li prefecture only has 2 low-tier dynasties. It would be remarkable if they had 2 or 3 supreme realm experts. If it weren't for this secret realm being so close to their dynasty and only permitting those below the supreme realm to enter, they would hardly have a chance." The local martial artist from the Yuhua dynasty glared angrily at the speaker. However, upon noticing the sect robes worn by that individual, their expressions shifted to one of caution, and they refrained from further comments. The individual, exuding an air of arrogance, surveyed the crowd before taking to the skies once more. The crowd resumed their hushed conversations. "Those from the Yuhua Bloodsword sect are far too arrogant. Lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. They are core disciples of the top power from the neighboring Jianzhou. The Yuhua Bloodsword sect, Jianzhou, is renowned for its swords, and its overall strength surpasses that of our Liju by a considerable margin. The Feather Bloodsword sect is even comparable to the might of a high-ranking dynasty. Boasting numerous masters within its ranks, it is said that this time, they're led by an elder of the supreme realm, making them a force to be reckoned with." Over the past month, as more and more powers have arrived, various minor skirmishes have been incessantly occurring. Warriors from all over have been organizing their responses to the incoming forces. The majority believe that the recipient of the treasures within the secret realm will emerge from the several major factions listed. 1 sect, 1 school, and 1 dynasty. The sect refers to the Tianyuan sect, the pinnacle of power in Huozhou, adjacent to Liju, comparable to a high-ranking dynasty. The school is indeed the Feather Bloodsword sect. The dynasty is the Burning Sky dynasty, which, alongside the Tianyuan sect, stands as a top-tier power in Huozhou, also classified as a high-ranking dynasty. The remaining factions include the Blue Flame dynasty, the Jade Radiance dynasty, and several other lower-ranked dynasties. Whether it be the strong leaders or the teams preparing to enter the secret realm, the 3 major top-tier forces undoubtedly surpass these lower-ranked dynasties by a significant margin. Hence, the disciple of the Feather Bloodsword sect earlier appeared exceptionally proud. They deemed the teams from these lower-ranked dynasties as mere fillers the Tianqi mountain range, at the entrance to the secret realm. Warriors from various factions have already gathered around the entrance, patiently awaiting its opening. That a glance reveals a clear demarcation of multiple faction camps. The Burning Sky Dynasty, the Feather Bloodsword sect, and the Tianyuan sect occupy the best positions. Closest to the entrance, while the remaining lower-ranked dynasties are positioned slightly further back. There have been warriors who foolishly attempted to challenge this unspoken rule, only to be slain by a single sword before they could take more than a few steps. The subsequent arrivals had no choice but to comply. This moment, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. Yu Shuang and others, having rushed from the Jade Radiance Palace, descended from the sky and swiftly occupied a position slightly behind the three major forces. A few unwise warriors, eager to speak, were promptly silenced by their companions. Did they not see that these factions held no objections, although they belonged to lower-ranked dynasties? This is their territory. The major factions also graciously nodded in acknowledgement towards Yu Shuang and her companions. After all, they're the local powers, and the courtesies must be observed. Yu Shuang, observing the warriors from the various factions with a smile, felt a storm brewing within her heart. Some high-ranking dynasty forces had indeed noticed them and hurried over. However, the secret realm would soon open, and these three factions, despite their distant journey, had only one supreme realm expert leading them. Leaving room for competition, yes, she quietly observed the myriad of faction members. A voice from a middle-aged man resonated in her ear. Yu Shuang, I have heard that the day of your Jade Radiance Dynasty's ancestors' demise is imminent. Within these few months? Yu Shuang slightly raised her head to glance at a stern-looking middle-aged man not far from her. Flanked by numerous martial prowess experts, the voice belonged to this very man. That a glint of cold light flashed in Yu Shuang's eyes as she snorted softly. Lin Yu, the affairs of my Jade Radiance Dynasty require no concern from your Blue Flame Dynasty. Lin Yu, the sovereign of the Blue Flame Dynasty, at the peak of the venerable realm, chuckled nonchalantly upon hearing Yu Shuang's retort, casting a glance at the present factions before continuing. This is the secret realm of Liju. They have come from afar, seeking to claim it as their own. Doesn't that seem a bit delusional? Upon hearing this, Yu Shuang's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning as she fixed a deep gaze upon Lin Yu. Minor fortunes are to be shared. Great fortunes depend on strength. Once we emerge, we shall owe each other nothing. Lin Yu's eyes flickered with amusement as he nodded in acknowledgement. Agreed. Thereafter, they patiently awaited the unfolding events. Those who spoke with intelligence expended little effort, and as the moment for the secret realm's opening drew nearer, the influx of warriors increased, and the crowd began to exhibit signs of impatience. Yet, their gazes remained fixated on the major factions ahead, keeping their composure. Just then, several more piercing sounds rang out, causing the crowd to look up in astonishment. Hadn't the prominent forces already arrived? They beheld figures descending from the sky, emanating powerful auras, swiftly approaching the direction of the Jade Radiance Dynasty. Boom! Yu Shuang and her companions were forced to retreat several steps. Anger etched across their faces as they glared forward. The strong from various factions regarded them with curiosity. "ITSU," Yu Shengchan shouted, pointing at a young man clad in white. Yu Shuang's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with coldness as she regarded the masked figure beside the white-clad youth. The newcomers were none other than Lin Yu and his group. Upon hearing Yu Shengchan's furious shout, Lin Yu cast a glance at him before disregarding him entirely, his gaze icy as it settled upon Yu Shuang. Just moments ago, Yuan Tiangang had relayed information to the group, identifying her as the master of the Jade Radiance Dynasty, Yu Shuang, the very instigator behind the destruction of the Ninexian Palace. The members of Lin Yu's group, loyal confidants, were acutely aware of the enmity between the royal sect of the Dazhou dynasty and her. Jianwei grinned at Yu Shuang, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture with his halberd. The onlooking warriors from various factions perked up at this display. They actually recognized her. Yu Shuang, seething with rage, halted the eager members of the Jade Radiance Dynasty from advancing and addressed Lin Yu. "Who are you exactly? You have provoked my Jade Radiance Dynasty time and again." Lin Yu replied with a cold smile. "Dazhou Dynasty, Lin Yu, I simply cannot abide your presence. The gathered crowd gasped in astonishment upon realizing he hailed from a dynastic power, indicating it was a force on the verge of ascending to a full-fledged dynasty, boasting a significant number of venerable realm experts. Yu Shuang, upon hearing Lin Yu's response, felt her fury reach a boiling point, her eyes glinting with menace. Very well, then, tread carefully within the secret realm. Lin Yu, unfazed, turned his gaze away from them, focusing on the entrance of the secret realm. The Jade Radiance dynasty had already been marked as a target for Lin Yu's impending military campaign. With the secret realm now apparent, there were even rules prohibiting entry by supreme realm experts. It would be best for them not to cross paths with Lin Yu. Otherwise, they would certainly find themselves unable to escape. The onlookers, seeing that a confrontation had not ensued, shifted their focus elsewhere, silently noting the name of the Dazhou dynasty in their minds. The Burning Sky dynasty's side, a stunning woman clad in a fiery red robe, withdrew her gaze. A disdainful young man behind her remarked, "Sister, the Jade Radiance dynasty is truly a bunch of wastrels. A mere dynastic power dares to stand on their necks." The fiery-robed woman, hearing her brother's words, replied sternly, "Xiaozhe, do not underestimate certain dynastic powers. I have heard my father mention that in the eastern region's central states, several extraordinarily talented dynastic powers have emerged throughout history. Once such dynasties arise, they can easily crush lower-ranked dynasties. Upon their ascension, they become top-tier high-ranking dynasties, and after a period of accumulation, they can advance to peak dynasties. Such forces, if allowed to grow, become colossal entities that dominate an entire region." The young man, upon hearing his sister's words, displayed a hint of dissent. "But that is the center of the eastern region. What kind of place is Liju, where even birds wouldn't deign to defecate? How could such prodigies possibly emerge here?" Upon hearing this, the woman smiled at him and ceased to speak. That moment, the siblings happened to be training on the edge of the fire state and hurried over upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon. Typically, such radiant occurrences do not deeply attract the higher-level empires. Nonetheless, since they were already on a training expedition, it was a fortuitous opportunity to broaden their horizons. However, they did not anticipate that members of the Tianyuan sect had also arrived, particularly He Xian. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his companions were attentively listening to Yuan Tiangang as he introduced various influential figures. From the Finchen Empire, the Princess Yan Minling, donned in a fiery red robe, stood at the mid-stage of the venerable realm. The young man, Yin Zhe, was the prince of the Finchen Empire, currently at the initial stage of the venerable realm. But He Xian, the son of the Grand Elder from the Tianyuan sect, was at the mid-stage of the venerable realm. Jian Moxi, the direct disciple of the Yu Shui sword sect's leader, also stood at the mid-stage of the venerable realm. Each of these three major powers had their own supreme realm experts covertly accompanying them, acting as protectors for the group. The remaining forces included the Yuhua Empire and the Lanyan Empire, along with several lower-level empires. Lin Yu paid particular attention to the information regarding the members of the Lanyan Empire. As two of the lower-level empires in Li State, the Lanyan Empire and the Yuhua Empire were Lin Yu's next targets. The number of formidable experts among the three major forces, especially those in the venerable realm, indeed presented a significant advantage over the lower-level empires. For instance, the number of peak venerable realm experts within the three major powers was quite substantial. However, Lin Yu was not intimidated. His subordinates were capable of overwhelming opponents of the same realm, and those who were two minor realms higher could still be defeated with some time invested. After returning from the Yuhua Empire, Yuan Tiangang had already reached the late stage of the venerable realm and was poised to break through to the peak stage. Furthermore, he claimed that he could contend against some of the weaker initial-stage supreme realm experts. Dian Wei, Zhao Yun, and Hua Zubing had also attained the mid-stage of the venerable realm, making them invincible martial artists beneath the supreme realm. Xian Shiji had not called for him yet. The Great Zhou Empire still required strong guardians, and he, along with Lu Linglong, had been assigned by Lin Yu to remain in the palace as a precaution. Just as Lin Yu was deep in thought, a beam of light surged upward, expanding dramatically before gradually fading away. The secret realm had been opened. Charge! The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Warriors from all factions instantly rose, rushing towards the secret realm. Lin Yu and his companions unleashed their momentum and raced towards the entrance, Yu Wuxuang shot a cold glance at Lin Yu's group, leading her own followers to charge ahead. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Yu found himself enveloped in a haze. He quickly scanned his surroundings and breathed a sigh of relief, as Yuan Tiangang and the others were present. Your Majesty, we must be within an array. This array appears to have a confounding effect. I can guide everyone out, Yuan Tiangang stated after sensing the area, just as Lin Yu nodded in agreement for him to lead the way. A dozen ferocious beasts with blood-red eyes emerged from the mist, charging towards Lin Yu and his companions. Dian Wei and the others swiftly moved, instantly slaying the beasts. Lin Yu sensed the situation and noted that these beasts were roughly at the peak level of ordinary realm warriors. Dismissing them and instructing his companions to proceed, as Lin Yu gazed at the nearby corpses of the beasts, his brow furrowed. This was already the sixth wave of ferocious beasts they had encountered. Yuan, if we continue forward for a short distance, we should be able to exit the array. His frown stemmed from the fact that the further they advanced, the higher the realm of the beasts they encountered, all uniformly characterized by their blood-red eyes and a reckless aggression towards them, seemingly oblivious to their own injuries. This sixth wave of beasts could already be compared to initial stage celestial realm warriors. Was this a trial? Did that mean many factions lacking venerable realm experts would struggle to escape the array? His pondering did not last long, as the mist ahead began to dissipate. He looked up and was immediately taken aback. An endless expanse of colossal palaces lay before them. The number of palaces far exceeded that of the Great Zhou Palace and was several times larger. At a glance, one could not see the end. These palaces appear to have endured a great battle, showing signs of damage. Zhao Yun and the others swiftly flew towards the nearest palaces. Shortly after, they returned with excited expressions to report, Your Majesty, I discovered numerous resources for cultivation ranging from foundational to celestial realms within the palaces. Your Majesty, so did I. Your Majesty, I also found that these palaces seem to have been inhabited long ago. As Lin Yu listened to their reports, a flicker of intrigue flashed in his eyes. This place seemed to be the remnants of a mysterious sect or palace. They were likely situated on the periphery. Moreover, it appeared that the teams entering the secret realm were randomly transported to a location upon exiting the mist, as they had yet to encounter any other teams. After contemplating the reports from his companions, he commanded, Continue deeper. Enter every palace we pass. Leave no stone unturned. The group, filled with excitement, complied eagerly. It was no wonder they were so enthusiastic. The current state of the Great Zhou was marked by severe polarization, and they were in dire need of various resources that, if there were already cultivation resources up to the celestial realm on the periphery, what might lie deeper within? Lin Yu and his companions displayed expressions of anticipation as they hastened forward. As Lin Yu and his group swept through the palaces, members of the other major factions began to uncover the significance of the situation in a certain area of the palace cluster. Yen Zhe, looking shocked, said to Yen Minling, Sister, this palace cluster is even larger than our royal palace. Moreover, there are resources for venerable realm cultivation within. Yen Minling nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring his astonishment. Recalling the ferocious beasts from the mist, a hint of seriousness flashed in her eyes. Everyone be cautious. This secret realm is likely not as simple as it seems. The secret realms in lower-level empires usually do not permit celestial realm warriors to enter. Upon hearing this, the group cast aside their underestimations and swiftly advanced forward. In another part of the palace cluster, Yu Wuxuang gazed with unrestrained delight at the items collected by her companions from the various palaces and immediately ordered, Let's go. We cannot fall behind the others. Her eyes greedily scanned the seemingly endless cluster of palaces as they surged ahead. If one were to stand atop the highest point and gaze down upon the entire palace cluster, they would observe numerous teams hastily making their way towards the central grand palace. The further they progressed, the fewer palaces there were, and it was inevitable that some teams would soon encounter one another. Lin Yu and his companions had been traversing the palace cluster for an indeterminate amount of time, their faces adorned with joyous smiles. At the same time, their curiosity grew ever more intense about the force that had left such abundant resources behind after a great battle. They now possessed several manuals for techniques, even at the venerable realm level, along with substantial gains in spiritual herbs, elixirs, and the like. Lin Yu raised his gaze towards the now vaguely visible central Grand Palace. Quickening his pace, suddenly his attention sharpened as he detected the presence of others ahead, and his companions instantly fell into a state of alertness. Upon recognizing who they were, intense killing intent surfaced on their faces. The opposing group also noticed them and quickly gathered together. Lin Yu took the lead and declared, "Kill!" Without further ado, he dashed towards the adversaries. The opposing members quickly reacted and engaged in fierce combat. Boom! Lin Yu kicked the young man away, his eyes betraying his murderous intent as he declared, "You remain as useless as ever." The young man, Yin Shengchun, let out a furious roar, akin to a wounded beast. The others were none other than members of the Yuhua Empire. Just as Lin Yu prepared to deliver a finishing blow, he heard, "Lin Yu!" A furious roar echoed through the air, followed closely by the sweeping motion of Yu Lintian's spear. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his right hand flickering as a spear appeared in his grasp, ready to counter the impending strike. Bang! After deflecting Yu Lintian's assault with a single blow, Lin Yu immediately retaliated with a powerful thrust. Yu Lintian was sent reeling back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face. "Impossible. I've already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. You are merely at the mid-stage." Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips as he raised his spear and charged forward once more. Ignorant fool. On the other side, Yuan Tiangang clashed directly with Yu Wushuang. Their brief encounter at the Ninexian Palace had left them with a burning animosity. Had it not been for Yuan Tiangong's intervention to save someone that day, he would have longed to smash Yu Wushuang into a bloody pulp. Zhao Yun faced a formidable opponent from the Yuhua Dynasty, a peak-level master of the revered realm. This individual, rumored to be Yu Wushuang's royal uncle, had emerged from seclusion to seek fortune in this secret realm. Initially dismissive of Zhao Yun as he approached, the moment they engaged in battle, he was struck with terror. Where did this prodigy emerge from? A mid-stage revered realm warrior can actually contend with me. Instantly, he cast aside his disdain and began to fight earnestly. Hui Tsubing observed as Zhao Yun seized the attention of the peak-level master, prompting him to charge toward Yu Shiyu and 3 other late-stage revered realm warriors. With a fierce competitive spirit, he unleashed his full strength, landing a blow that left Yu Shiyu coughing up blood repeatedly. The once proud Prince Shuyu, who had nearly shattered his resolve from Yuan Tiangong's previous strike, now wished for nothing more than to succumb to unconsciousness. Glancing at the other battlefields, he immediately shouted to the trio, "Be cautious. These opponents are all capable of fighting beyond their ranks." The 3 nodded gravely, joining forces with Yu Shiyu to confront Hui Tsubing. Seeing the 4 approaching him, Hui Tsubing laughed heartily. "Come on then." As he wielded his spear, a faint, indistinct black dragon appeared behind him. Dian Wei, observing the high-level warriors being swiftly dealt with, scratched his bald head, his gaze settling on Yin Zheng and several other early-stage revered realm warriors from the Yuhua Dynasty. Grinning, he remarked, "I can't believe you 2 are still standing after that last strike." With that, he charged forward, wielding his massive halberd. Upon hearing Dian Wei's words, 2 middle-aged men among Yin Zheng's group looked on with fear, their legs trembling as Dian Wei rushed towards them. They gritted their teeth and screamed, charging forward. "Today, we have the numerical advantage." Hearing their battle cries, Dian Wei's grin widened, and he swung his halberd at the loudest among them. Boom! The revered realm warrior was instantly reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. Those who had just found their fighting spirit came to a halt, terror etched on their faces. "Monster!" Dian Wei paid no heed to their futile bravado and plunged into the fray, wreaking havoc among the ranks. The scene shifted back to Lin Yu, who now stood with his left foot pressing down on Yu Xingchen's chest, his right hand brandishing the spear aimed at the gasping Yu Lintian. Yu Lintian's hair was disheveled, his body riddled with puncture wounds, his face a mask of rage as he glared at Lin Yu. "What have we, the Yuhua Dynasty, done to deserve this?" Lin Yu sneered coldly, shattering Yu Xingchen's heart pulse with a single kick, then lunging for Yu Lintian's throat. "That I simply cannot abide it." Upon hearing this, Yu Lintian's eyes turned bloodshot, his fury intensifying as Lin Yu's spear pierced his throat. Just as Lin Yu felled 2 foes, Dian Wei returned to his side, Lin Yu glanced at the remnants of Yin Zheng's group, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "They fled." Jian Wei grinned. "I turned them into nothing but dust." Lin Yu looked at him in surprise, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, those who wronged our Great Zhou Dynasty shall face consequences." Before he could finish his thought, Jian Wei interjected. "Old Lin says that a rough fellow like me should act this way to win the favor of the ladies." Lin Yu twitched at the corner of his mouth, choosing not to respond. As the two conversed, Hua Tubing returned to Lin Yu's side, soon followed by Zhao Yun from the battlefield. Both bore solemn expressions as they clasped their hands in respect. "Your Majesty, we have not failed in our duty." Afterward, Hua Tubing turned to Zhao Yun. "General Zhao, if we encounter any peak-level revered realm warriors next time, they shall be mine." Zhao Yun smiled in response. Nodding, "No problem. The extras are all yours." Lin Yu observed the duo, clad in black and white, and chuckled quietly. Only they, such prodigies, would dare to vie for battles beyond their level. He then turned his gaze toward Yu Wushuang, who was being steadily overwhelmed by Yuan Tiangang, preparing to lead his companions in that direction. Just as he lifted his foot, he noticed Dian Wei's expression grow serious as he seized Lin Yu's arm. While Zhao Yun and Hua Tubing instinctively shielded him, their eyes fixed on the rear. Moments later, the sounds of slicing air filled the atmosphere as several figures emerged. Lin Yu focused intently. They belonged to one of the lower-tier imperial powers. At present, they appeared disheveled, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Upon surveying the battlefield, their pupils constricted, and they prepared to retreat. "Fellow cultivators, lend me your assistance. I will grant you all that lies within this secret realm. I am the sovereign of the Yu Hua dynasty, and upon my return, I shall reward you handsomely." Yu Wushuang, having spotted them, immediately shouted. The group halted in their tracks. They had sensed that Lin Yu and his companions were all mid-stage, revered realm warriors. Initially inclined to avoid trouble, the prospect of the riches hidden within the secret realm piqued their interest. Exchanging glances, they charged toward Lin Yu and his companions, emboldened by the presence of 3 peak-level revered realm masters. Upon seeing the approaching figures, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, and he too surged forward to confront them. Zhao Yun laughed heartily. "General Hua, this time there's no need to compete. We will all have a share." Hua Tubing's lips curved into a smile. "Then let us see who is faster." "Agreed." Lin Yu, spotting 2 early-stage revered realm warriors rushing towards him, quickly glanced at the system's battle point information. 0.1 million IT seemed that slaying high-level warriors yielded greater slaughter value. System, how many battle points are required to elevate my cultivation to early-stage revered realm? 800,000. Enhance. Enhancement successful. Though it appeared lengthy, the entire process transpired in less than a second. Boom! Lin Yu's robes billowed, his aura soaring as he punched towards one of the oncoming warriors. The individual barely had time to react before Lin Yu's fist obliterated him into a mist of blood, just as he prepared to strike again. Yuan Tiangang appeared, swiftly crushing the skull of the other warrior with a palm strike. Sensing Lin Yu's peril, Yuan Tiangang had not held back, delivering a kick that sent Yu Wushuang sprawling to the ground before coming to protect Lin Yu. Lin Yu surveyed the ongoing battle, moving toward Yu Wushuang. Upon seeing Lin Yu approach, Yu Wushuang appeared deranged. "Lin Yu, what has my Yu Hua dynasty done to you? Why do you persist in thwarting my endeavors?" Lin Yu looked down at him, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Because my queen is named Gmoe. Impossible!" Yu Wushuang exclaimed. "The Ninexian Palace has never interacted with outside forces." At Yu Wushuang's words, Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Did I not mention I hail from Lizhou?" Yu Wushuang shook his head frantically. "Impossible! There are only 2 dynasties in Lizhou, both weak and inconsequential. I have never heard of the Great Zhou Dynasty." Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at Lin Yu. "You hail from the wild lands." Lin Yu, however, did not respond, thrusting his spear toward Yu Wushuang's heart. What followed would be the demise of the Yu Hua dynasty. Yu Wushuang's eyes widened. "Devoid of life, spare us. We will hand over everything we obtain from the secret realm." Just as Lin Yu struck down Yu Wushuang, Zhao Yun and the others had also reduced the 3 peak-level warriors to a state of utter disarray. Upon witnessing Yu Wushuang's demise and the restless Yuan Tiangang, they shouted anxiously. Zhao Yun and his companions paid no heed to their furious cries, wielding their weapons with even greater ferocity. Boom! A sudden surge of powerful aura erupted from the three of them. Astonishingly, they had broken through in the midst of battle. Truly monstrous. The trio, who had been struggling to defend themselves, found themselves utterly powerless in an instant, overwhelmed and swiftly dispatched. Lin Yu cast a glance at the three who deftly stowed away their storage items. A faint smile gracing his lips. This expedition into the secret realm had indeed yielded tremendous rewards. Fighting was truly the expressway to wealth and prosperity. When the others returned to his side, he nodded at them and continued to soar towards the central hall. As Lin Yu and his companions flew swiftly, the entrance of the central hall was filled with continuous booming sounds, indicating an intense battle was underway. Boom! A fiery red figure emerged, revealing the princess of the Burning Sky Dynasty. Yin Minling could see that moment. Blood trickled from her lips as she glared angrily at the young man before her, who wore a sinister smile. That he Xian, how dare you collude with external forces against us? Are you not afraid of provoking a war between the Burning Sky Dynasty and the Tianyuan sect? He Xian showed no reaction upon hearing her words. Yin Minling, how can you call it collusion? My brother Jian and I are simply cooperating for mutual benefit, that I lose a bit of resources but gain a renowned beauty from the Fire State. How advantageous! Yin Minling trembled with rage at his words. Shameless! He Xian laughed heartily. Moreover, once we enter the secret realm, life and death are not in our hands. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed your people? Yin Minling gritted her teeth, choosing to ignore the shameless scoundrel, her gaze shifting to the members of the Burning Sky Dynasty, who were struggling under the assault of numerous powerful figures from the Tianyuan sect and the Feather Bloodsword sect. Her expression filled with anxiety. Her group was the first to reach the hall's entrance, and shortly after their arrival, He Xian and Jian Moxi also appeared that He Xian had been harassing her in the Fire State. And although she had ignored him, she never expected him to collude with the Feather Bloodsword sect. It didn't take long before they were at odds. Normally, the strong warriors from the Burning Sky Dynasty would have no trouble facing either the Tianyuan sect or the Feather Bloodsword sect. But with the two factions joining forces, the situation took a turn for the worse. Yanzhe was also engaged in battle at that moment. Upon seeing his sister injured, he shouted angrily at He Xian. He Xian, you are nothing but trash, only capable of scheming. He Xian smirked dismissively at Yanzhe's words that ate tea that moment. A young man carrying a long sword stepped in front of He Xian. He glanced at the blood-stained Yin Minling and said to He Xian, hurry up, the greatest secret of this secret realm lies within the central hall. It was Jian Moxi. After saying this, he shot a disdainful look at He Xian. He Xian nodded at him, then licked his lips while casting a glance at Yin Minling, appearing somewhat perverse. Someone's coming. Just as He Xian was about to seize Yin Minling, Jian Moxi's expression suddenly tightened as he spoke, instructing everyone to fall back. That the flash of reluctance crossed He Xian's eyes, but he immediately called his people back. The members of the Burning Sky Dynasty also rushed back to Yin Minling's side. Yin Zhe flew forward, concern etched on his face. Sister, are you all right? Yin Minling glanced at him, forcing a smile. That I'm fine. The three factions did not wait long before 5 figures appeared in their line of sight. It was Lin Yu and his companions, who had just finished their battle and arrived. He was quietly observing the situation at hand, that he noted the disheveled state of the Burning Sky Dynasty's members and the proximity of the Tianyuan sect and the Feather Bloodsword sect. He had already formed a basic understanding of the situation. Yin Zhe was the first to speak. Sister, it's actually those from the dynasty. It seems they haven't suffered any casualties. Yin Minling nodded in agreement. Her gaze filled with astonishment as she looked at the white-clad youth at the forefront. Just as Lin Yu and his group arrived, 2 more figures pierced through the air. Lin Yu raised his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Lan Ju. The other person was likely a peak-level warrior from the Blue Flame Dynasty. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to have just endured a fierce battle and emerged victorious yet battered. Upon Lan Ju's arrival, he noticed the 4 factions staring at him simultaneously, and the pressure intensified. When he saw Lin Yu and his companions, his pupils contracted in shock that a dynasty's forces had arrived here unscathed. He silently assessed the situation, then looked up at the central hall with an expression of reluctance. We shall not compete for this opportunity. Everyone, feel free. After speaking, he left with the person beside him, showing no signs of regret. Lin Yu watched the two depart, suppressing the urge to have his companions take action. The situation on the battlefield was complex. He would seek another opportunity. This Lin Yu was indeed a decisive individual. He Xian observed the departing figures, a cold smile spreading across his face, before addressing Lin Yu and his companions. Along the way, we have eliminated 2 or 3 low-level dynasty teams. I wonder what luck your dynasty has to make it this far. I'll give you 10 breaths. Get out of here. Jun Moxie frowned slightly upon hearing his words, but refrained from saying anything, instead looking at Lin Yu and his companions. Yin Zhe, not long after He Xian's words fell, shouted, "Big brother, those 2 groups over there mean harm to my sister. Please lend your aid, and there will surely be generous rewards afterward." Yin Minling immediately interrupted Yin Zhe, who was about to elaborate further. "Xiao Zhe, don't drag them down. Their realms are not high." When Lin Yu heard He Xian's words, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He also heard Yin Minling's words and shot her a slightly puzzled glance before addressing He Xian. "What if I refuse?" He Xian's face twisted into a sinister grin. "Then you shall die." In an instant, the 4 peak-level warriors behind him surged toward Lin Yu and his companions, just as Yin Minling, filled with concern, prepared to call for Lin Yu for assistance. The commotion from the ongoing battle left her in utter astonishment. "Sister, those from the dynasty are incredibly fierce. The peak-level warriors are being pounded mercilessly." As Yin Zhe exclaimed, the Tianyuan sect members and Zhao Yun's group were equally shocked as they engaged in combat. In just a few exchanges, they were swiftly overwhelmed and found themselves without the power to retaliate. He Xian, observing the battlefield, roared in anger. Useless. He immediately dispatched the remaining 3 peak-level warriors and several mid to late-stage warriors toward the fray. He could hardly believe that a mere dynasty's forces could contend with the elite of the Tianyuan sect. Yet reality often proved to be cruel. Yin Zhe's voice rang out once more. "Sister, that man in the mask is overwhelming 2 peak-level warriors with just a punch and a kick." The 2 young commanders, one clad in black and the other in white, wielded their long spears with such precision that each clash left their opponents with fresh wounds. The bald, muscular man was particularly brutal, aiming to crush his foes into a pulp. Yin Zhe grew increasingly animated, his eyes sparkling with excitement, completely forgetting the things he had said in the heavenly crime mountains. Yin Minling, too, watched in awe, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Is this truly the exceptionally talented dynasty force that father spoke of? He Xian, at that moment, could no longer afford to ponder, shouting at Jian Moxie, "Are you not going to help?" Upon finishing his words, he cast a glance at the composed Lin Yu and charged directly towards him. Jian Mo Xie, upon hearing He Xian's furious roar, hesitated for a brief moment before making his way towards Lin Yu and his companions. He had just been astounded by the combat prowess displayed by Lin Yu and the others. Now, he and He Xian were akin to grasshoppers on the same string. They had no choice but to engage, spotting the members of the Yu Shui sword sect advancing towards Lin Yu and his companions. Yin Zhe was immediately filled with excitement, shouting, "Shameless! Let us slay them together. They are our saviors from the burning heaven dynasty." Yin Minling's expression also turned serious as she promptly led the others to provide support. As Lin Yu observed He Xian rushing towards him with great speed, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes that a genius from higher dynasty was he, with a slight tremor of his right hand. He wielded his spear and struck directly at He Xian's face. Enraged and blinded by fury, He Xian raised both fists to meet the incoming spear head-on. Bang! In an instant, He Xian was knocked off balance, sent hurtling backwards at a speed swifter than his charge, colliding with Jian Mo Xie, causing both to stagger back several steps before regaining their footing. He Xian looked up, his face a mask of shock. "Impossible! You are but a mere dynasty force. How can you all be such monstrous talents, fighting beyond your level?" Jian Mo Xie, equally grave, gazed at Lin Yu. "Are you for the Yuan prefecture of the eastern region?" Only from that place could such monstrous forces emerge. Upon hearing Jian Mo Xie's words, He Xian immediately realized the implication, casting a wary glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, noticing their sudden comprehension, did not bother to explain further and charged towards them with his spear. Since the battle had commenced, He intended to eliminate them completely. Yan Min Ling and Yin Zhe, who were initially prepared to assist Lin Yu, stood frozen in place after witnessing the earlier spectacle. Yin Zhe exclaimed, "Brother, you are too formidable." He then turned to Yan Min Ling, saying, "Sister, they are incredibly strong. Fighting beyond their level is as easy as eating and drinking." Yan Min Ling nodded in agreement. Glancing at Lin Yu, who required no assistance, before turning to the battlefield between the burning Heaven Dynasty and the Yu Shui sword sect, the situation in front of the central hall shifted dramatically with the involvement of Lin Yu and his companions. Particularly on Zhao Yun's side, the cries of the Tian Yuan sect warriors echoed frequently. Jianmo Xie and He Xian, under Lin Yu's relentless assault, found their spirits shattered. I could see this moment. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths as they leaned on each other, gazing at the murderous Lin Yu with expressions filled with dread. Both were geniuses capable of fighting beyond a minor realm, yet they could barely withstand dozens of exchanges against a youth who was evidently younger and of a lower realm than themselves. He Xian, in a fit of desperation, yelled at Lin Yu, "You cannot kill me. I'm the son of the supreme elder of the Tian Yuan sect. There are protectors of the supreme realm outside the secret realm. If you kill me, you will all perish when you leave." Hearing this, Lin Yu smirked slightly, as if he had heard a jest. "If we do not kill you, do you think we will not perish when we leave?" He Xian, mistaking Lin Yu's words for a concession, shouted back, "Yes, yes. As long as you spare me, I will ensure you all face no trouble when you leave." Upon seeing the hint of a smirk on Lin Yu's face, Jianmo Xie sensed danger. His eyes gleamed momentarily as he suddenly exerted force, pushing He Xian towards Lin Yu while he himself leapt into the air and fled. Lin Yu, surprised by Jianmo Xie's action, swiftly killed He Xian with a single thrust of his spear before rising to pursue. Just before his demise, He Xian's eyes widened in horror as he shouted at the fleeing Jianmo Xie. "Jianmo Xie, may you meet a wretched end." Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu returned, his brow furrowed, that he actually managed to escape. He thought, but quickly dismissed the concern. He surveyed the battlefield, which was nearing its conclusion, and stood in the center awaiting the outcome. Just as Lin Yu returned, a youthful figure soared at his side, exclaiming, "Brother, are you truly a dynasty force? Brother, you are all so powerful. How did you cultivate? Brother, are you really from the Yuan prefecture?" It was Yin Zhe. Listening to the incessant chatter, Lin Yu felt a tinge of exasperation and cast a glance at him without responding. "Xiao Zhe, do not be impudent." At that moment, Yan Min Ling approached and admonished Yin Zhe. Yin Zhe pouted, remaining silent. Yan Min Ling then slightly bowed to Lin Yu, expressing, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your timely assistance." Lin Yu regarded her with a flicker of appreciation, noting her beauty, before waving his hand dismissively. "I cannot abide bullies who torment women and remain so arrogant." Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, Yin Zhe's eyes darted as he remarked, "Brother, is my sister not very beautiful?" Lin Yu, taken aback by Yin Zhe's words, nodded honestly, responding, "Indeed." And Yin Zhe was about to say more, but was interrupted by Yan Min Ling. Her cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Yin Zhe, saying to Lin Yu, "Young Master Lin, my younger brother has been spoiled since childhood. Please ignore him." Glancing at the battle that was about to conclude, she continued, "Young Master Lin, we shall not contend for the opportunities within this central hall. Please feel free to investigate." Upon finishing her words, a hint of seriousness crossed her eyes. "I implore you to inform your elders immediately. The supreme realm powerhouses from the Tian Yuan sect and the Yu Shui sword sect outside the secret realm will undoubtedly not let this matter rest." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. I could see that moment. Dian Wei and the others also returned to his side, seeing Lin Yu remain unfazed. Yan Min Ling presumed he had some assurance and refrained from saying more, leading the members of the burning Heaven Dynasty away from the central hall to recuperate. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Yu turned to the four who were still in a decent state and said, "Let us explore what secrets this secret realm holds." Yan Min Ling watched as Lin Yu and his companions entered the hall, closing her eyes to meditate as they stepped into the grand hall. A chorus of sword cries resonated around them. Their gazes were drawn to the massive blood-stained sword suspended in the center, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion. Your Majesty, the entire hall is suffused with a crimson spiritual energy. Absorbing too much will lead to bloodthirst and the loss of reason. Yuan Tiangang suddenly spoke with gravity. Lin Yu immediately sensed the atmosphere, confirming his words. A torrent of crimson spiritual energy surged towards them. It appeared that his ancient celestial body was so powerful that the energy had no effect on him. Your Majesty, the level of this spiritual energy is exceedingly high. We must cultivate to resist it. Please be cautious. Just as he was carefully sensing the surroundings, the others simultaneously sat down, each surrounded by their own manifestations. It seemed they could only release their manifestations to withstand the energy. Lin Yu cast a cautious glance at them before approaching the massive sword. As he drew closer, the sword cries intensified, and he realized that the crimson spiritual energy seemed to emanate from the blood that clung to the massive sword. What kind of blood is this? He recalled the fierce beasts encountered upon entering the secret realm. They must have absorbed this crimson spiritual energy when Lin Yu finally stood before the massive sword. He focused intently and discerned two large characters etched into the blade. Tianlan. Was this the name of the colossal sword? Tianlan's sword. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before reaching out to grasp it. The instant Lin Yu's hand closed around the hilt, it seemed to trigger some mechanism. The colossal sword began to tremble violently, its resonant clangor growing louder, piercing through the central hall and awakening Yin Minling and the others who were resting outside. Subsequently, a beam of light, more magnificent than when the secret realm manifested, shot up into the heavens, swiftly ascending through the subterranean palace complex. The blood-red spiritual energy within the great hall was momentarily dispersed. Yuan Tiangang and the others rose from their meditative positions, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at Lin Yu in the Tianqi mountain range, at the entrance to the secret realm. The crowd gathered was immediately captivated by the soaring light beam. Above the Tianyuan gate, an elderly man with white hair regarded the light column with a solemn expression and spoke towards the direction of the Yushu sword sect. The greatest opportunity of the secret realm has emerged. I wonder which faction has laid claim to it. I initially thought it was merely a minor secret realm, but judging by the appearance of this light column, it seems to have penetrated the entire dome continent. A black-robed elder from the Yushu sword sect's eyes flickered with seriousness as he replied, I am uncertain about the situation of our young sect master and the others inside. This kind of light column I have never encountered in the eastern domain. Below, the onlookers for various factions were also in a state of agitation. In the eastern domain and central domain, the powerful figures from each faction gazed in astonishment at the ascending light column, hastily issuing commands to investigate. After the sudden emergence of the starry sky Emperor Star, now another extraordinary phenomenon indicative of a rare treasure has appeared. The once tranquil dome continent has erupted into commotion. At this moment, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. As he clasped the colossal sword, he felt a sensation akin to the rotation of celestial bodies, finding himself amidst a vast expanse of stars. Before him stood a silhouette with its back turned, seemingly sensing Lin Yu's arrival. A resonant voice of a majestic middle-aged man echoed, Fated One, you must have acquired the Tianlan sword. This was not Lin Yu's first encounter with the boundless starry sky. He quickly acclimated and was about to respond when the voice continued. I do not know how much time has passed. However, your ability to wield the Tianlan sword proves you are of the human race and a sovereign of your realm. This is a fragment of my consciousness preserved within the sword. You need not speak. I cannot answer your inquiries. Simply listen. Lin Yu immediately stilled the words within his throat and listened intently. During the Great War against the demonic race, I summoned the full might of my dynasty and slew the demonic emperor beneath the Tianlan sword. The bloodstains upon the sword are the essence of that very emperor. When you return to the Great Hall, collect it. If an appropriate opportunity arises and you possess absolute confidence, you may utilize it. If not, seal it away. After that battle, I and many of my dynasty's strong were utterly annihilated amidst the vastness of the starry sky. Before my demise, I placed the Tianlan sword within the palace to suppress the emperor's essence, alongside the other palaces cast into a lower realm of humanity. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Is the sacred dynasty a power that transcends the continent, the lower realm, The domed continent must be that lower realm. What lies above it? Before he could ponder further, the voice continued. This palace complex is a fragment of the imperial palace I absorbed. It may contain some resources, but they should be limited. What I am about to convey must be remembered. My race, the humans, is one of boundless potential. Should you escape this lower realm, you must take it upon yourself to revive humanity. With that, the middle-aged man's figure gradually faded away, and the starry scene before Lin Yu slowly receded. He found himself back in the central hall, the Tianlan sword firmly in his grasp, its form adjusting to fit perfectly in his hand. A droplet of essence hovered in the air. Recalling the words of the figure moments ago, Lin Yu quickly retrieved a storage item to collect it. However, regardless of the container he chose, the essence erupted violently, shattering the vessel as he contemplated how to secure it. He recalled the system space. With a flicker of thought, he beheld the demonic emperor's essence quietly floating within the system space, seemingly filled with trepidation. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang and the others approached Lin Yu. Their expressions filled with concern to them. It had only been a brief moment since the colossal sword unleashed a towering beam of light. After which Lin Yu stood with the sword in hand, his eyes closed for roughly a quarter of an hour. Lin Yu glanced at their concerned expressions and gestured reassuringly that all was well. He then brandished the Tianlan sword a few times, nodding in satisfaction. Although his weapon of choice was a spear, it did not diminish his fondness for the Tianlan sword. Let this be the sword of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. As if sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, the Tianlan sword emitted a joyful chiming sound. Lin Yu smiled, acknowledging the sentient artifact, calming it momentarily before storing it in the system space. He then nodded at the others and strode toward the hall's exit. Their expedition into the secret realm had yielded tremendous gains. It was time to return. However, a flicker of cold light crossed Lin Yu's eyes as he thought of the formidable figures outside the secret realm, the Tianyuan Gate and the Yushu Sword Sect. Boom! The doors of the central hall swung open once more. Lin Yu and his companion stepped out. Yanzhe rushed forward, his eyes alight with excitement. Big brother, what was inside? Did you know that a colossal beam of light shot straight into the sky from the hall? I have never seen such a massive light column in my entire life. Lin Yu regarded Yanzhe, who was babbling incessantly, and a hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. He resembled Xiao Haozi so much. He wondered where he was now, how he fared, and thought of his father. Yan Minling promptly approached, casting a disapproving glance at Yanzhe before offering Lin Yu an apologetic smile. Young Master Lin, please disregard him. Although she was curious, she did not press further. Lin Yu returned to the present, looked at Yanzhe, and smiled, presenting the Tianlan sword to him. It is this sword. Without hesitation, Yanzhe reached out to grasp it. Yan Minling's expression shifted slightly as she admonished, Xiaozhe, do not. However, the Tianlan sword seemed reluctant to be taken. It fluttered in the air, evading Yanzhe's attempts to seize it. Yan Minling glanced at Lin Yu, who wore a smile, her heart filled with curiosity. Who exactly are you, to so casually reveal the greatest treasure of the secret realm simply to satisfy Yanzhe's curiosity? Moreover, what was the reminiscence that flickered in your eyes just now? After chasing the Tianlan sword for a considerable time without success, Yanzhe returned to Lin Yu's side, eyeing the sword in his hands with a hint of dissatisfaction, muttering under his breath. Kiss up! Lin Yu stored the sword away, chuckling as he gazed at the secret realm's exit that had appeared in the center of the palace complex. Miss Yin, we are ready to depart. Yan Minling promptly replied. All right, we shall exit as well. The two groups swiftly made their way towards the secret realm's exit, the Tianchi mountain range, at the entrance to the secret realm, just as Lin Yu and his companions emerged from the hall and began conversing with Yan Minling. Two figures stepped out from within, Lan Zhu and his attendant. As soon as they emerged, the two guardians from the Tianyuan Gate and Yushu Sword Sect revealed themselves from the sky. The white-haired elder from the Tianyuan Gate exuded an imposing aura as he addressed Lan Zhu. What transpired inside? Did you encounter He Xian or any of my Tianyuan Gate's people? The black-robed elder from the Yushu Sword Sect also inquired. Did you see our sect's young master? The Burning Sky Dynasty also revealed an elderly figure from the heavens, gazing intently at Lan Zhu. Lan Zhu contemplated the standoff in front of the Grand Hall, hesitating slightly, Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a disheveled figure shot out from the secret realm. None other than the swift-footed Jian Mo Xia. Upon seeing his emergence, Lin Yu silently retreated into the crowd. The white-haired elder and the black-robed elder, disregarding Lin Yu's departure, hastened towards the visibly distressed Jian Mo Xia. As Jian Mo Xia emerged, he spotted the black-robed elder and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His face a mask of terror as he shouted, "Elder One, a tremendous upheaval has occurred in the secret realm. The Burning Sky Dynasty has conspired with the Great Zhou Dynasty to annihilate the majority of the formidable members of my Feather Bloodsword sect and Tian Yuan sect. Brother, he has also fallen at the hands of that white-clad youth from the Great Zhou Dynasty." "What?" The black-robed elder, Elder One, swiftly shielded Jimo Xia behind him, his expression steeped in disbelief. The white-haired elder, upon hearing this, seemed on the verge of madness, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Jian Mo Xia. "Why were you able to escape the secret realm?" Jian Mo Xia, his face etched with sorrow, spoke as if possessed by a tragic spirit. "Brother, he chose to hold the rear so that I could carry the news. When I turned to look back, he was already slain by that white-clad youth. Furthermore, he pursued me relentlessly. Fortunately, I had a burning potential pill, which I consumed to hide away as soon as the secret realm concluded. I fled." The white-haired elder remained skeptical, fully aware of He Xian's capabilities, and like an enraged lion, he bellowed, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! What force does the Great Zhou Dynasty possess to conspire with the Burning Sky Dynasty and massacre our two great factions?" His eyes ablaze with fury, he shouted towards the red-haired elder of the Burning Sky Dynasty, "You old fiend Yin, you must provide Tian Yuan's sect with an explanation. Otherwise, be prepared for the retaliation from Tian Yuan's sect and the Supreme Elders." Seemingly unsatisfied, Jian Mo Xia felt the burden of his failure to protect He Xian, and he charged towards the red-haired elder. Just as the two were about to clash, a series of tremors erupted, drawing everyone's attention to the approaching figures, Lin Yu and Yin Min Ling among them. The white-haired elder, sensing the situation, immediately discerned the danger, his murderous intent soaring as he struck out with a palm. "Die!" The elder, known as the Old Fiend Yin, recognized the peril and rushed forward to intercept the attack while shielding Yin Min Ling and the others behind him. Upon seeing Lin Yu and company emerge, Jian Mo Xia pointed at Lin Yu and shouted, "Elder One, the esteemed senior from Tian Yuan's sect. It was he. He and the members of the Burning Sky Dynasty are responsible for Brother He's death and for the slaughter of many of our powerful allies." As Lin Yu emerged and noticed the white-haired elder charging towards them, he quickly grasped the situation. Hearing Jian Mo Xia's outburst, he merely smirked at him. Yin Zhe, filled with indignation, pointed at Jian Mo Xia and exclaimed, "You are the one who pushed He Xian towards Brother Lin. You sought to escape while sending He Xian to his demise." Yin Min Ling, anxiously turning to the red-haired elder, implored, "Uncle Yin, Lin Gongzi is our savior. If it were not for his intervention, my brother and I might have perished within." She then turned to Lin Yu and asked, "Lin Gongzi, why have your elders not yet arrived?" Hearing Yin Min Ling's words, the red-haired elder nodded gravely, trusting in her and Yin Zhe's sincerity. However, he also recognized that both adversaries before him were of comparable realms, both at the mid-level of the supreme stage. Dealing with one was manageable, but against both, he might not fare well. He was further astonished by the fact that these individuals were all at the late stage of the supreme realm. Although he could not see through the white-clad youth, he suspected he possessed some concealed aura. The audacity of these few to slay a high-ranking dynasty's forces within the secret realm was astounding. Was the power of the dynasty truly so feeble? Lin Yu smiled reassuringly at Yin Min Ling, signaling her to remain calm. The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yu. "Did you kill He Xian?" He did not require the details. He merely wished to take the culprit back and alleviate some of the blame for his failure to protect. Lin Yu smirked coldly. "And if I did? A disgrace." The black-robed elder, enraged, laughed maniacally. "Very well. Excellent indeed." He turned to Elder One of the Feather Bloodsword sect, saying, "All those who entered from your sect are dead. Do you not wish for vengeance? You hold the old fiend Yin at bay. I will deal with these madmen." Elder Wen hesitated momentarily, glancing at Jianmo Xie, sensing his support, and nodded in agreement. The old fiend Yin-'s expression shifted, warning Yin Min Ling and the others. This is bad. Prince retreat. Yin Min Ling and Yin Zhe, though anxious, understood their limitations and stepped aside. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, amid the black-robed elder's questioning, was multitasking, signaling his companions not to worry while his eyes glinted with a chilling light. Battle points. For million to system, utilized 3 million battle points to summon. Ever since reaching the Supreme Realm, the battle points required for each summon and breakthrough had become 1 million. Although this meant that the battle points gained from slaying lower-tier warriors were halved, the numerous powerful foes he had defeated in the Secret Realm, especially those at the peak of the Supreme Realm, provided ample points for him to expend. That he was confident that with such a bounty of battle points, he could summon a formidable ally. Moreover, he had discerned a pattern in the system's summoning. As his own realm increased, the initial realm of summoned beings also rose. Ding. Summoned successful once, failed twice. Will you proceed? Lin Yu focused intently, his heart racing with elation, as he beheld the approaching elder from Tian Yuan's sect. His eyes glimmered with intent to kill. Proceed. Just as the black-robed elder wore a sinister expression, and Yuan Tiangang and the others prepared to confront, and as Yin Min Ling and her companions were in a state of anxious anticipation, a thunderous sound erupted across the sky. Above Lin Yu, a colossal rift in space appeared, emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter, accompanied by a deafening war cry. How dare you! A bronze ancient sword shot forth from the rift, cleaving towards the black-robed elder. Boom! The black-robed elder staggered, blood oozing from his mouth, his attire in disarray, his left arm severed, staring in horror at the spatial rift. Your Majesty, both the old fiend Yin and Elder were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Immediately halting their conflict, their expressions grave as they gazed at the rift that a series of approaching footsteps echoed, accompanied by the sound of bronze armor clashing. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in bronze armor emerged from the rift. His bright eyes, tall stature, and handsome features radiated a fierce aura of killing intent. The companions of Lin Yu, upon seeing the middle-aged man, were momentarily stunned before smiles of recognition graced their faces. They had not anticipated that His Majesty would even resurrect him. Ignoring the wary gazes of those present, the man inclined his head slightly towards Lin Yu. Bai Qi, I pay my respects to your Majesty. Afterward, he revealed a faint smile to the few individuals behind him and nodded slightly. Lin Yu, brimming with excitement, gestured to Bai Qi with a nod, indicating that no further formalities were necessary. He had not anticipated that the being summoned would be the legendary God of Death. Among the myriad of military and war deities, the title of the God of Death belonged solely to Bai Qi. He had already glimpsed Bai Qi's information within the system, which left him utterly astounded. Bai Qi, a peak existence in the Supreme Realm, merely a step away from the Exalted King Realm. Based on the realms and combat prowess of Yuan Tiangang and his companions, it was evident that Bai Qi was far from as straightforward as he appeared. Even when confronted by a King Realm expert, he would undoubtedly remain unfazed. The precise level of King Realm opponents he could contend with would only be revealed through experience. Moreover, his greatest capabilities extended beyond mere battlefield prowess. He was a military prodigy. Casting a glance at the two Supreme Realm elders from the Tianyuan sect and the now utterly dazed Jian Xi, he addressed Bai Qi. Eliminate them all. Understood. Bai Qi turned, taking a step forward to appear before the black-robed elder, delivering a powerful kick. The elder, having just been severely injured by Bai Qi's sword strike, could barely react before being decisively obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood in the sky. Wen Lao's scalp prickled in alarm, and he immediately shouted, Our Yu Shui sword sect also possesses King Realm experts. Before he could finish a sentence, Bai Qi had already flashed before him, shattering his skull with a single palm strike, leaving a headless corpse to plummet from the sky. Then, with an indifferent gaze, he glanced at the thoroughly petrified Jian Xi and shattered his heart with a single punch. Bai Qi executed the entire process with the ease of dispatching 3 rabbits. Standing aloft in the air, he surveyed the crowd below, which had erupted into chaos. Wow! Instantly, the crowd scattered in all directions, as if they had lost their wits. Among them, Lin Yu cast a terrified glance at Bai Qi and Lin Yu before hastily fleeing towards the Blue Flame Dynasty. Lin Yu observed Bai Qi's swift and decisive actions, his eyes never ceasing to sparkle with delight. The members of the Burning Heaven Dynasty, particularly Yin Lao Ge, trembled in fear at Bai Qi's approach. This was no mere peak supreme realm warrior. Even claiming him to be a king realm expert would not be far-fetched. And oh wonder the elder from the Yu Shui sword sect had earlier screamed in terror. At this moment, Yin Minling and Yin Zhe also regained their composure, with the most exuberant Yin Zhe immediately exclaiming, "Big brother, your family's elder is truly formidable." Yin Minling, having just learned a different piece of information, recalled that the middle-aged man had addressed Lin Yu as your Majesty. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she inquired, "Young Master Lin, is it true, as Xian and the others mentioned, that you are from Yuanzhou?" The others from Yin Lao Gui's group eagerly leaned in, hanging on Lin Yu's response. These individuals were undeniably extraordinary. Lin Yu chuckled upon hearing this, his gaze traversing the Tianqi Mountains towards the direction of the Great Zhou. "My home lies yonder." Initially puzzled, Yin Minling and the others soon grasped the implication, their expressions morphing into disbelief. Yin Zhe quickly interjected, "Big brother, are you from Lizhou? Is the place you hail from the so-called barbaric land as referred to by Lizhou?" Observing their astonished expressions, Lin Yu's robes transformed, and a potent imperial aura emanated from him. "I am Lin Yu of the Great Zhou Dynasty in Lizhou. Behind me are the generals and experts of my Great Zhou." The Burning Heaven Dynasty erupted in exclamations of astonishment. They had always assumed Lin Yu and his companions hailed from the central regions of the Eastern Domain or even from Yuanzhou. To think they originated from a force deemed barbaric by Li Zhou was utterly unexpected. Yin Zhe gazed at Lin Yu with newfound admiration, while Yin Minling's eyes sparkled with curiosity, a young sovereign, commanding an entourage of prodigious talents. What an astonishing sight! Suddenly recalling something, her expression shifted, and she spoke earnestly to Lin Yu. "Young Master Lin, you have now thoroughly offended the Yu Shui sword sect and Tianyuan sect. They will likely receive news shortly." Biting her lip, she removed a hairpin from her head and handed it to Lin Yu that we in the Burning Heaven Dynasty will hold back the Tianyuan sect. As for the Yu Shui sword sect, we must remain vigilant. This hairpin, once delivered to any official in the Burning Heaven Dynasty, will ensure I receive immediate notification that we need to return at once to report to my father. Lin Yu accepted the hairpin, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he nodded. Yin Minling then turned and swiftly flew towards the direction of the Fire Province alongside the members of the Burning Heaven Dynasty. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, as Yin Minling turned away, a faint blush crept on her face as Yin Zhe departed. He glanced back, winking at Lin Yu, and called out, "Big brother, I'll come to the Great Zhou to visit you next time." Lin Yu watched them leave, idly toying with the fragrant hairpin in his hand before turning to lead the others towards the Great Zhou, now that he had eliminated several from the Yuhua dynasty within the secret realm. It was time to embark on a campaign. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Jianzhou and Huazhou, the Yu Shui sword sect and Tianyuan sect erupted in thunderous roars and cries of fury, with martial artists pouring forth from their sects toward the Great Zhou Palace in Lizhou. Gmo sat anxiously in her room, occasionally casting worried glances towards the Tianqi Mountains that it had been nearly a week since Lin Yu and the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion had departed, and no word had come back. Recently, a colossal beam of light had shot skyward from the Tianqi Mountains, intensifying her concerns for Lin Yu. "What are you thinking about?" Just as Gmo was lost in thought, a voice reverberated within the room. She turned in surprise, her face lighting up as she sprang from her chair and threw herself into Lin Yu's embrace. "You've finally returned." Lin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. Smiling, "I have returned." The journey had yielded immense rewards. He then began recounting the events that transpired during their expedition into the secret realm. Upon hearing that Wu Shuang and the others had been slain, tears of excitement glimmered in Gmo's eyes. However, recalling Lin Yu's mention of external forces, she grew concerned that we must be wary of the Yu Shui sword sect and Tianyuan sect. Lin Yu nodded, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. If they dare to come, they shall pay the price. Gmo, having complete faith in Lin Yu, felt reassured by his unwavering demeanor. Suddenly, she recalled something. Her expression turning serious as she addressed Lin Yu. Is the hairpin from the princess of the Burning Heaven dynasty beautiful? Might I take a look at it? Lin Yu momentarily froze, at a loss for words. Observing his dazed expression, GMO could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Your Majesty is truly amusing. As the Empress of the Great Zhou, I do possess some confidence that I am merely slightly curious about that princess from the Burning Heaven dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, noticing the smile on GMO's face, snapped back to reality and feigned angered. Ah, GMO, how dare you? He promptly swept her off her feet and carried her towards the bed. The following day, Lin Yu found himself alone in his chamber, connecting his consciousness to the system. Battle points. For million. Indeed, the higher the cultivation level of a martial artist, the more battle points one receives upon defeating them. The two mid-stage Supreme Realm Guardians had yielded nearly 2 million battle points. Although the difference in battle points earned from defeating individuals within the same major realm but different minor realms was not overly significant, he was still pleasantly surprised. Gazing at the 4 million battle points, Lin Yu felt a twinge of hesitation. The two marked cultivation spaces had been on his mind for quite some time, and he was merely 1 million points away from purchasing them from the marketplace. However, after a moment's reflection on his forthcoming plans and the forces he would face, he resolved to allocate them for summoning instead. System, expend all battle points for summoning. Ding, congratulations, host. Summoning successful 4 times. And thus a remarkable event unfolded, revealing a plethora of exceptional talents. Shall we proceed with the summoning? For successful summons, a special event. Lin Yu immediately perused the information. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, soon replaced by elation. He never anticipated that he would manage to summon these 4 individuals, truly embodying the phrase a house full of talent. Proceed, before Lin Yu. A rift in space materialized, and 4 figures emerged. Lin Yu focused intently. Point 1 was an elderly general clad in bronze armor, another a middle-aged commander, a third a youthful leader, and the last exuded an aura of scholarly grace. Upon their emergence, all 4 immediately bowed to Lin Yu.Ates. Lin Yu, unable to suppress his smile, addressed them. Meng Xiao, early stage respected realm. Meng Wu, early stage respected realm. Early stage celestial realm. Meng Tian, mid-stage respected realm. My esteemed ministers, please take some time to rest. Join me for the morning assembly tomorrow. Yes. As Lin Yu watched the 4 depart, he thought of the recently summoned Bai Qi, an expression of anticipation flickering in his eyes at the prospect of their encounter. Little did he know that at that very moment, within the imperial palace, Bai Qi had already sensed the occurrence, a gentle smile gracing his lips as memories danced in his mind. The following day, within the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Lin Yu convened the morning assembly. Upon his return, seated upon the dragon throne, his eyes emanated authority, the imperial aura palpable. Below him, the civil and military officials sighed inwardly. It had been less than a year since His Majesty's ascension, and the Great Zhou was flourishing, his presence increasingly commanding. After Liu Bowen and Sun Yu reported on recent governance issues, they returned to their ranks. With them overseeing the civil officials, Lin Yu felt assured, nodding as his gaze swept across the assembly, and spoke. The expedition to the Tianqi mountain range has yielded tremendous rewards. The resources acquired have been appropriately allocated by the cabinet. Pausing, he continued, within the secret realm, the Jadehua dynasty's Yu Wuxuang and his retinue have been vanquished by myself and the esteemed generals. I am prepared to march against the Jadehua dynasty this very moment, leading the Great Zhou out of what is deemed a barbaric land by the world. A murmur of excitement rippled through the assembly as the officials gazed at Lin Yu with renewed fervor. Over the past 6 months, the officials of the Great Zhou had gained a comprehensive understanding of the entire province, with local academies thoroughly explaining the vastness of this world. Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to march, they expressed their unanimous support and anticipation, especially the military leaders, whose eyes gleamed with fervor as the crowd settled. Lin Yu proceeded to announce, from this day forth, Bai Qi shall join the Military Affairs Hall as a first-rank official. Meng Xiao shall also join the Military Affairs Hall as a third-rank official. Meng Wu, similarly, shall join as a third-rank official. Meng Tian shall enter as a second-rank official. Meng Yi shall join the cabinet as a third-rank official. We obey. Bai Qi and the Meng family's third generation stepped forward, their eyes sparkling with determination as they respectfully accepted their orders. They exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. The assembly turned their attention to Bai Qi and the others. Curiosity piqued regarding where His Majesty had recruited such talents. To be appointed to the Military Affairs Hall on their very first audience, with Bai Qi receiving a first-rank position, was indeed remarkable. It was well known that the generals of the Military Affairs Hall had earned great merit in unifying the barbaric lands, held in high esteem throughout the Great Zhou. Yet, those summoned by Lin Yu were unfazed. Fully aware of the capabilities of these individuals, particularly the striking middle-aged man in the lead, Lin Yu, unfazed by the assembly's reactions, issued a weighty command that I decree that Bai Qi shall become the supreme commander of the troops marching against the Great Zhou Dynasty, while Meng Xiao, Meng Wu, and Meng Tian shall lead the Great Zhou's 200,000 infantry regiments. Hui Xiubing, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji shall command 3 cavalry regiments of the Great Zhou. We shall set forth to the Great Zhou Dynasty tomorrow. A glimmer of brilliance crossed Bai Qi's eyes as he stepped forward to accept the command. Yes, the military officials erupted with fervor. Lin Yu cast a glance at Liu Bowen and Sun Yu, instructing the cabinet shall oversee the reception of cities and logistical support. Both responded with a bow. Those who oppose, ensure the eradication of the remnants in the cities. Yes, Yuan Tiangang stepped forward to accept the order, then turned to the Meng trio with eager anticipation. This 200,000 infantry regiment consists of new recruits gathered over the past year. I entrust them to you. I hope this time you will bring back a formidable army for the Great Zhou. We shall not fail, Your Majesty, the Meng trio affirmed. Lin Yu nodded, contemplating before adding, tomorrow, I shall be at the Fongjing city gate to bid you farewell. He then rose and departed. The Great Zhou Dynasty was already on the brink of collapse. With Bai Qi leading the army, their defeat was inevitable. As he walked through the palace, Bai Qi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Glancing at Meng Xiao beside him, that I never imagined we would have the opportunity to fight side by side once more. Meng Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, Indeed, I am equally thrilled to see the general again. Behind Meng Xiao, Meng Wu and Meng Tian gazed at Bai Qi with admiration, encountering an old friend. Bai Qi rarely smiled, then spoke solemnly, in this new life, in this more splendid world, we shall serve His Majesty in the Great Zhou, expanding our territories and vanquishing all enemies. The 3 were filled with martial fervor, responding in unison. Outside the gates of Fongjing City, banners fluttered in the wind. The 38,000 soldiers preparing for the expedition had assembled outside the city, an air of determination enveloping them. The gates were thronged with the citizens of Fongjing City, their eyes fixed on the army outside, murmuring amongst themselves. Word had spread that His Majesty had ordered an expedition, and the Great Zhou was currently at peace, leaving them curious about the target of the campaign. Furthermore, the commanding general, named Bai Qi, along with Zhao Yun and others, were renowned leaders. Hearing this, a student of the Great Zhou Academy withdrew his astonished gaze from the army and remarked, according to what I've learned at the academy, our Great Zhou's entire territory has long been referred to as a barbaric land by the warriors of Li Province, that on the other side of the Tianqi mountain range lies the heart of Li Province. Teeming with warriors, many of whom possess high levels of skill, it seems His Majesty aims to lead our Great Zhou out of this barbaric land and into higher realms. After he spoke, several fellow students from the Great Zhou Academy nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, some ordinary citizens, who had yet to be enlightened on these matters, appeared bewildered, their astonishment growing. The discussions amongst the crowd did not last long. Boom! Lin Yu appeared above Fongjing City, donned in imperial robes, his aura overwhelming. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the soldiers dismounted and knelt, their gazes fervently fixed upon him. Lin Yu's authoritative eyes swept over Bai Qi and the multitude of generals and soldiers, the Tianlan sword appearing in his hand as he pointed towards the direction of the Tianqi mountain range. Brave soldiers of the Great Zhou, there lies the path to the center of Li Province, where they believe themselves to be superior. Do you submit? We do not submit. We do not submit. The soldiers roared in unison, their anger directed towards the indicated horizon. Then let us seize it for the Grand Zhou. Boom! The soldiers mounted their horses, their spirits soaring. I stand here to send you forth on your journey, and I shall await your triumphant return. The army marched forth. After uttering these words, Lin Yu personally approached the war drums of the city tower and began to beat them. The entire Fongjing city bore witness to this soul-stirring spectacle. All rendered speechless, I end the Zhou Dynasty, Tianshan City. After the secret realm of the Tianxi mountain range closed, the crowds gradually thinned. Yet the fervor surrounding the secret realm showed no signs of waning. Remaining a topic of discussion among many warriors and citizens, at this moment, two generals atop the city wall of Tianshan City leaned lazily against the battlements, conversing. Indeed, there are noticeably fewer people after the secret realm's closure. His Majesty seems unaware of the situation. I've heard the palace has recently been sealed off. I have heard that your Majesty and numerous powerful figures within the court have encountered unforeseen circumstances in the secret realm. While the ancestral elder within the palace abruptly suspended his seclusion yesterday, such statements should not be made lightly. It has come to my attention that the greatest opportunity within that secret realm appears to have been seized by a force known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. This dynasty of unknown origin possesses astonishing strength, having inflicted significant losses upon the two relatively advanced dynasties of Jianzhou and Huozhou. Moreover, what has caused the ground to tremble so suddenly? Why do you persist in striking me? Enemy attack! A heart-wrenching roar reverberated throughout the entire Tianshan city. Before long, the entire army of the Yu dynasty stationed in the city was annihilated. The martial artists and civilians within the city who did not resist gazed in terror at the figure hovering in the air above Tianshan city. It was a young general clad in gleaming silver armor. He cast a glance at the completely vanquished defenders of Tianshan city, and his resonant voice echoed throughout the city. I am Zhao Yun of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Ordered to conquer the Yu dynasty. There is no need for the citizens to panic. Remain safely in your homes. Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, the multitude of citizens let out a sigh of relief. Yet their hearts were filled with confusion that the Great Zhou Dynasty of force from the wildlands. Why has it emerged directly from the Tianxi Mountains, and why is its army so formidable? They had just witnessed some martial artists of the mortal realm utterly powerless against the young general's forces. Even those of higher realms were struck down by the general's lance with ease. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he did not linger, leading his troops toward the next target city. Simultaneously, the cities of the Yu dynasty near the Tianxi Mountains fell one after another, the speed of their downfall instilling fear in the hearts of the martial artists and civilians within. Bai Qi showed no intention of granting the Yu dynasty any opportunity. Upon reaching the Tianxi Mountains, he commanded Hua Xiubing, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji to lead the Great Zhou cavalry to penetrate the Yu dynasty from three directions with the ferocity of a sharpened sword. Meanwhile, he, along with the Meng family's 3 champions and a legion of 200,000 infantry, advanced in a straight line toward the Yu imperial city, after nearly a day's frenzied advance by the Great Zhou forces. News of the invasion reached the Yu dynasty. Inside the Grand Hall of the Yu imperial palace, civil and military officials wore anxious expressions, engaged in fervent discussion. Boom! A tremendous aura suddenly filled the hall. Accompanied by the presence of a powerful elder, the elder seated himself upon the dragon throne, his stern gaze sweeping over the assembly. Upon his appearance, the crowd fell silent. Kneeling in reverence, we pay our respects to the ancestor. The elder was none other than the ancestral figure of the Yu dynasty, Yunan Tian. Recently, as Yu Shuang and others sought the blood of powerful individuals, it was to prolong his life. When Yu Shuang and the others were slain by Lin Yu in the secret realm of the Tianxi Mountains, he received the news that he immediately interrupted his seclusion, concealing the deaths of Yu Shuang and the others, temporarily stabilizing the Yu dynasty. The interruption of his seclusion had a considerable impact on him. He could have broken through to the pinnacle of the supreme realm while extending his life. Yet now he had only reached the late stages of the supreme realm at this moment. He exuded a magnificent presence, his eyes scanning the officials in the hall as he spoke. Have we gathered sufficient intelligence? Which force is responsible? Hearing his inquiry, a courtier standing at the forefront responded. Ancestor, the information we have gathered from the fallen cities indicates that the invading force is likely from the other side of the Tianqi Mountains, a power from the wild lands known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. They have not harmed the ordinary citizens within the cities, but their speed in conquering and pillaging is astonishingly swift and efficient, advancing from 3 directions in the span of a single day. They have already seized nearly 1/5 of our territory. Yu Nantian's eyes glinted with a chilling light that he had heard the 2 words, Great Zhou, on that day in the Tianqi Mountain secret realm. Too many forces had participated, including 3 advanced dynasties, and he was unsure which force had caused the chaos. Since emerging from seclusion, he had refrained from recklessly seeking revenge. However, he had been informed by Yu Wuxuang of the events surrounding the Tianjiao Grand Competition and the Zhoushuan Palace. Combining the various pieces of information that had emerged from the Tianqi Mountain secret realm, he faintly suspected the identity of the perpetrator, the Great Zhou, the youth in white. And now, the force that was fiercely invading the Yuhua dynasty bore the same name. With this thought, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he rose abruptly from the dragon throne, his aura reverberating through the hall. The assembly gazed in terror at the suddenly standing Yu Nantian. This Great Zhou had come prepared. Recall the Yuhua forces stationed at the borders and gather the entire strength of the dynasty to prepare for battle. After he spoke, his figure flickered and vanished from the grand hall. The officials hurriedly departed to make the necessary arrangements. After Yu Nantian left, he directly arrived at the ancestral grounds of the palace. Within the ancestral grounds, dim lights flickered, and 2 ancient figures gradually emerged. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed in deep meditation. Yu Nantian addressed the 2 figures, saying, Esteemed elders, the dynasty faces a crisis of annihilation. As his words fell, waves of spiritual energy surged forth. The 2 seated figures abruptly opened their eyes, radiating intense light. Instantly, the entire ancestral grounds brightened significantly. After about a quarter of an hour, the 2 seemed to have adjusted to the sensation of awakening from profound meditation, but a raspy voice emerged. Yu Nantian, when you arrived here from the main family of Yuanzhou, it was made clear that we would not intervene unless in dire circumstances. You should understand the cost of our intervention. What is it that necessitates waking us now? The elder who spoke continued. Recently, a fortuitous secret realm appeared in the Tianqi Mountains. M.Y. Jr. led a group of powerful figures from the Supreme Realm who were all slain within the secret realm. The suspected perpetrators are invading our dynasty in a matter of days. They shall be at our gates. The previously speaking figure seemed to ponder for a moment, and Yu Nantian continued. Moreover, that force appears to be a dynastic power. They have offended 2 advanced dynasties from the neighboring Liao province in the secret realm. They even killed 2 mid-stage Supreme Realm Guardians. Upon hearing this, a glint of interest flashed in the elder's eyes. Now that is intriguing. However, rules remain rules. We can intervene to assist you in dealing with the invaders. Afterward, you must abandon your endeavors in Liao province and return with us to the main family to face the consequences of your failure. Upon hearing the elder's words, a fleeting shadow of despondency crossed Yu Nantian's eyes, but he quickly spoke with fierce determination. Once the esteemed elders intervene, Nantian willingly returns to the main family to accept punishment. Upon uttering these words, he stepped out of his ancestral land, that he could hardly believe that a dynasty, emerging from a desolate region, could harbor a formidable master of the sovereign king realm. With his own late-stage supreme prowess and the support of 2 peak supreme stewards from his main clan, he was determined to ensure that the people of the Great Zhou would have no means of return. The Yu family was a colossal force in the eastern region's Yuan prefecture. Upon reaching adulthood, the direct descendants of this behemoth faced 2 choices. Either remain in the main family, where they would receive a modest but fixed allocation of resources, or venture forth independently after selecting their own developmental paths and locations. In the latter case, the family would provide a sum equivalent to startup capital, which they would return to the main family to undergo assessment upon breaking through to the sovereign king realm. The shorter the time taken to achieve this breakthrough, the more favorable the assessment results, which would subsequently elevate their status within the family. Those who chose to explore the world would be accompanied by 2 family stewards, who were permitted to intervene only once during life-threatening situations. The cost of such intervention would be the punishment of failing the assessment upon returning to the main family. Many ambitious descendants of the Yu family would typically opt to leave the main clan to develop independently. Yu Nantian, upon reaching adulthood, resolutely departed from his family to pursue opportunities in Li Prefecture. However, after years had passed, his aspirations had nearly been extinguished, and the breakthrough to sovereign king seemed distant. Moreover, during a conflict with a powerful adversary from a foreign province over a fortuitous opportunity, he suffered a significant injury that undermined his foundation. Consequently, turmoil engulfed the entire Yu Hua dynasty, with rumors circulating of his impending demise. Initially, he had planned to utilize a chance acquisition of secret techniques to extend his lifespan, or even advance further. But at this juncture, he encountered the Great Zhou, led by Lin Yu. Considering the prospect of returning to face the punishment for failing the assessment, he felt it was akin to signing his own death warrant. Thus, embracing the certainty of death, he resolved to awaken the two family stewards and confront the mysterious dynasty emerging from the wilderness head-on. 15 days later, in Yu Hua City of the Yu Hua dynasty, ominous clouds loomed overhead. Since the news of Baiqi's military incursion into numerous cities of the Yu Hua dynasty had spread, various forces and citizens across the empire were filled with outrage. Rushing to the front lines to participate in the war, they held a deep-seated contempt for the forces of the wildlands, regarding it as a disgrace that a dynasty from such a desolate area dared to cross the Tianqi Mountains and wage war against the Yu Hua dynasty. However, reality dealt them a brutal blow. Their participation did not impact the mighty army of the Great Zhou in the slightest. Over the course of several days, the entirety of Yu Hua City was inundated with news of defeats from various regions. The speed at which the territory of the Yu Hua dynasty was being lost was appalling. At this moment, they finally recognized that the Great Zhou was not to be trifled with. Additionally, whispers emanating from within the palace hinted at the demise of numerous powerful figures, including Yu Wuxuang, who had ventured to seize opportunities in the secret realm, all of whom had perished within it at the hands of the Great Zhou's warriors. The spread of this news sent shockwave through the entire Yu Hua dynasty, leaving many in disbelief. Numerous officials and citizens, sensing the dire situation, fled from Yu Hua City. The once bustling and vibrant realm of the Yu Hua dynasty now appeared almost deserted. Within the Yu Hua palace, many officials who had not evacuated were gathered, their faces etched with despair. Not far away on the dragon throne, Yu Nantian sat resolutely at this moment. An official spoke up, "Ancestor, it appears that the Great Zhou dynasty has been training their troops, deliberately slowing their advance. However, they should soon reach the imperial city." Upon hearing this, Yu Nantian let out a cold snort. "I have heard that the leader of the Great Zhou is named Baiqi. How audacious! Has the Yu Hua army returned?" Upon his inquiry, a general promptly replied, "They have returned." However, the Blue Flame dynasty has also noticed the departure of the Yu Hua army and seems to be stirring. Yu Nantian merely acknowledged this with a grunt, offering no further response. Just then, he lifted his head, an aura of power emanating from him, his eyes glinting with cold intensity as he declared, "They have arrived." The moment his words fell, a palpable fear gripped those in the hall, an overwhelming killing intent suddenly enveloping the entire Yu Hua city. Yu Nanshan's figure flickered as he led the remaining supreme beings of the Yu Hua dynasty to hover above Yu Hua City. His gaze fixed upon the armored middle-aged man standing opposite, narrowing slightly as he spoke. "Great Zhou Dynasty, Baiqi, I cannot discern your realm." Baiqi, sensing the presence of the elder before him, remained silent. According to the reports from the rogue elements, this individual was none other than the rumored ancestor of the Yu Hua dynasty, Yu Nantian, who was said to be nearing his end. This man appeared vigorous, exuding the aura of a late-stage supreme, entirely unlike someone on the verge of death. Could this be the reason behind the recent mysterious annihilations of sects and families within the Yu Hua dynasty? Just then, the ground in the distance began to tremble violently. 3 cavalry legions emerged into view, followed by a multitude of infantry regiments, galloping towards Yu Hua City. At a glance revealed the fluttering banners of the Great Zhou. As the army approached the outskirts of Yu Hua City, they faced off against the already assembled forces of the Yu Hua dynasty. Simultaneously, several figures clad in battle armor shot forth from the Great Zhou army. Positioning themselves behind Bai Qi, these were indeed several generals from the Great Zhou's military affairs hall. It was only then that Bai Qi spoke. Great Zhou Dynasty. Bai Qi, acting on the emperor's orders. Obliterate the Yu dynasty. His words were direct and simple, laced with a chilling intent to kill. Hearing this, Yu Nanshan's own murderous aura surged. You are the ones who killed Yu Wuxuang and the others in the secret realm. Aren't you? Indeed. Zhao Yun's voice rang out. Casting a glance at the eager crowd, Bai Qi did not wait for Yu Nantian to speak, that he issue the command, Great Zhou army, kill. Boom. Upon hearing Bai Qi's order, the army surged forward, charging at the forces of the Yu dynasty. In the ensuing clash, the three invincible cavalry divisions of the Great Zhou seemingly encountered their match, failing to pierce through the ranks of the Yu dynasty's army in a single charge. They were met with resistance from the elite Yu forces, the 100,000 Yu soldiers standing firm. However, the Yu forces were not faring well either, as they discovered that these Great Zhou cavalry were all masters at the Grandmaster level, and their casualties were mounting at an alarming rate. It would not be long before they were all slaughtered. The moment Bai Qi's words fell, Yu Nantian ceased to waste time, his figure darting forward directly toward him. The last few supreme warriors of the Yu dynasty followed suit, charging towards the generals of the military affairs hall with a resolve to face death. As Yu Nantian approached, Bai Qi unleashed his might. Stepping forward with a single stride, his speed surpassed Yu Nanshan's, and he appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that Yu Nantian, witnessing Bai Qi's swifter approach, changed expression, swinging his fist to counter the blow. Boom! The area around them instantly transformed into a vacuum, the resulting shockwave sending several combatants nearby flying. The might of a supreme being's strike was utterly terrifying. Having taken Bai Qi's blow head-on, Yu Nantian now bore the marks of injury, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his robes tattered. His expression darkened as he glared at the imposing Bai Qi, exclaiming, "Peak of the supreme realm." His face hardened as he shouted, "I call upon the two stewards to act." As his voice echoed, two powerful auras emanating from the peak of the supreme realm erupted from within the Yu palace, and two elderly figures materialized beside Yu Nantian. Upon their appearance, the two elders exchanged solemn glances with Bai Qi. I never expected such a powerful figure to emerge from the lands of Li Prefecture. Although Yu Nantian had previously verbally instructed them to take action, nothing was set in stone until the moment he called upon the two of them. Thus, the pair had been quietly observing within the palace. They too had noticed Bai Qi's arrival. The clash between the two had not escaped their watchful eyes. Upon seeing the two elders appear beside Yu Nantian, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in Bai Qi's gaze as he turned to Yu Nantian and remarked, "Is this the reliance of your Yu dynasty?" Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Yu Nantian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he replied, "Your death will suffice." He then immediately conveyed a message to the two elders, urging them to strike together and eliminate him. The two elders exchanged glances, their figures flickering as they charged towards Bai Qi. Yu Nantian followed closely behind them. Bai Qi regarded the three, rushing towards him with a cold smile, playing at the corner of his mouth. His fingers twitching slightly. With a resounding clang, the ancient bronze sword was drawn from its sheath. The three felt a flash of cold light before their eyes, their expressions drastically changing as they hastily summoned their weapons. With a tremendous crash, the impact reverberated. The three were sent sprawling backward, their eyes wide with horror as they stared at Bai Qi. What manner of monster was this? Their combined efforts had been effortlessly repelled by a single strike. Gritting their teeth, they charged forward once more. They lunged again. Bai Qi stepped forward, vanishing from his original spot only to appear before the two peak supreme realm elders. He swung the ancient bronze sword in his hand, delivering a sweeping blow towards the two. Instantly, they were knocked back once more, sustaining minor injuries. Before they could react, Bai Qi stepped forward again, launching a fierce assault upon them. Yu Nantian was completely disregarded. Several times he attempted to intervene, only to be met with a barrage of attacks from Bai Qi that left him coughing up blood. Injured and standing in the void, he watched in a state of panic and disbelief as the two family stewards were utterly dominated in battle. These were peak supreme realm warriors from the Yuan province's main family, possessing techniques and martial skills that were incomparably superior to those of the remote eastern region's warriors. What kind of monster was this Great Zhou Dynasty? How could such figures capable of overwhelming an entire region's power emerge from this wild land? No, those forces had never encountered a terrifying figure like White Qi even during their own dynasty's rise. Perhaps only in the central region could such powers have existed. Furthermore, he noticed that the current supreme realm experts of the dynasty were being systematically slain by several Great Zhou generals. The speed of the slaughter left him astounded, as they were evidently monsters akin to White Qi. His once proud Yuhua army was steadily retreating under the Great Zhou cavalry's relentless assault on the battlefield. The Yuhua dynasty had utterly lost the capacity to resist. He believed it was akin to a high-level dynasty slaughtering a low-level one, that amidst his tumultuous thoughts, a deafening explosion echoed. His pupils constricted. He beheld the two stewards of the main family being felled to the ground by White Qi. The two struggled for a long time before managing to rise, only to realize they had no strength left to fight. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he contemplated retreat. This dynasty's power was far too formidable. It was insurmountable. Just as he prepared to flee, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from his left side, followed by a tremendous force that struck him down from the void, landing him beside the two elders. White Qi withdrew his foot from Yunnan Tian's body, his expression cold as he regarded the three on the ground. The generals of the military affairs pavilion, witnessing White Qi's victory, returned to stand behind him, their icy gazes fixed upon the nearly defeated trio, their hearts filled with astonishment. Truly, a god of death. His combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Yunnan Tian struggled to rise from the ground, gazing at the doomed Yuhua dynasty and realizing that he had no path of retreat left. A wretched smile crossed his face as he addressed White Qi. What a formidable Great Zhou dynasty! Who would have thought that such terrifying figures could emerge from a single dynasty? Especially you, White Qi. The Yuhua dynasty was simply born at the wrong time. You may kill or torture us as you please. The two elders behind Yunnan Tian wore expressions of sheer terror as they looked at White Qi. Hearing Yunnan Tian's words, they hastily shouted, "You cannot kill us. We are of the Yu family in Yuan province. If you dare to slay us, the Yu family will seek retribution." This White Qi was nothing short of a prodigy. A warrior of his caliber could dispatch any opponent of the same realm with ease. Such a figure was only something they had heard of in Yuan province. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yunnan Tian's eyes flashed with disdain. How could he be unaware of the Yu family's cold indifference? As someone who had failed to break into the sovereign king realm even as his time ran out, he was merely a forgotten member of the clan, lacking the attention of the esteemed elders that by the time the Yu family's experts arrived to investigate, who knew how long it would take. Listening to the trio's words, particularly the threats from the two elders, a glint of coldness flickered in White Qi's eyes. The Great Zhou dynasty feared no threats. Yuan province, the Yu family. I shall lead my troops to flatten it sooner or later. After declaring this, White Qi swung his ancient bronze sword, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light aimed at the three as the deadly light shot forth. Yunnan Tian laughed defiantly, fully prepared to embrace death. Displaying a commendable courage, and oh wonder he was able to establish a force like the Yuhua dynasty. If not for Lin Yu and the Great Zhou dynasty's emergence, he would have certainly elevated the Yuhua dynasty to new heights upon his return from seclusion. Yet, the world had never been filled with such what-ifs. The two Yu family stewards cried out in anguish, "You are but a frog in a well. Await the retribution from our main family's reinforcements." Their screams were accompanied by the sound of their heads exploding. White Qi glanced at the lifeless forms of the trio before shifting his gaze to the battlefield below, addressing the generals of the military affairs pavilion. The troops have been sufficiently tempered. Go and eliminate the remaining forces of the Yuhua dynasty. Afterwards, continue advancing north until you reach the borders of the Lanyan dynasty. Additionally, send a report back to Fengjing. Understood, the generals responded before swiftly disappearing onto the battlefield. The already beleaguered Yuhua dynasty army, upon witnessing the total annihilation of Yunnan Tian and the other high-ranking warriors, had lost all morale. With the addition of Hua Zubing and his comrades, It was akin to wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, leaving no room for resistance. In mere moments, they were slaughtered to the last man. Wei Qi allowed the army a brief respite before leading them northward once more. All high-ranking warriors and troops of the Yuhua dynasty had been vanquished here. The subsequent cities and territories would have officials dispatched by the pavilion to take over, so there was no need for concern. They simply needed to continue their march. Upon reaching the border with the Lanyan dynasty, securing the frontier would be the duty of the military affairs pavilion and the Great Zhou Palace. Lin Yu was conversing with Sun Yu in the Qingxin Hall. The army had been on expedition for over half a month. Could the logistics and city captures in the rear keep pace? Everything is under control, Sun Yu replied with a smile. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. In truth, he could gauge the army's progress from the increase in the system's kill count. However, some matters still required certain individuals to attend to. I have complete confidence in Wei Qi leading the army. News of victory should be arriving shortly. Sun Yu nodded in agreement. General Bai and the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion are both exceptionally talented in military matters. Their cooperation with the pavilion is certainly seamless. A smile graced Lin Yu's face as he stood and gazed out the window, saying, "The downfall of the Yuhua dynasty is a foregone conclusion. As for the Lanyan dynasty." At this point, Lin Yu's mind was filled with the image of Lan Zhu, and he chuckled softly. That Lan Zhu is quite an intriguing individual. Moreover, it has come to light through the whispers of the unworthy that the martial artists of the Blood Feather Sword sect from Jianzhou have seemingly made their appearance in the imperial capital of the Blue Flame dynasty. Sun Yu gazed intently at Lin Yu, and upon hearing this revelation, a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. It would be intriguing to observe the choices made by the Blue Flame dynasty. Lin Yu turned, meeting Sun Yu's bright gaze, and with an air of nonchalance, waved his hand lightly. Regardless of their decision, it was of little consequence. The Blood Feather Sword sect would inevitably extend its probing gaze towards the Great Zhou. After stating this, he prepared to depart. Just then, Yuan Tiangang strode in briskly, announcing, "Your Majesty, urgent news from the Military Affairs Pavilion." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. "Speak, Your Majesty, we have not failed the Imperial Command. The formidable forces led by Yu Nantian of the Jade Hua dynasty have been vanquished by our troops. The Jade Hua Imperial Palace has fallen. We are currently leading the army northward to secure the borders." "Excellent." Lin Yu's expression radiated joy. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he was nonetheless filled with exhilaration. He turned to Yuan Tiangang and promptly inquired, "Did the Mechanism Pavilion not create a communication device recently?" "Announce it across the entire territory." "Indeed," Yuan Tiangang affirmed, yet he did not take his leave immediately. He continued, "Additionally, General Bai Qi has relayed a significant report when he slew the ancestral figure Yu Nantian of the Jade Hua dynasty. Two peak-level supreme beings appeared to assist him. Though both were ultimately defeated by General Bai, they revealed their identities before perishing, stating they hailed from the Yu family of Yuanzhou." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and replied with caution, "I understand. The unworthy must investigate thoroughly." He had heard from Yuan Tiangang that Yuanzhou was the largest province in the eastern region. The Yu family of Yuanzhou shares the same surname as Yu Nantian. This was indeed a piece of crucial intelligence. "Understood." Yuan Tiangang accepted the command and departed. Within Fengjing City, a sudden, resounding voice reverberated throughout the entire city. Regardless of their activities, both martial artists and common folk halted in curiosity, lifting their heads in unison. "Victory news from the army. The Jade Hua Imperial City has been breached by our generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion. Numerous formidable foes have been slain. Congratulations." The immense proclamation echoed 3 times throughout the city. Hooray! The entire Fengjing City erupted into a fervor. Citizens flooded the streets, embracing one another. A glance at the crowd revealed faces flushed with excitement. Arms raised in jubilant acclaim. "Hooray! Your Majesty is magnificent. The Military Affairs Pavilion is magnificent." The deafening shouts and cheers resonated across various corners of the city. Moreover, elderly individuals, tears glistening in their eyes, knelt in worship towards the imperial palace. Their experiences had equipped them with a profound understanding of the strength of the Great Zhou, which was forged through years of hardship, Simultaneously, in Dingbei City and Yinchi City, the entire realm of Great Zhou erupted with roars akin to a tsunami. Lin Yu stood within the imperial palace, feeling the swift accumulation of auspicious energy from all corners of Great Zhou. Listening to the continuous chorus of cheers, his countenance adorned with a smile. In the imperial palace of the Blue Flame Dynasty, Lin Yu sat rigidly in his chair, his brow furrowed deeply. After entering the secret realm, he and Yu Huang had been separated into two factions. He led the people of the Blue Flame Dynasty through numerous battles, sacrificing many powerful figures of the dynasty, and only by a stroke of fortune did they arrive at the central hall. Despite his inner resentment, he made the prudent choice at that moment, and he felt fortunate for his decision. The Great Zhou Dynasty was nothing short of a monstrous entity. The white-clad youth leading them, and the man clad in bronze armor, were indelibly etched in his memory. After returning to the palace for so many days, each recollection of their overwhelming killing intent and icy gazes sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Yu Huang and her companions seemed to have vanished entirely. He encountered none of them within the secret realm, nor did he see them upon leaving. Lin Yu speculated that Yu Huang and her group had likely perished within the secret realm. As this thought crossed his mind, the image of the white-clad youth resurfaced, just as he was preparing to order the border forces to test the waters with the Great Zhou Dynasty. News suddenly arrived. The Great Zhou Dynasty's troops and all military units at the border had completely retreated. It appeared the Great Zhou Dynasty was undergoing a tremendous upheaval, besieged by an unknown force. This revelation sent a jolt of anxiety through him, prompting immediate orders for a thorough investigation of the situation. Everything felt too coincidental, yet too interconnected. He sensed an invisible hand shrouding the entire Liju, advancing step by step, suffocating him with its pressure, reflecting on the two supreme beings from the Blood Feather Sword sect within the palace. A deeper frown creased his brow, in the midst of his contemplation. A voice broke through. "Your Majesty, urgent report." A man clad in a black robe entered. Lin Yu lifted his head, casting a glance at him, and commanded, "Speak." At the border where the Great Zhou Dynasty meets our territory, numerous unfamiliar military forces have appeared. A general of our early-stage supreme realm attempted to probe the situation, but was immediately slain by a young commander clad in gleaming silver armor who was propelled from within the city. Following this, the military flags of various cities began to flutter. Great Zhou. Lin Yu sprang from his chair, his expression shifting dramatically, disbelief etched across his features. "What? Are you certain the name of the military flag is Great Zhou?" The black-robed man, witnessing Lin Yu's profound reaction, did not dare to delay, affirming, "I am certain." Lin Yu began to pace, his eyes filled with dread, his lips trembling slightly. He understood. He comprehended fully from whence this invisible oppression emanated. The tiger had finally revealed its fangs. Observing Lin Yu's silence, the black-robed man hesitated before inquiring. "The Grand General has asked me to inquire if Your Majesty wishes to send troops to teach this unfamiliar force a lesson." Upon hearing the question, Lin Yu snapped back to reality and immediately responded, "No." He commanded them to refrain from any rash actions. At this juncture, a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze, yet after a brief moment, he seemed to have resolved himself, continuing, "If there are signs of the enemy mobilizing, retreat the entire army. Do not engage in battle. All actions await my command. Dispatch this order swiftly." After issuing his orders, Lin Yu paid no heed to the man's expression or reaction, striding directly towards the ancestral grounds of the palace. The black-robed man, taken aback by Lin Yu's seemingly absurd command, stared in bewilderment at the hurriedly departing figure of Lin Yu before respectfully complying with the order to relay the message. Lin Yu hastened to the ancestral grounds of the palace, pushed the door open, and proclaimed, "Grandfather, father, I bring grave news concerning the fate of our dynasty." The moment his words fell, two immense presences erupted from within the ancestral grounds. An elderly man and a middle-aged figure materialized before Lin Yu. They were none other than the previous and the one before that emperor of the Blue Flame Dynasty, Lin Huang. At the late stage of the Supreme Realm, and Lin Yu Chun at the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm, Lin Huang regarded Lin Yu and inquired, "What is it? He held great satisfaction with his grandson, who had been diligent and cautious since ascending the throne. Recently, he had even returned with numerous resources from a secret realm, maintaining a low profile. Given his sudden appearance, it was evident he had encountered a matter of considerable importance that necessitated their consultation. Lin Yu, upon seeing Lin Huang and Lin Yu, respectfully bowed and stated, "Grandfather, father. Recently, I spoke of the force, the Great Zhou Dynasty. It has emerged. According to the information I have received, the Great Zhou Dynasty has likely been annihilated." Upon hearing the words of Lin Yu, a spark of brilliance ignited in the eyes of the two individuals. Lin Yu immediately inquired, "Juror, are you certain? Did you not previously suspect that the Great Zhou Dynasty was an external force from another region?" Lin Yu nodded affirmatively, stating, "I am certain. Initially, I indeed had my doubts about them being a formidable power from the eastern domain. However, upon further contemplation, the recent occurrences seemed too coincidental. Moreover, the Great Zhou's legions have now appeared at the borders of the Yu dynasty and our own state. It is crucial to note that we, being situated in a remote area of the eastern domain, were caught off guard by the silent demise of the Yu dynasty, without receiving any prior notice. This reinforces my belief that the Great Zhou is a sovereign power of our Li state. Their location must be on the other side of the Tianqi mountain range, the wildlands." Upon hearing Lin Yu's analysis, both individuals' expressions shifted slightly. After a moment, Lin Huang sighed, "A dynastic power. Our Li state is about to give rise to a true dragon." After speaking, he recalled the urgency of Lin Yu's visit and immediately turned to him. A glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Juror, are you suggesting?" At that moment, Lin Yu also grasped the implication, gazing intently at Lin Yu. Meeting their eyes with solemnity, Lin Yu nodded gravely. "This is our opportunity as the Lin Yin dynasty. It has been ages since such an extraordinary dynastic power has emerged in the eastern domain. Historically, those that have appeared were not without their share of bloodshed and turmoil, while we, the Lin Yin dynasty, may seem prosperous in Li state. We tread cautiously when faced with any advanced external dynastic forces, the struggles of which only we truly understand. Now that the Great Zhou is just beginning its ascent, it is the perfect time for us to board this grand vessel. Once they fully mature, we may not even have the privilege to cast a glance their way." At this point, he paused slightly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued, "Furthermore, we are in a position to present them with a proposal that they would find exceedingly agreeable." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the two instantly comprehended his thoughts, lifting their gazes toward a certain part of the palace, their eyes gleaming with a cold light. "Your intellect has always been unparalleled since childhood. We shall accompany you in this gamble. Whether our Lin family soars alongside the mighty dragon or falls into oblivion hinges on this moment." Feeling deeply moved by their unwavering trust, Lin Yu nodded earnestly. The three were not individuals of indecision. Having made their choice, they would not dither any longer. Lin Huang and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, then vanished into the ancestral grounds. Watching them depart, Lin Yu listened as the sounds of roars and thunderous clashes echoed from within the palace shortly thereafter, his gaze resolute. Many years later, whenever he reflected upon the decision made on this day, a profound sense of pride would grace his countenance. Though that is a tale for another time, he did not linger long in the ancestral grounds. The figures of Lin Huang and Lin Yu reappeared, but their conditions were evidently poor. Their garments were tattered, their breaths erratic, and blood was visible at the corners of their mouths, indicating they had sustained injuries. Lin Yu hurried forward, concern flickering in his eyes as he regarded them. Lin Huang offered him a reassuring glance, tossing two severed heads to the ground, and smiled as he said, "Juror, go ahead. The warriors of the Sword State certainly possess some skill. Your father and I are fine, but will need to recuperate for a while." Lin Yu collected the heads with a serious demeanor, nodding earnestly at the two before turning to leave the ancestral grounds. Lin Huang and Lin Yu watched him depart, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation, before settling into a cross-legged position to recuperate. Exiting the ancestral grounds, Lin Yu wasted no time and soared into the sky, hastening towards the border, the royal palace of the Great Zhou. Within the Queen's chambers, Gmo and Lu Lingchong were engaged in an animated conversation, their faces alight with excitement. Master, I never expected His Majesty to act so swiftly in avenging the destruction of our sect. Lu Lingchong remarked, a hint of emotion flickering in her eyes. Indeed, Gmo responded. This great Zhou is truly formidable. His Majesty, at such a young age, has led the Great Zhou out of this wild land. The generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion are of unparalleled caliber. I am deeply proud that you have become the Queen of the Great Zhou. Lu Lingchong nodded in agreement, her expression filled with happiness. His Majesty and the Great Zhou are unfathomable. They shall undoubtedly soar to great heights. A.S. the Queen, you must learn to assist His Majesty in alleviating his burdens. Mo. He nodded solemnly, considering something before asking Lu Lingchong, Master, what plans do you have for the future? Should I speak with His Majesty about rebuilding the Jiuxian Palace? Upon hearing Gmo's inquiry, Lu Lingchong pondered for a moment before replying, Mo, do not trouble His Majesty with such matters. There is no need for such concern. As long as you wish to proceed, I shall fully support you. The two women immediately rose, casting their gazes toward the entrance just as Lin Yu entered, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Lu Lingchong. Your Majesty, I have a plan. I shall soon join the Great Zhou Academy to assist in nurturing talents for the Great Zhou. After Lu Lingchong spoke, she looked at Lin Yu with anticipation. Approved, I am exceedingly pleased that the Lady Lu wishes to join the Great Zhou Academy. I hereby appoint you as the head of the Great Zhou Academy and deputy head. Lin Yu responded without hesitation. Your servant obeys, Lu Lingchong exclaimed, a glimmer of surprise lighting her eyes as she accepted the decree. After glancing at Lin Yu and Gmo, a smile crept upon her lips. I shall not disturb your Majesty and the Queen any longer. With that, she exited the room, watching Lu Lingchong depart. Gmo felt a surge of happiness for her. She then turned to Lin Yu, saying, Thank you, your Majesty. Lin Yu winked at her. How does the Queen intend to show her gratitude to me? A faint blush swept across Gmo's face as she cast a sidelong glance at him before striding into the room. Lin Yu let out a hearty laugh and followed suit. The news of the great victory achieved by the army in the Yuhua dynasty had been circulating throughout the entire Great Zhou for several days. The cohesion among the martial artists and the common folk of the Great Zhou surged to new heights, their faces brimming with pride. Presently, the Military Affairs Pavilion was stationed at the borders, guarding against the Lan Yin dynasty, while the cabinet was methodically dispatching officials to take control of the major cities of the Yuhua dynasty. The Mechanism Pavilion followed closely behind the cabinet, offering assistance in city construction and the establishment of teleportation arrays. The entire bureaucratic system of the Great Zhou was operating at a remarkable pace. In the Great Zhou Palace, Lin Yu leisurely sipped his tea, his mind wandering within the confines of the system's marketplace. Although many formidable warriors from the Yuhua dynasty had already been slain by Lin Yu and his companions within the secret realm, this campaign had nevertheless yielded a considerable amount of conquest points. Particularly notable were Yunnan Tian and the two Peak Supreme Realm experts claiming to be from the Yu family of Yuanzhou, who had made significant contributions that at this moment, the system indicated a total of 3 million conquest points. The last time, with 4 million points, he managed to summon 4 members of the Meng family. A stroke of extraordinary luck indeed. That was the very first successful summoning since receiving his novice gift pack, and it had even triggered a special event. Now, after much contemplation regarding the utilization of these 3 million conquest points, he found himself oscillating between directly summoning or saving for more. After considerable deliberation, he finally made a decision. With the presence of Bai Qi, a Peak Supreme Realm powerhouse and unparalleled commander in the Great Zhou, and Yuan Tiangang having recently broken through to the peak of the Honored Realm upon returning from the Secret Realm, along with Dianwei, Hua Chu Bing, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji, who had also just reached the pinnacle of the Honored Realm during the past 3 months of their campaign against the Yuhua dynasty. The strength of the Great Zhou was formidable indeed. The 3 individuals from the Meng family's Military Affairs Pavilion were slightly lower in rank, while the members of the cabinet, in addition to assisting Lin Yu in governing national affairs, were steadily enhancing their own cultivation. After all, in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, possessing strength was essential for survival. The characters summoned by the system were capable of battling beyond their levels. A remarkable boon. Overall, the current state of the Great Zhou could easily contend with, and even overpower, any lower-tier dynasty forces they encountered. However, as the Great Zhou expanded its reach, the enemies and forces they faced would inevitably grow stronger. It was said that most high-ranking dynasties would possess 1 to 3 honored realm experts, and some exceptionally powerful high-ranking dynasties might even have multiple honored realm individuals, following their expedition to the Tianqi mountain range. Both the Yu Shui Sword sect and the Tian Yuan sect had made themselves enemies, while the Sword State and Fire State were not considered strong states within the Eastern domain. It was certain that the Yu Shui Sword sect and Tian Yuan sect had honored realm experts, albeit possibly of lower rank and fewer in number. The conflict with the Yuhua dynasty had also revealed the existence of a Yu family from Yuanzhou, of which the Great Zhou was entirely unaware. Thus, Lin Yu concluded that these conquest points should solely be used for summoning individuals or legions, which would provide the Great Zhou with powerful support. Only after the Great Zhou had established a solid foundation could they further pursue conquest across the realm. System, use all conquest points for summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host. 2 successful summons and 1 failure. Would you like to proceed? Niezheng. Early Stage Supreme Realm Zhuanzhu. Early Stage Supreme Realm Lin Yu immediately focused his attention, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. These were 2 formidable assassins. Furthermore, their initial martial arts realm was surprisingly at the supreme level, albeit just the early stage, as expected. As one's own realm increased, the initial levels of summon characters also rose correspondingly. However, the limits of a character's self-improvement and combat prowess might not be so straightforward. Additionally, it remained uncertain what kind of situation would arise with the summoning of a legion, hinting at a hidden rule within the system. Recalling the slight headache caused by the Yu Shui Sword sect and Tian Yuan sect, Lin Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. Proceed with the summoning. Crack. A rift in space opened, and 2 ghostly figures emerged silently, like shadows of a night. Lin Yu felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. One figure wore a mask, their eyes shrouded in black cloth, while the other was robust and imposing. Both knelt before Lin Yu in reverence. Your Majesty, we pay our respects. Rise. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for them to stand, his expression gradually turning stern as he issued a direct command. Niezheng, Zhuanzhu, you 2 are to proceed immediately to the Sword State. Your mission is to exert every effort to assassinate any individuals from the Yu Shui Sword sect who leave their sect. Remember, if you encounter an insurmountable foe, retreat at once. Understood. Their forms shimmered briefly before vanishing from the room. Lin Yu's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Sword State, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Yu Shui Sword sect. As long as you find yourselves in disarray, the Great Zhou will have ample time to strengthen its power. It was worth noting that the characters summoned by the system possessed self-improvement capabilities that were beyond imagination. As for the Tian Yuan sect, the Burning Sky dynasty had made promises, and he trusted they would not go back on their word. Lin Yu turned, taking a sip of tea, preparing to engage in some cultivation. As the ruler of a nation, his own cultivation was of utmost importance. Perhaps it was due to his exceptionally powerful constitution, but his cultivation speed was not slow, and the increase in his realm proved more challenging than the characters summoned by the system. However, his combat prowess was significantly superior to theirs in the Fire State. Within the Burning Sky dynasty, Yin Minling and Yin Zhe had returned to the palace sometime this moment. The siblings were seated together, engaged in light conversation, when Yin Zhe's voice broke through. Sister, I wonder how Brother Lin is faring. I really want to go visit him. Yin Minling replied, I heard that the Yu Shui Sword sect has already sent people down the mountain. They should have arrived at Li State by now. There's no need to worry, sister. Brother Lin's subordinates are all monsters, especially with that exceedingly strong general Bai in their ranks. Yin Minling nodded in agreement. Father and the ancestral elder have been in seclusion, tending to their injuries since that day that I've heard that the Tian Yuan sect has recently had individuals secretly descend towards the Ming State dynasty. Ming State borders our Fire State, and the Ming State dynasty shares a boundary with our dynasty, They might be harboring ulterior motives towards us. The siblings reported the matter of the Tianqi mountain range secret realm to their father, Yin Duanhen, the current ruler of the Burning Sky dynasty, upon their return. After hearing their account, Yin Duanhen first expressed his anger towards the Tian Yuan sect, followed by astonishment and gratitude towards Lin Yu and the Great Zhou. He promptly instructed them to maintain a good relationship with the Great Zhou. With his experience and insight, he sensed that the Great Zhou was not as simple as it appeared. Yanzhe declared resolutely, "Father, I want to go to Li State to visit Brother Lin." However, they were denied entry by Yin Duanhen, who firmly ordered them not to leave the imperial palace for the time being. Tianyuan Gate would certainly be informed as well that it would be wise for the siblings to refrain from wandering about. Subsequently, Yin Duanhen led a group of formidable figures from the imperial court towards the direction of Tianyuan Gate. Although his son and daughter were unharmed, it did not mean he would overlook the actions of Tianyuan Gate. It was said that on that day, the skies above Tianyuan Gate were filled with thunderous roars. Shadows of revered warriors battling could be seen everywhere, and the sky itself was torn asunder. Moreover, it was rumored among high-ranking martial artists that the lord of Tianyuan Gate clashed with the ruler of the Finshan dynasty in the void. The battle that day lasted for an entire day, and many onlookers dared not approach, merely observing from a distance. After that day, both Tianyuan Gate and the Finshan dynasty fell into a prolonged silence. On the surface, the entire Huozhou seemed unchanged, resembling the calm before storm. After swiftly departing from the palace of the Blue Flame dynasty, Lin Yu had already reached the border city. He cast a glance at the Blue Flame dynasty's army, which remained cautious and did not advance recklessly, feeling a sense of relief. He then turned his gaze towards the faintly visible banner of the Great Zhou across the plains and flew directly towards it. In the city lord's mansion, Bai Qi was engrossed in examining the topographical map of the Blue Flame dynasty that had been delivered by the Undesirable. He compared it with a multitude of information received regarding the Blue Flame dynasty, tracing patterns on it with his finger. Although Lin Yu had only commanded an expedition against the Yuhua dynasty, he had to be prepared for any unforeseen orders or changes that might arise. At that moment, Meng Tian entered, glancing at Bai Qi, who had his back turned, and stated, "Commander, the ruler of the Blue Flame dynasty, Lin Yu, seeks an audience." Bai Qi abruptly turned around, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Is he alone?" Meng Tian, equally astonished by Lin Yu's arrival, nodded in affirmation, saying, "Yes, he comes without any followers and appears quite anxious." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi lightly tapped the table beside him, a thought occurring to him that brought a subtle smile to his lips as he commanded, "Bring him in." Understood. Meng Tian complied and soon returned with Lin Yu. Upon entering, Lin Yu was immediately struck by the intense gaze of Bai Qi, a formidable pressure enveloping him, causing his pupils to constrict. Indeed, it was them, Great Zhou. Bai Qi gestured toward a nearby seat, commanding, "Sit," before leisurely turning back to continue his examination of the Blue Flame dynasty's map. Gathering his composure, Lin Yu took his seat, following Bai Qi's figure with his eyes. Nearly leaping from his chair in shock, he had been momentarily daunted by Bai Qi's presence and had failed to notice the map hanging on the wall. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized it depicted the very terrain of their dynasty, and the markings on the map laid the Blue Flame dynasty bare beneath the sun. Initially arriving with sincere intentions, he now felt compelled to speak without delay, recalling Bai Qi's words to Lin Yu upon his appearance in the Tianqi mountain range. He immediately declared, "General Bai, I come on behalf of my people to pledge our allegiance to Great Zhou." After a brief pause, and seeing Bai Qi remain unresponsive, he produced 2 severed heads from his hands, casting them onto the ground as he continued, "General Bai, this is our sincerity, our token of allegiance." These 2 heads belonged to supreme-level experts from the Yushua sword sect who had attempted to gather intelligence about your dynasty from me. My dynasty's previous 2 rulers, having emerged from our ancestral lands, engaged in brutal battles to slay them. Bai Qi turned to gaze at the heads, which still bore expressions of rage and disbelief. A smile gracing his lips. "Well done. However, as a minister of Great Zhou, I must heed the Emperor's commands. I can have someone escort you back to meet His Majesty." Lin Yu immediately felt a sense of relief and replied, "I will follow the general's arrangements." Bai Qi nodded and summoned Meng Tian, instructing, "Take the ruler of the blue flame back to meet his majesty." "Yes." Meng Tian accepted the order, nodding at Lin Yu before leading him towards Fongjing City. Bai Qi watched the departing figures, his gaze sweeping over the severed heads on the ground, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His imposing aura surged forth, instantly obliterating the heads into dust. As Lin Yu followed Meng Tian towards the Tianqi mountain range, he passed through the former territories of the Yuhua dynasty, witnessing cities adorned with the banners of Great Zhou and feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He glanced at Meng Tian and inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" "General." Meng Tian, now aware of Lin Yu's intentions, replied, "I am Meng Tian from the Military Affairs Hall of Great Zhou." Lin Yu silently noted the name, but he was certain that this Great Zhou general had not been present in the secret realm. Sensing the late-stage reverent warrior aura emanating from him, and recalling the terrifying battle prowess of the Great Zhou generals, he dared not be complacent and cautiously asked, "Has the ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty been slain by your dynasty?" Meng Tian understood his concerns and chuckled. "The ancestor of the Yuhua dynasty, Yu Nantian, along with 2 peak supreme-level warriors, were all eradicated by our commander at Yuhua City. The remaining forces and army of the Yuhua dynasty were also annihilated by our generals." Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine upon realizing that the Yuhua dynasty still possessed 2 peak supreme-level experts. Yet, even such a dynasty was unable to withstand the onslaught of the Great Zhou army. He felt increasingly grateful for his decision. The 2 men then lapsed into silence. After crossing the Tianqi mountain range, they utilized the teleportation array at Dingbei City and continued their journey towards Fongjing City. Upon reaching the territory of Great Zhou, Lin Yu was profoundly impressed by the developments he witnessed and the sights he encountered. In the clear Xian Hall of the Great Zhou Palace, Yuan Tiangang had just finished reporting the information collected by the undesirable to Lin Yu. As he exited the hall, he nodded slightly at Dian Wei, who stood at the entrance, preparing to leave when a voice called out, "Undesirable Commander, Dian General." Meng Tian's voice echoed as he entered, with Lin Yu following closely behind. Yuan Tiangang paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to see the sharp eyes beneath his mask narrowing slightly as he nodded towards Meng Tian, and then continued on his way. "General Meng, what brings you back?" Dian Wei's loud voice resonated as he noticed Lin Yu behind Meng Tian and broke into a grin that I recognized this person. I met him in the secret realm. Lin Yu, too, noticed the scrutiny from Yuan Tiangang and Dian Wei, his nerves tightening. These 2 were familiar figures from the secret realm. Although he had not witnessed their prowess in battle, he understood that aside from Jian Moxi, neither the Yushua sword sect nor Tianyuan Gate had managed to escape the secret realm, indicating that these 2 were not to be trifled with. He quickly assumed a smile, nodding respectfully to both men. "The commander has sent me to bring this ruler of the blue flame to meet his majesty. Is his majesty currently in the hall?" Meng Tian gestured towards Lin Yu as he addressed Dian Wei. "He is inside," Dian Wei replied, casting a penetrating glance at Lin Yu as he moved towards the hall. "I will go notify him." Lin Yu immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Moments later, Dian Wei emerged. Addressing the 2 men, "His Majesty invites the ruler of the blue flame to enter." Meng Tian nodded to Dian Wei, signaling for Lin Yu to proceed inside. Lin Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the hall. Within the clear Xian Hall, Lin Yu was processing the information recently conveyed by Yuan Tiangang. It appeared that a battle had erupted in the palace of the Blue Flame Dynasty, and the Finchen Dynasty had clashed with Tianyuan Gate. The Finchen Dynasty must have reported their encounters in the secret realm to Yin Zhe and his siblings. Yet, what had transpired in the Blue Flame Dynasty? "Your Majesty, Lin Yu of the Blue Flame Dynasty seeks an audience." It is General Meng Tian who has brought him, stating that it is by the order of Commander Bai Qi. Lin Yu raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, gradually revealing a hint of a smile as he addressed Dian Wei. "Please invite him in." After speaking, he walked over to take a seat. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu entered the Grand Hall. He glanced up at Lin Yu, who was seated with an air of authority, and immediately bowed respectfully. Lin Yu pays his respects to the sovereign of the Great Zhou. Noting Lin Yu's tense demeanor, Lin Yu smiled and inquired, "What brings you here, Lord Lin?" Since his journey through the Tianqi mountain range, Lin Yu had been deeply impressed by the sovereign of the Great Zhou. Hearing of the appearance of General Bai and several other esteemed generals from the Yuhua dynasty, he had come post-haste to seek an audience. Lin Yu expressed his willingness to fully merge the Lin Yin dynasty into the Great Zhou, merely hoping that the Lin family could contribute to the realm. Furthermore, two supreme realm warriors from the Yushu sword sect, who sought to gather intelligence on the Great Zhou, have been slain by the formidable protectors of our ancestral grounds. General Bai can attest to this. The heads of those two warriors are currently in his possession. Lin Yu conveyed all he wished to say in one breath, then looked at Lin Yu with eager anticipation, awaiting his decision. Lin Yu instantly rose from his seat, approached Lin Yu, and patted his shoulder with a beaming smile. "My dear minister, you have worked hard. Please sit. Let us discuss this in detail." He then called out to Jian Wei outside the hall, summoned the members of the cabinet, Liu Bowen, Sun Yu, and Meng Yi. Upon hearing Lin Yu's address, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy, sitting beside Lin Yu to engage in conversation. Before long, the three cabinet members hurriedly arrived and entered the grand hall that a day later. Lin Yu left the palace with an expression of excitement, heading towards the Lin Yin dynasty, the Great Zhou Palace. Over 3 months had passed since Lin Yu sought an audience with Lin Yu. Today marked the last day of the first year of the new era in the Great Zhou. Tomorrow would usher in the second year. Lin Yu would also be turning 20 in the court assembly hall. Lin Yu sat upon the dragon throne. After a year, he had shed the youthful naivety of his earlier days. An aura of imperial majesty enveloped him, and wherever his gaze fell within the hall, a powerful sense of pressure permeated the air. Today was the Grand Court Assembly, and all high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou were required to attend. Below, Liu Bowen was delivering a report, while the ministers listened attentively. "Your Majesty, the territories of the Yuhua dynasty were fully annexed 3 months ago, and the teleportation array has also been completed. The cities and territories have been duly delineated." Lin Yu nodded, already aware of this information. He intended for the ministers to be informed. Once Liu Bowen finished speaking, Sun Yu cast a glance at the nearby Lin Yu, offering him a subtle smile as he stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the cities of the Lin Yin dynasty have been successfully received. The mechanism pavilion is currently working on the construction of the teleportation array." That a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the hall as the ministers whispered amongst themselves. The awareness and insight of the officials and common folk alike in the Great Zhou had significantly evolved. This was indeed a momentous announcement. When had His Majesty managed to subdue the Lin Yin dynasty? Before the ministers could fully digest this news, Meng Xiao emerged from the ranks of the military affairs pavilion. "Your Majesty, at the border of the Lin Yin dynasty, near the junction with Jianzhou and Huazhou, General Bai and several other generals have already stationed their troops there." The thunderous shockwave seemed to resonate within the hearts of ministers, leaving them momentarily stunned, before their gazes turned fervently towards Lin Yu. Kneeling in unison, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty!" The military had even been quietly deployed to the borders. No wonder the generals from the Military Affairs Pavilion had not attended today's Grand Assembly. Furthermore, the integration of the Lin Yin dynasty into the Great Zhou held profound implications. The entire assembly trembled with excitement. Lin Yu smiled gently, allowing the ministers to rise, and pointed at Lin Yu, standing below. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the former sovereign of the Lin Yin dynasty. Lin Yu, now an official of my court of the second rank. His specific duties will be determined after I contemplate further. Henceforth, I expect all of you to unite in your efforts for the Great Zhou." Yes, the ministers, their eyes wide with astonishment, regarded Lin Yu with renewed respect. From the moment they entered the grand hall, they had been filled with curiosity about the unfamiliar figure standing before them. It turned out he was Lin Yu. Lin Yu also smiled back at the assembly, his heart swelling with pride. Lin Yu surveyed the room and continued, "Tomorrow, we shall announce to the world the unification of Liao province. Tonight, a grand banquet will be held within the palace to celebrate the new year. 1 month from now, a ceremony will take place to elevate the Great Zhou Dynasty to the status of an imperial dynasty." After speaking, he rose and departed. Lin Yu exited the grand hall, surrounded by numerous officials of the Great Zhou, eager to either flatter him or forge a favorable connection as his second-rank official. His status was indeed rare in the current Great Zhou. making him worthy of their sycophancy. Moreover, the courtiers sensed that Lin Yu might bestow significant rewards upon Lin Ju, which further fueled their eagerness to approach him. Lin Ju responded to each in turn. And after the crowd dispersed, he was filled with sentiments of reflection. He had initially believed that the Lin family might face various forms of suppression, underestimating the magnanimity of the sovereign of the Great Zhou. This realization only added to his pride in his decision, invigorating him further. Recalling the past 3 months, he was astonished by the efficiency of the Great Zhou. Upon his return from the Great Zhou, Lin Ju immediately conducted a thorough purge within the territory of the Burning Flame Dynasty. Subsequently, he received officials dispatched by the cabinet in various cities, by Qi from the Military Affairs Pavilion, along with several generals, led the army from the borders of the Burning Flame Dynasty to the junction of Liao Province and Jian Province, as well as Hua Province that on the surface, the Burning Flame Dynasty appeared unchanged. But those with discerning eyes would notice that the leaders of the major cities and the commanders at the borders were all unfamiliar faces. With this thought, Lin Ju smiled, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. According to the plan articulated by His Majesty on that day, since an announcement to the world was to be made today, it indicated preparations to face impending crises. He then strolled leisurely towards the residence arranged for him in Fengjing City. After leaving the morning assembly hall, Lin Yu made his way to the Qingxian Hall to rest. He increasingly relished spending idle moments there, sipping tea and contemplating various matters, just as Lin Ju had surmised. The discussions held in the palace that day revolved around covertly taking control of the Burning Flame Dynasty and choosing an opportune moment to make a public proclamation. Now, that moment had matured. Time had advanced even more swiftly than he had anticipated. He had not expected that within a year, the Great Zhou would achieve the unification of the entire Liao province, much of which was attributable to Lin Ju's efforts. Although Liao province was not particularly noteworthy in the eastern region and was relatively small in territory, this accomplishment was enough to invigorate his spirit. What bolstered his confidence to announce this to the world was the information he had recently gleaned from the system. By Qi, early stage of the respectful king realm. Yuan Tiangang, early stage of the supreme realm. Hua Xiubing, early stage of the supreme realm. Zhao Yun, early stage of the supreme realm. Xian Qiji, early stage of the supreme realm. Dianwei, early stage of the supreme realm. Nie Zheng, early stage of the supreme realm. Zhuanzhu, early stage of the supreme realm. Meng Tian, peak of the respectful realm. Meng Ao and Meng Wu, mid-stage of the respectful realm. The cabinet members were of the celestial realm, not far from the respectful realm. He had underestimated the talents of the figures summoned by the system. With the addition of Lan Ling Sheng and Lan Yuchun, the Great Zhou was fully capable of advancing to a higher imperial dynasty. This was the foundation upon which he prepared to showcase the Great Zhou around the periphery of Liao province. At present, the Great Zhou was wholly qualified to contend with powers such as the Featherblood Sword sect and the Heavenly Origin sect. As time progressed, the Great Zhou would only distance itself further from them. He was also filled with anticipation for the promotion ceremony set to occur a month later. That night, Lin Yu continued the long-standing tradition of the Great Zhou by hosting an annual banquet. He welcomed all attendees, indulging in celebratory drinks with civil and military officials for an extended period, creating a lively atmosphere. The guests were also immersed in the momentous news shared during that day's assembly. Their faces flushed with excitement. For this year's banquet, Lin Yu had specifically instructed the cabinet to invite esteemed old ministers of the Great Zhou, including Gu Linru, who were now all expressing their admiration for the current flourishing state of the Great Zhou. Long absent from the scene, Lin Ju also attended that day. He and Jianwei once again found themselves atop tables, drinking from jars. As the revelry continued, this rough man unexpectedly fell asleep, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly murmured Lin Huang's name. Lin Ju, meanwhile, shared hearty toasts with several members of the Military Affairs Pavilion. Although they were to immediately return to the border after the banquet, they did not let that dampen their spirits and drank heartily. Only when it was time to depart did they channel their energy to dispel the effects of alcohol. Lin Yu observed the jubilant crowd with great enthusiasm. Seated beside him, GMO, catered to his every need. Her gaze filled with pride as she watched the spirited Lin Yu. The banquet lasted late into the night, and Lin Yu was entirely supported back by GMOYIA as the doors to the Empress's chamber closed. The palace gradually descended into silence. However, across the entirety of the Great Zhou, Liao province, and the surrounding regions, the tempest was only just beginning to stir. The day after the Great Zhou's annual meeting, the news of the unification of Liao province by a power called the Great Zhou reverberated throughout the entire territory, including the former Yuhua dynasty, the Burning Flame dynasty, and the major cities of Liao province. The announcement struck the populace like a magnitude 12 earthquake, leaving all in Liao province utterly astounded. The martial artists and citizens within the original territory of the Great Zhou were so overwhelmed with joy that they wept, fervently chanting Lin Yu's name. Following this, martial artists and citizens from various regions set out from their homes, rushing towards Fengjing City, eager to witness this historic moment, a significant new chapter belonging to the Great Zhou. The entire Great Zhou sprang into a frenzy of activity, with Liu Bowen and others coordinating numerous affairs. In Fengjing City, patrols were visible throughout the streets, as the public eagerly awaited the upcoming promotion ceremony. The day drew ever closer, with only 10 days remaining until the promotion ceremony of the Great Zhou in the whole province. Within the palace of the Burning Sky dynasty, Yin Minling and Yin Zhe received news that Liao province had been unified by a force called the Great Zhou, which was soon to commence the ceremony for ascending to a dynasty at that moment. The siblings were together. Big Brother Lin is truly remarkable. He managed to unify Liao province in such a short time. We have only just returned from the Tianqi Mountains 6 months ago. What level of dynasty do you think Big Brother Lin's Great Zhou will attain after the promotion? Why didn't Big Brother Lin invite us to witness it? Listening to Yin Zhe chattering excitedly, Yin Minling smiled at him, her gaze complex. When she first heard this news, she too had been taken aback, recalling the youthful face she felt was still fresh in her memory. Her heart brimmed with deep admiration for Lin Yu and the Great Zhou. Your Big Brother Lin must have his own plans. He could have waited for a period to announce this to the world. Now that he has released the news so early, it's fine for the Heavenly Origin sect, as my father and the elders are still in seclusion, presumably too preoccupied to react. However, the Feather Bloodsword sect in Jian province has likely received the news as well, and they will surely seize this opportunity to cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Yinze also realized the gravity of the situation, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes, before confidently asserting, "That is indeed a possibility. But I believe Big Brother Lin has considered this as well, that I trust he would not undertake actions without assurance. Let us await the spectacle of him executing those who dare to disrupt the promotion ceremony." Hearing Yinze's analysis, Yin Minling gradually felt reassured. The Heavenly Origin sect, just as Yin Minling had surmised, due to the high-ranking members of the sect still being in seclusion, the news had been temporarily suppressed. In Jian province, at the hall of the Feather Bloodsword sect, the atmosphere was tense. Jian Yanjun sat in the position of the sect leader, while the high-ranking members of the sect were seated below him. 3 months have passed. Have you uncovered the truth? What force dares to brazenly assassinate disciples within Jian province? My Feather Bloodsword sect has never suffered such a grievous loss in all these years. An elder seated below responded immediately to Jian Yanjun's inquiry. Leader, the individuals from this force are like phantoms, appearing and disappearing at will. Far. We have only determined that their numbers are few, and their martial prowess seems to be at the supreme realm. The entire sect is now gripped with fear, and no one dares to step outside the sect, even a single step. Jian Yanjun's aura surged with fury as he retorted, "Continue the investigation. I will ensure they are dragged out and subjected to 1,000 cuts to relieve my pent-up rage. Instruct the disciples of the sect to refrain from leaving the sect at will in the near future." After he finished speaking, he took a moment to calm his rapidly rising heart rate before continuing, "My son, Jianmo Xie, has been dead for nearly 6 months since his ill-fated expedition to the secret realm of Li Prefecture. Subsequently, I dispatched 2 mid-stage supreme elders to gather intelligence, only for them to meet with inexplicable deaths in Li Prefecture as well. The untimely demise of 3 supreme elders and numerous esteemed practitioners has dealt a grievous blow to the vitality of our sect. I was preparing to personally investigate the matter when I encountered a mysterious force ruthlessly assassinating our disciples. leaving me with no choice but to remain at the sect. Yet here you are, with only two pieces of information to share, one regarding a power named Zhou and another about a white-clad youth. Tell me, what use are you to me? Jian Jun's agitation grew with each word, and his previously calm blood pressure surged once more. The aura of a supreme king erupted forth, causing the entire assembly in the grand hall to tremble slightly. An elder within the hall cautiously cast a glance at Jian Jun, gritting his teeth as he rose from his seat and spoke. Sect Master, news has arrived from Li Prefecture. A force known as the Zhou Dynasty has unified Li Prefecture and will soon hold a ceremony for the elevation of the dynasty. I believe. Jian Jun's gaze immediately snapped to him, his eyes icy as he spoke. You think Mo Xie perished at the hands of this force, a dynasty located in the most remote region of the eastern domain. Li Prefectura? The elder immediately felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, stammering, I might have misjudged. Jian Jun withdrew his gaze, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Although he looked down upon a place like Li Prefecture, the emergence of a dynasty capable of unifying it, bearing the name de Zhou, could not be overlooked. Better to mistakenly kill than to let escape. I shall use them to honor the spirit of my son. This time, I summon Elder Yun from seclusion to lead the expedition. Second Elder, Fourth Elder, Fifth Elder, accompany Elder Yun and bring me back the head of their emperor during the de Zhou's elevation ceremony. Yes, 3 elders stepped forward, their auras resonating as they accepted the command and departed de Zhou, Fengjing City. The elevation ceremony commenced as scheduled. The city of Fengjing was already overflowing with people, bustling with excitement. Local residents warmly welcomed martial artists and civilians who had traveled from afar to join the de Zhou territory. All major cities in Li Prefecture halted their activities, gathering in the city center to witness the image stones. The grandeur of this event surpassed even Lin Yu's coronation ceremony. Beneath the heavenly altar, civil and military officials had already taken their positions as the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the grand cauldron atop the altar. Liu Bowen's voice rang out. The elevation ceremony begins. Rumble. The gates of the imperial palace swung open with a thunderous sound. Lin Yu and GMO stepped forth. Civil and military officials, along with the throngs of people, immediately knelt in respect, shouting, Your Majesty. Long live the Empress. Subsequently, the two made their way to the base of the heavenly altar under the fervent gaze of the crowd. GMO halted, releasing Lin Yu's hand, standing elegantly as she looked at Lin Yu ascending the altar. After a year, Lin Yu once again climbed the steps of the altar, standing atop it as he surveyed the entirety of Fengjing City. A fleeting moment of daze crossing his expression, he steadied himself, releasing the might of an emperor. Golden Dragon of Destiny. Appear, roar. The golden dragon of destiny surged forth from the imperial palace, swirling around Lin Yu. Lin Yu raised his head, gazing into the void. Today, the Zhou Dynasty ascends to imperial status. Buzz. Time and space across the entire Zhou territory momentarily froze, the eye of the great Tao reappearing in the void. It emotionlessly observed Lin Yu for a long while before gradually dissipating, a voice resonating in Lin Yu's ear. Granted, the Zhou Dynasty ascends to a high imperial status. Time and space resumed their flow. The sky above Zhou was adorned with extraordinary phenomena. Auspicious clouds swirling, purple light flashing, radiant rainbows cascading, and dragons and phoenixes dancing. Then, a torrential rain of spiritual energy began to fall in everyone's eyes. As Lin Yu ascended the altar, the golden dragon of destiny emerged from the palace, and upon his mighty proclamation, numerous wonders unfolded, instilling a sense of reverence for Lin Yu akin to that of a deity. Feeling the spiritual rain descending from the sky, Lin Yu immediately declared, Let all bask in the spiritual rain. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, immersing themselves in the myriad benefits brought forth by the spiritual rain. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the rain ceased. Warriors from various regions gradually opened their eyes, faces alight with astonishment and shock as they realized they had broken through their martial realms. Those of slightly lesser talent advanced a small realm, while those of exceptional talent even leaped nearly a full realm. Moreover, some ordinary citizens who had previously been unable to cultivate found their physiques transformed, ailments cured, and were now able to embark on the path of martial cultivation. The crowd once again knelt before Lin Yu, exclaiming in awe. Lin Yu was equally astonished. He discovered that the quality of this spiritual rain seemed extraordinarily high. Both he and the summoned figures had broken through a small realm after bathing in tea that moment. A spatial rift suddenly appeared above Fongjing City, and 4 figures emerged, gazing at Lin Yu standing on the altar. "You are the ruler of Dezhou." The 4 figures were none other than Elder Yun, the supreme elder of the Feather Bloodsword sect, along with the 2nd, 4th, and 5th elders. Lin Yu regarded the 4 emerging from the rift, his gaze sharp and frigid. Indeed, at this moment, it was evident that their arrival in such a manner was not to extend congratulations. Lin Yu had not invited any forces to attend the ceremony, leaving him uncertain whether they were from the Feather Bloodsword sect or the Heavenly Origin sect. Upon hearing Lin Yu's response, an elder stepped forward and continued, "We hail from the Feather Bloodsword sect of Jian Prefecture. Is it true that you killed our young sect master?" Lin Yu immediately understood their identities, the chill in his eyes intensifying. Below, the civil and military officials, along with a multitude of martial artists and citizens, were already seething with anger at the abrupt arrival of the 4. The elder finished speaking. Bai Qi, leading the military affairs pavilion, vanished from his original position, reappearing before the 4 with a roar of fury as he launched a kick toward them. Impudence! The faces of the 4 instantly changed, and the previously silent elder in green robes revealed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes as he swiftly countered with a punch. Bang! A deafening sound erupted in the sky. The elder in green robes staggered back several paces, looking up at Bai Qi, his composure shattered. Impossible! Mid-stage Supreme King! How could a newly ascended dynasty possess such a powerful warrior? The 3 individuals beside him were equally shaken, their hearts still gripped by terror. The kick they had just witnessed had brought them face to face with the specter of death. Had it not been for the intervention of the elder clad in green, they would likely have been dispatched by the middle-aged man in bronze armor before them. Yet, what truly sent shivers down their spines lay behind them. From below, a multitude of terrifying auras surged forth. Nearly a dozen figures materializing behind Bai Qi, converging to form an overwhelming presence that sent tremors throughout the very fabric of space. All eyes were coldly fixed upon the 4 of them. At that moment, a transparent barrier abruptly manifested, enveloping the entirety of Fongjing City. This was the protective barrier that Lin Yu had commissioned the Mechanism Pavilion to develop. As the 4 sensed its presence, a wave of dread washed over them. Each of the formidable beings bore the cultivation of mid-level Supreme Realm, their might subtly rivaling that of peak Supreme Realm experts. Among them were a peak Supreme Realm practitioner, one in the late stage, and another in the early stage. They inwardly cursed the elder who had spoken in the hall of the sect leader, wishing to drag him over and berate him. Was this truly a newly ascended power? What were they to do? They had unwittingly walked into the lair of their adversaries. Exchanging glances, the 5th elder of the Feather Bloodsword sect braved the predatory gazes of Bai Qi and his companions. Stepping forward with a smile that was more painful than tears, addressing Lin Yu. "It's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We have long admired the great reputation of the Great Zhou and have come to pay our respects." A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips. "There is no misunderstanding. The ones you seek are the very ones I have slain," ignoring the sheer horror etched on the faces of the 4 from the Feather Bloodsword sect. His authoritative voice resonated throughout Fongjing City and reached the ears of Great Zhou's citizens watching from afar via the image stones. All 4 entities and anyone daring to raise arms. In every major city across the Great Zhou territory, the populace gazed with fervor at Lin Yu standing upon the heavenly altar, raising their arms in a fervent cheer. Towns recently incorporated into the Great Zhou were utterly captivated by Lin Yu's overwhelming aura and the palpable unity of the Great Zhou. Raising their fists in unison, chanting along, Lin Yu commanded, "Strike." Boom! In an instant, the crowd surged toward the 4, eager to strike first before their comrades could seize the opportunity. Bai Qi swiftly reappeared before Elder Yun. This mid-level Supreme Realm Elder was as good as dead. This time, he did not hold back. The ancient bronze sword manifested in his grasp, cleaving through the air, creating a fissure in the space it traversed. The four, already paralyzed with fear, steeled themselves to retaliate against the approaching forces of the Great Zhou. In mere moments, three peak Supreme Realm Elders of the Feather Bloodsword sect were brutally torn apart by the soldiers of the Military Affairs Pavilion. Elder Yun, also in mid-level Supreme Realm, now stood trembling in the void, blood spewing from his mouth as he cried out in terror to Lin Yu. "Spare me! Spare me! I can serve you! I can reveal the secrets of the Feather Bloodsword sect and lead you there." The only response he received was the icy gaze of Lin Yu and the relentless ancient sword in by Qi's hand. Witnessing their foes dispatched in an instant only fueled the fervor of the watching crowd. "Your Majesty, Great Zhou!" Lin Yu smiled and gestured for silence. Bai Qi and the others returned to their ranks, and the protective barrier receded from above Fongjing City. The ascension ceremony had concluded from this day forth. The Great Zhou would be an empire. The Great Zhou Empire would be a high-level dynasty. Great Zhou! Great Zhou! Lin Yu's declaration reignited the cheers of the masses. After delivering his proclamation, he descended from the heavenly altar, leading GMOE towards the imperial palace. The civil and military officials, along with the common folk, watched Lin Yu and GMOE depart with reluctant expressions before gradually dispersing. They remained immersed in the elation of the Great Zhou's elevation to a high-level dynasty. Having personally witnessed the resolute actions of the generals and experts under Lin Yu's governance in the face of invading foes, many had only heard tales of such valor. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different shock, further enhancing their sense of belonging and pride in the Great Zhou. This was precisely why Lin Yu chose not to deactivate the image stones. The populace needed to engage with these events to comprehend the true strength of their nation, instilling in them a sense of confidence. In the Qingxian Hall. Upon his return from the heavenly altar, Lin Yu sat in his chair and summoned Yuan Tiangang, issuing instructions. Investigate the Feather Bloodsword sect thoroughly. Those who dare to send people to the imperial city must be prepared for annihilation. Furthermore, the nefarious individuals, having cultivated their resources for so long, have likely attained territorial cultivation. Dispatch more personnel to gather intelligence beyond Li Prefecture. Understood. Yuan Tiangang acknowledged the command and promptly departed. In Sor Prefecture, the Feather Bloodsword sect, in the hall of the sect leader, Jian Yanjun, and the senior officials convened once more. The atmosphere was even more oppressive and somber, with every face etched in seriousness. Jian Yanjun spoke first. The disciple guarding the life tokens reports that Elder Yun, the second elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder's tokens shattered within moments. The recent death of the young sect leader and the assassination attempts on our disciples surely stem from the hands of the Great Zhou. Immediately awaken all sect members and prepare for battle, that we may be facing an unprecedented enemy. With that, he vanished from the hall. The others quickly dispersed to make preparations. The Feather Bloodsword sect, having lost numerous strong members, was now severely weakened. They could not afford to be negligent in the face of the imminent threat from the Great Zhou. Jian Moxi, leaving the hall of the sect leader, made his way to the sect's rear mountain, entering within. Shortly after, he emerged with a white-haired elder, both bearing grave expressions. The Feather Bloodsword sect was soon enveloped in a tempestuous aura of impending doom. The ceremony marking the Great Zhou's elevation to an empire may have concluded, but the fervor remained unabated. Across the entire territory of the Great Zhou, cities and towns thrummed with animated discussions, particularly regarding the fierce battle that had transpired during the Ascension ceremony. Lin Yu's reflections on the transformations within the Great Zhou were profound. Most notably, the entire dragon vein of Li Prefecture was subtly shifting towards Fongjing. The spiritual energy, once stagnant in the wilds, was now surging throughout Li Prefecture, with the highest increases evident closer to Fongjing. Certain prominent rivers and mountains were now bursting forth with various rare treasures, most notably within the Tianqi Mountains, where warriors from Li Prefecture, previously absent, could now be found at every turn. This phenomenon might also explain why Lin Yu had yet to relocate the capital of the Great Zhou. Both warriors and common folk naturally gravitated towards the most prosperous center. Additionally, The prolonged reign of spiritual energy that had blanketed the area was, in Lin Yu's eyes, the ultimate reward for the Great Zhou's ascension to a high-level dynasty and a potent guarantee for the swift enhancement of the nation's overall power. The base and quality of its warriors were growing at an astonishing rate, with many prodigious talents emerging, unprecedented in centuries. Due to the rapid advancements, many places had yet to establish branches of the Great Zhou Academy. During this time, GMOY's master, Lu Linglong, was tirelessly busy, often seen bustling around the teleportation arrays in Fengjing City. The myriad benefits would reveal themselves more distinctly with the passage of time. All administrative affairs had been delegated by Lin Yu, who felt reassured with several cabinet members at the helm. Within the imperial palace of the Great Zhou, Lin Yu sat alone in the Qingxin Hall, connecting with the system. Battle points. 5 million. Without hesitation, he made his decision regarding the usage of these points. System, exchange for the second level of the ancient immortal court. Ding, exchange successful. In an instant, the battlefield returned to zero. Lin Yu felt a wave of disorientation wash over him as he found himself once again amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky. He gazed upward and beheld a towering figure clad in imperial robes, surrounded by golden dragons, standing resolutely against the backdrop of the cosmos. Lin Yu was certain that this man was the same one he had encountered during his initial practice of the ancient cultivation technique known as the forging of the ancient celestial court. Seated regally within the grand hall, before the man, there loomed a colossal star, encircled by numerous smaller celestial bodies. The sounds of battle echoed relentlessly from the star, reaching even the place where Lin Yu stood. He observed the man's lips move slightly, and a voice of authority resonated throughout the starry expanse. Retreat. As his words faded, dozens of armored warriors shot forth from the star, positioning themselves behind the man. Exuding an overwhelming aura, the already tumultuous starry sky trembled even more violently under the intensity of the man's presence. Lin Yu focused intently. Though their faces remained indistinct, he was certain that among them were the courtiers he had previously seen in the celestial hall. Following their emergence, an immense army appeared, materializing from the star, all eyes fervently fixed upon the man. Once he observed that the crowd and the army had fully emerged, the man slightly waved his right hand. Conjuring a golden spear that materialized within his grasp, he thrust it toward the massive star ahead, creating a tempest of spatial turbulence in the void. The surrounding smaller stars were swept away by the released energy, obliterated in an instant. Boom! To Lin Yu's astonishment, the spear penetrated the gigantic star effortlessly, N.O. accompanied by a blinding flash of white light and the desperate cries emanating from the star. It shattered into fragments within the cosmos. The man appeared to regard this act as trivial, tilting his head slightly. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, uncertain whether the man had acted with intent. His vantage point allowed him to glimpse the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of the man's mouth. At that moment, the world spun around him, and Lin Yu found himself back within the Qingxin Hall, a name for a spear technique flickering in his mind. The shocking universe falling star spear. Was this the name of the technique he had just witnessed? Lin Yu mused silently, his astonishment. He also realized that his martial realm had surged, surpassing 2 minor levels to reach the pinnacle of the venerable realm. He briefly acclimated to the sudden influx of power, recalling the man's movements, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. He exited the Qingxin Hall, addressing Dian Wei at the entrance to the void. With that, he soared into the air. Dian Wei followed closely, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Lin Yu glanced downward, satisfied to see that they had distanced themselves from Fengjing City, turning to the bewildered Dian Wei. I have just mastered a spear technique. Try to withstand one of its strikes. Dian Wei immediately grasped the situation, excitement lighting up his features. Bring it on, Your Majesty. The long spear appeared in Lin Yu's hands as he recalled the technique. His expression turned serious, and he swung the spear toward Dian Wei. Rumble. The void erupted with sound, the space quaking as a streak of light shot forth. That a flicker of alarm crossed Dian Wei's eyes as his body tensed. Gripping his halberd tightly in preparation to withstand the blow, bang! The halberd met the spear's tip in a dazzling flash of white light, creating a minute fissure in the fabric of space at the point of impact. Dian Wei staggered slightly, retreating a few steps, regaining control of the halberd that had been momentarily sent soaring. Beaming with excitement, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, that strike could rival the prowess of a late-stage Supreme Realm Warrior. An average mid-stage Supreme Realm Warrior would surely fall to your spear." Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise as well. He had witnessed the might of his own strike, capable of forcing Dian Wei back. It was worth noting that both of them were unparalleled prodigies, capable of battling above their ranks, while the power of this strike paled in comparison to that of the man who traversed the cosmos. Lin Yu believed that the vast difference in their martial realms played a significant role in that disparity. He assessed the depletion of his spiritual energy, realizing that this single strike had consumed a considerable portion. However, reflecting on its formidable power, he felt at ease and nodded in satisfaction. His thoughts drifted back to the man who had imparted the spear technique. Lin Yu mentally compared the middle-aged figure that had appeared in the Tianlan Sword's secret realm with the man from the forging of the ancient celestial court. He sensed that the latter was far more powerful, a feeling that lingered within him, though he was currently still quite weak. Without overthinking, Lin Yu sheathed the spear and gestured to Dian Wei, soaring towards the palace. Upon returning to the palace, Lin Yu made his way directly to the Zhou Ancestor Hall. I could see it had been some time since his last visit, and with the recent changes in Zhou, he felt compelled to come and take a look. He stood there, gazing at the memorial tablets of Lin Huang and Lin Hao, momentarily lost in thought. "Father Haozi, are you both well? Zhou has now become a high-ranking imperial power. And what of my mother, whom I have yet to meet?" In the eastern region, within the province of Xian, far from the province and adjacent to the heart of the eastern region, Yuan province. At that moment, in an inn within a city in Xian province, a middle-aged man dressed in simple attire, bearing a weathered countenance, sat alone at a table, sipping wine. His bright eyes scanned the bustling crowd, observing intently. This was Lin Huang, who had departed from Zhou over a year. 8G. As he took a sip of his drink, a hint of nostalgia flickered in his gaze. Zhou had likely just celebrated the new year not long ago. "I wonder how you and Howard are faring." After leaving Zhou, he had journeyed northward, traversing the Tianqi mountain range and exiting the borders of Li province. Along the way, he had passed through 2 or 3 provinces before reaching Xian province. Indeed, this journey had not been without peril, but he had managed to navigate each challenge that arose. Furthermore, he had fortuitously ascended to the mid-stage of the venerable realm. Lin Huang realized that the closer he ventured to the center of the eastern region, the more formidable the powers and warriors he encountered. He now comprehended why Li province was so overlooked in the eastern region and why it was regarded as a wasteland by Zhou. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of awe for the clan and power to which the individual he held dear belonged. As his thoughts wandered, a commotion broke through his contemplation. "Hurry! The secret realm of inheritance has opened." This is the grandest inheritance realm in Xian province, opening once every 1,000 years. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lin Huang's eyes as he set down his cup and sprang to his feet. Swiftly following the throng in the eastern region, in the province of Yu, adjacent to Xian province, a youthful figure darted rapidly through a vast mountain range. After a spell, the figure halted at the entrance of cave, slipping inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a wondrous space, furnished with tables, chairs, and beds, everything one could need. This young figure was none other than Lin Hao. His expression was one of fury as he plopped down into a chair. What on earth was wrong with the Yi family? They had relentlessly pursued him for merely seizing a spirit herb belonging to their direct descendants. Did they not consider that the primary reason for their ire might be they had inadvertently slighted their precious jewel? Hearing Elder Yi's voice, a hint of embarrassment crossed Lin Hao's eyes. Who would have thought she was disguised as a man? I merely acted in haste and unintentionally brushed against her. Elder Yi chuckled, choosing not to respond. Lin Hao decided not to dwell on it too much. After all, he had encountered numerous such incidents over the past year. Since departing from Zhou, it felt as though he had activated some mysterious switch. Wherever he went, he found himself embroiled in trouble for the most inexplicable reasons. His experiences were nothing short of bizarre. Now, Lin Hao appeared as a youthful man of 20, the once innocent visage replaced by an expression of determination. After resting for a moment, Lin Hao found himself lost in thought I wonder how my father and elder brother are faring." Upon hearing Lin Hao's heartfelt words, Elder Yi began to speak. "Young Hao, I observe that your father, the Emperor, is a person of great fortune. It is unlikely that he will encounter misfortune easily. As for your elder brother, there is even less cause for concern. He is one of the few individuals I've been unable to see through over the years. You should consume the spiritual medicine. It may facilitate your breakthrough to the realm of the honored. Only upon reaching the realm of the honored can one be considered a moderately formidable warrior. At the very least, your speed will increase significantly." Upon hearing Elder Yi's words, Lin Hao snapped back to reality, his lips twitching in fury as he exclaimed, "Old fool, are you the one behind this? You spoke of ascending to great heights after leaving the Great Zhou, yet it seems now that I am plummeting instead. If it weren't for your incessant urging to seize this and that, would I've had to hide in caves so often? At this rate, I might as well be gaining experience in digging." He added vehemently, "And stop calling me young Hao." Elder Yi cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed, and replied, "This cannot solely be blamed on me, that I too am perplexed as to why you frequently encounter such illogical occurrences. However, each time, you manage to turn misfortune into fortune. It was only recently that I intentionally allowed you to test your limits. To my surprise, the results were quite favorable. You were able to escape." Lin Hao's gaze darkened, teetering on the edge of rage. Elder Yi hastily continued, "In just over a year, you have already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Without the trials you faced, how could your progress have been so rapid? Thus, you should seize this opportunity to enhance your abilities, so you may assist your father and elder brother." Upon hearing the names Lin Huang and Lin Yu, Lin Hao fell silent, retrieving a luminescent spiritual herb from his pocket and swallowing it whole before closing his eyes to meditate. Elder Yi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. In the imperial palace of the Great Zhou. A month had passed since the promotion ceremony. Lin Yu and GMO Yi strolled leisurely through the palace gardens. Before long, Yuan Tiangang appeared, saluting the two before stating, "Your Majesty, the Yu Shui sword sect has been thoroughly investigated." "Speak," Lin Yu commanded. After suffering losses in personnel during previous encounters, the Yu Shui sword sect now boasts a single early-stage honored elder, a mid-stage sect leader, 2 peak-stage supreme elders, and 3 supreme elders of varying stages, early, mid, and late. Additionally, there are over a dozen honored realm experts, with the remainder being disciples below that threshold. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Yu Shui sword sect possesses considerable strength, with even an early-stage honored elder among their ranks. Despite the losses they have endured, they still retain 2 peak-stage supreme elders. Yuan Tiangang nodded affirmatively. "I have recently learned that Jianzhou was once home to 2 major powers akin to advanced empires. One of these powers was eradicated by the Yu Shui sword sect over a decade ago. Following that battle, the sect effectively dominated Jianzhou, significantly enhancing its overall strength. Their sect leader, Jian Yanjun, is an ambitious individual who strives to elevate the Yu Shui sword sect to new heights." Lin Yu understood immediately. The Yu Shui sword sect is indeed far stronger than the average advanced empire, boasting numerous peak-stage supreme warriors. Had they not encountered Lin Yu and suffered repeated losses, they might have soon rivaled the pinnacle of imperial powers. Considering Yuan Tiangong's earlier report, Lin Yu pondered briefly before issuing orders. "Summon Bai Qi, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji to return. Call upon the 3 members of the Lan family. They are to report to the Qing Xian Hall tomorrow morning." He paused momentarily before adding, "You are to come as well. Additionally, remember to inquire about any news regarding the Supreme Emperor and the One-Word King." "Yes," Yuan Tiangang acknowledged before departing. The two resumed their stroll through the garden as they watched Yuan Tiangang leave. The following day, in the Qing Xian Hall, members of the Military Affairs Pavilion and the 3 from the Lan family arrived early, awaiting Lin Yu's presence. Lan Zhu questioned Yuan Tiangang about the purpose of their summons. Yuan Tiangang merely gestured towards Jianzhou, offering no further explanation. The others quickly grasped the implication, their eyes glimmering with fervor as they respectfully awaited Lin Yu's arrival. Before long, Lin Yu entered the grand hall. Glancing at those prepared to bow, and with a slight wave of his hand, he took his seat at the head, stating, "Bouillon Shui, please report on the situation regarding the Yu Shui sword sect." Yuan Tiangang promptly recounted his previous conversation with Lin Yu to the assembled group. Observing the eager expressions of several individuals, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed coldly as he issued a direct command. The Yu Shui sword sect has repeatedly provoked our dynasty, even daring to plot disruption during the promotion ceremony. Yuan Tiangang will lead the way. You shall go forth on my behalf to eradicate the Yu Shui sword sect. As a demonstration of our dynasty's might, upon your arrival, Nie Zheng and Zhuan Zhu will meet you to join in the endeavor. Understood. The group was visibly excited. The emperor was finally prepared to take action against the Yu Shui sword sect. Lan Zhu internally motivated himself, knowing this was his first opportunity to fight for the Great Zhou, and he was determined to make a splendid showing. Beside him, Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchan shared similar sentiments. During the last promotion ceremony, they had barely participated, as 4 warriors from the Yu Shui sword sect had been swiftly torn apart by the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion. This time, they could not afford to miss the opportunity. Lin Yu watched the departing figures with a frosty expression. He had no intention of deploying an army this time. The current military ranks of the Great Zhou were insufficiently high. Sending them would be a waste of time and resources, leading to unnecessary casualties, an endeavor not worth the cost. Against these sect forces, it was imperative to employ high-ranking warriors for a forceful suppression. Their primary strength was concentrated within their mountain gates, particularly the currently panicked Yu Shui sword sect. Only during large-scale invasions could the army truly showcase its advantages. After exiting the palace, the group made their way directly to the teleportation array within Fengjing City. The current Fengjing City saw an astonishing volume of foot traffic through its teleportation array daily. The guards quickly cleared the area upon seeing them, allowing them to proceed ahead. The citizens of the Great Zhou in line complied without hesitation, their curious gazes fixed on Yuan Tiangang and the others. Bold warriors among the crowd directly inquired, "General Bai, are you leading the charge in a battle?" Bai Qi paused momentarily, then faced the inquisitive crowd, declaring, by the emperor's command, "We are to tread upon Jianzhou and obliterate the Yu Shui sword sect." He felt there was nothing inappropriate in saying this, considering the current overwhelming unity of the Great Zhou. Even if a few nefarious individuals attempted to leak the information by the time it spread, the Yu Shui sword sect would likely have been eradicated. The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement, their fervent voices ringing out, "May you all achieve victory and vanquish all foes." The group nodded slightly to the crowd before stepping into the teleportation array in Jianzhou, within the Yu Shui sword sect. Jin and Jun and the senior members were engaged in discussion. Beside him stood an elder, Liu, the other honored elder awakened from the sect's rear mountain not long ago. His eyes flickered as he spoke. "Sect leader, a month has passed, and there has been no movement from the Great Zhou. Are we being overly cautious? The entire sect is already rife with speculation. He was originally the supreme elder of the Jinyu Pavilion, a powerful faction of the Jianzhou Empire. Several years ago, during a great battle, he betrayed his comrades, leaving the leader of Jinyu Pavilion to fight alone, ultimately falling to Jian Yanjun's blade. From that moment on, the Yu Shui sword sect reigned supreme in Jianzhou." Upon hearing his words, Jian Yanjun was about to speak when a tremendous rumble echoed through the hall. Shaking it violently, a glint of determination flashed in Jian Yanjun's eyes as he vanished from his seat. Appearing in mid-air above the hall, his gaze gravely fixed on the mountain-protecting array. The others in the hall quickly followed suit, materializing behind him. Such a commotion did not go unnoticed. The entirety of Yu Shui sword sect sensed it and hurriedly emerged from all corners. Mere moments passed before a sound akin to shattering glass reverberated through the air, signaling the explosion of the mountain-protecting array. Several figures descended from the void, confronting Jian Yanjun and his companions. They were Bai Qi and his associates, who had arrived shortly after leaving the palace. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Jian Yanjun's eyes as he sensed the aura emanating from them, and spoke up. The Great Zhou Dynasty, seeing that the generals of the Military Affairs Pavilion remained silent, Lan Zhu interjected, "Indeed." Jian Yanjun cast a scrutinizing glance at him, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is it true that my son, Jian Moxi, along with numerous powerful members of my sect, fell at your hands?" Lin Yu had just broken through to the supreme realm following the spiritual reign of that day. He was about to respond when Bai Qi's voice cut through the air. No need for idle chatter. We are the ones who killed them. The Yushua sword sect dared to repeatedly target His Majesty and the Great Zhou. We have been ordered to eradicate the Yushua sword sect. With that declaration, Bai Qi stepped forward, vanishing from sight, only to reappear wielding an ancient bronze sword, striking toward Jian Yanjun. Bai Qi's figure flickered. Jian Yanjun's pupils constricted, and he summoned his sword, meeting the oncoming ancient blade with a death counter. A dull clang resounded as their weapons clashed, the shockwave instantly obliterating the hall below. Jian Yanjun was forced back several steps, his gaze icy as he regarded Bai Qi. There is some skill to you. Elderly, join me in slaying him. Elderly, taken aback by Bai Qi's formidable strike, quickly closed in, aligning himself with Jian Yanjun to confront Bai Qi. Bai Qi's eyes flickered with surprise at Jian Yanjun's prowess. This was the talent of their world, capable of withstanding a blow from him without injury. As he perceived the two approaching figures, Bai Qi felt a surge of excitement, the bronze armor around him brimming with energy. A palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from him, enveloping him in a tangible black mist, his gaze frosty, lips curled in a chilling smile. With the ancient sword in hand, he swung it toward the two. A massive rift in space tore open, and with a resounding boom, Jian Yanjun and his companion were hurled backward, their faces stricken with terror as they beheld Bai Qi, a veritable harbinger of death. Ignoring their astonishment, Bai Qi advanced toward them with ferocious speed. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun and Lin Yu had already reacted to Bai Qi's words, charging toward the members of Yushua sword sect. The heavens roared with the tumult of battle, alarming many nearby factions and warriors who hastened to investigate. As Bai Qi spoke, Zhao Yun and Xan Shiji swiftly appeared before the Grand Elder and the Third Elder of Yushua sword sect, their weapons slicing through the air toward them. Yuan Tiangang remained unmoved, pushing Lin Yu toward a junior member of the Yushua sword sect, a novice in the supreme realm in that moment. Even the slowest among them realized the gravity of the situation. Lin Yu cast a grateful glance at Yuan Tiangang before engaging the supreme realm warrior in combat, though he inwardly grumbled about the ruthlessness of the military affairs pavilion generals, who wasted no time in slaughter. Blue Ling Sheng and Blue Yuqing, observing Yuan Tiangang's maneuvers, also darted towards two other junior members of Yushua sword sect. Following the spiritual reign, both had made significant advancements. Blue Ling Sheng had reached the peak of the supreme realm, while Blue Yuqing had attained the later stages. They effortlessly dispatched their opponents, who were of a lower realm, yet internally noted that they needed to act more swiftly. The response of their adversaries was alarmingly prompt. Had it not been for Yuan Tiangang's timely push to aid Lin Yu, the three of them might have found themselves in dire straits. Jian Yanjun and the other high-ranking warriors clashed with the formidable forces of the Great Zhou. Nie Zheng and Zhuanzhu swiftly transformed into shadows of the night, infiltrating the ranks of Yushua sword sect's revered warriors. Their every strike resulted in instant death, filling the air with the frenzied screams and cries of the Yushua sword sect disciples. No, one mid-stage revered warrior stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld his fellow disciples, who had been laughing moments before, now torn apart in an instant. Before he could react, a ghostly flash passed before his eyes, and he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Lower-ranked disciples of Yushua sword sect, in a state of panic, fled toward the mountain gate, repeating in terror, "Demons. They are demons. The sect is finished. It's over." Yet, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a masked figure appeared before them. Swiftly snapping their neck, the entire Yushua sword sect resembled a Hell's Cape, with Yuan Tiangang, Nie Zheng, and Zhuanzhu ensuring that not a single fly could escape. The skies above were stained crimson in the battlefield among the revered warriors. Jian Yanjun, blood dripping from his lips, glanced at the slaughter of his sect disciples by the three supreme realm warriors of the Great Zhou, turning to face Bai Qi, who was shrouded in a veil of black mist. A bitter smile gracing his features. Coughing up blood once more, he declared the Great Zhou Dynasty. Such ruthless tactics. Bai Qi's gaze remained icy, unresponsive, as blood dripped from the tip of his ancient bronze sword. The supreme elder of Yushua sword sect lay slain, his body crashing into a palace, eyes wide in terror, still reflecting the fear of his last moments, seeing Baiqi's refusal to engage in dialogue. Jian Yanjun's bitter smile deepened, that a flicker of resolve ignited within his eyes as he summoned the last remnants of his power, charging at Baiqi like a moth drawn to flame. Baiqi, however, was swifter. With a single step, he appeared before Jian Yanjun, thrusting the ancient sword directly into his dantian. With a resounding crash, Jian Yanjun fell heavily to the ground, staggering to his feet, sensing the rapid extinguishing of his vitality, and howled in rage toward the heavens. Great Zhou. With a swift motion akin to a flash, a long sword descended from the heavens, piercing through Jian Yanjun's nape with lethal precision before firmly embedding itself into the ground. In an instant, Jian Yanjun fell to his knees, his eyes wide with fury as he gazed skyward, devoid of any sign of life. The ominous black aura surrounding Baiqi gradually dissipated as he cast a glance at the prostrate Jian Yanjun, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. The remaining individuals, having long concluded their own battles, approached Baiqi, surveying the lifeless form of Jian Yanjun with expressions void of emotion. Only the three members of the Lan family felt a chill at the prowess and methods of this harbinger of death, silently grateful for the prudent choice they had made earlier. Baiqi surveyed the battlefield strewn with the corpses of the Yu Shui Jianzong, nodding to his companions as he proclaimed, "Let us return and report to His Majesty." With that, he led them away, vanishing from the skies above the Yu Shui Jianzong. Not long after their departure, a series of piercing sounds filled the air as several figures appeared in the sky, casting their gazes upon the Yu Shui Jianzong. Instantly, terror flickered in their eyes as they exchanged frantic glances, swallowing hard in apprehension. "This is grave. Which faction is responsible?" One inquired, trembling with fear. Could it be the colossal power from the eastern domain that has struck? The scene before them was indeed harrowing. The protective mountain formation lay in ruins, palatial structures shattered, and the ground littered with the corpses of disciples clad in various garments of the Yu Shui Jianzong. In the heart of the central hall, Jian Yanjun knelt, a sword impaled through him, his gaze turned skyward in defiance. The expressions of the fallen were etched with terror, as if they had encountered an insurmountable horror. Throughout the entire entrance of the Yu Shui Jianzong, not a single body remained unscathed. The sect had been utterly annihilated without a semblance of resistance. "Look!" one exclaimed, fear etched upon his face as he pointed shakily toward Jian Yanjun, specifically to the ground before him. "Zhou!" The others focused intently, and in that moment, a palpable wave of murderous intent surged towards them. An icy gaze seemed to bore into their minds, as if it were right before them. With a muffled gasp, several of them coughed up blood, their eyes filled with dread. Was this the name of the force that had obliterated the Yu Shui Jianzong? What manner of powerful being could exude such malevolence that it caused them? Supreme realm warriors to bleed? They shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of this force. I could see that moment. The individual who had pointed at Jian Yanjun seemed to recall something, his face contorted in disbelief as he spoke. "I recently received news. The neighboring Lizhou has been unified by a power known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. Not long ago, they even completed a ceremony of ascension." He paused for effect, then continued, "It is said that Jianmo Xia once ventured into a secret realm in Lizhou but never returned. Rumor has it he was killed there. This must undoubtedly refer to the Great Zhou Dynasty of Lizhou." Upon hearing this, the others were struck with astonishment. Hastily taking their leave, they trusted the words of the speaker wholeheartedly, as he had been the one closest to the Yu Shui Jianzong. They needed to return and inform their respective factions to steer clear of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The speaker trembled as he rushed back to relay the news to his comrades. After their departure, many other factions and warriors arrived upon witnessing the devastating state of the Yu Shui Jianzong and the ominous characters etched into the ground, swiftly returning to report to their own forces. The entire Jianzhou reverberated with turmoil. Baiqi and his companions paid no heed to the uproar that ensued following the annihilation of the Yu Shui Jianzong. Once they exited Jianzhou, they made their way back to the territory of the Zhou, heading towards the imperial palace in the Qingxian Hall of the Zhou Palace. Lin Yu sat in the main seat, with Baiqi and his companions standing respectfully below. Your Majesty, we have fulfilled our duty. The Yu Shui Jianzong has been thoroughly exterminated, and their leader, Jian Yanjun, was slain by my own hand. Bai Qi reported, offering a slight bow. A smile graced Lin Yu's lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent. You have all worked tirelessly. He paused before giving further instructions. There shall be no tranquility in Jianzhou for the foreseeable future. The remaining factions are merely lower-tier dynasties. Let us observe their internal strife for a while before we make our move on Jianzhou. Now, you may all take your rest. Lan Aiqing, you remain. Yes, the others took their leave, casting meaningful glances at Lan Ju. Lan Lingsheng and Lan Yuchun exchanged excited looks. Once everyone had departed, Lin Yu gestured towards the seats before him. Sit, Lan Ju. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, took a seat, his head bowed, scarcely settling into the chair, ready to rise at any moment. Having experienced the ascension ceremony and the recent annihilation of Yu Shui Jianzong, he had gained a profound understanding of Lin Yu and the Dezhou. The more he learned, the more grateful and awed he felt towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu observed the anxious Lan Ju with a smile. Do not be nervous. I merely wish to engage in a casual conversation with you. After a brief pause, noticing Lan Ju's expression soften, he continued, How was your journey? Without hesitation, Lan Ju replied, The generals displayed unparalleled valor. The three of us merely provided some assistance. Lin Yu nodded slightly, seemingly anticipating this response, and rose to his feet. What is your impression of Dezhou today? Lan Ju stood up abruptly, pondering briefly before responding. Dezhou is flourishing, with a strong sense of unity among its citizens. Given a little time, its power will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Lin Yu did not pursue that line of discussion, but instead spoke slowly. What do you know of the regions beyond Lizhou, specifically the Eastern Domain and the Qiongding continent? Lan Ju lowered his head in contemplation, as if organizing his thoughts. Lin Yu, not in a hurry, strolled to the window, gazing into the distance as he awaited his response. Lan Ju realized that Dezhou's sudden rise was entirely orchestrated by Lin Yu. He had long been prepared for Lin Yu's inquiry. So upon hearing the question, he organized the information he had previously gathered and spoke. Your Majesty, our family has been rooted in Lizhou for generations, and our knowledge of the Eastern Domain is limited. However, being situated north of Lizhou, adjacent to Jianzhou and Huizhou, we occasionally encounter individuals from other states and glean some information from them. But he paused, glancing at Lin Yu's silhouette before continuing. As Your Majesty is aware, to the left and upper left of Lizhou lies Jianzhou, while to the right and upper right lies Huizhou. Jianzhou and Huizhou completely envelop Lizhou, with only a slight connection between the two. In the expanse between Jianzhou and Huizhou lies Mingzhou, which is vast, considerably larger than the combined territories of Jianzhou, Huizhou, and Lizhou. I once had the fortune to visit the renowned Shanzhou, one of the three major advanced dynasties in Mingzhou, where countless powerful individuals reside, with a history that stretches back eons. It is said that there are many in the sovereign realm there. He continued, The true behemoth of Mingzhou is known as the Mingyu dynasty, a peak imperial power that occupies the entire northern territory of Mingzhou. I have not ventured there, so my knowledge is limited. Besides Jianzhou and Huizhou, the boundaries adjacent to Mingzhou also include three other states from the Eastern Domain. The most talked about is Xianzhou, which borders the northern part of Mingzhou. It is said that Xianzhou is far more expansive than Mingzhou, with a multitude of powers as numerous as the stars, renowned as one of the three major states at the heart of the Eastern Domain. Adjacent to Xianzhou lies the very center of the Eastern Domain, Yuanzhou. Your Majesty, this is all the information I've been able to gather. After Lan Ju finished speaking, he respectfully stood a short distance behind Lin Yu. Upon hearing Lan Ju's words, Lin Yu's mind gradually conjured a clear map. It turned out that Lizhou is so small, while the Eastern Domain is vast. Lizhou is essentially situated in the farthest corner of the southern part of the Eastern Domain. Simultaneously, a surge of ambition rose within him. He was determined to lead the Great Zhou into Yuanzhou, known as the center of the Eastern Domain, to witness its magnificent scenery. After a moment of digesting what Lan Ju had just conveyed, Lin Yu turned to him and said, I understand. Go back and rest. Once you are outside, notify the cabinet on my behalf to announce to all officials that a morning court will be held tomorrow. Yes, Lin Yu bowed respectfully and turned to leave. After exiting the Qingxin Hall, a flicker of excitement coursed through his heart as he hurried toward the cabinet. Once Lin Yu departed, Lin Yu tucked away the information he had just received into the recesses of his mind. He connected to the system to check the rewards from Bai Qi and the other's journey to Jianzhou. Battle points. 9 million. The Feather Bloodsword sect has contributed a substantial amount of battle points over time. And he immediately inquired, System, how many battle points are required to break through to the Supreme Realm? 3 million. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly. The costs were escalating. He promptly opened the marketplace system to peruse the required slaughter points for purchasing the third level of the Imperial Initiation Scripture. Battle points for the third level of the Imperial Initiation Scripture. 30 million. He instantly abandoned the idea of enhancing his cultivation. Although according to the patterns he had discerned, a higher martial cultivation would likely yield a higher initial realm for summoned characters. His current battle points were simply insufficient. Given the system's tendencies, he feared that after reaching the Supreme Realm, summoning would also require 3 million battle points. Lin Yu pondered briefly. Previously, there had been reports from the unruly ones regarding a fierce conflict between the fiery state's burning Heaven Dynasty and the Tianyuan sect. Now, with the Feather Bloodsword sect annihilated, the Tianyuan sect had shown no immediate movements, but that did not imply they would relent. Lin Yu had no intention of letting the Tianyuan sect off the hook. He had already arranged for Yuan Tiangang to send the unruly ones to Fiery State to gather intelligence on the Tianyuan sect. Suddenly, he remembered the 3 iron cavalry legions that had fought tirelessly for him. He immediately checked on them. The martial realm of the entire legion was uniformly at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Such a martial cultivation legion would undoubtedly dominate a typical lower-tier dynasty. Comparatively, they would likely fall short against higher-tier dynasties. Moreover, there existed disparities even among dynasties of the same tier. Now that the Great Zhou had ascended to a higher-tier dynasty, it would inevitably confront powers from other states in the Eastern Domain, including higher and even peak-tier dynasties. Currently, the combat capability of the 3 iron cavalries seemed somewhat lacking. Hesitating momentarily between the Realm Enhancement Card and the training space, Lin Yu opted to purchase the Realm Enhancement Card. Concerned about unforeseen circumstances that he swiftly navigated the marketplace. Legion Realm Enhancement Card, 5th tier, required battle points, 2 million. Note, can specifically enhance the martial cultivation of 1 legion to the initial level of the Earth Realm. Lin Yu resolved firmly that this would be his choice. The 6th tier was beyond his reach for now, as one would require 5 million to elevate to the peak of the Earth Realm. System, expend 6 million battle points to purchase 3 Legion Realm Enhancement Cards, 5th tier, and immediately apply them to the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Itong, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Ding! Purchase successful. Use successful. At the moment the system's voice fell, a colossal aura surged skyward from the 3 directions surrounding the Great Zhou's borders, inciting fervent discussions among the nearby townsfolk. Lin Yu glanced at the now diminished 3 million battle points and made another purchase. System, expend 3 million battle points to purchase 3 Cavalry Legion expansion cards, 4th tier, and immediately apply them to the Flying Tiger Army, the White Horse Itong, and the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry. Ding! Purchase successful. Use successful. The crowd, still buzzing with discussions at the Great Zhou's borders, turned their gazes once more toward the distance. They beheld the Great Zhou Iron Cavalry's encampment outside the city, which suddenly began to tremble violently. The previously ascendant aura swelling even larger, and it took a considerable time before tranquility was restored. Such phenomena became yet another topic of conversation among the towns bordering the Great Zhou. As the citizens of these towns had grown accustomed to the daily vigilance of the Great Zhou Legion stationed outside, this presence was their source of confidence. Lin Yu glanced at the battle points that had swiftly reverted to 0 and exited the Qingxin Hall, feeling a surge of anticipation that he wondered how the 3 Iron Cavalry Legions would perform when they encountered the elite forces of the Mingzhou higher-tier dynasty, as mentioned by Lin Yu. 3 Cavalry Legion expansion cards, 4th tier, battle points, 1 million. Note, can specifically enhance the reorganization number of 1 Cavalry Legion to 100,000 the next day in the court hall. Lin Yu sat upon the dragon throne while the ministers stood below. This gathering was merely a temporary assembly that Lin Yu had convened, so the officials present were all high-ranking members of the Great Zhou. many of whom were stationed in Fongjing City. At this moment, a hint of curiosity lingered in the hearts of the attendees. Lin Yu surveyed the hall and spoke directly. Yesterday, the sect master of the Feather Bloodsword sect, Jin Yanjun, was slain. And the Feather Bloodsword sect has been eradicated by several generals from our military affairs pavilion and minister lawn. After delivering this news, he paused slightly, allowing the crowd to digest it for a moment before continuing. Since my ascension to the throne, I have yet to confer titles upon my loyal ministers. Today, I shall bestow honors upon the meritorious subjects of the Great Zhou since the beginning of the new Yuan. At this, the ministers within the hall immediately exhibited signs of excitement, their hearts racing with anticipation. The titles in the Great Zhou are categorized into 6 ranks: King, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, aside from the rank of King. Each tier is further divided into 3 levels. For instance, a first-tier Duke and a third-tier Duke. The first-tier Duke holds a higher status. The nobility titles do not have a direct correlation with the ranks of officials. However, such titles can subtly elevate an official status. Additionally, some meritorious figures may even be granted titles and fiefs as rewards. Lin Yu scanned the eagerly awaiting crowd and, with a slight smirk, glanced at Liu Bowen and commanded, "The cabinet shall announce." The hall fell silent instantly, all eyes ablaze with anticipation as they turned toward Liu Bowen, who stepped forward from the ranks. Liu Bowen held a golden volume in his hands. Flipping it open, just as he was about to read, he was momentarily taken aback upon glancing at the contents. This golden volume had been handed to him by Lin Yu just before the court assembly. No one other than Lin Yu knew what was inscribed within. Regaining his composure, he began to read aloud. Confer, Liu Bowen, First-Tier Marquis, title, National Sage Marquis. Confer, Sun Yu, First-Tier Marquis, title, Loyal Assistant Marquis. Upon the instant those 2 titles were conferred, the ministers in the hall regarded Liu Bowen and Sun Yu with expressions of envy at a first-tier title. Yet there was no discontent. The crowd held genuine admiration for the 2. The conferral continued. Confer by Qi, First-Tier Marquis, title, Martial Peace Marquis. Confer Exine Shiji, Third-Tier Marquis, title, Civil and Military Marquis. Confer Zhao Yun, Third-Tier Marquis, title, Heroic Valor Marquis. Confer Hua Xubing, Third-Tier Marquis, title, Champion Marquis. Confer Dianwei, Third-Tier Marquis, title, Fierce Martial Marquis. Confer Meng Tian, Third-Tier Marquis, title, Loyal and Faithful Marquis. As Liu Bowen read to this point, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He hesitated briefly before continuing. Confer Lin Yu, Third-Tier Marquis, title, Blue Flame Marquis. Alas, within the court, the ministers cast complex glances at Lin Yu. Filled with awe, envy, and even a hint of jealousy, standing amidst the ranks, Lin Yu trembled with excitement, his gaze meeting Lin Yu's encouraging eyes. Overwhelmed, he felt an urge to kneel and pay his respects to Lin Yu right then and there. However, recalling the gravity of the situation, he restrained his emotions and continued to listen as Liu Bowen read aloud. In his heart, he silently vowed to dedicate himself entirely to Lin Yu and the Great Zhou. The titles of nobility have been conferred. Following this, titles of earls and lower ranks were announced. The reading lasted nearly an hour, and nearly all present in the hall received their grants. Yet the most radiant among them were not the members of the Cabinet and Military Affairs Hall, whom they considered deserving, but rather the Marquis of Blazing Flames, Lin Yu. These titles were the result of Lin Yu's extensive contemplation. Some names from his past life remained unchanged, while others were altered. Among the Meng family, only Meng Tian was granted the title of Marquis. This was Lin Yu's way of safeguarding them, as he believed excess would be detrimental for Yuan Tiangang, Niezheng, and Zhuangzhou. Their roles were far too unique, entirely serving as Lin Yu's direct instruments. They would not emerge in public unless under specific circumstances. Thus, Lin Yu refrained from bestowing titles upon them. Additionally, there was the elder Gongshu from the Mechanism Hall. Lin Yu had inquired about him on several occasions, but the elder had consistently expressed disinterest, so Lin Yu did not press the issue to as for Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt he was entirely deserving of the title. Initially, Lin Yu had intended to confer upon him parts of the original territory of the Blazing Flames dynasty during this ceremony. However, After some consideration, he decided to postpone that for another time. Lin Yu glanced at Liu Bowen, who had concluded the announcements, and proclaimed, "I urge all my esteemed ministers to continue contributing to the Great Zhou. I shall ensure that merit is duly rewarded." With that, he surveyed the grand hall once more before rising and departing. Upon exiting the audience hall, Lin Yu's mind buzzed, and he felt as though he were floating. The members of the cabinet and military affairs hall passing by greeted him with warm smiles, particularly Bai Qi, who surprisingly displayed a rare smile. Lin Yu, taken aback, politely responded to each one that, noticing a throng of officials eagerly approaching him, he declined numerous invitations and made his way to his residence. He wished to share this momentous news with Lin Lingsheng and Lin Yuchun, as expected. Upon hearing the announcement from the court that day, both were overjoyed, and the three of them immediately gathered to celebrate with drinks. That night, the festivities at the Marquis of Blazing Flames residence continued until deep into the night. A month had passed since Lin Yu's conferral ceremony at Kati, the border city between the Great Zhou and the Fire State. Hua Tsubing was meditating in the military camp. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and vanished from his spot in an instant. At the edge of the Fire State, a youthful figure soared through the sky with urgency. The youth, with a face etched in anxiety, glanced back as he flew forward. It was Yanzhe, the prince of the Burning Heaven dynasty. He hastened toward the distant outline of the Li State city. His speed increasing to that moment. A powerful sound of air being sliced apart echoed. Yanzhe abruptly halted, staring grimly at the elderly figure that appeared before him. "Prince Yanzhe, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" The old man asked, his smile devoid of warmth. "You old fool," Yanzhe retorted angrily. "How dare you collude with external forces? Who doesn't know that the Ming Mountain dynasty has long plotted against the Fire State? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Upon hearing Yanzhe's words, the elder smiled mockingly. "We could have simply gone to Li State to seek out the murderer of Yixian, who happens to be the only son of our esteemed elder at Tianyuan Gate. But you, Burning Heaven dynasty, insist on creating trouble for us. Yin Duanheng has gone to great lengths to lead numerous powerful warriors into battle against our Tianyuan Gate, and we could have left you and your sister in the palace without issue. But now that you've sneaked out, you must come back with me to Tianyuan Gate. Bah!" Yanzhe spat defiantly. "If you have the ability, kill me. Chasing after me all this way proves your incompetence." As the elder heard Yanzhe's words, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes, and he lunged toward Yanzhe. Boom! Just as the elder's hand reached out, a black spear whizzed through the air, striking him with tremendous force. The elder was sent flying back several dozen steps, blood spewing from his mouth, eyes wide with terror as he beheld the armored youth appearing before Yanzhe. "Who are you?" The elder gasped, bewildered. Yanzhe's face lit up with joy upon recognizing the youth. "General Hua, I urgently need to find Brother Lin. This old dog is from Tianyuan Gate and wants to drag me back to threaten my father." The youth was none other than Hua Tsubing, who had been meditating in the military camp. Sensing Yanzhe's presence, he rushed over. Upon hearing Yanzhe's words, a cold light flickered in his eyes. He vanished from sight, brandishing his spear in a powerful downward strike aimed at the elder from Tianyuan Gate. N.O. The elder's horrified scream echoed as his body was cleaved in two. "General Hua, you've become even more formidable. A warrior at the initial stage of the Supreme Realm cannot withstand even 2 moves from you," Yanzhe exclaimed excitedly as Hua Tsubing returned to his side. Hua Tsubing smiled at him, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Remembering Yanzhe's earlier words, he promptly led him toward Fongjing City, in the Great Zhou Palace. Lin Yu emerged from GMO Yi's quarters, his face alight with joy. Just moments ago, GMO Yi had shared momentous news with him. She was expecting twins, no less. Lin Yu waved his hand decisively, instructing the palace staff to ensure all necessary provisions were in place. Whatever she needed, she shall have. Any issues must be reported to him immediately. Since GMO Yi had been named the Empress of the Great Zhou, Qin Heir had been assigned to oversee her palace affairs. With Qin Heir there, Lin Yu felt a sense of reassurance. Now, he made his way to the Qing Xian Hall. Dianwei had just reported that Yanzhe was brought back from the border by Hua Tsubing. Urgently wanting to see him into the Qing Xian Hall, Yanzhe anxiously awaited in the main hall, while Hua Zhubing stood nearby. Having traveled from the edge of Li State, Yanzhe had gleaned much from Hua Zhubing about the recent changes in the Great Zhou, leaving him deeply shocked. Despite his admiration for Lin Yu, he had never imagined that the Great Zhou had risen to the status of a high-level imperial power. When the Great Zhou ascended to the status of an imperial dynasty, they had only received word of it and were unaware of the specifics. Consequently, he felt a surge of hope regarding the purpose of his visit. The Burning Heaven dynasty had suffered significant losses in the battle 6 months prior, losing a warrior at the royal realm and 2 at the supreme realm. His father, Yin Duanheng, along with many powerful figures of the dynasty, had secluded themselves for nearly half a year after returning to the dynasty. Meanwhile, Tianyuan Gate had experienced even graver losses, having lost a royal realm warrior and 4 supreme realm elders. Thus, the Burning Heaven dynasty had effectively harmed itself while inflicting damage on the enemy. The 2 sides had been licking their wounds in silence, not interfering with one another. Yet, the elder of Tianyuan Gate, He Yuan, could not let go of the grudge of his slain son, declaring that blood feuds could not be forgotten. After lengthy persuasion, he successfully rallied the upper echelons of Tianyuan Gate. Subsequently, it remained unclear what kind of agreement Tianyuan Gate reached with the Ming Mountain Dynasty. The ruler of the Ming Mountain Dynasty dispatched 3 royal realm warriors to lead troops into action. Calculating the time, the army should soon reach the borders of the Burning Heaven Dynasty. During this period, Yanzhe had constantly cursed in his heart, wondering why the elder of Tianyuan Gate who had died wasn't He Yuan. "Xiaozhe, what brings you here?" As Yanzhe anxiously paced back and forth, Lin Yu's voice resonated through the air. Yanzhe immediately looked up and hurried to Lin Yu's side, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, please assist my father and the Burning Heaven Dynasty." The mirth in Lin Yu's eyes vanished in an instant as he asked solemnly, "What has transpired?" Yanzhe promptly recounted the events of the past half-year in Huazhou and the news of the Ming Mountain Dynasty's military movements. Upon hearing this, a glint of danger flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. "So they have indeed come. The Ming Mountain Dynasty." After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Can your Burning Heaven Dynasty withstand the might of the Ming Mountain Dynasty's formidable forces and army?" This was a critical question, and Lin Yu regarded Yanzhe with a serious expression. Yanzhe hesitated for a moment, considering deeply before responding. "The commander of the Ming Mountain Dynasty is named Wang Yu, a mid-stage sovereign king warrior and one of the 2 noble lords of the dynasty. Wang Yu's territory borders are Huazhou, and thus he has often led the troops during various skirmishes over the years. The other 2 commanders are royal warriors of the Ming Mountain Dynasty, both in the early stages of sovereign king. The number and quality of their forces are not vastly different from ours. Had it not been for the earlier conflict 6 months ago, my father could have led our troops to counter them effectively. The Ming Mountain Dynasty would not dare to prolong the confrontation, for they too have enemies within Mingzhou. However, currently, we face not only the threat of the Ming Mountain Dynasty's army, but also the support of the Tianyuan Gate within the state. Our Burning Heaven Dynasty is truly besieged on all sides. My father should be at the border, preparing to confront the Ming Mountain forces. He has declared that regardless of the conflicts within the state, no external ambitious forces shall set foot in Huazhou unless the Burning Heaven Dynasty is obliterated." Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this, feeling somewhat reassured. Yanzhe's father was indeed a man of great resolve. Lin Yu continued, "According to your earlier account, you had a significant confrontation with the Tianyuan Gate 6 months ago. Could you elaborate on their current circumstances, particularly regarding their leadership?" At this moment, Yanzhe fully grasped Lin Yu's intentions, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes as he responded. "Following that battle, the Tianyuan Gate still possesses 2 sovereign king warriors and 4 supreme elder experts. My father mentioned that the leader, Yu, is a mid-stage sovereign king. The grand elder, He Yuan, who is the father of He Xian, broke through to the sovereign king realm a year ago. The remaining 4 are supreme elders, all in the early to mid-stages." As Yanzhe spoke, he glanced at the side, where Hua Zhubing stood. "Oh, by the way, now there are 3 supreme elders." Lin Yu understood his implication at once. No wonder Hua Zhubing had brought him here. He must have sensed the danger at the border and intervened promptly. The strength of the Tianyuan Gate was indeed considerably weaker than that of the Blood Feather Sword sect. Lin Yu's mind was made up as he turned to Hua Zhubing and commanded, "Convey orders to the cabinet, Lu Bowen, Sun Yu, to the military affairs pavilion, by Qi, Zhao Yun, Exiled Qiji, and to Lan Ju, Lan Lingsheng, and Lan Yuchen. Return to Fengjing immediately to convene in the Qingxian Hall." Understood. Hua Zubing promptly exited the Grand Hall to relay the message. Lin Yu smiled at Yin Zhe, guiding him to a chair, saying, "Xiao Zhe, do not worry. Sit for a while. Some generals from the Military Affairs Pavilion will be returning from the border via the teleportation array." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Yin Zhe nodded, and the furrow of worry on his brow eased somewhat. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Tiangang entered, casting a glance at Yin Zhe before bowing to Lin Yu. "Your Majesty, summon Nie Zheng and Zhuanju back at once, and expedite their return." Yuan Tiangang immediately complied and departed. Ever since the crisis with the Blood Feather Sword sect was resolved, Lin Yu had temporarily assigned the two to the ranks of the unruly. With the Zhou experiencing rapid development, the mere 5,000 members of the unruly were indeed overwhelmed. Consequently, certain tasks had been delegated to Nie Zheng and Zhuanju. The delay in grasping the situation in Huozhou was significantly due to the insufficient manpower of the unruly. Reflecting on this, Lin Yu recalled an item he had seen in the system marketplace during his recent leisure time that he mused to himself. Once the Tianyuan Gate is dealt with, I should be able to acquire that item along with the coveted cultivation space. He glanced at the still somewhat anxious Yin Zhe and began to engage him in casual conversation while patiently waiting. Within Dezhou's territory, traveling via the teleportation array would not consume much time. As Lin Yu and Yin Zhe chatted, more individuals entered the Qingxian Hall. After giving Yin Zhe an assuring glance, Lin Yu took his seat with an air of authority. Lu Bowen and Sun Yu, from the cabinet, were among the first to arrive. They entered, briefly observing Yin Zhe with a contemplative look before standing to the side. Not long after their arrival, the three members of the Lan family hurried in. Upon entering, Lan Ju noticed Yin Zhe, and a look of surprise flickered in his eyes. Yin Zhe recognized him from their previous encounter in the secret realm, and, seeing Lin Yu, remained silent. Respectfully stood waiting at the side. After about a quarter of an hour of waiting, Bai Qi and others from the Military Affairs Pavilion rushed into the hall, followed closely by Yuan Tiangang, Nie Zheng, and Zhuanju. These were the core officials of Dezhou, and they were all familiar with Nie Zheng and Zhuanju, so Lin Yu felt no need to conceal anything, gazing at the assembled individuals. Lin Yu spoke directly. "The situation is urgent. I will be brief." The crowd stood at attention, listening intently to Lin Yu's forthcoming words. "Hua Zubing, Zhao Yun, Exiled Qiji, you are to lead the army to support the Burning Heaven Dynasty. Remember, march swiftly. Speed is of the essence. Lu Bowen, Sun Yu, ensure the logistics of the deployment are well arranged." Understood. Hua Zubing and the others clasped their fists in acknowledgement, the glint of determination shone in Lu Bowen and Sun Yu's eyes as they cupped their hands in acceptance. Having witnessed the scale of Lin Yu's summons, they suspected significant matters were at hand, and they were not mistaken. Lin Yu glanced at Yin Zhe and instructed, "Xiao Zhe, guide the three generals. Let us depart at once." Yin Zhe, excited by Lin Yu's arrangements, nodded eagerly and led the three away to AS with the threat posed by the Tianyuan Gate. Yin Zhe had faith that Lin Yu would be able to handle it. After all, he noticed that apart from Bai Qi, the god of death, there were still several individuals whom Lin Yu had yet to assign tasks to. While conversing with Lin Yu earlier, he had learned that the Blood Feather Sword sect had been utterly annihilated by Dezhou, leaving him astonished for quite some time. Lu Bowen and Sun Yu followed suit, exiting the hall. Watching the departing figures, Lin Yu's gaze turned cold as he continued. Bai Qi, Yuan Tiangang, Nie Zheng, Zhuanju, Lan Ju, Lan Lingsheng. Lan Yuchen, you shall go to Huozhou and annihilate the Tianyuan Gate. Since they seek to provoke trouble, let us eradicate them all. Go swiftly and return quickly. The crowd promptly took their leave. Lin Yu was exceedingly enraged this time. He had concealed his feelings while Yin Zhe was present. The rapid development of the Great Zhou had indeed been remarkable, yet many institutions and personnel still lagged behind despite the efforts exerted from top to bottom. It was an opportune moment to harvest another wave of slaughter value with the annihilation of the Tianyuan sect. He subsequently lingered in the Qingxian Hall for a brief moment, contemplating whether he had overlooked any arrangements. Before rising to depart, a month had passed since the coronation assembly. Bai Qi's cultivation remained at the mid-stage of the respected king realm, though he was not far from reaching the latter stage. He mentioned that as one's cultivation advances, breakthroughs become increasingly challenging. As martial arts cultivation escalates, even the extraordinary beings summoned would find it progressively arduous to elevate their martial realms, a notion Lin Yu had anticipated. However, this was relative to their prior rate of advancement. Compared to the warriors across the continent, they were still experiencing rapid progress. Throughout this month, Lin Yu had yet to break through to the supreme realm, always feeling just a fraction away. The formidable nature of his physique and foundation had exponentially increased the difficulty of his breakthrough. Nonetheless, as the sovereign of a nation, a reasonable level of cultivation sufficed. If every matter required his intervention, it would not be long before the Great Zhou faced its demise. The cultivation of others remained in the mid-stage of the supreme realm, yet like Bai Qi, they were on the verge of a breakthrough. In contrast, Meng Tian had recently ascended to the mid-stage of the supreme realm, while Meng Ao and Meng Wu were slightly lower at the initial stage of the supreme realm. Lin Yu regarded Meng Tian as a summoned individual with a high potential for growth. In this endeavor, Lin Yu had not made any arrangements for the Meng family. Firstly, he had instructed them to cultivate a sharp military contingent belonging to the Great Zhou. Secondly, the three of them were still essential for safeguarding the realm. Just in case, the cultivation of the three members of the Lan family had remained unchanged. After departing from the Qingxin Hall, Lin Yu requested Dian Wei to accompany him to observe the training outcomes of Meng Tian and the Great Zhou Infantry Corps. The teleportation array in Fongjing City was bustling today, with crowds animatedly conversing. They first spotted General Hua, conferred with the title of Champion Marquis by His Majesty, leading a young man out of the teleportation array. Before they could deliberate further, a squadron of royal guards swiftly took control of the teleportation array. A commanding officer spoke sternly, declaring, during military operations, the teleportation array is requisitioned. The crowd immediately erupted into discussions, curious if His Majesty was planning another significant maneuver. Before long, several figures emerged urgently from the palace, all bearing serious expressions as they hastily entered the teleportation array. During this time, the crowd of onlookers grew, yet they adhered to the rules, maintaining order while casting curious glances at the teleportation array and inquiring among themselves. After a brief wait, the teleportation array emitted a dazzling glow, and several armored figures stepped forth. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Marquis Wen, General Bai. Marquis Yingwu, General Zhao. That is General Zhao. Marquis Wenwu, General Exin. Heavens, what on earth has transpired? With the return of General Hua, nearly all the generals from the military affairs pavilion had gathered. The few figures who exited the teleportation array did not linger, swiftly heading toward the palace. Shortly after their departure, the teleportation array lit up once more. The notorious Bouillon was also present. Who were those two men in black robes behind him? Their aura feels terrifying. Heavens, something significant is occurring. Just now, I saw Lord Liu and Lord Sun hurriedly making their way to the palace from their residences. I also spotted Marquis Lan Yin rushing from his estate toward the palace. Do you think His Majesty is about to launch an attack on external forces? It is quite possible. I heard that last time, General Bai and the other generals obliterated the Yushua sword sect in Jianzhou. The discussions among the crowd did not persist for long before they witnessed Bai Qi and the others hastily emerging from the palace. Their expressions were charged with a sense of urgency as they stepped into the teleportation array. The commanding officer guarding the teleportation array looked upon them with reverence, and once they had all departed, he announced, requisition complete, resuming normal usage. His Majesty has issued a decree. Recently, the teleportation arrays in the northern border cities have been requisitioned for military affairs. The subjects of the Great Zhou are advised not to approach. After delivering this message, he led the guards away. The crowd resumed using the teleportation array in an orderly fashion. However, following the recent commotion, they harbored a tacit conclusion. His Majesty and the Great Zhou were undoubtedly planning a substantial operation, one of tremendous magnitude. They had just heard that even the border teleportation arrays had been requisitioned for military purposes. This indicated the mobilization of a grand army. After departing from the Great Zhou Palace, Yanzai and Hua Tsubing took the teleportation array to the city where he had been rescued, that is for Zhao Yun and Exiled Shiji. When Tsubing mentioned they would arrive shortly, he did not inquire further, though he felt a tinge of curiosity about Exiled Shiji as he had not encountered him during the Secret Realm incident. Upon exiting the teleportation array, they found themselves surrounded by the guard army, with a throng of onlookers outside. When Tsubing glanced around, his brow slightly furrowing, and declared, "Everyone, step away from the teleportation array and clear the exit," after issuing orders to the commander of the guard army. He added, "Immediately maintain order, swiftly disperse the crowd." The guard army promptly sprang into action, and the citizens cooperated seamlessly. In no time, a massive passage was cleared, with the crowd standing at a distance, observing. Tsubing nodded in satisfaction, pondering the progress of the large military teleportation array being developed by the Mechanism Pavilion. In Yanzai's eyes, curiosity sparkled. Their dynasty did not possess such teleportation arrays. His initial experience had been filled with wonder. Not long after, amidst the astonished gazes of the citizens, the teleportation array resonated with the sound of galloping hooves as a continuous stream of white-armored cavalry emerged. To the forefront was Zhao Yun. "General Zhao, it's the White Horse Isong. They have mobilized the Legion. Are we going to attack the Huozhou forces?" The distant crowd buzzed with excitement. After Zhao Yun stepped out, he exchanged a glance with Hua Tsubing, nodded slightly, and led the White Horse Isong toward the city's outskirts. Yanzai's eyes were wide with amazement. This was his first encounter with the Great Zhou's cavalry corps. Their dynasty had cavalry units, and their numbers were considerable. Yet, witnessing a cavalry force of 100,000 with Earth Realm cultivation was a first for him. Furthermore, the overwhelming battle intent and ferocity indicated that this cavalry's combat prowess was far from ordinary. Was this indeed the special forces commanded by General Zhao? Listening to the crowd, it appeared they referred to it as the White Horse Isong. Was the General Exiled who had just departed part of this as well? He soon found the answer. The teleportation array whirled into action once more. Exiled Shiji led the Flying Tiger army forth. Yanzai beheld, astonished. Another 100,000, still of Earth Realm cultivation. He felt as if his mind were about to explode. "Wow, General Exiled, the Flying Tiger army has arrived. My heavens! The three great iron cavalry units of the Great Zhou have once again mobilized." Hua Tsubing exchanged glances with Exiled Shiji after the Flying Tiger army had assembled, and then grasped the still-dazed Yanzai by the right hand, soaring toward the city. When Yanzai lifted his head, he realized he was already outside the city. A unified roar resounded through the skies. "General!" The sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Yanzai gazed ahead, and in an instant he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He swallowed hard and turned aside to look at Hua Tsubing. "Brother Hua, are these 100,000 iron cavalry your subordinates?" Hua Tsubing nodded in response. "So, you and General Zhao, General Exiled, each command a cavalry unit of this magnitude." Hua Tsubing cast him a slightly astonished glance before nodding again, silently pondering an esteemed dynasty. Does the Burning Heaven dynasty not possess cavalry forces? If Yanzai were privy to Hua Tsubing's thoughts, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes in disbelief. Such a cavalry regiment could not be subdued without the involvement of at least 5 martial artists at the revered level. This was merely his estimation. It is worth noting that even within their Burning Heaven dynasty, there were fewer than 30 revered level martial artists on the battlefield, unless one was in a crushing position. It was impossible for high-level martial artists to approach the regiment. After a prolonged silence, Yanzai sensed 3 pairs of eyes intently fixed on him, prompting him to respond with great bravado. "Follow me. I shall lead the way." With that, he dashed ahead to guide them. Hua Tsubing and the others promptly issued commands. Follow the young man in front. March at double time. Conserve energy, but allow the horses to fly low. Understood. Gradually, the 300,000-strong army vanished beyond the borders of the Li state. Hekati, the juncture between the Burning Heaven dynasty of Huozhou and the Ming Mountain dynasty of Mingzhou. 2 great armies stood arrayed upon the plains, flags fluttering in the breeze. Above the forces, Dozens of figures floated in the air as a middle-aged man with pale skin and a somewhat frivolous gaze opened his mouth. And instantly, a sharp, piercing voice rang out. Yin Duanhin, truly impressive. You and Huozhou dare to muster the full might of your dynasty to confront my Ming Mountain Dynasty army under such circumstances. Are you not afraid of your stronghold being razed to the ground? Wang Yu, cease your prattling. If it comes to battle, let us fight. 4 decades have you even stepped foot into the burning Heaven Dynasty. Does my blade from yesterday not evoke haunting memories? A domineering voice emerged from a stout middle-aged man, the very monarch of the burning Heaven Dynasty. Yin Duanhin, as he spoke, he disdainfully cleaned his ears. The tone of his speech was so dismissive that one could hardly believe Yin Zhe was not his own flesh and blood. Wang Yu appeared to be stung by his words, his eyes shimmering with a cold glare. Let us see how long you can maintain your bravado. Kill. The moment he uttered the word kill, he realized a massive long blade was cleaving towards him. Boom. Wang Yu was instantly knocked back several paces, his expression dark as he glared at the incredibly swift Yin Duanhin. I have tolerated you for long enough, day in and day out. You prattle incessantly. Is there no one left in your Ming Mountain Dynasty to take on this role? Wang Yu's chest heaved rapidly as he roared and charged at Yin Duanhin. However, his roar was painfully grating to the ears. One cannot deny that Yin Duanhin's verbal prowess was indeed formidable. Yin Duanhin turned to face the charging Wang Yu, raising his blade to meet him. Simultaneously, numerous high-level martial artists from both armies engaged in fierce combat. The plains echoed with the sounds of battle cries, a palpable aura of slaughter permeating the air. The clash of war persisted for an extended duration, both sides becoming completely enmeshed in bloodlust. Yin Duanhin struck Wang Yu once more, sending him flying, and with a tilt of his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, sneering soft-hearted, "Are you capable of anything? After all these years, you have made no progress." At this moment, Wang Yu appeared disheveled and in poor condition. Upon hearing Yin Duanhin's taunts, he let out a cold laugh, still clinging to your bravado. Just take a look at your high-level martial artists and army. Prepare to collect their corpses. A flicker of seriousness crossed Yin Duanhin's eyes. Without Wang Yu's prompting, he had already sensed it. The aftermath of the Tianyuan Gate battle had been far too significant, resulting in the loss of a revered-level early-stage powerhouse and numerous supreme and revered-level martial artists. The previously balanced situation had been shattered in an instant that he and another revered-level mid-stage martial artist from the dynasty were faring well. But the battlefield for supreme and revered-level martial artists was undeniably disadvantageous. Prolonged combat would undoubtedly lead to defeat. The morale of the army was also waning due to the impact of the high-level martial artist battlefield. As thoughts swirled through his mind in the blink of an eye, Yin Duanhin cast a glance at the mocking Wang Yu and prepared to charge once more. He needed to eliminate Wang Yu decisively. Just then, a voice echoed from a distant hillside, halting him in his tracks. "Father, I have come to assist you." Yin Duanhin looked up, his eyes blazing with fury as he bellowed. "What the hell are you doing here? Get back!" He had yet to finish his sentence when his eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at the hillside. Wang Yu also heard Yin Zhe's call, turning to look, and his expression changed dramatically. On the hillside, a cloud of dust billowed, accompanied by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. 3 seemingly endless cavalry regiments emerged, their murderous aura soaring to the heavens, coalescing into a dark gray mist in the sky. A glance revealed the flags of the Great Zhou fluttering in the wind. Yin Zhe soared towards Yin Duanhin, his face alight with excitement as he pointed towards the Ming Mountain Dynasty army and shouted, "Generals, that is the army of the Ming Mountain Dynasty." Already, his earlier shout had captured the attention of both sides, and the sudden appearance of the 3 cavalry regiments prompted a temporary ceasefire. Upon hearing his shout again, an icy chill swept over the ranks of the Ming Mountain Dynasty. The trio of generals, undeterred by their thoughts, issued orders directly. Charge! Rumble! The 300,000 cavalry surged forward with the force of thunder towards the army of the Ming Mountain Dynasty. The malevolent energy trailing behind them formed a dark gray mist that obscured the entire sky. From Yin Duanhin's perspective, 3 enormous black-gray long spears formed above the heads of the cavalry regiments. Thrusting forward in unison with their charge, a revered-level early-stage martial artist from the Ming Mountain Dynasty, caught off guard, had no time to react before the 3 cavalry regiments were upon him. Kill! The roar of 300,000 iron cavalry echoed. The soldiers raised their weapons in unison, aiming at the revered level martial artist. Yin Duanhen's pupils constricted. Boom! The 3 massive black-gray long spears simultaneously shifted their points. The Ming Mountain Dynasty martial artist's face contorted in horror, unable to even emit a scream before his body erupted into a cloud of blood mist in midair. The 300,000 cavalry regiment merely briefly paused in their charge, continuing their advance towards the army of the Ming Mountain Dynasty. At this moment, Yanzhe had reached Yin Duanhen's side, his face brimming with exhilaration as he exclaimed, "Father, I have arrived," before Yin Duanhen could respond. "Ah!" A piercing scream reverberated through the air, but he turned to look, and the shock that had just begun to subside surged violently once more. But a mid-stage martial artist from the Ming Shan Dynasty stood before him, his face etched with terror as he gazed ahead. I could see that moment. His right arm had been severed, and blood poured from his mouth. Before him stood 3 young men clad in armor. Among them, one wielded a gleaming silver spear, the tip of which dripped with fresh blood. The 3 men emanated a frigid aura, their gazes sweeping coldly over the crowd in the void. Everything that transpired unfolded in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu and the members of the Ming Shan Dynasty were caught completely off guard. The martial artist who had reacted the fastest moments ago, intending to strike at the cavalry regiment, now found himself with a severed arm. Wang Yu bellowed furiously at the trio led by Hua Chu Bing. "Who are you?" The response came in the form of 3 icy voices. The Zhou Dynasty, Military Affairs Pavilion. Hua Chu Bing. The Zhou Dynasty, Military Affairs Pavilion. Zhao Yun. The Zhou Dynasty, Military Affairs Pavilion. Exiled. After announcing their names, the 3 seemed to share an unspoken understanding, exchanging glances as if transported back to the day of the Northern Barbarians' royal court's annihilation. At this moment, Wang Yu could no longer afford to consider anything else. Casting a glance at the Ming Shan army that had been swiftly pierced by the 3 cavalry regiments, he shouted in rage. "Well then, I shall remember this the Zhou Dynasty." He then shot a furious glare at Yin Duanhen. Do not get too complacent. This time, you were merely fortunate. Retreat. With that, he led the warriors and the vast army of the Ming Shan Dynasty in the direction of Mingzhou. After they had distanced themselves, Wang Yu turned back to cast another look at Hua Chu Bing and the others, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Yin Duanhen halted the members of the Burning Heaven Dynasty who had intended to pursue and addressed Hua Chu Bing and the others. "Generals of the Zhou Dynasty, tell your regiments not to pursue. The Ming Shan Dynasty is not so easily dealt with." The 3 nodded in agreement upon hearing Yin Duanhen's words and ordered the Iron Cavalry Regiment to stand by. According to Lin Yu's instructions, their primary role was to provide support and probe the situation. Given the current circumstances, heeding Yin Duanhen's advice was indeed prudent. Yin Duanhen glanced at Wang Yu and his entourage vanishing from sight before turning to Hua Chu Bing and the others. "I am grateful for the assistance from your esteemed dynasty. I must lead my people back to defend the imperial capital at once. The Tianyuan Gate may have already begun to make moves." "Father, do not worry. Elder Brother Lin has already sent someone to the Tianyuan Gate." Before Hua Chu Bing and the others could respond, Yin Zhe's voice interjected, causing Yin Duanhen to pause momentarily. Surprised, suddenly, his expression shifted, and he asked with a slight tremor in his voice, "Generals, are you saying that the Zhou is waging war on 2 fronts?" The 3 nodded in affirmation, with Zhao Yun speaking up. "Indeed, His Majesty has made arrangements concerning the Tianyuan Gate. The ruler of Yin need not be concerned." Yin Duanhen's lips moved slightly. What manner of monstrous force is this the Zhou Dynasty? He glanced at the somewhat fatigued members of the Burning Heaven Dynasty and immediately issued orders. "Regroup. Return to the city." He then addressed Yin Zhe and the 3 generals. "This is not a place for conversation. After our journey, the soldiers are weary. I invite you to discuss matters within the city." Upon hearing Yin Duanhen's invitation, the 3 exchanged glances, and Exiled replied, "It is better to comply with your invitation." They had intended to remain until news of the Tianyuan Gate's demise arrived. Since Yin Duanhen extended an invitation, they would gladly accept. Yin Zhe, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "General Hua, General Zhao, General Exin, I shall lead the way. I am well acquainted with the path. He then guided the three toward the city. Yin Duanhen cast a glance at the exuberant Yin Zhe, a faint smile gracing his lips while inwardly cursing. This little rascal. Shortly thereafter, they settled in a conference hall within a nearby city of the Burning Heaven Dynasty. Yin Duanhen looked at the silent trio of Hua Chu Bing, unsure of how to initiate the conversation. For a moment, the hall fell into a quiet and heavy stillness. Yin Duanhen exchanged a glance with Yin Zhe, who instantly understood and spoke up. Father, the one who assisted my sister and me during our ordeal in the Li Prefecture's secret realm was none other than the ruler of the faction to which these three generals belong. Though General Xin was not present at the time, Generals Hua and Zhao accompanied elder brother Lin within the secret realm and aided us in slaying numerous warriors of the Tian Yuan Gate. Yin Duanhen regarded Yin Zhe with an appreciative gaze before addressing the trio. Once more, that I extend my gratitude to the two generals for their assistance to Ling and Zhe. And I am equally grateful to all three for your support of the Burning Heaven Dynasty today. Upon hearing Yin Duanhen's words, the three quickly waved their hands in modesty. We are merely acting under His Majesty's command. The ruler of Yin need not be so courteous. Yin Duanhen looked at the three with admiration, reflecting, what formidable generals, each commanding their own iron-blooded cavalry regiments. Every time he recalled the brief scene on the plains, it left him in awe of the Zhou Dynasty's emergence. They are indeed dragons rising from the depths. The group then engaged in light conversation within the hall. Of course, most of the time it was Yin Zhe who spoke, with Yin Duanhen responding. Just as they were preparing to take a brief rest, a guard of the Burning Heaven Dynasty entered and, upon seeing the seated Hua Chu Bing and the others, reported to Yin Duanhen, Your Majesty, there is a strangely dressed man wearing a mask outside who requests an audience with the three generals of the Zhou Dynasty. Yin Duanhen's expression momentarily faltered as he looked toward Hua Chu Bing and the others. Upon hearing the guard's words, the three exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Yin Zhe eagerly interjected, Bring him in at once. He must be a subject from elder brother Lin's court. The guard glanced at Yin Duanhen, who nodded in approval and promptly exited, just as Yin Zhe led Hua Chu Bing and the others toward the battlefield between the Burning Heaven Dynasty and the Mingshan Dynasty at the Tian Yuan Gate's stronghold in the southern region of Huizhou. All the high-ranking officials of the Tian Yuan Gate had gathered in the meeting hall. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Presiding over the proceedings was the Tian Yuan Gate's master, Yi Yu, a slightly handsome middle-aged man whom Yin Zhe had previously mentioned to Lin Yu. Below him stood the upper echelons of the Tian Yuan Gate, led by a middle-aged man clad in black. This black-clad man bore a striking resemblance to He Xian, who had been slain by Lin Yu a year ago. This was He Yuan, who had only recently broken through to the sovereign king realm. He Xian was his only son. He Yuan had indulged He Xian excessively, which had fostered many of his son's detrimental habits and his sense of superiority. This was evident from He Xian's actions within the Tianqi Mountain secret realm, where he allied with Jian Mo Xie against Yin Min Ling It this moment. He Yuan wore a dark expression as he began to speak. Master, during our seclusion to recuperate, news has reached us from the prefecture. A force known as the Zhou Dynasty has unified the entire region. Not long ago, they even completed the ceremony to elevate their dynasty to that of an imperial dynasty. Ye nodded. He had received this news upon exiting seclusion and was likewise astonished. He Yuan continued. At that time, reports from Li Prefecture indicated that He Xian and his group were slain by Yin Min Ling and Yin Zhe of the Burning Heaven Dynasty, along with this new force known as the Zhou. Now that this Zhou Dynasty has suddenly emerged, they must be the culprits behind my son He Xian's demise. I implore the master to order me to lead the warriors of our gate to sever the head of the emperor of this Zhou Dynasty. After He Yuan finished speaking, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Yu furrowed her brows slightly and, with a hint of resignation, spoke, Elder He, the death of He Xian grieves me deeply as well. You participated in that great battle 6 months ago. Yin Duanhen led many powerful figures from the Burning Heaven Dynasty to demand an explanation for the deaths of his children, claiming that He Xian colluded with the members of the Feather Blood Sword sect from Jianzhou to plot against Yin Minling within the secret realm. Elder Yuan and several supreme realm elders from our sect perished in that battle at As for the Zhou Dynasty. We shall set that aside for now. Our immediate priority is to eliminate Yin Duanhan and the Burning Heaven Dynasty. At that time, it was you who dispatched people from multiple communications with the Ming Mountain Dynasty. Now, with Wang Yu leading the charge and given Yin Duanhan's character, he will undoubtedly muster the full strength of his dynasty to confront us. The Burning Heaven Dynasty is now but an empty nest. We can effortlessly eradicate Yin Duanhan's confidence within the imperial capital. Afterwards, we can encircle Yin Duanhan at the borders alongside the Ming Mountain Dynasty. This serves not only to avenge He Xian's murder, but also to provide closure for the many martial artists from our sect who sacrificed their lives in that battle 6 months ago. Subsequently, the Zhou Dynasty, which has just completed its ascension ceremony in Lizhou, will be an easy target. He Yuan remained silent for a long moment before gently nodding. Seeing that He Yuan had been persuaded, Yi Yu felt a slight relief in her heart. She was acutely aware of what kind of being He Xian was. The words spoken by Yin Duanhan that day were, for the most part, true. However, she could not afford to be too forceful and could only offer reassurances. After the great battle 6 months ago, the Tianyuan sect had already suffered significant losses and could not endure further turmoil. Fortunately, He Yuan had managed to convince the Ming Mountain Dynasty to mobilize their forces for revenge. With that thought, she stood up and declared, "There is no time to lose. We must set off." Yin Duanhan is now preoccupied with his own troubles. The people within the hall nodded in agreement and immediately rose. Yu glanced at everyone and soared towards the entrance of the Tianyuan sect. As they exited their stronghold, they were spotted by various factions lingering in Huozhou, observing the situation, who promptly followed at a distance. The news of the Ming Mountain Dynasty's impending invasion had already spread throughout Huozhou days prior. When they saw Yi Yu leading the powerful figures of the Tianyuan sect in a hurried exit, their nerves tightened. It was not long before the group following Yi Yu encountered a brilliant flash of white light streaking across the sky. Boom! A bronze ancient sword, imbued with a fierce murderous aura, suddenly appeared from the heavens, piercing through a mid-stage martial artist of the Tianyuan sect and plunging into the ground. The path the ancient sword carved through the air created a slender spatial rift. The members of the Tianyuan sect came to an abrupt halt. Yu and He Yuan exchanged grave looks as they turned to the figures that had suddenly materialized before them. Tianyuan sect? A voice, cold and devoid of warmth, emanated from a middle-aged man clad in bronze battle armor. Yu quietly observed the unfriendly demeanor of the newcomers while replying, "Tianyuan sect. Yu, why do you block us without cause?" Before she could finish, the opposing figures unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Yu's eyes narrowed. The man in bronze armor stepped forward, instantly vanishing from sight, only to reappear right before her. Hum. Simultaneously, the ancient sword on the ground emitted a resonant hum as it shot into the man's hand. And with a swift motion, he brandished the sword. A glimmer of cold light flashed before Yi Yu's eyes, prompting her to immediately counter with a punch. Boom! A tremendous vortex of spiritual energy erupted, causing Yi Yu's expression to shift as her body staggered backward several steps. Wow! At that moment, the various factions that had been trailing the Tianyuan sect members abruptly retreated, exchanging alarmed glances as they observed the unfolding scene. Something monumental was about to occur. Yi Yu and the members of the Tianyuan sect were utterly bewildered. The sudden appearance of these individuals was utterly unreasonable. They not only killed one of their own with a single sword strike, but also didn't allow for any words to be exchanged before launching into an attack. Moreover, the strength of the middle-aged man was overwhelmingly formidable. Yu hastily spoke up again. "Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding?" Finally, she managed to finish her sentence, and a response followed. "You're slightly stronger than Jianzhou's Jian Yanjun." Yi Yu's expression changed dramatically. She recognized Jian Yanjun, having met him many years ago during a visit to Jianzhou. Why did this man in bronze armor mention Jian Yanjun? The implication suggested they had crossed paths not long ago. She hurriedly inquired, "Who are you? We have not—" Boom! Yi was once again struck back several steps by a sword strike. Anger welled within her as she glared at the man across from her, shouting, "This is intolerable! Kill!" Before she could finish her exclamation, another sword was cleaved toward her, tightening her chest with indignation. They refused to let her speak. Observers from a distance watched in rapt attention as the two sides clashed violently. The crowd, captivated by the unfolding battle, conversed with one another while remaining fixated on the scene. The sudden appearance of this faction, with their overwhelming strength, left everyone in disbelief. The members of the Tianyuan sect, upon engaging, found themselves completely outmatched. The man in bronze armor was particularly terrifying, single-handedly contending against both Yi Yu and He Yuan, managing to suppress them entirely. His appearance at this critical moment clearly indicated an intention to thwart the Tianyuan sect's plans against the Burning Heaven dynasty. The troubling aspect was that all these individuals were unfamiliar faces, having never been heard of in Huizhou. Could it be that the Burning Heaven dynasty has summoned reinforcements from another state? It seemed the only possibility was that they were from an external force, yet their origin remained a mystery, given that Huizhou is located at the southern edge of the eastern domain. I've heard that a newly ascended dynasty has unified Lizhou. They presumably lack such powerful figures. After hearing the words of the man in bronze armor, it was evident they were not from Jinzhou. Could they be from Mingzhou, or even from the central regions of the eastern domain? Could it be that they're the agents of that newly ascended dynasty from Lizhou? Are you suggesting that this newly ascended dynasty has such a wealth of powerful warriors? Are you jesting with me? As the discussions among the onlookers continued, in the void of the battlefield, He Yuan, witnessing Yi Yu engage with the man in bronze armor, swiftly moved to assist her. They understood that this group of unidentified individuals had likely come seeking trouble. However, as he approached, his expression shifted slightly. The man wielding the ancient sword possessed overwhelming strength, making it difficult for him to withstand even a single strike. What alarmed both him and Yi Yu was the evident excitement on the man's face as he faced their combined assault. "Excellent!" the man in bronze armor exclaimed. "Indeed, only talented warriors from foreign states can provide a true challenge." A voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Yu and He Yuan's faces paled. The man in bronze armor was enveloped in a swirling black energy, but Yu could hardly believe her eyes as she shouted, "Impossible! The embodiment of authority. You are merely in the mid-stage of the sovereign king realm. It is impossible." Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The embodiment of authority? What is that? Is it the murderous aura I have gathered? He did not ponder much. The dark currents of energy swiftly enveloped the ancient sword, and with a sudden movement, he charged towards the two individuals. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yuan Tiangang, Nie Zheng, Zhuanzhu, and the three members of the Lan family had already engaged the remaining forces of the Tianyuan sect, with only 4 supreme realm warriors left. They were naturally rendered powerless against the combined might of the others. Lan Zhu did not even participate. He merely flashed forward, targeting the team of revered elders from the Tianyuan sect. Under the immense pressure of his superior realm, Lan Zhu was akin to a wolf among sheep. Amidst the anguished roars of the Tianyuan sect warriors, they fell one by one, staining the sky with a crimson hue. On Bai Qi's side, Yi Yu and He Yuan were coughing up blood, barely managing to stand in midair. With a face filled with grief and indignation, Yi Yu shouted, "What grievance have we, the Tianyuan sect, caused your esteemed power to warrant such a long journey from Yuanzhou?" Bai Qi's gaze narrowed slightly. He pondered what Yi Yu was imagining. "I am Bai Qi of the Great Zhou Dynasty." Yi Yu, filled with disbelief, retorted, "Impossible. Only the top forces of Yuanzhou could possibly have a warrior with the semblance of authority at the mid-level of the revered king realm." He Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he directly roared at Bai Qi, "Great Zhou Dynasty." Bai Qi cast a glance at the two, struggling for their lives. Unwilling to waste further words, he stepped forward, appearing before He Yuan, and delivered a kick to his chest. Bang! He Yuan's face contorted in despair as his body erupted in midair, transforming into a mist of blood. At that moment, Yi Yu had no choice but to believe the grim reality. No wonder these individuals appeared here to intercept them. No wonder this man had mentioned Jian Yinjun. The Yu Shui sword sect had likely been annihilated. He instantly accepted this horrifying truth. A wretched smile gracing his face as he beheld the ancient sword swinging towards him. At a flash of cold light passed. The master of the Tianyuan sect, Yi Yu, met his demise. the battle in the void came to an end. Bai Qi tossed Yi Yu's severed head to Yuan Tiangang, his icy gaze sweeping over the distant onlookers before leading his companions away like a streak of light. The crowd of spectators, now dumbfounded, had long been struck mute by fear. The man who had earlier scoffed at the Great Zhou Dynasty had already fainted. The scene shifted. Yuan Tiangang, accompanied by his guards, entered the council chamber. Yanzhe immediately rose, his lips parting as he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, the voices of Hua Tsubing and his companions rang out, Bu Liang Shuai. They then turned their gaze to Yin Duanhen, saying, Lord Yin, this is His Majesty's trusted aide, Bu Liang Shuai, Yuan Tiangang. He's one of the colleagues who came to the Tianyuan sect, Bu Liang Shuai. Your presence here indicates that you have completed His Majesty's task. Correct? Yuan Tiangang nodded at the three generals and spoke. Upon my arrival, I learned that the battle had concluded, so I came directly. According to His Majesty's orders, we need to inform Lord Yin and Prince Yin, and we can lead our troops back to the capital. He then turned to face Yin Duanhen and Yanzhe. A severed head appeared in his hand. Yin Duanhen had been fixated on Yuan Tiangang since his entrance. Before he could marvel at the endless talents of the Great Zhou, he saw the head appear in Yuan Tiangang's grasp. Yin Duanhen's expression shifted drastically as he sprang from his seat. Yi Yu. Yanzhe, too, stepped forward in excitement, trembling hands reaching for the head from Yuan Tiangang. At that moment, Yuan Tiangang's voice echoed once more. Lord Yin, Prince Yin, the master of the Tianyuan sect. Yi Yu, the supreme elder. He Yuan and the upper echelons of the Tianyuan sect have all been vanquished. The remaining cleanup work of the Tianyuan sect will require your dynasty's handling. Yin Duanhen, regaining his composure, cast a startled glance at Yuan Tiangang, seemingly attempting to decipher the expression concealed behind his mask. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Rest assured, I will ensure the Tianyuan sect is entirely eradicated from Huozhou. He hesitated momentarily before continuing. Lord Yuan, does Lord Lin have any additional instructions? He was unaware that a hint of respect had crept into his tone, still startled by the turn of events. Initially, he had thought that the Great Zhou might only temporarily repel Yi Yu and the others. Now it was evident that they had utterly decimated the upper echelons of the Tianyuan sect. Given the look of despair etched on Yi Yu's face, he had every reason to suspect that Yi Yu had suffered severe torment before his demise. Yuan Tiangang, unaware of Yin Duanhen's tumultuous thoughts, replied, His Majesty has no further instructions, that he merely asked me to convey his welcome for Lord Yin to visit the Great Zhou. Yin Duanhen smiled brightly and immediately responded. Then I shall trouble Lord Yuan and the three generals to relay my message to Lord Lin. Once I have attended to various matters, I will certainly visit the Great Zhou in person to express my gratitude. Understood, Yuan Tiangang affirmed. At this moment, Hua Tsubing and his companions had already risen. The four of them once again nodded respectfully to Yin Duanhen and Yanzhe before turning to leave. Yin Duanhen watched the resolute four with a hint of envy in his eyes. Before long, the sounds of thunderous hooves echoed as they faded into the distance. He steadied his mind, casting one last glance at Yi Yu's head, channeling his power to crush it. Then he turned to Yanzhe, whose expression bore a hint of pride, and delivered a sharp rap to his head. Yanzhe, slightly aggrieved, rubbed his head and protested. Father, why did you hit me? Yin Duanhen shot him a sidelong glance and replied. My hand was a bit itchy. Yanzhe's lips twitched, and he dared not retort. Did you run away from the palace all by yourself? Yin Duanhen's voice rang out again. Yanzhe's eyes lit up as he proudly proclaimed. Yes, father. After I left the palace, I flew swiftly towards Lizhou. An old dog from the Tianyuan sect intercepted me at the edge of Lizhou, but fortunately, General Hua appeared just in time to rescue me. Afterwards, I was brought to Brother Lin's place. Father, you have no idea how enjoyable Brother Lin's Great Zhou Dynasty is. They have something called a teleportation array that can transport individuals across cities within the territory. I still have many places to visit since I was seeking assistance. This was my first time witnessing the Great Zhou's Legion, and it was absolutely terrifying. They have a general named Bai Qi, who is the most formidable warrior of all. Yu was definitely slain by General Bai Qi. Father, isn't Brother Lin impressive? Should I take you to the Great Zhou? Smack. Ah? Yanzhe looked at Yin Duanhen with a resentful gaze as he withdrew his hand. Preparing to speak, his father had recently been experiencing an unusual itchiness in his hand. Yin Duanen's calm voice interrupted his thoughts. Yanze took a deep breath, mentally repeating, "This is my father, this is my father." At that moment, a solemn-faced general entered the hall, saluting the two and speaking, "Your Majesty, a tremendous upheaval has occurred within the Tianyuan sect. Yi Yu and several high-ranking members of the Tianyuan sect were intercepted shortly after leaving their sect by a powerful force known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. Following a fierce battle, all personnel above the revered elder realm for the Tianyuan sect were slain. Yi Yu and He Yuan were beheaded on the spot. It is said that the Great Zhou Dynasty has recently unified Lizhou and is a newly ascended dynasty." As he spoke, a flicker of hesitation crossed the general's eyes as he recalled the 3 iron cavalry units that had appeared on the plain. Their battle flags bore the insignia of the Great Zhou. Just as he was about to continue, Yin Duanhen interjected, "I am already aware." "Dismissed." The general's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment as he promptly received the command to withdraw, secretly contemplating. The emperor has long been aware, and he seems entirely unfazed. Yin Duanhen cast a glance at the timid Yanze, who was glancing around nervously without uttering a word. With a slight smirk, he spoke, "You little rascal, return to the palace." After saying this, he stepped outside. Yanze obediently followed closely behind him. In the Great Zhou Palace, within the Qingxian Hall, nearly a month had elapsed. Lin Yu had arranged for 2 groups to embark on a journey to Huozhou, and they had now returned. Currently, the members from both routes were in the hall reporting to Lin Yu. Yuan Tiangang spoke first. "Your Majesty, all the high-ranking members of the Tianyuan sect have been eradicated. I have conveyed your message to the Lord of Yin Nation. They will proceed to cleanse the remnants of the Tianyuan sect." Hui Tsubing and his companions chimed in, "Your Majesty, when we arrived, we had a brief skirmish with the forces of the Mingshan dynasty. Shortly thereafter, they retreated with their troops, though we did not pursue them recklessly." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that the objective had been achieved. At that moment, Bai Qi interjected, "Your Majesty, during the confrontation with the Tianyuan sect's leader Yi Yu and the Supreme Elder He Yuan, Yi Yu uttered a term that I found somewhat puzzling, the embryonic form of authority. Instantly, Lin Yu and the others in the hall turned their curious gazes towards him. Bai Qi recalled the state he was in during the battle against Jian Yanjun and Yi Yu. Feeling the flow of power, under the astonished stares of everyone present, Bai Qi was enveloped in a swirling black aura. The hall was suddenly thick with a palpable, menacing atmosphere. Simultaneously, Bai Qi's voice resonated. "Your Majesty, it was after Yi Yu witnessed my state that he exclaimed in surprise." Lin Yu immediately inquired, "What sensations did you experience?" Bai Qi opened his palm, the black aura swirling within it. "I did not feel anything particularly extraordinary. I merely sensed that the killing intent coalescing into this aura possesses immense power. During battle, I was able to easily carve spatial fissures with my weapon. This differs from the spatial rifts created during the instantaneous movement of a Zunwang-level practitioner, which consumes a great deal of spiritual energy and only produces a rift for brief traversal. Although it can carry others, the distance of that movement is limited. Generally, Zunwang-level warriors would not squander their spiritual energy in such a manner that I also experienced this sudden condensation during my battle against Jian Yanjun at the Yushua sword sect." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. According to Bai Qi, the 4 individuals who appeared above Fengjing City that day were likely the result of that mid-stage Zunwang elder's disdain for the Great Zhou. He looked at the other individuals in the hall and asked, "Did any of you share Bai Qi's experience?" Everyone appeared contemplative, secretly channeling their own energies, and subsequently shook their heads in response to Lin Yu. Suddenly, Hui Tsubing, Zhao Yun, and Xian Qiji exchanged glances, seemingly having an epiphany. They turned to Lin Yu and said, "Your Majesty, we recall that during our brief engagement with the Mingshan dynasty, the 3 iron cavalry units formed a massive black-gray spear. It seemed to coalesce from the soldiers' fierce battle intent at that moment. However, the solidity of that spear was far inferior to that of General Bai's. Just as General Bai mentioned, it had an amplifying effect on power. Moreover, over a year ago, when the 3 cavalry units attacked the Northern Barbarian King's court, a similar spear, albeit only a phantom, had also appeared." Lin Yu pondered for a moment and asked, What martial realm does the Mingshan dynasty's army belong to? Do they also exhibit such phenomena? The three shook their heads and replied, the Mingshan dynasty's army is primarily composed of mortals, with only a few practitioners of the earth realm. They do not possess such phenomena. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with insight as he nodded, I see. You may leave now. The others immediately took their leave. Lin Yu's gaze deepened. The embryonic form of authority mentioned by Yi Yu. Could it be related to a martial realm beyond Zhou Huang? The killing intent spear of the three cavalry units left him with no clear direction. After a moment's reflection, he decided not to delve further, believing that the answers would eventually reveal themselves and that it was not necessarily a bad thing. 2 days later, within the Qingxian Hall, Lin Yu and 3 members of the cabinet were examining a massive topographical map, occasionally engaging in conversation. Liu Bowen's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment as he remarked, Your Majesty, this world is even larger than I had anticipated. No wonder Lizhou is overlooked in the eastern region. It is deemed a remote province. Sun Yu also expressed his amazement. In this Mingzhou alone, there exists a pinnacle dynasty and 3 advanced dynasties. What if Xianzhou and Yuanzhou? He added, General Hua, General Zhao, and General Xian's forces encountered the Mingshan dynasty this time, although it was merely a brief engagement. The Mingshan dynasty's army is said to be formidable. This topographical map was meticulously crafted by Lin Yu based on the limited information provided by Lan Zhu. The map only depicted the southern part of the eastern region. The individuals present were all exceptionally talented, able to glean insights from a mere glimpse. From the southern section of the eastern region alone, it was evident that the other 3 directions likely bore similar characteristics. Lin Yu had summoned them to strategize for the future development of the Great Zhou based on this map. His eyes sparkled with determination. With the Tianlan sword in hand, he pointed the sword's tip towards the upper right of the sword state, in the direction of Mingzhou, filled with ambition. Here lies the territory of the 3 advanced dynasties of Mingzhou, particularly the Shadow Knight dynasty. After the Great Zhou effortlessly secures the sword state, my next target shall be this. He declared, I have sent General Hua and the others to lead the troops there. In the open, they are to support the Burning Heaven dynasty on the battlefield. In the shadows, I wish for the Great Zhou's iron cavalry to come into contact with the powerful factions of Mingzhou. This will serve as a trial. The initial results of this probe appeared favorable on the surface, as the 3 cavalry units seemed to have the upper hand. However, it remained uncertain whether the Mingshan dynasty's army that day consisted of their elite troops. The 3 felt Lin Yu's fervor, nodding in excitement. Sun Yu spoke, Your Majesty is wise. Traveling from Sword State truly is an excellent choice. After the annihilation of the Tianyuan sect, Huozhou poses little threat. Moreover, the Burning Heaven dynasty can serve to restrain the Mingshan dynasty. However, we must engage in some dialogue with the Burning Heaven dynasty. I believe they will be more than willing, Liu Bowen interjected. Once we open the gates of Mingzhou with the Shadow Knight dynasty as our focal point, the Great Zhou can seize the opportunity to enter Mingzhou. He pointed towards the northern region of Mingzhou, the territory of the Mingyue dynasty, and continued plotting for the Mingyue dynasty to unify Mingzhou. After speaking, the 4 exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. Lin Yu, too, wore a slight smile. The current Great Zhou still required time to consolidate. Certain details would need to be discussed further with the Military Affairs Cabinet. Following the annihilation of the Yushue Sword sect and the Tianyuan sect, they had ample time to accumulate strength and gather intelligence. This map would henceforth adorn the walls of my Qingxian Hall. His gaze burned with intensity as he surveyed the regions depicted, declaring, I shall ensure that the banner of the Great Zhou is omnipresent across this eastern region. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the 3 individuals were filled with fervor. Subsequently, Lin Yu engaged in casual conversation with a few of them for a while before allowing their departure. He then found himself seated alone in the hall, his consciousness seamlessly merging with the system. Battle points. 7 million. Lin Yu's heart raced with exhilaration. At last, he could procure an item he had marked for quite some time, although he had the opportunity to purchase it during the previous 2 instances. His thoughts had been preoccupied with the Yushue Sword sect and the Tianyuan sect, 2 forces he deemed significant in light of potential crises that could arise at any moment. He had opted for various means of enhancement that were timely and responsive. Now, in the present-day Zhou Dynasty, such concerns had dissipated, and he possessed the strength to confront unforeseen circumstances. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he declared, System, expend 2 million battle points to acquire a special organization expansion card, Tier 3, and apply to the rogue organization. Beep! The purchase was successful, and the application was likewise triumphant. Lin Yu promptly reviewed the results, nodding in satisfaction. Rogue organization, 20,000 mid-tier Earth realm. At long last, he had successfully expanded the rogue organization. This card was precisely what he had marked a while ago. Although it was inferior to the Cavalry Legion,